From the grounds of Guthrie Golf Country Club, it is day 2 of the 54th Annual Howard Fife Invitational here in beautiful Guthrie, Oklahoma. Along with Sam Evans, Rick Michoud, Seth Robbins, I'm Chris Evans. Should be a fun day of golf. And Seth, we started with 22 teams in the field, and wouldn't you know, all 22 teams going into Sunday morning said, you know what, we got a shot.
All 22 teams within 7 strokes of the lead, and probably 80% of the field is separated by 2 shots, right around even par 1-2. The leader, the team of Dom Stevens, and let's see, that would be Dom,
John Whedon, Barney
Horrigan.
That's the last 2.
Dom Stevens, John Whedon, Barney Horrigan, Steve Ely, and Bucky Denham raced out to a 65 yesterday, powered by Dom Stevens' 4-under 70 even par performance. They set the standard yesterday at 5 under, but we have several teams at 3, 2, 1 even. And today, of course, a different format completely than yesterday. 2 balls being scored today as opposed to 1 ball, and everybody to a man yesterday. As we look at Lane Roach on 4T there, everybody to a man either said, I'm worried about our second ball because it was terrible today.
Right.
And if they weren't saying that, they were saying our second ball was great yesterday, but I don't know if we can do it tomorrow. So everybody has that second ball in mind today. Yesterday, it's pretty stress-free, especially if you have a strong A and B player that are taking care of business for you. But today, if you're in that C, D, and E spot, you know you're going to be called upon to score, and it completely changes the dynamic. So this tournament at this point is truly anybody's ball game.
Coach Michoud with us again this year.
The Hall of Famer.
The Hall of Famer. Coach, what mindset do you tell your guys? You won a couple state championships. What's the mindset going into a finals day?
Well, for me, it's always next shot is the way your mindset is to me. In fact, my high school team this year, I actually had that put on our golf bags.
Okay.
So when they pick their bag up, they can't keep from seeing it every time. And I always remind them that if you think about it like driving a car, the windshield is big and the rear view mirror is small.
Small, yeah.
And that's kind of how that's the best way to approach it for me, which is easier said than done, by the way.
Yes.
It is. Nobody is harder on themselves than a golfer.
Oh yeah.
Who thinks they might be pretty decent. And but like Coach said, you got to put it in the past. You got to go. A perfect case example yesterday, my partner and I, and my team, but me and my A and B man, we walked off a 4 green. We're 3 over par. We kind of have a little heart-to-heart about putting it all behind us. We have 15, 16, 17, 18, 1, 2. And in the span of 4 holes, we had gone from 3 over to 2 under, just like that. And that's golf. It's like lightning, man. It can happen quick in either direction.
Yep.
So we watch Chris Herzl hit his tee shot here on number 4. He's taking a right hand off of it. He doesn't like it. He's a little short there. That's not a bad spot. But yesterday's pin, Chris, if you can get the telestrator working here, yesterday's pin was on number 4, just about 4 or 5 feet over to the side of where that closest to the pin, sets. And so yesterday, that would have been a kind of a tricky up and down. But today, he's got a lot of runway going back towards the inner bank watering hole side. So today you'll see a lot of tee shots long, where yesterday we saw a ton of tee shots short. If you were left of that pin yesterday, it was a pretty decent chance of up and down. If you were right of it or just beneath it like that, it was difficult to access the pin. But Chris Herzl has come up just short there.
And Seth, real quick,
yes,
we'll talk about the 4th green because we'll get to the 3 green here in just in a brief moment. But what about the pin placement today? Not a big difference from yesterday, it doesn't look like.
Well,
I know there's a ridge there.
In terms of what the golfers are looking at, it's lined up about where it was. It's just about 15, 20 paces deeper into the green. So today, if you're long, if you're back there by the chairs, by the inner bank sign, by the Skeleton Creek sign, you're going to have a difficult time getting up and down, being short-sighted. However, anything short and in the middle of this green complex is going to be a fairly straightforward up and down. But this hole plays completely different. You know, today when you step up on those tee boxes, you're really wanting to flush something and get it back there deep. Yesterday, if you were long, there was virtually no chance of getting it up and in. So similar pin, but just 15, 20 paces deeper into the green. We got Jack Reinhardt at the up tees. Jack turned 70, so he gets his first tee shot from the blacks today.
sound effects this year, Coach.
Jack's the B player, and that's a well-struck golf ball right there, guys. Not exactly sure if he missed it left or right, but I know he hit it flush. And then Gary Underwood stepping up to hit his tee shot. I was explaining to Coach Michoud, when you turn 70 at Guthrie Golf and Country Club, you can play your first tee ball on this hole from the blacks.
A little bit further back today.
A little bit further back. They were at the front of that pad yesterday, but then your second tee ball you play from the whites. If you turn 75, you play both your tee shots from the black. At 65, you can do whites, blues. But until you turn 65, you are blue, gold, blue, gold. I mean, that you're stuck there. I always argue that since I have grandkids, I should get to move up a tee pad, but nobody's
buying that.
Nobody's buying that quite yet. As Jack looks on here, Gary Underwood's tee shot, pretty Sunday morning sun. Gary's kind of posing on it too. I don't know where these guys are missing, but they're sure staring him down.
And to add to that, Coach, Seth, classmate, I've known him since he moved here when he was 5. Seth was the first to get everything. I don't know about girlfriend, but first one to move out, first one to get married, first one to have grandkids, first one to have a real job. Seth did first one to have red TPX, the first one to have the black high tops, baseball cleats. First to do everything.
Are you saying my mother spoiled me?
It's just a touch.
Knowing your mother like I do, I think there's probably a pretty good chance.
Pretty good shot. Well, she doesn't do it anymore. She's
shut
making
that
up
down.
for it now.
She's got grandkids now.
She's got great grandkids.
And great grandkids.
Yeah. But so coming up 3 here, this bunch. Let's see. Let me find my notes here. Coming up 3 here. This will be your teams. This will be the team of Clint Gagnon, Mike Williams, Cameron Wild, Billy Williams, and Mike Canning. Coach, I was telling these guys yesterday, Clint Gagnon pitched in the Atlanta Braves organization, made it all the way up to AAA. He's probably 50, I would say 51.
Right.
Huge dude. He plays those jumbo grips like Bryson DeChambeau, and he hits at a country mile. The first year I played in the Howard Fife with him, he went 3-iron putter on number 6 to make eagle. So yeah, Clint can move
3-iron to 6.
3-iron.
Wow.
Putt, eagle, boom. The very first year I ever played with him, I thought I didn't realize that we had giant cavemen in Guthrie, but that was my first introduction to Clint Gagnon. I know Clint's a prince of a guy, NRG Roofing. Great help to many of us here in town. The 3 guys in the middle are all out-of-towners, Oak Tree guys, I believe. And then Mike Canning, who is one of the godfathers of the country club and the Ball and Canning crew,
right,
as the E player. And Mike's already in the cart this morning. That's one thing I like about Mike as an E player. I've had him before. If he's out of the hole, he's out of the hole. And he's just over there in the shade, hanging out, doing his thing. Not really worried about it one way or the other.
Pacing himself.
He's pacing himself. But if he's in the hole, he's locked in.
Right.
But if he's out of the hole, he's just chilling in the shade, getting the pin, being a great team guy. But I had him 3 years ago, and we finished 3rd. And Mike and I went 2-3 on number 2 on our 35th hole to pull us out of like 8th up into 3rd,
really? Just
like that. Yep. Mike was just hanging around all weekend, and next thing I know, he makes a birdie on our 35th hole. But look at that ball today releasing, Coach, back down that crunchy green. Jeff Stevens, we did an interview with defending champion Jeff Stevens, and he was telling us that the greens, he called them crunchy.
Crunchy, huh?
And that's what they are. They haven't had water on them in a couple days. They've been double cut and double rolled. And I would say
nice and firm.
They're probably running a good 9.5, 10.
Right.
Which, it's nothing by tour standards, but for weekend hack standards, it's pretty tough to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for the membership of the country club. We're used to, in the normal conditions, we can throw a pitch within 10 feet of the cup and it's stopping.
Right.
Right now it's not.
It's not stopping.
It's not. You can get aggressive with your downhill putts. You can get aggressive with your uphill putts. But right now you have to give these greens some real respect, and now the scores reflected that.
Yep. Typically, country clubs like the one here in Guthrie, the way they've always defended their courses are with small greens.
Yep. Oh, we have a chip in.
Wow.
We have a chip in right out of the chute. I'm going to pretty much assume, because obviously I said these are out-of-town guys, but I'm going to pretty much assume that was probably Billy Williams, the D player, as Mike Canning was kind of, in chill mode this morning so far. But what a chip in right out of the chute here. Maybe this is going to be a day of fireworks. Coach Michoud brought the magic again, Chris. Last year it was
right
a
off the
hole-in-one
top,
in the first
yeah.
group.
That was crazy last year, right out of the gate.
We've got Clint kind of behind the green, kind of stalking it, waiting.
We'll have that replay here in a second, Seth.
Clint Gagnon here. I'm assuming this is his third. Nice, hit this landing spot nicely. And rolled up to about 3 feet. Looks like Clint will have about 3 feet to get his par in. But boy, the mind shift switches today, Chris. Yesterday you see somebody make par, you're like, okay, I'm on easy streak. No, wait. Today, I have to also continue the hole.
Well, and didn't we only see one birdie on this one yesterday?
Just two.
Okay,
Just
two.
two.
Rusty.
There was a Crockett birdie, and
Rusty Crockett.
there was a Crockett birdie, and there was a Buddha Chamberlain birdie.
That's right.
Buddha Chamberlain.
Buddha,
cut it
really?
in. Texas wedged it.
Sweet.
I got that highlight. I can show you what Buddha did yesterday here in a second.
We'll see that here in a second.
Yeah.
I personally love the Texas wedge.
Mike Williams using the claw grip here. Oh, immediately stepped out of it. He hated that, and he's reaching for a mark, Coach. That's a lonely feeling in golf, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not good there.
Scorekeeper Melissa Wells of the Wells-Miller connection. Family ties running deep out here this weekend for that family. Brian, Melissa, Rylan, Linda, Johnny, Luke Roach, Lane Roach, Adam Miller, Steve Melton. There's just a million of them. They're all interconnected. They're
I was talking about relation.
They're much more prominent in number than the Gates. The Gates are just prominent in personality. It seems like there's more of them than there is. And I got chewed out right when I hit the parking lot this morning by Jarrett Gates because Greg Ireton indicated that he was smoking a Black & Mild yesterday, and he said, I do not smoke Black & Milds. I smoke Trader Jack's. And I was like, I will rectify that. I will issue a retraction on air. I will eat crow on behalf of Greg Ireton that Jarrett Gates, you heard it here first, he does not smoke Black & Milds, Trader Jack's.
For the record, huh?
For the record.
I'm glad we got that straight.
He was very sensitive about his stogie.
So Gator did not take well to that, huh?
Gator did not take well, and Clint Gagnon cleans it up. That's the A-man doing A-man work right there. It's a big dude, ain't he?
Yeah, he is.
He's probably going to hit a pitching wedge on this hole. I'm not lying either.
Pitch wedge
on four.
On four.
Oh, yeah. Clint's a beast.
I could hit 2 pitching wedge maybe and get to 4. Maybe. Wonder what that chip in was for.
I don't know. But
if
we'll
that
be
was
finding out.
For 3 or 4 maybe.
We'll be finding out. We're getting scorekeeper updates to Chris's phone, so we'll find out if Clint Gagnon's group did secure a 3 there or not.
Coach Michoud, this was Buddha yesterday. We'll go 75% speed.
Look at that exquisite Hawaiian shirt he's wearing.
That is awesome.
He got the 3-stripe live shoes on, just easing it up there. And watch this celebration that he hits, Coach.
One of 2 birdies on this hole yesterday.
Bam! Look at him.
Our camera person gets a little too excited as well, and then we come back.
You cannot imagine the dance moves on that kid. I'm just telling you, I wish he would have got a little more animated.
That's why we play right there.
That's right, getting love from his old man.
There you go.
Father-son style.
Kinda like that.
Go see Buddha Chamberlain, John Vance Motors of Woodward. He will set you up with a.
And here's a shot just moments ago,
with a warranty
this morning.
or a protection plan or something. There's the chip in. Boom. I'm getting word that Willie Higgins also birdied 12 yesterday on Jay Hensley's team. So there was 3 birdies.
3 birdies.
Yesterday.
Okay. Thank
Willie
you for that.
Higgins.
And we can tell you the scores that you see on the bottom of your screen. Those are updated scores going into today.
Right. And we will update as we can. But obviously since it's a shotgun start, it's kind of hard to keep up. But Chris will update the morning wave after the morning wave to show you where they stand. Mike Canning, Melissa Wells waiting here on the black tee box of hole number 4. The next bunch coming down the pipe here for us is going to be the Luke Morgan group, Coach.
Right on.
Luke Morgan, Bobby West from Cedar Valley.
Right.
Glenn Hayes from Cedar Valley. Damian Bledsoe, also of Cedar Valley. And Brian Slappy Jenkins of Edward Jones. He hasn't played in this tournament in double-digit years. And so he was back and excited, and he got
Is he over around Tulsa somewhere now?
He lives in Sand Springs.
Sand Springs.
Father of Brent Jenkins.
Just played Blackjack Ridge the other day.
Blackjack Ridge, beautiful golf
it's
course.
It's a lot of fun.
You had Brent, right? Little lefty. He was a good player.
Yeah. In fact, Brent made the only competition hole-in-one that I've ever had as a high school golfer. Okay?
Hey, that's saying something.
And here's the crazy part. It was at Dornick Hills on the uphill par 3 is at number 4.
Yes, it is.
Way uphill.
The one with the retaining wall behind it.
I'm at the green, right, when he's down there hitting. And some people had left some Gatorade bottles around, right? So I'm walking around picking up Gatorade bottles while he makes a hole-in-one. So I didn't even get to see it go in, but I was at the green. Yeah, Britt was a nice player. Lefty.
Played a little college golf himself.
Yeah.
Southwest Christian University.
Yep.
And now, last I've heard with Brent, I believe he's had a boy or 2. I don't know. I know he's had some kids.
Right.
And he was working in the finance world and automotive industry, doing some things like that. Not sure what he's doing now, but he's always a good kid.
Yep.
And it's good to see Brian and Amy here this weekend in from Sand Springs and get Brian participating again in this event. Brian had some injuries several years ago. It kind of caused him to put golf down. That'll do it to you.
Oh, yeah.
But he's gotten fit. He's my neighbor there at TIG. Got fit, and he's riding his bike and looks healthy, and he's playing golf again. And so it's super exciting. Watch Clint Gagnon tee off on 4. And then we have Luke Morgan coming up 3. We have yet to have 2 groups. We've yet to see the green hit there on 4, Chris. And Luke's looks like he's going back to the bag for something. He's got Luke plays a nice little knockdown fade around that corner. It's one of the coolest tee shots you'll ever see. It never gets above about halfway up the trees.
Yeah.
Goes out there and puts its right blinker on and just turns the corner. And he's probably going back, I would say, for probably a numbered wedge, maybe a 52. Plays the Ping Glide wedges, although he is picking up TaylorMade as a sponsor. I've
really?
heard. Yeah, I think his days with Ping are over. TaylorMade sent him a QI 35 driver this last week, and he is putting it to good use. And
so, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he qualified for PGA Canada?
He did
for several events now, right?
He did. He is he has status on 8 events starting on July 3rd. There's several of us that are going to try and caddy for him by committee.
Right.
With those of us that have passports and time off, as we watch Damian Bledsoe take his practice cuts.
I seen him a text reminding me the other day, if I'm not mistaken, I think about 10 years ago, J.J. Spawn was playing PGA Canada.
He was. We mentioned that yesterday.
There's that.
Damian Bledsoe posing over his shot, hand to the hip, means he doesn't like it.
Over in the second tree.
That's a common miss. Very common miss.
You're going to see a little bit more today with the pin placement.
We will. People go heading to that right side. We've got the winds out of the southwest pushing every shot that direction. And Morgan walks in. Coach, you're going to love this action. He's choked down. I bet he may be trying to fly it in a pitching wedge, Coach.
Yeah, he may be.
He's almost down to the metal. He's going to play something low and spinny. Such good tempo. He's holding it off. And there it is. He's got about 15 feet for birdie. Going to be a little left to right slider up and over that ridge.
He'd probably give that an A- or a B+.
I think he would probably give that a B. The problem with this putt is, do you see how the color changes right where the ball is, Chris?
I'm going on Facebook after that. I'm posting that on Facebook. That's me.
You see that color change right where his ball is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's grain. The darker it is, you're putting into the grain. That means it's going to be slower. Where that gets light at the ball, that means the blades of the grass are growing to the west. That means that putt's going to be lightning quick. He's going to immediately recognize that, so he's putting
He's
down
going with
grain,
the bend of the grass.
Downwind, exactly. And so if he gets that putt sparky, it's going to go off the green on that side.
Wow.
So that's going to be what in coach vernacular is a red light putt.
Red light.
We have red light putts.
So I'm guessing if you know the bend of the grass, players like Luke are going to know the bend of the grass.
He taught me that.
Okay. There you go.
He taught me how to look at the golf hole and look at the roots and know which way the putt's going to break. I mean, the kid's been around golf a long time, him and my boy both. A lot of lessons, things like that. Glenn Hayes coming up just short. And here is Bobby West.
Oops.
Oh, and Bobby has almost hit the scorekeeper, Carson Ireton there. He hit that, what does Scotty Scheffler say, with the round part of the golf club?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've just besmirched Bobby West. That was Brian Jenkins. Sorry, Bobby West. I don't think, that was not Bobby West. Brian said that he had a few good shots yesterday. He had a few not so good shots yesterday. He said he couldn't putt, but he had a great time. And that's what's most important at this event. As A player Luke Morgan walks
What's up, Luke?
To talk to his old high school golf coach.
How are you, brother?
Good, how are you?
Doing great.
We were just talking. What did you hold off there? Was that a pitching wedge, a knockdown pitching wedge?
It was 98 yards. I hit a little chippy 50 degree.
Chippy 50. So one up from the pitching wedge. We were going to say, what would you give that shot letter grade from where you were to what it is?
Probably like a D.
Oh, high standards. Coach said A minus, B plus. I said he's going to say that's a B, B minus.
No, that was. Luckily, it was low enough that I wasn't in the air very long. Because if that had been a longer club, that would have been 50 yards left.
When I'm caddying for Luke, I would say good shot, and he would say no, that's boo boo.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the grain on this putt. Is this a yellow light putt for you with that grain going the other direction, or?
Yeah, probably, just because you can't go past. It's not very fast or anything getting to it, but once you get past the hole, it could get going a little bit.
And get off the green almost.
Yeah, so just trying to lag it up there.
Best of luck on this putt. I will say nothing negative.
Yeah, I almost didn't come here and talk to
Dude,
you guys.
I know. No, you guys.
If I three-putt this one, I might come mess all of this up for everybody.
Not you guys, Seth.
Exactly.
I got it breaking 4 inches straight down. That's where I hit the hole.
Me too.
Thanks,
it's going to break towards the hole.
Go make a birdie, kid.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, you too.
All right.
You guys. There was no you guys. You were on that all by yourself.
Hey,
no,
listen,
you were absolutely
let me
correct.
ask you a question.
You were absolutely correct, though.
What do you consider more of a sponsor's or an announcer's jinx? Saying Luke Morgan from 3 feet, he's 51 for 51 on this, or I've caddied for him several times, and he has a tendency to miss one of these every once in a while, and he did it. Which one? I won't tell you which one I said. Which one of those is more of a jinx?
I'm probably going with the first one.
There you go. A true golf aficionado. The positive talk is the jinx.
Why'd you just give him that $20 bill? What was that about?
Luke Morgan's going to draw back here. Boy, Sam Evans with solid camera work today.
This is going to be cool when this goes in.
It's kind of going. Now, see, look at it. Go ahead and finish out.
Slow down,
He's asking it to
down.
slow down, slow
Yeah.
down, slow down. He's left himself about 5 feet. I told you, Chris, once that got past that hole, and he knew it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difficulty of this game. Probably the best player in the field, and he knew that it was going to be difficult putt. He had the exact right plan, and yet it still got 5 feet for par. We call these knee knockers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby.
He knocks it in. He just drips it in for par. And
had me worried there for a second.
Do you know why I didn't worry? Did you notice what he didn't do? He didn't mark
hesitate.
that.
Yeah,
he didn't hesitate.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he had one less than that. He walked up, looked at it, backed away, marked it, and put it in his pocket. And I have seen, how many rounds of golf have I watched this kid play?
Oh, a lot.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
And I knew that any good player, Chris, obviously, when they do that and there's that indecision, the minute you notice indecision, if he would have had a caddy there, a real caddy, Bo would have been on the bag for him, they probably would have got together, talked it out, and he probably makes it. When you're by yourself, man, you get in your head, and you go, does that go left, does that go right, is it uphill, is it downhill, is it into the grain, is it cross grain, with the grain? So many thoughts in your head. It's nice to have that other voice saying, hey, just shut your mouth and make the putt, please.
Yeah, and ultimately that hole's only like this big, you know.
It is.
The
It's
hole
a very
entirely
small
too
golf hole.
small, you know.
I just got a message from Brian Jenkins of Edward Jones and said to shout out my friends watching from Michigan. So Slappy's Pals
awesome.
in Michigan, we thank you for tuning in. You have great taste in friends. We love Brian Jenkins, and he is a fantastic tenant and neighbor of mine, and I'm going to miss him when he moves.
And if you're watching Michigan, drop us a comment. Let us know. We're glad to
Watch
Say
Glenn
hello.
Hayes teeing off. Glenn Hayes teeing off from the whites, Coach.
I see that.
Because he's 65. He gets white-blue. Glenn Hayes hits the ball farther than most everybody in the field, and he gets an up tee. That doesn't seem fair, does it?
I like it myself.
Oh, you would.
Because I'm almost 67, so I like anything
all
like
the
that,
boomers
so.
stay together, Chris.
Oh,
They
yeah.
all hang together. We watched Luke Morgan hit his tee shot. He's probably got an 8 right here, Coach, I would imagine. Probably got about 159 from that tee box with a little hurting wind.
Seems like it's about 160-ish up there.
I'll move my card here in a minute. It's blocking my actual view of the green. He's, again, flighting it in. Hates it. Based on the body language, I'm thinking short and right.
Well, he went left yesterday twice.
Yep. And he got up and down both times. And here is Bobby West. Going with the hybrid club,
I
Coach.
see that.
I know you like that too.
Hey, if Freddie Couples can hit a 7-wood, that's all I need to know.
I have gone to a 5 hybrid. 6 irons, that's my.
Yeah.
See, with the ease he swung that.
I still remember back in the days when I was growing up, I had a
Oh,
one iron.
Bobby West.
Bounced off.
It's right up by it.
Yeah, I remember back in the day I wasn't afraid to hit
You weren't afraid to hit a 1 iron. I find that very hard to
I
believe.
wasn't afraid to hit a 1 iron back in the day. Since then, though, not so much.
Well, we were here together last year, Coach, and it is a world of difference in heat.
Absolutely.
I don't know how it's going to get today, but I know it's not as hot as it was last year.
It's definitely nice and pleasant right now.
Yeah,
For sure.
we thank the country club for the canopy that we have, but it was fairly comfortable yesterday.
Yeah.
Shade, and I can't brag enough on the folks here at the country club. I mean, if you need a fan, they bring a fan. If we need tables, they bring tables. We need drinks, they bring drinks. And so it has been nothing but hospitality by the folks here at the country club, doing everything that we ask and more. We don't try not to ask for a whole lot, but
Right.
they have been so supportive.
They're the same way with our high school golf team out here. They're very receptive to us and make things much easier for us. Is Davis playing, by the way?
Davis Drury?
Yeah.
No, too much responsibility.
He's a little busy.
Too much responsibility. Played with him the other day, though.
Yeah.
This is going to be Team Bo Robbins here, Coach. Another one of your
All right.
dynamic duo from 18, 19, and 20.
Amen.
That was a fun run for you, huh?
Oh, it was.
Fun run for me,
I just
too.
hate for them that they didn't get to play in 20.
Well, I don't want to get too political, but
Yeah.
that was pretty ridiculous. You coached them that
I
one
concur.
tournament.
Yeah.
Tournament at
Yeah,
Chickasaw
I
Point.
think they won by about 50 shots,
And
I
if
think.
you remember, I was taking a bunch of them home in my RV, and you called me and said, put me on speaker, and you had to tell those boys that their senior golf season was over. It was
Yeah,
tough.
It was.
Knowing full well that barring a stomach flu outbreak,
yeah.
we were going to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, it was going to take something beyond catastrophic for them not to win. They would have had a chance to be the only team in Guthrie history to win 3 in a row.
In
only
any
team
sport.
of any sport. Yeah.
Got JR,
We've had some back-to-backers, but I don't think we ever had the three-peat. I don't think.
JR Caton taking a mighty lash at it from the E position, watching it closely, just a little short.
Checked up. I think if it got the roll, it would have been good, but it got checked up.
Bo Robbins reported to me yesterday that the E player he felt like outperformed his spot. Said that JR helped quite a bit yesterday, and I know Bo really enjoys playing with Mr. Caton. Bo's been around JR since he was a baby.
Yep.
Well, I know the committee probably takes note of that.
Yeah, we try and make comfortable pairings if we can.
Yeah.
And especially for the older, long-time participants, we want them to definitely have a great time, and we're really glad that JR got this bunch. He got Hank Hudson, Elijah Morris, and Ty Ramsey.
This is Bo's shots
all
coming in.
club guys. Bo plays from that spot over there left of 3 more than any human. That's Hank in the middle, lashing at it that Sam's got in screen. Hank's got his own custom cart there looking tough. Hank had 2 birdies yesterday. Hank led the team in birdies. Bo only could get 1 to go home. And Hank's on the green. He's liking it. Kind of gave himself a little thumbs up. I dig it.
Flag on the right side today. This one on the left, just in front of the bunker. But putter is out.
Putter is out for
There
Hank.
you see the ball there.
And the rest of the team's coming up the left, doing a little search and rescue in the woods. Scorekeeper Rylan Wells riding with Bo, and he made mention of the comfort level of the scorekeeper yesterday, and that makes a big deal on these teams.
Sure.
You know, you have some scorekeepers that they don't know the game, and they're generously donating their time. You get somebody like Rylan Wells that's a collegiate golfer, they're not. Obviously, she's not out here caddying for him,
right,
but it helps. She knows where to stand. She knows when to hold the pin.
Right.
She knows what scores to write down. There's not a lot of action there. And That's a Chris question. We got a scorekeeper score question here. Miss Rylan Wells coming up and asking. She's
good to see you, dude. What was it? 49.
Did you fly it over? Let's get a scorekeeper interview.
Scorekeeper interview.
Come on.
Oh, hey, Rylan, bring that chair.
We're going to steal your scorekeeper for a minute, Bo. We're going to bring in Rylan Wells, the scorekeeper for Team Bo Robbins. Rylan, you just finished your freshman year at Friends. How was college golf?
It was good. It was good.
Oop.
I was told it was going to be a big change, but I feel like I adjusted pretty well. And, I struggled a little bit during fall, but then kind of settled down in the spring season, and we ended up 4th at conference and ready to go back next year.
Well, that always happens, that freshman first semester for a lot of the athletes. First time you're taking college classes, or at least in the college setting. First time mom and dad aren't there to wake you up and make sure you're out on time, study and things like that. And so you're balancing coursework and you're balancing college golf. Tell me about your men's program. Didn't they make NAIA Nationals this year?
They did. They won their conference tournament, and then they went to nationals. I think they struggled a little bit, but they're still a top-ranked national team in NAIA, and they're doing pretty good for themselves.
Awesome. So playing your sophomore year?
Yes.
Going to keep going?
Yes.
Right on. What's the vibe like on your team today?
Today, I think we're pretty calm. We're already doing a lot better than we did yesterday, and everybody's kind of settled down and just trying to grind out today.
Well, you keep that A player's head level, and maybe you guys will make a move. Thanks, Rylan.
Yes,
Thanks
you.
for keeping
Thanks,
score.
Have fun.
Rylan Wells, Friends College.
Pretty good high school career as well for the Lady Jays.
Lefty.
Yep.
Lefty girl golfer, always out here grinding, working on her game, and we appreciate our scorekeepers for sure.
There's Rylan.
Mr. Caton just hitting a nice little chip up there close. Great
Very
ball,
nice.
JR. That gives you great confidence from the E player. So now we go back behind the green. Bo Robbins said he had 149 out and was in the rough, and it knuckled as it went over the top of the flag. But his towards was there, Coach. The distance wasn't. It looks like he's trying to back foot something here. I don't know if I love the play, but he's got something in mind. Played it into the hill, and it's gonna race by about 6 feet. So he'll have that left for his par. Looks like we've got several looks at par, and Hank Hudson's got a look at birdie. Coach Hank Hudson had 5 birdies last year as a C player over the 2 days.
Wow.
Don't you wish he would have instead of teaching him how to kick field goals, you would have had him on your golf team?
I do. There's a lot of them out there like that.
He was a pretty good kicker, guys.
He was. He was one of my favorite kickers.
Hank's leaving the pin in and going right for it. Break in there. And see that little run out, Chris, and look, it went ahead and made it all the way to the fringe.
Yep.
So that when Luke was over here talking about how timid he would be after the hole, that's why. So, and if you're Hank right now, you're like, oh my goodness, I had a birdie putt, and now you're like, oh my goodness, I'm still away. That's a lonely feeling, Coach.
It is.
That's the 3 words in golf, Chris.
You're still out.
You're still out. But now Ty Ramsey took that mantle from him. And as you can hear, the wind is up again today at the Guthrie Golf Country Club. Bo Robbins' flag blew back at him, or his towel. He's got his lucky Southern Hills towel today, Coach.
Southern Hills.
Yep, they gave him those towels when they had the Oklahoma Masters in 2020, and they invited the top juniors and top collegians. And he found that towel last night at the house, and he said, oh, I'm going to have much more birdies today because I got my lucky towel. as Hank
Never
steps
hurts
in.
to have a lucky towel.
Nope, he's the son of a baseball player for sure. Hank rolling it towards the pin. Oh, he just missed it low. You see Elijah Morris dip in the background. That's a 3-putt, Coach. That's a dejection. You get all fired up. I hit a green and red on the hardest hole, and now I walked away with bogey. And Elijah Morris steps in for his par putt. Elijah sends it. Oh, and just leaves it short.
Remember,
Another
two
bogey.
best scorers.
2 best scores today. Everybody's grinding. It looks like Ty Ramsey's going to go ahead and pick his up. He obviously can't help the team. They have 2 bogeys in right now, and he was probably going for bogey there, so there's no reason to hit the putt.
Luke Morgan's group started on hole 2, and they've gone 5-5-4.
That can't be. He made par here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hole 2, 4-5, 4-5, 3-4.
Okay, so they went on 2, they went par, bogey. On 3, they went par, bogey. On 4, they went par, bogey. So they are 3 over, just like that.
Wow. Snap.
They were 4 under. That's where the second ball comes in.
Yeah.
He's obviously made 3 pars, and his team behind him has made 3 bogeys. And that's to be expected when you're one of the top flight A people. You're not going to get as strong of a team behind you. So you have to, hopefully, as an A player, coach them into it, per se.
Right.
So let's see if Bo can put his team's first par on the board. He settles in. Looks like he's going with the left-hand low today. And he does.
Boom.
Knocks down a par, gets a fist pump from Elijah. Sporty up and down from the A player, and that's why he's the A player.
Yep.
You have to make that par there if you're the A guy.
Yep.
You saw a lot of those go in 18, 19, and 20, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Probably my best memory from his high school career and you would be at Cimarron Trails in 2018 with probably 150 he had about 150 Guthrie citizens behind 18 green there at Cimarron Trails.
Yep.
And he had a strong round that day, and it was evident that you guys were probably going to win. The buzz on the course was, and he hit in that left front bunker at Cimarron Trails, and had a nice little up and down sandy, and Dr. Nathan Brown hit him with a chest bump and sent him about 20 feet rolling across the green, but we knew then it was on.
Yep.
I mean, watching the team come in, because he was the 2-bag, of course, and we knew where we were, and it was this big sigh of relief to watch that par putt drop. And Dr. Nathan Brown, a great supporter of all things Guthrie, but especially Guthrie High School golf, gave him the big, Russell Westbrook chest bump, and poor 111-pound Bo splatted in the middle of 18 green. And the Guthrie faithful broke into a chant, Chris. Public schools. Public schools.
Yeah.
Public schools.
I was there.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was a great time. Mr. Caton from the Black Tees. Oh, get up there and stay up there. Stay up there.
Yesterday you wanted to come down.
Today you do not.
Today you do not.
J.R. Caton putting it to about
Great
8
shot.
feet. So the report from this team is that their first ball is 1 under and their second ball is 1 over, so they are -1 + 1.
Even.
They're even. You're even.
I think he thought that was a trick question.
No, I was looking at the camera angle, come down just a little bit.
No, they're even. So that's good. That's a good feeling. When you get through 1, 2, and 3 even at this place,
Absolutely.
because they're going to turn the corner on 5
Look
here.
at Luke Morgan's team.
Yeah, they're 3 over. Bam. Just
On
like
the 1, 2, 3.
Right.
There's not many opening holes in Oklahoma that I know that are tougher than number 1 at the country club here.
I have heard people who play golf for a living or played golf for a living say there's not a more daunting opening tee shot in Oklahoma than number 1 at the country club, and it's going to get worse, guys.
Yeah.
105 is adding a turn lane.
Yep.
So now the road's going to be even closer to number 1 green. Yesterday, Coach, I hit a 5 hybrid twice on that hole as we watch Elijah Morris hit his tee shot.
You mentioned this. Let's not skip real fast over that on the 105 being closer. Will there be future meetings about maybe a net?
we've talked about a net. We've talked about maybe a retaining wall near the green to kind of. We're not so much worried about the balls hitting cars because that's already happened. You're not going to stop that.
Okay.
But what I'm concerned with as a board member is cars, somebody running off the road. So if we ever had the funding for it, or we could get a sponsor, Custom Dental Nate Brown, I would love to put like a rock retaining wall along the edge of one, reinforced, so maybe to give some protection for the golfers. A player Bo Robbins up here on the fourth tee box.
I got one more question for you. This is a news reporter question. You'll be able to answer it because you cover check all the boxes.
Got it going left. That's a body language of short. Okay, must have been high in the air.
Just left of the Vance logo there.
Yanked back.
So you're the insurance man. You're the community guy.
Bring it.
And this happens at baseball fields and golf courses around America. Ball, you tee it off and it hits a car, and the car comes up and wants to talk to. What's that process?
Okay, so it all depends on
the wind got our cameras. Apologize.
That's all right. It all depends on what your intent, not necessarily what your intent was, but what were you doing when you hit the car. So let's say, for example, that you're at a baseball game and a 10-year-old kid hits a foul tip. It goes over the backstop and shatters your windshield. That 10-year-old or his parents, he can't be liable because he's under 18. That 10-year-old didn't do anything negligent or out of the ordinary. You took the risk of bringing your car there. Okay? So in that case, you would have to file a claim against your own insurance to get your own windshield fixed.
Okay.
Is that something called the assumption of risk?
The assumption of risk. Now, if you're driving up 105, you're not assumed risk. A golfer hits your car, although you're not negligent really by hitting it out of bounds. If they can, I guarantee that it was you, they can affix their claim to your homeowner's insurance if you have it, to your personal liability, because basically you were negligent in hitting the ball out of bounds and hitting their car. But it's hard to prove who actually hit it. Then there's a whole other layer. If it's a person's body, and did you yell for or didn't you? If you're at a golf course and you get hit by a golf ball, there's an assumption of risk being on the golf course. Right. But then there's the question, did the person who hit it take reasonable measures to safeguard you? Right. So if you ever play golf with me, if I hit a ball where there's a body even in vision, I'll yell, "4!" And I go, oh, not liable anymore.
I'll have to remember that.
CYA, huh?
Yeah. CYA, that's correct.
Well, and when you go into ticketed events, of course, this is free to come out, and we invite you to come out. I'm sure it's on their ticket. If you get hit, we're not responsible.
You've assumed the risk of being there, correct?
Yeah. Okay, so what's we had this deal a while ago. Okay, so what's the next toughest shot to hit? Being the guy to hit after somebody's hit a car, or to be the guy to hit after somebody's hit a person?
I think the toughest shot would be the person after you hit a person.
Is for me. I was playing at Cimarron National one time, and we were on number 8. And a dude right in front of me hit a guy on the number 2 tee box. I couldn't hardly, wind was blowing really hard that way, I couldn't hardly pull the trigger, man. I think I backed off of that one about 3 times.
Once upon a time, I was playing in a men's game here, and we were on number 2, and I was playing with Rusty Crockett and Corbin Crockett, and this is pre-Corbin Crockett being my son-in-law. And Corbin sprayed one out onto 2, and it hit a guy's rear view mirror and broke it. And we heard the guy put the brakes on and shoot a U-turn.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy came up the fence line, and he was walking with a purpose. Corbin was probably in college at the time, and all of a sudden Rusty was walking toward that guy with a purpose. And Rusty Crockett, still, even at middle age, the guy changed his mind. I think he looked at Rusty's forearms and thought, you know what?
Huh?
Rusty said, what do you want? He goes, he hit my car. He said, I know he did. Give us your phone number and go get back in your car. And the guy said, yes, sir. And that was that.
Yeah.
Rusty wasn't going to let Corbin get a pop knot put on him, I promise you, as we watched Steve Waddell hit his approach here on 3. Coach Steve beat up on us the other day.
There's Bo's shot.
There's Bo chipping it up the hill. That looks pretty sporty. He's got the confident walk going today, Coach.
He does. He's strolling pretty good there.
He's talking with his hands. He's coaching up his team. There's nobody in the world whose body language is more representative of how they're playing than he is.
Yeah, I agree.
If you were flying over in a 737 and looked down and just watched him walk, you'd know if he made bogey or birdie.
Yep.
The But these winds, I think, today are a little even sportier than yesterday, Chris.
Yeah, I agree.
And the scores are going to reflect that. The firmness of the green is going to reflect that.
I'm just saying it's more in our face today. Yesterday was kind of more to our side.
Right. This is more of a west wind today.
More of a west wind. Yeah, south wind yesterday.
The best wind to play this golf course in, to me, if you're asking me, is a southeast. A little bit of a southeast wind. You're getting help on 1 and 2 without the push to 105. You're going to get help on 5. You're going to get help on 7. You're going to get help on 8, and it all helps a draw.
Right.
Which happens to be what I hit. This is Rocky Zollinger here from Cedar Valley. Back in the rough. And he definitely, the trees, how big have the trees gotten? Up 3.
Oh, they're huge now.
Back in the day, guys could come up over that corner, a Rusty Crockett type, a Stephen Kriz, a Sean Blackwell, the big hitters, Clint Gagnon, not me. But now those trees just keep growing along that creek bed, and it gets harder and harder and harder to draw it over the top of them. Same on number 4. I remember back in the day, I'd play with Jan Goodyear, and he would start that ball out so far right of 4 up over those trees and bring it back to the middle of the green. I don't know if you could do it today.
We were talking insurance and hitting cars and baseballs. Jason Canning has a good one. Says, calling my golf game negligent is an accurate statement. Aaron Ryburn checking us out as well. He'll be here a little bit later on today, letting us know that looks and sounds good. Appreciate that, Aaron.
Aaron's the hardest working cameraman in the business.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the screen right now, you see the closing agency in the bottom right-hand corner, John Vance, and John Vance is the title sponsor of the event, Coach.
Right.
They bought about $4,000 worth of Pro V1s and various other projects they helped us with. The closing agency, Haley Hensley and Jay Hensley, another one of your field goal kickers.
Yep.
Coach Michou's fingerprints are on so many athletes in a metaphorical way. We don't want to get that rumor started.
Let's make sure we're straight on that.
In a metaphorical way, your fingerprints are on their psyche. Let's say that.
We'll go with that.
Field goal kickers, golfers, drivers, young drivers.
Yep.
I just got that finished up this summer, by the way.
He teaches an officiating class. Coach Michou, I have a question for you.
Okay.
I watched you coach football. Well, and you're still coaching. You're not supposed to be, but you're still coaching.
Not
He's
much.
an analyst.
He's an analyst. He's a quality control guy.
Go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He used to, when you were the full-time special teams coach, for the Blue Jays, every once in a while I would hear you yell NASCAR or race car or Talladega or something that had to do with stock car.
Yep.
Can you divulge that now, or is that closely held information? Would Kelly Beebe have a fit?
We may not be quite past the statute of limitations on that. We may have to wait another year or two before we could actually let that go.
A man of mystery, Coach Michou, will not let us know what NASCAR meant.
Can we say fire? Is fire still? Oh, yeah, okay. A year away from that, too.
He is blushing so hard right now.
I'll go ahead and give up NASCAR. NASCAR basically would just mean a hurry-up, no-huddle kind of situation is what that would be like if we were punting, and we might try to catch them in personnel changes, and we would just call NASCAR punt just to see what we could get there. That's what it was. You
just saw S.R. Hunter put one to about 6 feet.
Yeah, we'll see it here in just a second.
You got Rocky Zollinger with the yellow ball throwing one up there. That's going to peel away, but not a bad shot. You got Steve Waddell stalking his shot by the sand, trying to get up and down. That's Cody Fontenot walking on the green. Another one of your players, Hank Hinkle, scorekeeping.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised he didn't play this year, Coach.
Yeah, he's in the PGA program at UCO now, doing well.
Terry Don and Kimberly Sue might not be ready to write a check for Hank to play quite yet. I bet they're writing checks for his education right now.
Yeah.
Scores are starting to come in a little bit.
I know about that one right now. I got to get Sue out of college, boy. It's killing me.
I'm completely done, thank goodness.
Wow.
Goodness.
That looked tasty, didn't it?
Sporty. That was Westphalen. That's what a golf pro should do. That's a plus 5.5, Coach.
Yeah.
Plus 5.5.
We got Steve next. Just out of shot. Sam's making her way there. Steve
Waddell. This is Steve's strong point, chipping and putting. Oh, he backed away because his player is he's fixing something. Steve got irritated right there a little bit. I think Steve was chomping at the bit. He's like
they're trying to help him out, and he was set to go.
He's secretariat in the paddocks, ready to run right here. Steve's going with the Texas wedge. He's asked for the pin to go back in. And he sends it across the green. That's a little pacey.
Saddle
little
ball.
pacey.
Hit the flag.
Sit. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Gave it a
Aggressive.
chance.
We can still see the whole ball.
We can see the whole ball. And this Cody Font knows I think the D player here, maybe the E player. Don't think he loves his chip. You see that head shaking and the quick walk. It's nothing that you like. We got a big help from Dylan Harmon. Dylan Harmon said we can buy big giant concrete slabs from DeLisi for cheap to protect us on number 1 green. Well, Dylan, you get right on that, partner.
Is that cosmetic welcoming?
Dylan knows what he's doing.
Okay.
Dylan knows what he's doing.
Steve Melton, scorekeeping for who this morning? Do you remember?
Everybody. Let me see. Who is Scuba Steve scorekeeping for?
I have some scores. That his group started on hole 8 this morning.
Let's see. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I've got too many text threads.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to keep up so I don't get behind on my text messages here on score. I appreciate all the scorekeepers texting us the scores. That's one thing we'll work on the broadcast next year on the scoring system.
If I had the actual sheet, if I could see
the
sheet.
Your son had it yesterday.
Dipstick.
No telling where that went now. So, okay, well, we can hold off on the scoring. I just don't have. We'll work on it. But the scores that you see at the bottom of your screen, those are the scores coming into Sunday. We'll update it in between rounds as well. And nice putt.
SR Hunter getting up and down.
I think the way I'll do it, where it says -2 right there on your screen, I think I'll put final once that way we know once they're final.
When they're done. The Luke Morgan score that's at the bottom of the scroll, we know that's already been completely given back.
Correct.
They're at even. And Rocky Zollinger steps in here using the yellow ball, coach.
Seth, and this is how all these productions work. It starts with what we did last year, one camera, and now we're expanding. Now we're thinking, how are we going to import a scoreboard, updated scoreboard? So I think that's a good.
We need a tower. If we could get Jeff Chappell to send his Skytrax out, we need a tower. We need a drone. We need shot tracer.
We almost had the drone ready, but we got a little busy the other day.
Maybe shot tracer, coach. Maybe some on-course walking around reporting.
Well, we can do that right now.
Maybe we get Coach Michoud. We got over here at number 7.
I like it.
Behind the silos. What's the flower? Silos.
Let's see. Rocky's finishing up. Okay, so Waddell is going to have his par putt here to clean up. Waddell's the B player. Played with him Wednesday, coach. He shot 76 off a 12 handicap. I called major sandbag right there, but Steve.
Call booyah on that one.
I do. Steve can do it. Nice par, Steve.
Yeah, that was simple.
Easy peasy
Made it simple
for Steve Waddell. He's a professional. Nobody plays more golf in Logan County than Steve Waddell, I promise. If there's a golf course that has a membership, Steve's a member there. You go to your local muni and, Fairview, Oklahoma. Oh, there's Steve over there chipping and putting.
Yep. So speaking of Texas wedge, Seth, are you a Texas wedge guy?
Not at all.
Really?
I will I feel like I have more pace control with a 58-degree wedge from the Friends than I am with a putter. I blow those. I either leave them deathly short or deathly long.
Yeah.
So you'll always see me, unless it's just real straightforward or short-sided, you'll always see me playing a little back foot chippy, which I'm questioning the questioning my own son a minute ago, playing the shot probably exactly like I would have played it.
Right. Yep.
Oh, man.
Huge thank you, Brian.
Yes.
Brian Wells, huge
Steve Melton is Braden Berryman, Bo Dale, T.C. Bolding, Nathan Covington, Dustin, and Tuna's group. And they are what?
Okay, so let's go here real quick. This is Ryland Wells.
That's Bo Robbins' team.
They started off.
On what hole? They start on 1.
I'm trying to understand. All these scorekeepers had different messages.
So Bo Robbins' team, their first ball went par, birdie, par on 1, 2, and 3. Their second ball went par, par, bogey. That's not a bad start.
No.
To be dead even through those 3 holes. They would take even the entire day, I promise you.
Yeah.
If you have an E next to your name at the end of the day, you will be getting one of the gift cards, I believe.
Yeah.
One of the 6 gift cards.
Steve Milton's team, they started on hole 8 today.
Okay, they started on 8, which is a par 4.
They went 4-4,
Par,
3-4,
birdie par.
3-3.
No, I'm sorry. They started on 8.
Yeah.
They went par, bogey, par. So they're 1 over. As 9 and 1 are both par 3s. I start on 2, Coach, and I think it's the worst draw you can have. You've got a wickedly hard tee shot, and then you have to finish 9-1.
Melissa Wells' teams real quick.
Where's the stick at on 2 today? Have you seen it?
2 is tucked behind the bunker left. There will not be very many birdies there today. Melissa Wells is Clint Gagnon's team.
3-4. They started on hole 3.
They started on 3.
And went 3-4 there.
Okay, they went. That was a birdie. That was a birdie.
It was a
Clint
birdie.
Gagnon's
Okay.
team. So
4 par, and 5 par.
So they are 1 under. Clint Gagnon's team is 1 under.
I'd say that was off to a good start.
That's a very good start. So far, you see movement. You know, you got a team like Bo's team that's like, well, we're kind of out of it. Are you?
Yeah.
You got a team like Luke Morgan. Hey, we're lapping the field. Are you? Not after Sunday.
Yep.
Coach, let me ask you a question. There is brief talk about the potential for going to 2-2 or even 2-3 in this tournament. Now, wouldn't 3 be wild?
Oh, that would be.
If you had to put 3 scores up. But right now we do 1-2, and a lot of people say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't disagree.
One vote in.
But I also am not scared to change either, and just seeing how something works.
Yeah.
There is one school of thought that Saturday is just too A-man dependent with just 1 ball. And as the because there's no bigger gaping hole in your players than in your A players.
Right.
Myself, Brian Sturkle, Braden Berryman, we're kind of at the bottom end of that ladder of the A players, and at the top you've got the
nice
Luke Morgans.
Shot.
You've got the Luke. That's Pat Bryant right
in the
there.
middle of the green. Good shot, Pat Bryant.
You've got a Luke Morgan, you've got a Mike Stewart, you've got a Jeff Westphalen, you got a Jay Hensley. There's a gaping hole.
Right.
And a good A-man can give you a big cush on day 1. So there's been talk of going to 2-2 or 2-3. I don't know that we'll ever change it, but the conversation's ongoing.
Right.
And I think that the tournament, I don't think it would hurt the tournament in any way, shape, or form either way. It's just, curiosity right now. But interesting discussion to be had.
I don't think it would run any golfers off, would it?
No, I don't think so.
Would it be as welcoming for golfers who may not, like me, might not be play as much, and now I have all the pressure coming into the added pressure?
It depends on your mentality, but also I think that it would make making the teams a little less arduous, if that makes sense. Because when you have a big-time A player you have 3 or 4 or 5 big-time A players that are way better than everybody else, you have to really analyze the players you give them on their team.
Yeah.
If you went to 2 and 3 balls, it makes that process a little simpler.
Well, you got another vote in here. JC, 2-3 would be a circus.
This is the feedback we're looking for.
Yeah.
JC, what do you think about 2-2?
Oh.
Or are you in the Buddha Chamberlain camp of if it ain't broke, don't fix it? And it's a daunting golf there's nothing more traditional. There's no more traditionalists in the world than golfers.
Right.
Okay. And so change is very difficult to come by. Look at this. This is an exquisite chip from where he was. That is well done. But no, golf is so steeped in tradition, and no other sport. I mean, the European organization is called the Royal and Ancient Club.
Yep.
I mean, it's golf holds on to tradition. So,
the last several years, the PGA though, they have kind of softened the line on some things. Grounding your club in a hazard and this and that. They've changed a little bit.
What do you think the next big rule change is coming? I think it's going to be the sand-filled divot. I think that's the one that burns up the TV viewers more than anything, because a weekend golfer, for the most part, you hit a ball in the middle of the fairway and you roll into a divot, you just roll it out and keep playing.
Right.
Why should you be – now, the one argument is why should you be penalized because of the condition of the course or the fact that somebody didn't fill their divot? And other people say it's the rub of the green. You take what the golf course gives you. And I know where you fall on it. I mean, if it was up to you, we'd be using hickory shafts and balls with feathers in them.
And the gutta percha ball.
Right.
Yeah, we were just talking about the guy I was playing with Thursday. We were just talking about that, when you hit one right in the middle of the fairway and it's in the divot, and yeah, I'm kind of just like, luck's always part of the game, But I see both sides of it, though, for sure.
JC says, I don't hate 2-2.
Well, JC's an analytical guy.
Yes.
He could also bunt. You and him both could bunt.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Chris and Jason Canning were some of the slickest field and middle infielders you'll ever see. That was a great up and down, by the way.
Sure was. And that was the location of the shot. We just had a frame on the nice shot
was
to get
well
there.
over the back of the green, and now we got Pat Bryant walking in for a birdie putt. Coach, 1 year Pat Bryant from the up tees had 7 birdies.
Wow.
And he's been playing in this thing for like 30 years.
Seth, you ever had a 7 birdie round?
No, I've never had a 7 birdie tournament. Pat just beat that.
Did have an eagle yesterday, Coach. That Seth Robbins.
Listen, there's 24 hours statute of limitations on it.
No, we're still within that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still there.
Broom handle knocked her in there. Yes, it did. It got a great number. Had over in 6 fairway. I think there's more birdies made out of 6 fairway to 5 anymore than there is out of 5 fairway. It's a lot easier to access the green from 6. Oop. So as you see there, that score won't count. No matter what his score was, it probably wouldn't matter. But if you pick it up, no score. Pat going with the left hand low, trying to clean up his par after racing the birdie by. Oh, and he lipped it out.
Oh.
Hand to the face, 3-putt. He hated that.
Oh.
You may not want to turn on his tee mic, Chris, for the next shot. As Cody Fontenot cleans it up.
Courtney Poplin, the scorekeeper, will put the flag in. They'll head to the 4-tee box, but they will wait just a little bit as our Steve Waddell crew have made it to the 4th green. What do you think of the gallery? Are they coming out today, Seth? We had a little bit toward the end, but
the video screen, the gallery was up top this year.
Okay.
They're all crowded around your highfalutin fancy video screen you got out here for us. Everybody's up there eating Stacy's chicken tenders and drinking beer and sitting on the porch in the shade
watching it, yeah.
Where all the action is. And we had tremendous feedback about the video board from James and Amber Sanders.
They were big time.
If you need a video board for an event, a church, a club, a golf tournament, a wedding, a funeral, anything.
Yeah. And Coach, this is what it look. I'll pull it up so Coach can see what it looks like. But this was, this is kind of small to what they had. That's 14 panels, and I think they can go 30 to 50 panels. So that's just
really
that, folks. You're seeing that is happening right now up at the pro shop and the restaurant, right across from the putting green. You can literally sit in a cart and watch the hole unfold right here. And so you've got a lot of action up there, but 4 on Sunday afternoon is generally the spot. We're looking on 4. We're seeing Steve Waddell and Jeff Westphalen. Looks like they're fixing some divots around the hole, getting ready to go. That was Chris Poulon, the A-man for Pat Bryant's team, that had that nifty up and in from back here. So that was pretty sporty stuff. That was the team of Chris Poulon, Pat Bryant, Gary Higginbotham, Gene Ritz, and Braxton Nottingham. Really want to thank Gary Higginbotham. I believe it was him that came through. No, there was we had to get a replacement player. I think Gary had a guy, but we ended up going with somebody else. But we had to work the phones yesterday morning. We had somebody have a family emergency.
Yesterday morning, like 3:45.
3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
I got a text message that one of our big-time better A players had a family emergency overnight and wasn't going to be able to play. And, it's just a testament to the committee, to Davis as a manager, to Jay Hensley as a board member. They all got on the phones and worked around, and we ended up getting a guy on an hour's notice, and he came out and stepped into the A spot on his team, and they shot 1 under yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Blake Nelson is his name, and we desperately are grateful to him for keeping that team within the field, and his players are thankful for him too.
There's Steve Waddell.
Steve Waddell probably looking at a birdie putt here. Steve looks like he's on a mission today.
He does.
Guys.
He does. I was thinking that earlier.
He's kind of antsy. He's kind of locked in.
Yep.
Is he marking us or he tapping? Fun fact, I share a cart barn with the Waddell family. We have a little Guthrie Golf and Country Club it looks like a mini storage, but it's for people's personal carts.
Right.
And Steve and Diana and I all share one, right? And it's just big enough to fit 2 carts in there. And Steve and I aren't like Ireton. Ireton calls Luke Morgan and Bo Robbins snake hips because they're so skinny. Steve and I are not snake hips. So Steve and I butt heads a lot about who parked too close to one another, who parked too close to the wall. But I got to thank him because Steve keeps the snake away in there, because the copperheads love to get in those cart barns, and Steve keeps the snakes away. But the first day that I had my private cart and they said you're going to be in the barn with the Waddells, I opened the door and came out on the golf course, and I just thought, well, why would I shut the door? I'm going to be back here in like an hour.
Yeah.
And I left the door open, and I got a very firmly worded email of chastisement from Diana Waddell about leaving that door open.
Man, Steve can dog cuss you, but get an email from Diane.
I don't care what Steve says. If Diana starts flexing on me, asking me literally, what were you thinking?
Right.
My tail went between my legs like my dog. I was like, I'm sorry, Diana. I love you. Please don't kill me. And so I've never made that mistake since. So don't leave the cart barn door open. Diana loves her cart, and she loves her golf clubs.
Protect everything.
She doesn't want the snakes in there. She doesn't want the leaves in there.
Yep.
And so I will never make that mistake again.
Lesson learned, huh?
Lesson learned.
It's a good Tracy Lawrence song.
Yes.
Don't lessons learned.
Well, you find out who your friends are.
That's
I
right.
found out that Diana wasn't my friend.
You'll be in Birmingham pretty soon.
That's right. Diana is a great board member as well.
Okay. Yep.
She keeps us financially on track. She keeps our meetings running.
I saw her Friday night at the banquet.
Diana is a tireless worker for Guthrie Golf and Country Club, and we appreciate her greatly.
She takes care of all the office stuff, and Steve has to play a lot, so he knows, the mowing patterns and the fringe.
Steve's got to tell her what needs done. And
tree on the floor needs a little trimming.
Yeah. Well, Steve's doing quality control.
There you go.
Steve's doing quality control. Diana's the enforcer.
I think we got a little bit of a shot here. The golf cart got parked in our camera angle, but nonetheless.
This is still of the Chris Poulon, Pat Bryant, Gene Ritz, Gary Higginbotham, Braxton Nottingham team on this down here. And he's at the white tees. That would indicate he's 65, but not 70. Oh, a low, unfinished symphony of a golf swing right there, Coach. He's not in a terrible spot. He's just right in that bunker. Yep. So the next bunch coming up here is going to be back to that was team 9. Let's see, Bo Robbins. So we're going to have Braden Berryman, Bo Dale, T.C. Bolding, Nathan Covington, and Dustin Antuna coming up next.
Bo Dale, huh?
3, Bo Dale, yes.
All right.
Looks like Pat Bryant's down here on the black tees on 4. About to hit.
Bodell supplied me with a really good state tournament moment when he was a senior.
He did.
Yeah, we're playing at the Duncan Country Club, and you remember the hole, it's number 15, really long par 4 with a pond right in front.
I do.
Where a lot of people's rounds have died on that hole.
Right.
So he's a senior, and he hits his tee shot over there to the right in the trees, and I'm there with him, and he's talking about all these punch-out options, and I'm like, dude, I did not drive over here to watch you punch out on this hole, okay? I said, nobody's going to be talking about a punch-out.
The team wasn't there. He was at Indy.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I said, let's knock it on the green and have something to talk about. And he did, and made about a 12-footer for a birdie.
Right.
Still talking about it.
Yeah.
Still talking about it.
Still talking, yeah. We would have forgot that punch-out in 2 seconds.
Duncan Country Club was one of the funniest high school golf moments I can remember, too. We were over there for state in 2017, and, of course, I was following my kid. And he hit a bunker shot that embedded in the lip of a bunker, actually between the sand and the turf. It lodged in there like a gopher, just boom, right under the turf. And Coach Chappell didn't often come to the golf tournaments, but it was state, and he was there.
Right.
And we got there, and the only thing we could do is take an unplayable lie, because it was embedded in the bunker and inside the lip of the bunker. And he was like, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "He's got to take a penalty shot." And he was like, "No, that's not fair." And I was like, "No, it's completely the rule." And we sat there for 30 minutes while he called OSSAA. He was calling people. He thought that was the most unfair thing ever. He was like, "That's not right. That sand is drooped beneath the level of the turf. That's not Bo's fault." No, we're not. No, the whole tournament stopped so Coach Chappell could call the OSSAA rules guy and say he was taking him pictures and texting them to him. And it
sounds just like Chappell.
And we ended up having to take the drop anyway.
Yeah.
But Coach Chappell was going to defend his athlete right to the end. He didn't care if he stopped the state tournament or not. Then I do agree that's probably a crap rule, but it's a rule.
Yep.
But he wanted to find out. I think he was trying to call Slugger White and Jim Nance and see what they thought, but he never couldn't get them on the phone.
Oh. Is Slugger still on the tour, by the way?
I think Slugger's done. I think Slugger retired.
I don't think I've seen Slugger in a while now.
I think Slugger's done. And so we've got the team of Braden Berryman, T.C. Bolding, Bo Dale, who's the bottom of the card, Nathan Covington and Dustin Antuna coming up here. And this team, we heard, was 1 under with Scuba Steve Melton as their scorekeeper. Steve would be playing in this event, but Steve is a manager of Lowe's, and he got transferred to the May Avenue store to fix, basically, right?
Right.
Steve gives us all kinds of things for the tournament. You know, leaf blowers, grills, all things to give away from his benevolence fund there at Lowe's. But Steve would be playing, but they shuffle his hours terrible, and so he never really can practice golf. And so rather than subject himself to 2 days of frustration as he walks through the frame there, Steve scorekeeps in all 4 sessions.
Right.
And he's been taking care of Chris all weekend. And if you need anything in terms of building materials, appliances, whatever, go see Steve Melton at 39th and May.
Let me hit a little tugger to the heart for you, Coach Michoud. Steve's responsible for this fan behind us.
Really?
Yeah. So that's our guy.
That makes him a rock star right there.
There you go.
I'm telling you, Steve Melton's he's a transplant. He's a new Guthrie guy. Lives out in one of those new additions out off of 105. His wife Shayla, his 2 little girls. Steve's a good cottage floral customer. He comes in. He either must be a husband of the year or he screws up all the time because he sure does buy a lot of flowers. But they don't make them better than Scuba Steve Melton as we watch Dustin Antuna chip here.
I want to say hello real quick to Jed Wagner watching Seaside, Florida.
Oh, flex.
Oh, yeah.
Flex.
He's always flexing, though.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve. We were just talking about you.
How's the team doing?
Oh, hold on. Got that microphone.
We watch TC get ready. Steve,
I heard they're daily FaceTime here.
They're 1 under through 3 on their 2 balls.
I believe so. Yeah, the second ball's 1 over. No, we're 1 over.
Okay, second ball's 1 over, first ball's even.
Yes.
Okay, well that's not bad.
E-Man's carrying us.
Really? Is it Tuna or Covey?
Tuna.
Okay. Tuna's sporty.
Went par for us.
Now, you hear that? That's an E-player. That's a dream E-player. Yep. Dustin Antuna. Today he went with the black belt and black shoes. Yesterday it was white belt, white shoes.
That's right.
Tuna's always dripped out.
Yep.
So what's the mojo like with Brado? Braden's probably the most easygoing guy, man there is.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he had a rough start. We had a couple of bogeys to start off with him.
Yeah.
But he hit a long par putt on 9 to save us, and then it's been pretty good from there. So.
Well, Steve, we certainly appreciate all that you've done for the tournament.
Absolutely.
Lowe's.
Thank you so much.
Chris keeps tearing up about the fan.
Well, I got a charger today, so you aren't going to run out of power.
Well,
we got one charging. Yeah, we're good.
You're the man, dude.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scuba Steve Melton. Lowe's, 39th in May. And there's you know, we broke a lot of news yesterday, Coach. We broke up news about people moving back to Guthrie.
Oh, yeah?
A little bird told me that Steve Melton is up for pretty sizable promotion potentially within the Lowe's Corporation, and I'm super there for it, unless it makes him less available to us here or takes him out of the community, because Steve and Shayla are an asset to Guthrie and the Guthrie Golf Country Club community. See, he's doing the yeoman's work of a scorekeeper right there.
Right.
Getting the pin. One of the highest years I've ever finished in this, Steve was my scorekeeper. And let me tell you the kind of scorekeeper was. Steve brought muscle relaxants and icy hot.
Right on.
My back seized up, and I was like, what am I going to do? And he goes, oh, I got Flexeril and icy hot. I'm like, just on you? And he was like, yeah, I got a bad back too. And so we took a little pit stop, and I got a Flexeril in me and a little icy hot and finished the round and cashed the check. Steve got a pretty hefty tip that year.
I bet so.
Tuna. Got the yellow ball. Oh, just left it lacking. It's like, Tuna, is he going to tap in? Or is he going to mark? Oh, painfully close, Tuna. But good bogey from the E-man. So that's par bogey for the E-man. +1 through 4.
That's pretty good.
Zonte Veasley, if you're out there listening, that's the standard for you today, buddy. He's my E-man.
Now, I needed a full attention here. We'll get this after this putt.
Odell sends it towards him. Oh, that's the look of a guy who hit it low, Coach.
I walked away to do some camera work, and I come back to a Jason Canning comment. Wait, Chap was wrong? Never.
We were just talking about Chap stopping the state golf tournament in 2017 to get clarification from OSSAA about a rule that he didn't think was right.
Oh, goodness.
A 200-year-old rule of golf. He was going to get it changed.
Was that like on number 8?
Yes.
Par 3?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
We flew one right into the lip.
Yeah, I remember that.
Did the conversation detour the tournament to another day?
No, almost.
Okay, almost.
But the tournament ground to a halt while he got clarification. He just didn't understand how come you couldn't get the ball out from underneath the earth. He was like, this is their fault, not ours. But I want to tell you, he's passionate if nothing else.
That's like me going to horse races. Oh, wait a minute. That mud. Man, hold on. Time out. I've been to one racetrack my entire life, but this doesn't look right.
There was a guys, this is freaking ridiculous, and a guys, you've got to be kidding me over and over.
No, wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You got to be kidding me.
Probably knows probably less about the particulars of golf rules than any other sport he could have rolled up on.
He just knew what his eyes told him, and his eyes told him it was unfair. As TC Boulding cleans it up. Oh, John Chappell is going to be, he needs a bronze bust outside, like Heisman Park, outside of Guthrie High School. Hey, if
Patty Gasso, Bob Stoops, Roy Williams, John Chappell.
No, let me ask you a question.
Jada Coleman.
If we were going to have a Heisman Park,
looks like
Bodale's coming over to say hi to his old high school coach. Get in here.
Hey, bring that chair with you, Bodale.
Bring that chair and set it behind Coach and me.
What's up, dude? That's a great shirt, man.
How's it going, guys?
Better now that you showed up.
We're just wondering how it's going for you.
You know, I've hit some good shots, but
was that bogey there?
Yeah.
That's a tough putt today.
It is. I've hit a lot of lips in this tournament so far, lipping out a lot of putts, but it's been fun. We're holding on. We are even.
We heard your E-players come up clutch so far this morning.
Oh my! Tuna has been carrying the first 3 holes.
Don't you love it when the E-player? What does that do to the vibes of a team when the E-player?
It's so much pressure is just taken off. Like there's zero pressure when you know that Tuna's going to go down there, play his little cut, down the fairway, and be able to make a really good par. It's just really solid. It's really great. Tuna brings the vibes.
And Tuna also is a well-dressed golfer now.
Oh yeah, he is.
Dripped out today
again. Oh, for sure.
Well,
he plans those outfits.
Go give him heck, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thanks for the stop.
Can we leave this chair?
Yes, please.
Good to see you, dude.
Bodale.
Hi, brother.
Was he 22 grad?
Yes, 22. Yep.
Younger brother.
Same as Sue.
Younger brother of Luke, Captain Clutchdale.
Yep.
Fired off a little 78 in his final round as a senior at Lawton CC.
Yep. 78.
He saved his round of the year, Chris, for the final round of the state tournament.
That's as good as it gets there.
And Coach Michoud has been doing this for decades and had so many athletes. Yesterday I had Bo and Luke with me on the broadcast in the morning session. They teed off at 2 o'clock yesterday. and I promise you, it was minimum 5 times. You know, Coach Michoud always said in this situation. Coach Michoud always said in this. You know, so I think that is what, when you hear stuff, that has to be an ultimate compliment of someone. You know, Bo and Luke, who played for you at a high level. And they graduated how long ago, Seth?
2020. This 2020. Is 5 years out.
It's 5 years out, and they're still quoting what Coach Michoud said.
Well, that's that whole family there. That's an outstanding crew.
Yes, the Cadens and the Dales.
Yep. I miss them all.
Well, maybe if you can just hang on for another, say, let's just call it another 13 years.
Another 13 years.
If you hang on another 13 years, you can maybe get Camp Crockett.
So that might be a battle with baseball, though, right?
Uh-oh.
Listen.
Here we go.
Baseball.
Attorney line 1, please.
I don't know. He's always wearing Cubs gear.
Yeah.
Dustin Antunes tee shot here. We had a question on the stream, Chris. The tee shot that you're seeing mostly in the stream is hole number 4. It's a par 3. From the top deck, from those blues, it's playing right at about 164. From the gold tees up there behind that, which the camera angle won't allow, it's about 171. From the blacks down bottom, you're looking at about 136, and from the whites, you're looking at about 144. Actually, the golds are down bottom today. They're about 168 over by the stump. So that hole, we can play that hole anywhere from about 170 to about 120, depending on which tee pad we decide to use. This is Braden Berryman, no gloves, strong grip, kind of quick. It's a quick drop. Oh, he's on the green.
On the green.
He's on the proper level, too. Braden's one of those guys, you know how I said earlier that you can always tell anything that's going on in some of these guys' lives, my son included, based on their body language?
Yep.
Braden Berryman is like Hideki Matsuyama.
Yep.
Every shot he looks like he's disgusted with, and it's all close. So there's Braden Berryman on the proper deck there. That team has some good mojo going. Here's Nate Covington. He's got a hybrid club out, probably a 5 or a 6 hybrid club. Braden's hands on hips, overwatching his D player, probably talking him up. Nathan takes a mighty lash at it.
Like he might have been looking high right, maybe.
Chris, if you can pull back to that shot of the tee box. I don't think Robert Berryman would ever have had to have taken a DNA test for Braden. That is Robert Berryman standing there right in our screen. He just grow that beard out a little bit more, and they're twins.
We had another question, any flyover. We had scheduled with our licensed drone guy to come out here a day or so before, and it could not happen. But that was one of the big things. I wanted to have the drone to show everybody, but we will have that next year. And, heck, maybe we can even have a live drone camera view. It's all possible, but we'll work on that.
It's all sponsorship dollars to all those companies out there. Bo looks like he's got that going pretty good left.
Great question. Thank you, though, McLaughlin TV.
You're seeing behind there, people are starting to fill in. I see Brittany Jarnigan back there holding Brooks and little Bryson sitting on the front row. Right there, Chris. You can telestrate him. Let me tell you a little Bryson story. On our Sunday afternoon game, it's our family-friendly game. So these guys these young dads with their young kids, their kids will come out, and nobody says anything. You know, it's not ideal to have little kids running around, but I'm a grandparent. I get it. And so the Sunday afternoon game is kind of the family-friendly game. Jay Hensley brings Kenna, Brody brings Bryson, Corbett will bring Palmer, etc., etc., etc. Well, Bryson will stand about 50 yards down the line behind his dad before his dad hits a golf shot, and he will rehearse the swing exactly in cadence with his daddy. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen. So cute. And he is so into it. I'll make a putt, and I'll hear a little clap. Great par, Seth. Great par. He is so locked in at golf. I'm so excited for him to grow up out here. But he's always spotting wildlife. Okay. He'll come running up from the woods. Dad, there's a leatherback turtle over there. Or so I just saw a bald eagle. We're like, no, you didn't. And sure enough, a bald eagle comes flying by. We always joke that he's got a it's the Native American in him. I think he's like, 1/1,000,000th of something, but he's always identifying the wildlife and off in the woods and bringing up some turtle or some carcass of something he found. But just another reason to come out here to the country club if you've got little kids. There is a tremendous crew of littles right now. Just off the top of my head, you've got the little Jarnigan kids, you've got the Blackwell kids, you've got the Crockett kids.
The gates are starting to add up.
The gates are starting to add up. Some of these kids are rolling back in here with their grandkids. You've got Josh Ball's kids are out here. I could go on and on. The Wells kids have grown up out here. Our slogan is, it's a family place. It's a family place.
Right.
And on any of those Sunday games at any given time, there's like 14 iPads going with Bluey and Paw Patrol and everything else. And being a granddad, I know what it all is. Okay, we're going to get some updated scores here from the Morning Wave. Let's see. The Jeff Westphalen team started on 1, and they went 7-9-8, which that's 2 over. The Bo Robbins team went 6-7-9. That's even. That's par birdie, par bogey. Luke Morgan, Bobby West, Glenn Hayes, Damian Bledsoe, Brian Jenkins, they started on 2. They went par bogey, par bogey, par bogey. So they're quickly 3 over. Clint Gagnon's team started on 3. They quickly went 7-6-10. So that's 1 under. If you slide over to Chris Herzel's team, they started on 4. They have gone 7-10-11. That's 2 over. Brian Sterkel, Casey Gates, Josh Ball, Brian Cook, Gavin Salanders, they've gone 8-11-8. They started on 5, so they double birdied their first hole, then par bogeyed their second and par, so they're 1 under this morning. Mike Stewart's group started on 6, and they go 11-9-8, which that is 2 over. Yep. Drew Sterkel, Brody Jarnigan, Jeff Herzel, Tony Benier, Adam Schuster. They started on 6. They went 11-8-8. That's 1 over. Adam Miller's team started on 7, and they went 9-8-6. So they're 1 over on the day. And that's pretty much the up to the minute through the first 3 holes.
Thank you, Davis Drury, keeping us updated with all the scores.
But
and real quick, what we got? Well, we got some putters. We'll go here in a second. I want to go over all the sponsors. We haven't been able to do that yet, so we need to get that lined up for us.
We have a suggestion from the president of the board of the Guthrie Golf Country Club, J. Grady Hensley, says, can we get a scaffolding with bird's eye view as opposed to a drone? Or maybe in combination with a drone.
In combination, yeah.
Scaffolding with a bird's eye view.
Basically have a scaffolding under this tree looking down.
Yes. Sean Blackwell, my B player, asked me to talk about my superstition of hitting a golf ball.
Boom!
TC Bolding.
Great
just
shot.
Hit a birdie putt. I got to see that celly again, Chris, that he hit. That little celebration. You gotta roll that back here in a minute. He's getting a fist bump from Covey. Tuna's fired up. Look at the calves on Tuna. That looks like a tour caddy.
It does.
A lot of those tour caddies have yoked calves like that.
Do.
Braden's just down there chilling. Braden's EKG is a straight line. There's no variance. He runs at about, his pulse is like 60. Like a metronome.
Yep.
Not going to get excited. But Sean Blackwell wanted me to mention my superstition about hitting a golf shot or a golf putt when there is a Dodge Ram anywhere nearby.
Oh,
so we'll pick up
really?
on that in a minute. That's a good piece of info.
We'll let this putt out, and we'll see the putt in the celebration here. On the 4th green, we are getting ready for the 3 fairway after the 4th green is completed.
Bo Dale's having a little hard time with that primary cut against the green. When he takes his putter back, he's catching the blades of grass. It's very, very vexing, Chris, especially for a mental midget like myself.
Vexing?
It's vexing.
Yeah.
Vexing. Sorely vexing. Let's see if Bo can navigate it here. Bo Dale for par. quick walk.
Yep. Oh, no.
Oh, no. You see him give it the peace sign as it went over the hill? That was quality television. He said, see ya. That's life at the Fife right there, kids. That would not do that on a regular Thursday game. It's not always this hard, ladies and gentlemen. You will have fun, we promise. Davis is up there cackling right now like Mr. Burns on The Simpsons. He said, excellent.
I love it. I love it when golfers get a little their feelings hurt. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're a bunch of divas, aren't they?
The course is trying to win too.
That's right. That's right. Tuna's going to get this deal under control, or he's going to take one of those calves and wrap him in the head with it. You know, Tuna has a little bit of a Corey Burgess thing going on. Like, I feel like Tuna could have been a pulling guard for you, Coach.
I think so.
And it looks like he could have got out in front of it in a hurry.
I think you're right.
Tuna looks like he's built for speed and power.
And probably wouldn't have been a whole lot of willing takers to get in front of that either.
No. You know, he also looks like an early 80s fullback.
Yeah.
If you put a neck roll on him, he would be like a Tom Rathman. Yep. About every 20th option, he gets to keep it.
Kind of like a Parrish Pierce.
Yes.
Made me think of the running back and linebacker.
You think you could knock him off balance?
Oh, my gosh.
Heck no.
Not without going to ICU.
They say Tuna's been on a heater, guys. 3 pars right out of the chute by the E-Man.
He played good yesterday, too.
Tuna's no joke. Tuna takes it serious.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think he does. He's a ha-ha, fun kind of guy. But when it's time to play golf, lights come on. Tuna locks in. Braden Berryman. I think Braden Berryman, this is his birdie putt. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
Ooh, go birdie here.
Oh, my gosh. You talk about huge for the program. And I mean Donald Trump accordion hands huge. Go in. Go in, Brado. Oh. Don't mark it. Just tap. Oh, no. I wanted
Reach it for the coin, huh?
Nope.
No.
He heard
Changed his mind.
Just tap her in, Brado. There he goes. Boy, 2-3 right there is huge, guys.
2-3
God, that's
on number
huge.
4.
And here was the birdie made with the celebration.
Thomas Bolding the third. Using the spider. He walks it in. Boom! That's an intense TC Bolding right now, ladies and gentlemen. He is a competitive sucker.
Yeah, get the fist bump in there.
Scuba Steve fist bump. Nate Covey fist bump. And now over here on 3, we've got the Adam Miller group coming in. Adam Miller's one of our top flight A's, Coach.
They're on the left of your screen.
From Dubuque, Iowa. From Guthrie.
Right.
Currently of Dubuque, Iowa. We think he's about to boomerang home. Him and his wife, Melissa, just bought some property out west of town. But we're talking about Adam yesterday. He is a endurance motorcyclist. He's a quad racer, ATVs.
Really?
And he's a golf pro. And he's a architect.
Wow.
That's a Renaissance man. He is busy. He's got a bunch of kids to take care of. Got Joe Suki, Fife legend, chipping right there. And that is not bad, Joe Suki. But Joe Suki, again, he must have cut back on the stogies. I don't even know him without the stogie in. Normally, Joe Suki's got a half-chewed, half-smoked stogie in.
Right.
Now, Adam Miller is an excellent player. He shot the low round last year, 66.
Right.
And let's see if he can spin one in here. This is not going to have been his drive.
I was going to say, this has got to be his third, right?
Yeah, he's probably had to punch out. Oh, he's got that one gone.
That needs to get down.
Yep.
Ooh.
That one went flying off the back.
He was playing in the primary cutter rough right there, could get no spin on it. He caught a flyer.
Yep.
Luke Roach is his B-man, another one of your players off that 18, 19, 20 group.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, this is not him on your stream, by the way. Just like
Luke Roach, when Coach Michoud got Luke Roach his freshman year, Coach Michoud's hair was jet black.
No doubt.
And by 2020, he was snow white.
Yeah. I don't know how I have any left of any color.
This is Casey Shedd from Fort Worth, Keller area, or he's a member at Fossil Creek, putting it close. Yeah. Really well done, Casey Shedd. Really well done from the E-player.
Yeah, me and Luke had several heart-to-heart conversations through the years.
Yeah, you had heart-to-heart. You had hand to head, probably foot to butt. Many conversations. The great thing about Luke Roach is you never got any beef from his mom or dad on how you treated him, did you?
No, that's true.
It's like they sent him to you like reform school.
Carte blanche, whatever you need to do, do it. Because what we're doing ain't always working.
Luke Roach, the thing that stood out for me for
this
Luke
is
Roach,
Luke right here in your screen.
Yes, you could say Luke Roach did X, Y, or Z, and most parents would be like, I'm not sure about that. My baby wouldn't do that. Luke's parents would be like,
oh, yeah.
Really, that's all he did? I'm
it.
sure he did it.
That's all you got? Just that?
Luke Roach was such an antagonist of other teams. At State, Chris, they would have these placards where you hit range balls, and when Luke would walk down there, he would kick every other team's over. Stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
He, in consecutive state tournaments, penalty stroked his playing competitors.
Oh, he was not afraid to do that.
He's got a good
Snug
putt
up there,
rolling
ball.
Get in. Oh, good run. No,
Good
Luke Roach, McGinnis was beaten. It was over. He comes in to sign his scorecard, and he goes, hey, he illegally stroked his putt back on like 13, so add 2 strokes to his number.
Yeah.
And they were like, really? You guys have already won? He's like, no, I don't care. No, he cheated.
One of the 25 million questions asked Luke Morgan yesterday at Baylor.
Adam Miller. Oh, he almost chipped in for par.
Ooh. I asked Luke, when you go to golf tournaments, in football and basketball, it's emotion. Teams go after it. I asked him was there any of that back and forth on the golf teams, like when you hit a big putt and you horns down on Texas.
Right.
And he said not a whole lot, but the other thing he said with college golf is you can tell who the higher programs are with the higher more money, the way they travel. That's where you can tell the big difference is their travel.
Well, he would know. He was a Big 12 golfer with the Baylor Bears, coached by Mike McGraw from 2020 through 2024. Joe Suki stroking his par putt, leaves it on the high side, missed it on the pro side at least. But no, in the year in 2019 when they won it, when Coach and them won it at Lawton, Luke almost came to blows with McGinnis. He had a bad time with McGinnis because we had a rainy week then about like we have now. That was about the last time it rained like this, 2019.
Yep.
Everybody was moving regionals and everybody was moving state tournaments. And Casey Shedd, nice par. That's a clap for an E-man par on the hardest hole on the golf course. Casey Shedd, Fossil Creek member, making a big par. But so we had a bunch of rain, so there was a lot of what they call casual water on the golf course, which means you can move your ball. You can take relief from the casual water. Well, his ball was in casual water, and he chose to take relief onto the cart path, which then allowed him to take further relief on the other side of the cart path.
Of course.
Using the
Almost
rules to his advantage.
Mm-hmm.
This kid from McGinnis, and I can't remember who it was, but I just remember he was from a very prominent legal family in Oklahoma City. Let's just leave it there. And he said, he can't do that. He can't do that. Whole tournament grinds to a halt. Next thing I know, I look down there. Kevin Roach is down there. Lane Roach is down there. Spade Pool's down there.
Here comes this guy now.
And there's all these McGinnis parents, and we think we're going to have a Donnybrook in the middle of the fairway at Lawton
What's up,
CC.
dude? How you doing,
Luke
man?
Roach coming into the frame to give Coach Michoud a hug. Luke Roach of Air It Out LLC, one of our new sponsors, first-time Fife participant. And don't you wish he was that big when you had him?
Oh, yeah.
He was about half that size when you had him.
He's got half the hair now, too.
Hey, Seth, can we interrupt? We need to get this in here real quick. We got a few comments to get in here. I want to get a special shout out to our sponsors real quick.
So 54th Annual Howard Fife Invitational. Our anchor sponsor in the middle of the screen is John Vance Motors. John Vance Motors, Miami, Oklahoma, Woodward, Oklahoma, Guthrie, Oklahoma. They paid the bills.
Rod
they
Pop.
pay a lot of the bills for this tournament. They are the title sponsor. Then on this broadcast, we have the closing agency, Haley Hensley, Jay Hensley, Custom Dental, Nate Brown, Casey Brown, paying the bills for the broadcast. Fantastic businesses, both of them. Then we have Luke Roach's Air It Out LLC, Luke Duell, I do that every stinking time.
That's okay. He understands.
Colin Duell.
That happens.
House District 31 representative and my neighbor, a great veteran and serious legislator. Cottage Floral provided centerpieces and banners and all kinds of support. Cottage Floral, 112 West Oklahoma, the lovely Malin Robbins and the Honorary Ryan Crockett, who won the golf cart last night in a drawing. We'll get there in a minute. Then TIG, well, they're worthless.
TIGOK.com, 622 South Division. countless providers, not just one little provider.
Did
they
you
have
know,
multiple providers.
I heard the owner of TIG had an eagle out here yesterday.
That's the rumor. That's the rumor
Okay.
on the broadcast yesterday.
Then environmental management, Terry Bobo, Crystal Fleury, and all the rest out there providing the range balls. Golden Chick, Lula Smith, Mander Scheid, and Tanya, and all the folks at Golden Chick, providing gift cards for our scorekeepers. They provide everything for everybody. All you got to do is ask. Body Billboards, Jack Reinhardt hooked us up with signage galore, banners galore. Always been a friend of the Guthrie Golf program, right, Coach?
Absolutely.
And then Three Tree Homes. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Bo Martin ahead of Greg Ireton. You know, we got all up in our feels a little bit yesterday. I hear about that. We had like a clash between business partners.
Oh, yes,
and,
yes.
Have
we mentioned Bo Martin in the last 3 minutes?
We did. But
okay.
I think what Bo texted Greg is you may have delivered the check, but I signed it. Something like that.
Okay.
I don't know
Hello.
exactly what happened.
Hello.
And then we have Drew's Wine and Good Spirits providing liquor for the hole-in-one closest to the pins. Lowe's, Steve Melton, we've talked about him. A great lineup of sponsors here at Guthrie Golf and Country Club.
First shot off the 4 tee box resulted in a club falling to the ground, so not sure who that was.
This tee shot is directly back into the wind. It could not be more into them, and it was coming kind of off their corner, and it's quartering around more due south, and now it's going to start getting more into their face right there.
Huge shout outs. Aaron Ryburn had some church duties this morning, so I've never Sam Evans doesn't usually come to work with me, hardly ever, but she got into Wichita from about midnight last night and said, I'll help you out.
Baseball tournament this weekend?
Yeah.
Playing Lancer playing up in Wichita?
Yep, had a great tournament too.
Is he going to be a junior this coming year?
Going to be a junior.
Going to be a junior. What's the recruiting like with Lance Evans right now?
No, we're just trying to hit a fastball right now.
Come on.
No, our classmate Chris Roby, congratulations to his son Easton Roby, committed to play baseball at Cali County.
Oh boy.
Yes.
So there's a family connection there. Aunt Lindsay played softball at Cali.
That's correct.
And Easton looks like you cut him out of granite.
Yes.
Athletic genes on both sides there, from Amber, who was a college softball player, Chris, who was a college baseball player. I think Easton got a little bit more mass than his dad got. Chris was another one of those snake hips when we were growing up. But Easton's a big old kid. He can thank Kip Jones and Randy Roby for that.
That's right. Yeah, no, Lance is hitting the ball well right now, and
Lance is a gamer. Chris is being modest. Lance is one of the top players in his class in Oklahoma. He can pitch, he can play shortstop, he can hit. He's a snake hips, but he can generate some power. I've umpired a couple times, and Lance can break that curveball, that slider off the table on you in a minute.
Yeah, and he's pitched really well this summer, really, really well. And
well, I got to say, it's probably what do you think, 88, 89% the mom?
Absolutely.
Because I know
it might be a little low.
Chris was a great athlete in theory. Mm-hmm. Lance is a good athlete in practice.
I wouldn't say great. I was a good athlete.
No, in theory.
In theory. Oh.
You knew how to be a great athlete.
I love theories. Yeah.
You knew how to be one.
Correct. Yeah,
Lance
absolutely.
is one.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back, I wasn't the best player on either my basketball team or my baseball team. I like to know I knew every single play and all the rotations in basketball and baseball. But
if I could describe you as an athlete, and we played a lot of sports together, Chris was a guy who always did his job. He knew what his job was. He did his job well. The problem with Chris is he knew what your job was too, and if you didn't do it, he let you know about it.
Right. Well, and we got to go to state baseball tournament 3 out of our 4 years, state basketball tournament 3 of our 4 years. And I loved basketball, but man, there were so many great athletes. It was so fun. Practices were fun with that 95,
96. Jones, Brian Reed, Roland Miller,
Wesley Whitehorn,
Terry Keontae Golson.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, it was. There was so many good players that didn't get to play.
Right.
That year.
They had 2 starting fives.
Yeah. So that's
But I don't care what anybody says. If you had your feet set in the corner, it was going in.
It
was like
I felt
Chris
good.
Evans
Yeah.
in the corner, bang, every time. And if Phil Nichols was here, we would already had some hair comments, some mullet comments, some rat tail comments. But Phil's not here, so we're not going to make those
Let's not do that. Yeah. By the way, we were talking about Luke Roach earlier. Terry Bennett just got a little Trey Blevins and Stevie Mack in him.
That's right. That is right. Yeah, I see Terry Bennett there, and as we're watching this team come through. This is the Mike Stewart bunch that yesterday was the low team in terms of both balls, right? So we have a day money contest, right, where we say we're going to only score one ball, but it's kind of a side contest to see who would have led had it been 2 balls. This was your blue ribbon team with 2 balls. They shot 2 under on both their balls combined yesterday. This is Mike Stewart. This is John Byers. This is Cody Fontenot, I believe. Daryl Covington's the scorekeeper. This is Cale Kaufman, another one of your former athletes.
Yep.
But Coach Terry Bennett's on there, and I was going to talk about. He said.
See, when you say Coach, I immediately went to his dad.
He said something about a Heisman Park. So, how many Heisman statues do they have down at Norman?
7.
Okay. So they have 7, the Lord's number, the number of perfection, the number of completion. As we watch Mike Stewart chip up here. Oh, he doesn't like that
couldn't
at
get it
all.
up.
He's one of the best A players out here, but he's short-sighted.
Right.
Trying to be timid.
Yeah, that's tough over there.
So if you were going to do, let's just talk about this. If you were going to do a Heisman Park at Guthrie and you had 7 spots, and let's exempt administrators, coaches, etc.
Athletes only.
Just athletes.
Freddie Mulder.
Okay, so Chris is going all the way back first, and I knew Chris would because Chris has that knowledge. But Freddie Mulder, tell us about Freddie Mulder. Just a Campbell's soup condensed version.
Yeah, basketball, baseball, and some would argue the greatest athlete to come through Guthrie.
What time frame?
What was the time frame?
Well, that meant, help me out, TBJ. I would say 60s.
So was that pre-integration, and he just came over to Guthrie High School?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember
Late
hearing
60s.
something like that. Like, I'm sure that he was recruited over or something, but I think we were still not integrated then when Freddie Mulder came through.
And I think
maybe
that,
I'm wrong
I think
about
that. I think the integration came either in 67 or 68.
I think maybe he was one of the first few.
Yes.
And imagine
correct.
That the
he
great
was.
athlete
yes.
comes first. That's still going on today.
Couple of state champion basketball teams during that time, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Freddie
Back-to-back state champions.
Freddie Mulder gets a bronze statue at Guthrie High School. So you get one. We're going to take turns. Okay. So you say Freddie Mulder.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And I have a recency bias, and I'm not going to lie. I'm not the historian that many people are. So Jerry Ball, Earl Sykes, rest in peace.
Mike Canning
those
knows
guys,
a lot of that.
Those wouldn't like what I have to say. But if my Heisman Park, my vote on this, my first vote, is going to be Dante Foster.
That's the argument. Dante Freddie.
Dante Foster, for the time, for children my son's age, Dante Foster is probably the Freddie Mulder that those guys think
Absolutely.
about. Dante Foster with the catch against McGinnis. Dante
and the
Foster
shot.
With the shot on ESPN. Dante Foster, I mean, he would just come off. He would just come off the couch and win state tournaments at high jump.
Football state champion, basketball 2-time state champion, and I think a 3-time state champion in track.
Right. How many rings does he have?
Maybe the all-time receiving leader at Ohio, maybe. Touchdowns,
at one time, he for sure was. I think
played
he
for
still
Frank
might have
Zolich
it.
at the
and
University of Ohio.
replicated that catch at Ohio University.
Yes, he did.
And then spent a minute with a few NFL teams on practice squads. And so Chris's Heisman's Freddie Mulder, his first statue. Mine is Dante Foster. And Coach, I hope I've talked enough to give you time to think about who your first pick would be. Chris is going to get 3 picks.
I'm probably the guy that keeps rattling in my brain. I'm thinking Kentrill brothers.
Okay.
Kenny B. Kenny, also a state champion.
In the NFL, I think he's got to be in there in that mix.
State champion basketball. Never got one on the football.
Had to get some in track, though.
I don't recall anything in track.
Kentrill brothers, SEC football player.
Yeah, led the SEC in tackles.
Yep.
All SEC. Yep. Played several years for the Minnesota Vikings.
I think he got the 4 years with the Vikings.
Yep.
Right.
So Kentrill brothers. One of my best Kentrill brothers stories, I remember one time, I think it was his sophomore year maybe, he wrapped up a quarterback in the backfield, and before the refs blew the whistle, he stole the ball. And you could literally hear him giggling in the stands as he ran down the field in a very full stadium.
Now, Coach, he doesn't know how to run out a time in a football game. But
oh, I tell you what, that deal there now.
Down in Duncan, 2018.
We actually practiced that play every week, on how we're going to do this. Well, then when it came down to it, Coach Watkins was like, well, let's put Kentrill back there. I'm like, I get it. He's a great this and great that, but he's never done that.
Never done.
And he proved that he had never done
Cale
that.
Kaufman with the fist bump,
almost.
I think we have a par there. That looked like a relief fist pump from the A-man. Mike Stewart by Cale Kaufman, who were 75 yards from his house. But Kenny B, I remember watching him as a freshman come down the baseline and elevate and punch one because my nephew Jay Henry was in that era.
Mm-hmm.
And I was at a basketball game and my brother was like, hey, that was a freshman. I was like, what? That freshman just went baseline and just punched one. So Freddie Mulder, Dante Foster, Kentrell Brothers, there's our first three of 7 Heisman busts. Chris, your second pick.
And I'm trying to be fair to all the sports, but I
come on, don't be political. Just go with your heart.
I think you have to go with the first All-American Guthrie High School football player, Iffy. I'm going Iffy in my number 2 pick.
I got a great Iffy story. I know. I get as hard a time as I give Coach Chappell. I got a great story, baby. Here we go.
Right.
My Iffy story. When my dad moved us to Guthrie, Oklahoma in 1983, we lived in Stillwater. I don't like to admit that, but we did. And my dad was talking about Guthrie, and like a good daddy would, he would have been 31 years old. He did a little research on Guthrie, and he told us, he said, hey, supposedly there's an All-American football player over there at Guthrie.
1985.
They call him Iffy, or he's going to be. He's a parade All-American or something.
Yep.
And so we move over here, and we go to high school games at the Rock, and my dad's like, look at that. They can't knock him over. They tackle him. He just puts an arm down and keep going. And still to this day, our only – was Kai not an All-American? Or
he was. Yeah, Kai Staley was.
Iffy was our first.
He was our first. Kai was our second.
Iffy was our first. Okay. So we've got Freddie Mulder. We've got Dante Foster. We've got Kenny Brothers. And
Iffy.
You say Iffy. Okay, I'm torn because you stole mine. I was going to go
I wish
Iffy.
I know. I got others I could have gone to.
No, I'm torn. That's okay. As we watch Jeff Herzl hit his approach shot here on 3. Let me see. Just short of the green there. Jeff turned 80 this year, if you can believe it, Coach.
Wow.
Let me think. I don't want to do this, that, or the other. But
I have a wild card one.
Okay, you hold on to that wild card one. I'm thinking about like our era, and how different it was, what we were powerhouses in versus what we weren't powerhouses in. But I'm going to go with a non-traditional one, and if I say the name wrong, but who was the young man that was the big-time corner that won so many medals in track? Like Emmanuel Ezekiel.
Israel Esco?
Israel Esco.
Okay.
Only because of the volume. Didn't he win like 10 different state championships across all sports?
He was on a lot of relay championship teams. He was – Coach Mashoon will know this better than me, but one of the greatest athletes, pure athletes.
Maybe as good a pure athlete that has ever come through.
So, like, he won multiple football state championships, yes or no?
Israel would have been, I think, just the one.
But
just 07.
But he had a pile of track state championships.
Yes, he did.
I remember being on the Hall of Fame committee and going like, this relay, this jump, this distance, blah, 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 blah. He had a ton of them. So I'm going to go with Israel Esco. So we've gone Freddie Mulder, Dante Foster, Kentrell Brothers.
Iffy.
Your second one is Mitchell Pierce. I say Israel, so I'm tapped out. Coach, what is your 2?
This is a really tough one for me here. I'm wanting to wander into an area that I know less about than anything, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, didn't we just have a young man win his 3rd straight state championship as a wrestler?
Yes.
I don't know how we keep that guy out of there, even though he's very recent, Herendeen?
Yep, Caden Herendeen.
Did he just win his 3rd straight state championship?
He's the only Blue Jay to win 3 in a row.
I don't know how we can keep him out of there.
That's pretty.
And I know less about wrestling than anything.
Correct. Yeah, that's
than
a good
anything.
But Caden Herendeen, 3-time wrestling state champion at a place where we've never had even a repeat. We've had several indies, but we don't think we've ever had any repeats.
No, the Kirk twins won 2 each.
Okay.
Doug Stoneker won 2 each. So, I come down, the 2 names that come to mind, so I'm going to just say them both. Phil Stevenson played in the major leagues.
Right.
Played at Guthrie, Wichita State, Cubs, Padres. My wild card, how about Shannon Young?
Well,
in the cheerleading world.
World-renowned, our classmate.
Correct, yeah, world-renowned.
World-renowned choreographer, tumbler, gymnast, cheerleader, all-American.
Went to Nebraska,
University
cheered.
of Nebraska.
Yep.
And as you're looking on here, we've got the team of Drew Sturkle, Brody Jarnigan, Jeff Herzl, Adam Schuster, and Tony Benier. Brody is employing the Texas wedge here, right in front of the camera.
Oh, we're going to go Jeff first.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go. Nope, looks like we may have two guys going at once. Looks like Brody's going to go ahead and go.
Synchronized golfing.
Oh, yeah.
So Brody puts it up by the hole. That's great speed.
Might be.
That is great speed. Oh, good
Wow.
night. And when just rolled out like 2 feet. Good putt, Brody. And Brody will walk up and tap that in. That is the most intense person in this tournament right now, and there's no question.
Is that right?
Brody, if that putt drops, Sam Wood's life would have been in danger because he would have started up like the Tasmanian devil. As Jeff Freddie Couples, Herzl, throws the yellow ball up to about 8 feet. Brody's going to walk around and look. Drew Sturkle's the amen in the background.
I got another honorable mention on this deal that might be kind of
Oh, you guys. I knew I'd open a can of worms here.
And if he would have played at a different time, he would be looked at differently, in my opinion. And that would be one Keontae Golson.
Yes.
Who was also an incredible athlete.
Defensive basketball stopper.
Mm-hmm.
And he
played football at Utah State.
UTEP.
Yeah, UTEP. Texas El Paso.
And he had a good indoor arena football league, too, career. And the thing about Keontae is he was a great receiver but had to play quarterback his senior year.
Yeah, I think his senior year, the night we played El Reno, I think he accounted for almost 500 total yards that night, and he scored a touchdown 3 or 4 different ways that night. Kick return, threw a touchdown, caught a touchdown.
An absolute defensive stopper on basketball. Ramon Bindum still having nightmares about Keontae Golson.
If he would have had his brother's size, if he would have had John's size.
John King.
Yep. So
I'm telling you, Keontae Golson, that class of 95.
He's like a Lou Dort. He's a Lou Dort.
Can you imagine Coach Michoud having to be a 7th grader in the gym with Brian Reed, Santon Jones, Willis Harding, Reggie McGarity, Keontae Golson.
Well, Sam
Roland
Frazier was
Miller,
a junior high All-American.
Sam Frazier. I mean, that group of boys, I got pop knots put on my head all through Pee Wee football with them, all through Pee Wee basketball with them. I'm serious. There's a reason why like none of us played football. Like you guys had nobody. Because why would you want to play with those guys? Ed Stevenson.
I had a 1-year football career, which was 7th grade. The 8th grade was so good we couldn't scrimmage them.
We could. I didn't want to be in the same room with those guys. They were grown men. We were babies.
Wow, really were.
I saw Brian Reed the other day.
Well, then you throw in Brandon Bagwell.
on
those teams.
Brandon Bagwell was the Pied Piper of that group. Brandon Bagwell is one of the most polarizing ex-Guthrie athletes you can ever talk about because the formal accomplishments are great, but they're not, they don't measure up with some other people's just because of the teams he was on. Right. But Brandon Bagwell was one of the baddest athletes I've ever seen in terms of dunking basketballs in junior high. Stealing bases, fast. Mm-hmm. And nice putt by Tony Benier there.
Well, and a player, you didn't get to play a whole lot in high school, but in junior high, Brian Shelton. Remember Coach Shelton's son?
No, there were guys.
He could dunk, man. He had some jump.
Those 95 guys had great players who rode the pine forever because of the people that were in front of him. Brody Jarnigan with a big-time par right there. Getting a fist bump from his A player, Drew Sturkle. Drew's just finishing up because his doesn't matter. He's probably a bogey right there. He didn't take that real serious.
His daughter Jules is watching once again today.
Yes, Jules is looking for some more Drew stories. I think I told them all yesterday. But so there's our Heisman Park, and I'm sure we're igniting conversations everywhere.
Let me look at the comments. I forgot the comments. Let's see here. TBJ's helping us out. Luke Morgan, Eddie Daves.
Yeah.
Manuel Robinson. He tracks.
Yep.
Maybe that's who I was thinking of.
Is that who you're thinking of?
I think that is who you were thinking of.
I'm sorry, Israel Esco. You were a great athlete too. I was thinking Emmanuel. I said Emmanuel. I said Emmanuel, Ezekiel, Isaiah. I was having a hard time. I'm 47 years old. But so that being said, now let's flip it, Chris.
Yeah. Manuel Robinson, good call, TBJ.
You knew who I was talking about, battery mate.
I thought so.
He knows what I'm thinking, even from 5 miles away. He knows what I'm thinking. Oh, Drew Sturkle coming in.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. What's
he
that?
was talking about how many ulcers
Absolutely.
you gave him in high school a minute ago, I think.
Don't believe everything you hear. I take some more of those ulcers right now. I promise you.
You have a lot today.
It's good to see you, man.
This is part of the reason why we love to have Coach Michoud out here on Sunday is because every group that comes through has
It's
a
like
history
Ryan,
with it.
it's like Ryan Sandberg sitting here.
That's right.
No, that's a bad example. I know Jason Kenney's watching, so.
Just like Keith Hernandez is sitting here. I despise Keith Hernandez.
June 14th, 1987.
That was one magic loogie.
Oh.
Listen, so we've done that, right? We've done the players. That's a Luke Roach swing right there, going up and over. Sam's getting action on 5. That's Luke Roach playing his third shot into 5.
Wow.
And this is Casey Gates coming in, lefty. Sam's in danger, I promise you right now. Casey Gates will peel one right at her.
Well, just missed the camera.
Yeah, just missed the camera. She's tough.
It'll bounce on
I
her.
know she's tough. You couldn't beat her up. If you wanted to even, but you don't want to. We've got our players. Now I want to flip it. Let's go Heisman Park, Guthrie High School, coaches, teachers, administrators. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You're going to get 3 votes again because you're the boss.
Well, I will take it. I'll take all the pressure off the Hall of Fame.
You do have a kid in school still, so be careful.
That's right. His English teacher and his math teacher are the Hall of Famers. Coach Rick Michoud, Hall of Famer. He's won more state championships than any other coach in Guthrie history when you add baseball, football, and golf.
The legend.
There's no one who's won more state championships as a coach than Rick Michoud.
There's a legend.
So I know it's down the road, so I might have one more that can go a little bit higher, but overall, I'll take it off the table.
I'm going to steal it right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Start carving the bus for Coach Michoud. For me, and this was my first choice, even over you, Coach Michoud. God love you.
Amen.
Clay Tartar.
Yeah.
Clay Tartar.
Clay Tartar.
Yeah, that was the first one that just jumped in my head.
Track
1,000%.
and cross country legend. I remember being in his history classes and stuff. He was so serious and so scary, but he was so soft too. He could be. He knew when you needed him to be soft. He knew when you needed him to be nice. Great educator. Great. I mean, he was a college football player at OBU. He's a fullback. You know, in the era of 2 bars and CTE. I mean, and then he became a track coach and a cross country coach, and just a long career educator. He's one of those guys, like you, Coach Michoud, that education to him was ministry. Yeah. It wasn't just a job, it was ministry.
My Sunday school teacher for many years.
And he was a great guy. Him and Cheryl, just great love story, great husband. They had an adopted daughter that they took care of, and Clay passed away way too soon, but they named the track after him.
Clay Tartar Complex.
We have the Clay Tartar Invitational,
and they got a plaque out there now. You can read about it.
So we've got Rick Michoud, we've got Clay Tartar, and our coaches and administrators or teachers, any way you want to cut it. Heisman Park at Guthrie High School. What about you, Coach? And you've already been said, so you can't say yourself. You would have.
That guy would have been way down on my list right there.
Coach would say something like, "Oh, I was just blessed to have a bunch of good athletes."
Am I saying right?
I was going to say all those guys we were talking about a little bit ago. That's the reason for that. Is those guys we've been talking about.
If you won the most state championships than any other coach, you're on the list,
Auto.
right? Okay.
Auto.
Let's make sure I'm not trying to be biased because he's here to my left. I'm just trying to be fair here.
So we've talked enough to give you time to think about it. Who's your pick for the teacher, administrator, coach, Heisman Park?
Well, the guy that's in my head right now, right off the bat, I think would have to be Rafe Watkins. 4 state championships in football.
And he was 4-0.
Yeah.
Once he got there.
So he's a guy that I'm probably thinking about right now that would have to be there.
Yeah, we went from 0, and when he left, we had 4.
Yeah.
Guthrie was an also-ran in football when he showed up and left, and we were, other than Carl Albert, we ran 5A. You know.
Well, and Rafe had a winning record against Carl Albert.
Yeah. And how many coaches do you think can say that?
No, I don't know if you can say anybody else has that. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize we had a run there. We beat them 5 years in a row.
Sure did.
What?
Yep.
Yeah. We beat Carl Albert 5 years.
Was those Gary Rose teams?
Oh yeah.
They were.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Yeah, so that is
automatic. In fact, the Guthrie Carl Albert overall record is pretty close to 500.
I think the Titans got us now.
I think they got us a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
the most amazing, I tell people this all the time, and everybody shakes their head when I tell them that.
Brody Jarningan just sticks one on 4. Greg Ireton's giving him the thumbs up. Brody Jarnigan brought his game today, boys. I'm telling you. Okay, Chris.
Until Guthrie and Carl Albert played in the championship game this year, we had never played in the playoffs. We had never had
well,
a game.
That's what happens when you're 1-2 all the time.
Yep.
So he says Rafe, I say Clay, you say Coach Michoud to my left. Drew Sturkle's got it going at 4. See it. We see 2 on the green there. So pick number 2 for you, Chris. Heisman Park. Administrators, coaches, teachers.
I got my next one already.
All right.
So my mind immediately goes. There's one, I don't want to give it away because it could be an announcement later on soon. But we've won back-to-back state championships in basketball. David Griffin, I think was that. Am I getting my coaches mixed up? But also Pete Paparonis won back-to-back state championships as a basketball coach.
I see where this is going, so we're going to have a separate park for teachers because we're just a bunch of jocks over here. So
well, yeah. That's why I was trying.
Just go coaches.
My wild card was both, but man, there's so many. Well, we just lost Earl Sykes. When you talk administration, I mean, you talk about going to Guthrie High School. I don't know. He saw so many Guthrie events. And I've been to a lot of events, but I'm nowhere near the top. In fact, that conversation came up. I told John Chappell, with the passing of Earl Sykes, are you now the person who's seen more Guthrie events than anybody else?
Probably would have to be, wouldn't he?
I think so. I would think so. Earl had some years on John Chappell, but Chappell now as an athletic director really sees all the events from all the sports. I will go Pete Paparonis.
Pete Paparonis. Still see a coach in Edmond North?
Yep. And he went from teams that were like 2-21 to 2-time state champions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he went back-to-back at Edmond North not very long ago.
Big time.
With his daughters.
Yeah. And he won state championship at Edmond North.
Yep. Big time. Yep. I like it.
For the girls.
So if we're going to stick with coaches, and I think we should, because there's so many of them. You've said Coach Michoud. We've said Pete Paparonis. We've said Clay Tarter. Said many.
Earlier I said David Griffin, Bob Griffin.
Bob Griffin. Who was yours just a minute ago?
My guy?
Yeah.
Rafe Watkins.
Yeah,
Rafe Watkins.
Yeah.
Rafe Watkins. Okay. I'm going to ruminate on this for just a minute while we watch the team of Brian Sturkle. Brian's here playing his 3rd shot just by the bunker. Casey Gates, Brian Sturkle, Josh Ball in the bucket hat. Brian Cook from Oak Tree, Keller Williams. He was my partner in Broken Bow this year at the Dogwood Invitational. And this team, the top 3 players on this team, Coach, have all been A players at different times in their careers.
Right.
Casey's had a couple of little kids. He's kind of not played as much, but Brian's kind of on the way back. But he did not give that enough, and he knows it. He knows it. He did not give it enough. Coaches. I've got so many in my head that I'm trying to spin this the right way. I don't want to slide anybody.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking.
I don't want to leave anybody out either. I think just for the importance of the state championship, and you know me and my stances on any kind of Hall of Fame or anything like that, how I process things. But I'm going to have to say Gerald Reed.
Gerald Reed, 89 state championship. Coach Michoud was on that coaching staff.
Daggone it. You're everywhere.
I told him 10 games into that season, I said, we're winning state this year.
Yep.
He said, you think so? I'm like, yeah, we're winning.
Gerald Reed, I remember being a little kid.
Beat McAllister in the finals, right, at OU?
Yep.
I remember being around that program as a little kid, and I remember one night.
Your brother was on that team?
My brother's on that team. Gerald Reed, before they renovated the baseball stadium, the lines on the light poles to indicate a home run were about a foot beneath the top of the fence, because on a ladder, that's all as high as Gerald Reed could get.
Yeah.
He was about 5'4".
Yeah.
But
those lines were a waste because the lines that are inside the fence are in play.
Right. Well, he was the coach of the only baseball state championship in the history of Guthrie High School. He's a very storied baseball history.
Yeah, which is in itself is quite amazing, really.
But Gerald's the only one that got it done, so I would have to say Gerald Reed. But one night I was up there and there was a rain delay. You may remember this, Coach. But there was a rain delay, and it ended up, they said the field was getting too wet, they're going to call it. And he was coaching, old school, he was coaching in a royal blue sweater. Like he had like a sweater on and kind of some baseball pants, but he had a nicer sweater on because it gotten cold. And the players were messing around, and I don't know how it got started. Here's Sturkle trying to knock in his par putt after that effort. He's going to 3-putt. But Gerald Reed ran the bases in a driving rainstorm and started his head-first slide between third base and home and slid all the way through home plate.
Wow. I
remember as probably a 10, 11-year-old boy, that was the most hilarious thing ever. Gerald Reed, though, could be a little bit torturous. He used to give the bullet. He would grab me and give me the bullet, the middle knuckle in the armpit.
Yes.
He would do pink belly. He would slap your belly, or he would do the fist in the sternum. He was a little bit of a meanie like that to all us little kids.
He's getting you strong for his
getting us strong. But yeah, he would be mine. So that's 5 bus in the Guthrie coach. So
I used to love Gerald Reed's steel sign. If he wasn't sure if he really knew what the signs were, this would be his steel sign.
Just go.
Go.
Point index finger towards second.
Oh.
All right. You guys are up. I'm done.
Okay, so my guy, and his name came up a little bit ago, has got to be Chap.
John Chappell?
Yeah. All the above, you know.
All the above, yeah.
Player, coach, administrator.
Character.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Right.
Coaches Hall of Fame.
He's got to be in there, doesn't he?
And this is Gavin Sealanders here, Coach, another one of your ex-players.
Yep.
Wouldn't want to fight him, I don't think.
I wish I'd have got him sooner.
You always said he could really hit it.
I just got him for 1 year.
So, yeah, you're up.
You went Chap?
Oh, you went Chap. Okay, yeah.
Chap.
No, John Chappell, he's wrestler, baseball player, baseball coach. I remember the first day he walked into first hour gym class, 1991, 7th grade. He had a khaki members only jacket on. He had some spot built. Do you remember spot built?
Oh, yeah.
He had some spot built coach's shoes on and a handlebar mustache and a flat top. And, I mean, it was on from there.
And the only guy I know ever, anywhere, that enjoys weed eating.
Yes. He enjoys weed eating.
That's confirmed.
Well,
he rides around with a weed eater in his truck, and he might just show up at your house and start.
You know what I would say if he was here, and it would make him really mad? It's fun to do manual labor as an adult when you never had to do any when you were a kid.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Somewhere. Dadgummit,
that's not true. That's not true. Baloney.
I could argue if you ask people that you got one shot at naming one guy that's just Guthrie. I think it'd be hard not to name him.
Oh, no. You cut him. It's royal blue coming out.
He's Guthrie.
Yep.
All right, Chris. Finish off the Coach Heisman Park.
Number 7. Let's see. We got golf out of the way. Got baseball out of the way. I'm going through my spring sports here. Track. Got some tartar action there. Tennis. Mary Hudson's been doing it for a long time.
Mary Hudson,
lots of wins.
she came to mind.
Yeah.
And not only been the librarian, but
run state tournaments.
Mary is also a behind-the-scenes blesser of young people.
Absolutely.
She takes care of children. When she was my daughter's tennis coach, we called her Mother Mary because she is a mother to all.
She is.
You're really grinding over there, Pod. I see smoke coming out of your ears.
I'm making sure I'm not leaving out anybody obvious here.
If we are, TBJ and Jason Canning's going to tell us.
Why am I drawing a blank? 1990.
Ron Jones.
Ron Jones won a state championship for the girls basketball.
Yep.
Not coaching. We got some. Davenport right now is crushing it in wrestling.
Yeah.
Softball has been getting closer over the last few years. Booker Blakely, now Coach Terrence.
Gary Boxley got some consideration from me.
Gary Boxley, a Hall of Famer. That'd be a good one.
Yep.
I'm not trying to help you or nothing.
Just trying to speed it up. Oh, I'm on the wrong green. I apologize. Just bounced off on the right side on that tee shot.
Brian Cook putting the peg in the ground. One of the funnest weekends of golf I had was recently at Broken Bow with Brian Cook. He's a fun partner.
I went Paparonis, so I will go. I'm down to Bob Griffin and Gary Boxley. I'll go Gary Boxley. I'll go Boxley.
I love it.
Just because of the multiple sports, the administrator part of it.
Yep.
Gary Boxley also a father figure to many.
Sure.
Yes.
Took care of his kids always. And I was Boxley, Mary would be number 8.
So here's Boxley and Tartar. They win state championships or something, and I go, who's the head coach? And I'd ask Clay that, and he would say Boxley. And I asked Boxley, and he would say Clay. I was like, I don't know who to put in this article. Who's the head coach?
How do you end up with both of those track guys at GHS, and even crossing over in their eras?
Yeah,
I mean, it's unreal. Unbelievable.
You know, my least favorite memory about Box is we were actually out at Hinton one time playing in some kind of golf tournament out there, and Box and his daughter, playing in the same group. Yeah, Nika playing in the same.
Josh Ball on the green.
On the green, he's dancing.
Playing in the same group with me and Stretch, and they beat us that day.
Mike Longstretch.
Yeah, they beat us that day. Yep.
Mike Longstreth signed my yearbook my senior year.
I bet I'm the first one to sign your crack.
No. Not knowing I was going to go play college baseball, and he just signed it. Look for the hanging curveball on 2-2 stretch. I open that every once in a while. I look at it, I just laugh. He and I got nothing done in his class because all we did was talk baseball.
Nice shot there too.
Casey Gates.
That's a great Sunday shot right there.
And he's got the Sunday red on.
Oh,
Tiger style.
He does.
Tiger style. Coach Michou's actually wearing the Sunday red brand.
Wow.
I didn't get the dress code memo.
I didn't know retired educators made that kind of money.
I mean, you had to wear a T-shirt.
If you have enough side hustles, you can pull it off. So.
I'm in a Hawaiian shirt from Goodwill. Oh man! And he said he's got Sue in college at one of the most expensive private universities in Oklahoma, and he's pulling out Sunday red.
Thanks for that reminder.
Jeez.
Yeah, which is why I'm going to have to work till I'm 80, by the way.
Well, you can go talk to Brian Sturkle Interbank and get you a signature note.
Talking about OBU, by the way, that's where John met his wife, Charlotte Chapel, at OBU.
Oh, the better half.
Yes.
Yep, that's correct.
Where would John Chappell be without Charlotte? Brian hates it.
Walking away.
Brian's coming in hot from that 3-putt.
Well, I think he could be aggressive because of the 2 shots already.
Oh, yeah.
With
Josh and Casey.
Yes.
Okay, so we've done the players. We've done the administrators. I would absolutely be remiss if we didn't do the actual, not that the administrators and the coaches weren't educators, but the pure educators.
Pure educators
At Guthrie High School. And now, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen that are listening, this is going to be very recency biased because I don't know who your social studies teacher was in 1952. I know who was there from the late 80s on. And you can't be on it twice, Michou. Quit poking me in the ribs. You're not being on it twice.
No,
you're a way better coach than you were a teacher.
I don't think I'm in that category.
So Chris, you're
for
up.
sure.
Administrators,
teachers, pure educators, or principals, but no coaches.
I would. Well, I don't know where it falls on the list, but Earl Sykes has to be on there.
Absolutely,
yeah, he's got to be on there.
No, I mean
that's the first. I'll have to think more of the others, but I think he has to be on there.
Earl Sykes, rest in peace, left us not too long ago.
Yeah.
Mr. Guthrie, Mr. OSU, his grandson is working this tournament.
Yes, he's helped us broadcast out.
Brent Ingles
helping
working
us with some stuff.
But yeah, we just lost Earl the other day, and Earl, our senior year coach, he canceled our homecoming parade because we were driving around throwing eggs at each other, and somebody T-boned somebody else.
Yep.
He had the record company put their cars in front of the high school, and they had a sign up, "This is why you'll have no homecoming dance." That's old school right there.
That is.
Today they would have got an injunction and made him do it.
Oh,
the
yeah.
parents would have.
Yeah.
Our parents were like, good, we didn't want to give you any money anyway.
Right. Right.
That was an Earl Sykes move right there. A teaching moment.
Yep.
For me, I'm going to go non-traditional. Commenters be damned. Joe Kennedy.
Joe
Kennedy.
Smoking Joe Kennedy.
Yep.
Joe Kennedy is probably out at Cimarron National today. He probably just played a quick 9. Now he's washing out carts so he can have a membership. You know, he doesn't want to pay for it, but so he's washing carts for his membership. Jack Reinhardt coming into 3 here, Action Jack of Body Billboards. Joe Kennedy, this is the kind of administrator Joe Kennedy was. I one day skipped out with Jed Wagner and Jacob Carey and went to Del Rancho. And this was my first time. You know, those guys were bad influences.
So you got caught?
And we went to Del Rancho. And I rode there with...
You were definitely on the go.
Jed and Jacob, probably in a flatbed truck with a hay bale hanging off it or something. And but anyway, we were in Del Rancho eating, and Joe Kennedy pulled up in the drive-thru and looked through the window and saw us in there. And do you want to know what Joe Kennedy did? He walked in and told us what to get him and to bring it to his office. And he said, if you don't, you're suspended.
Yeah.
So we got him his food, dropped it off at his office, and we did not get suspended. Another time, I was a freshman sitting in Charles Crooks' Algebra 1 class. I think you were in there. Joe Kennedy comes to the door. Swagger's in there. Seth Robbins. I said, what? He said, do you have a set of golf clubs? And I said, yeah, I do. I got a set of like from Sam's at home. And he goes, we got a JV tournament in Clinton today. I only got 4 guys. I'm going to run you by your house. I was like, I don't play golf. He said, you play golf today. You're checked out. And I rode to Clinton and played a golf tournament. I played 2 golf tournaments because of Joe Kennedy. And both of them, he was missing players, and he just came and pulled me out of class.
I got my Joe Kennedy story.
That's awesome.
I got removed from a classroom, and I shouldn't have been.
What?
Exactly right.
You were an angel.
I was. I'm not going to name the teacher, but I was.
She's not going in Heisman Park.
No, she is not going in Heisman Park. I can tell you off the air who she is.
Oh, I think I know who she is.
I think she had an issue with everybody.
I think she may have also had a husband that taught at our school.
No.
Then you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I got sent. And this is junior high. I got sent to his office, and I'll have to paraphrase, but he goes, "What are you doing here?"
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
The last name starts with a consonant, double consonant.
No.
Math teacher.
No.
Oh,
no.
You know who I'm talking about too.
Yeah,
there.
I do know who you're talking about. Yeah. And he said, now, she could be a little crazy. But, man, you got to.
But you have to understand.
You have to understand, yeah. You
life lesson.
It was a life lesson.
School, you know who those people are.
It is. And I've had so many great relationships with teachers, administrators, just growing as a kid. I spent countless hours at Chappell's house because I love working on baseball field, and I hung out with him more than anybody a few years.
Scott Bryant with a chip up almost cashes it in.
But yeah, he goes, man, go back to class and just
Luke
chill
Hubbard
for the
on
day.
Scorekeep.
So
Joe Kennedy. So we've gone Earl Sykes. We've gone Joe Kennedy. Administrators, teachers. You're up, Ricky Bobby, and you know them all.
Oh man!
And you worked with them.
Talk about putting somebody
No
on
pressure.
the spot. Jack Reinhardt lines up his putt here on hole number 3, our signature hole at Guthrie Golf Country Club. Jack's got the old saber-tooth putter. Mm-hmm.
Remember her?
I do. Jack sends it towards
Get in
the
there,
cup.
Jack.
Oh, just missed it on the low side, and then it runs out about 4 feet.
I just now saw this comment when you're talking about you were skipping for the first time.
Right.
JC, first time, so there were more.
Well, of course there were more.
So there were
Hey,
more.
Joe Kennedy let me skip one day as long as I took him bass fishing at my dad's pond. I mean, that's the educator energy I
That's
need
big. Well,
in my life.
how long ago was that? And you're talking about it still? That's what we're talking
That's
about.
30 years ago.
That's
I see
what we're
Joe
talking-
Kennedy at the driving range this week. I was trying to practice out there at Cedar Valley. He said, "You must be getting ready for an event." I said, "It's Howard Fife week, buddy." Coach, you're awful quiet. We need your Heisman Park.
All right, I'm thinking about this one. Is one
Oh.
that keeps jumping in my mind, and I can't remember the time frame exactly, but I'm pretty sure you guys were there. What about Miss Carolyn Hinkey?
Oh, Carolyn
Ooh.
Hinkey.
Y'all remember Carolyn?
Yeah, I think
Big
who was
time.
it? Jason Kane talked about the entire math department.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
Crooks.
Lou Ireton.
Lou Ireton.
Yeah.
Mr. Ireton did some math, right?
I'm not quite sure about that. But
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I'm not.
one
I can't go with you. I can go with you on a Crooks. I won't tell you which one. One really liked me. One of them really hated me.
And one really
Did the other
loved
one
her.
Really like anybody?
Huh?
Did the other one really like anybody?
Well, I'll tell you where I broke bad with the one. I was sleeping in their class. I won't say him or her. And they said, if
I
you
think
want to
people
sleep,
can read between the lines right now.
if you want to sleep, you can go in the supply room and sleep. I said, dandy. She thought I wasn't going to take her up on it. And about 2.5 classes went by, and she forgot I was in there. Or they forgot I was in there. Oh! I gave it away.
Beep. Wow. Oh, I think I beeped it out.
So he said Carolyn Hinkey. So we've got Earl Sykes, Joe Kennedy, Carolyn Hinkey, Chris, your Guthrie High School Heisman Park teacher, as the team of Chris Herzl, Jack Reinhardt, Scott Bryant, Lane Roach, who looks like you wouldn't want to fight him either at this point in his life. And scorekeep by Julie Wells.
They'll be heading to the 4th green here in a few moments.
Brian Sturkle's coming in the frame. He left a gap wedge, and Josh Ball's got his safari hat on today.
Going on a safari.
Ready
Looking
to
for
go.
birds, right?
Looking for birds.
Dora
Looking
the
for
Explorer's
birds.
the B-man on the team. Huh? Don't say ginger anymore. That is a new slur. You can't say that. It's pigment challenged, Josh.
Pigment challenge.
Our pigments are challenged. Our lack of pigment. We're pigment deficient.
Oh my God.
I'm looking for a check for it. Okay, you're up, Podge.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm trying to go back to elementary days.
Oh, well, let's lock in on GHS.
Oh, GHS.
Because if you're going to
okay.
go back that far, you're going to be talking. You're going to bring John Haney into it. You're going to bring Gerald Collier into it. You're going to bring a lot into it. Let's isolate on
John Haney. So that's the only time.
But he's high school too, though.
He was
crossover.
Yeah. It's the only time I got swats. Desmond Harding got me in trouble after school.
Desmond Harding got in trouble.
Got me in trouble, and somehow we got caught, and went to Mr. Haney's office, and he calls my mom, and of course I can only hear him. I can't hear my mom on the phone, and she's like, Mr. Haney's like, he did this. So I'm gonna give you 2 options. I can send him home for 3 days, or I can give him 3 swats. And I hear Mr. Haney go, yes ma'am, okay, you betcha, thank you so much, we'll talk soon. Hung up, looked at me, bend over. I was like, oh no. Wha-boom.
Sam swings the camera over to the gold tee box. This bunch has finished their first 9, so now they're having to tee off from the golds.
Oh, that's right.
So this is the Chris Herzl group. This is their starting hole, so we're officially halfway there.
For the morning session.
For the morning session. This is this group's 10th hole.
That's Chris there sporting a blue shirt, isn't it?
Chris is sporting a blue shirt.
Chris Herzl.
Teeing off from the back tees, dead into the wind, about 171 yards. Probably what he's looking at. Chris is probably going to knock down a 6-iron here.
Played at the University of Oklahoma.
Takes a mighty lash at it. Oh, hit the green. He's up there, up and to the left. Just rolled off the back. So, have you come up with one yet? Can stick with John Haney?
Well, staying with the high school,
But you could. John Haney was secondary. He was in every building.
The high school that removes Willie Young and Terry Bennett, senior.
Okay,
let's
do everything
well,
above elementary.
I'm just bringing that into the equation here.
Okay, let's go 7th through 12th.
7 through 12.
Because if you do, you're going to screw me. If we go all high school, it's going to screw me.
Well, that's way left.
Scott Bryant's battling injuries. Has a rib issue. He was much higher than a D player, but with injury, he's a D player this time.
Oops. You got one ready to go, don't you?
I got one in the tube, but you can take it if you want. I've got several. You know, I had a lot of run-ins with teachers and principals. I know they're all their names.
So we're going 7 through 12. I'm trying to keep up.
You know, he was saying that somebody got him in trouble. You know, I was thinking back, and I was like, you know, the few times that I got in trouble, I'm the one that always got me in trouble.
Chris was an instigator.
Now, I might have been with some, you know, with some bad influences, you know.
Chris acts like he was catching strays, but he wasn't.
I lived too close to the school.
He just was real.
After hours.
He could camouflage it. Watch Jack Reinhardt and I think that's Gary Underwood. No, I don't think it's Gary Underwood. Let me see that team. That is Gary Underwood. Chris Herzl, Jack Reinhardt. So this is Gary Underwood. This is Jack hitting from the whites. He's played black-white because he's not 75 yet, but he is 70. And I think he's begging for it to go left. I don't see it. I think he's got it hung out to the right.
Okay, so I will go completely 1,000,000% bias. And not going to be any of your list, but in my world, it's not even close. My favorite teacher of all time, Jimmy Patterson.
There you go.
Miss Patterson.
Not even
Journalism.
close.
Of course, Scoop.
Yep.
Of course, that would be your one.
Yep.
As Gary Underwood tees off here from the whites, indicating he's between 70 and 75. He's got a toothpick in, UL Washington style of the Kansas City Royals. Got a knee brace, the pink shorts. He put a move on that one.
That one's looking good. He's staring it down,
he's
too.
Staring at Coach. There it goes. He's up on the top deck.
Yeah,
just rolled off the bat.
Yep.
Okay, so Jimmy Lee Patterson, Miss Patterson of the journalism department.
Yeah, that is 1,000,000% biased. But
here's my only strike against
there's
Miss Patterson.
been a lot of people who've gone on and worked at big publications.
Let me tell you my one.
Not me.
Here's the one bugaboo for Miss Patterson. I was an office aide for Holly Mays' mom. Her first name's escaping me. Miss Mays. Teresa Mays.
Yeah, Merle and Teresa.
One day, Teresa says, you need to go down to the journalism department. Miss Patterson has several mice on her glue trap.
Oh, wow.
She had glue traps around all the archives. She didn't want the mice eating the old yearbooks and newspapers and stuff like that. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? I'm a 17-year-old boy. I mean, I don't know anything about mice on a glue trap. And I went down there, and Miss Patterson said,
discarded in the reciprocal.
Take this glue trap and throw it away. And I said, but they're still alive. And she said, they're not coming off that glue trap. And I said, I can get them off. And I went outside there on the north end, and I took a Bic ink pen, and I was trying to pry this mouse off of this glue trap, and all the girls in this class was very self-conscious. Were watching out the window, rooting for me to get this mouse off the glue trap. Well, the mouse came off the glue trap, Chris, but its legs didn't. And so it was very traumatic for me. It was very traumatic for the girls in the class. Miss Patterson didn't care.
In the mouse.
We're not even going to talk about the mouse. So that
mouse was fine until you came around.
Miss Patterson made me kill a mouse in front of her class. So I'm not going to. She doesn't. Other than that, she would have my vote. No, for me, when I think of teachers at Guthrie High School, oh my goodness, we almost see a chip in right there from this bunch. That's Blake Nelson. That's our replacement player that came in late, I believe.
In the pink shirt?
Yes.
Just out of frame?
It possibly is. Let's see. He's playing under the who just came through?
Brian
Chris
Circles?
Herzl.
Or Chris Herzl's, yeah.
Oh, no, so this is the Clint Gagnon, Mike Williams, Cameron Mild, Billy Williams, Mike Canning group.
Terry Benjamin said the band directors were pretty successful, that being the bar trucks.
Get out here and get a headset on, TB, if you're gonna mess us up like this. If you're gonna take our stuff. No, the bar trucks were big time, that's for sure.
And you mentioned Miss Hinton earlier. In fact,
Liz Hinton,
when we were in junior high together,
Berryman.
it was Kennedy and Hinton were the principals, assistant principals.
I've already said it, and I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. John Haney. Yep. I had him as a principal 3 different times, and he was one of those guys,
Towers.
And I don't even know how old he was, right? But he was an African-American man with like the white beard a lot of times, or like gray in his beard. Always well-dressed, tall man, just very, very, very regal.
Yep.
Regal is the only way I can describe it, and deep voice. And all he had to do was like put a hand on my shoulder and say 1 or 2 things, and I was done.
Yeah.
I mean, I was done. He just had a force and a presence about him. And I don't remember many of my principals. I remember him and Gerald Collier, because Gerald Collier beat my rear out at Cotterell.
Yeah.
But John Haney never whooped me, but he corrected me on many occasions. And so John Haney would be in my Heisman Park of Guthrie educators and administrators. And you're up, Coach.
Well, this individual that I got on my mind right now came up earlier in another category. I think we would be remiss. Mary Hudson.
Mother Mary.
It's a good one.
Longtime librarian, longtime tennis coach, very well respected in the tennis coaching community. Some would say because she's the Rick Michaud of the tennis community.
Yes.
Or he's the Mary Hudson of the golfing community. You know the song?
The only thing is Michaud has found ways to crack the private school barrier. She has unable to crack that private school barrier, which is pretty tough, especially in the world of tennis.
Well, it really is, but Ricky did it.
He did.
Ricky did it. Ricky did it multiple times. He put Kelly, McGinnis, put them in their spot.
And Clay Tarter would have 10 to 15 more state championships if it wasn't for those two schools you just mentioned.
Right. So Mary Hudson.
Now I just look at the comments. Jillian Sykes brings up Lori Allen, biology, big time.
Lori, I was thinking the other Lori Allen.
Well, Terry Bennett mentioned Lori Allen.
I had them both.
Yeah.
See.
I never had both. I had neither as a teacher. Actually.
I had them both. I had Lori Allen as a freshman English teacher, and then she was a client of mine for years and years and years. Hated to hear it when she passed. And then Lori Allen, biology.
Yep.
And her and I used to have an ongoing war because I would bring the sports page in there. Remember how often you and I carried around daily
every morning,
and how mad we would get at Coach Chappell because he just never called in the stats or the box scores.
Never.
And we were so mad at him all the time.
Yeah.
God, he drove me crazy with that he wouldn't do it.
My newspaper, my Coke, and my Twix. Clay Tarter's first hour class.
Yes.
Can't beat that.
Can you imagine how different? I mean, and it's not like we and Chris are 100. I mean, we're talking about the mid-'90s.
Right.
That we walked in every day. I would walk in with a bag of Daylight donut holes, a Dr. Pepper, and the sports page. And that, I mean,
that was every day.
Yep.
But that's the only way we knew how to.
Right there.
And then you'd get your Sports Illustrated in the mail. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I mean, that was the only way we knew anything.
Yeah. No, that was.
Yep.
I remember breaking down the Major League Baseball box scores and answering all the questions.
Oh, and we would look at other high schools. We're like, he sucks. How did he go 3 for 4?
Right.
You know,
Frankie Callamore.
Right.
Get out of here.
I play in a golf group now with Frank Callamore.
What's that?
I used to love on Sunday the Sunday paper, right? And they had every major league player stats in the Sunday paper.
Always, like a stock ticker.
Yep.
Yeah.
AL leaders, home runs, cool. RBIs, hits, doubles.
They don't do that at all.
We've really lost something. I mean, you can just Google it up, but we're also very dumb now. So maybe that's the difference. Okay, Scoop, you got the last one, or did you do it?
I went Patterson.
No, you have one more, I thought.
Oh, I got one more?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can all share one
Mary
together.
Hudson.
Yeah, I had two. Yeah.
I went Patterson and Sykes.
I said Reed and John Haney.
And I went Carolyn Hinkey and Mary.
But you could easily do Carolyn and Richard Hendricks.
I was
real easy.
I had them.
Yep.
Oldie, not here very long, but memorable. Gil Cloud.
Mm-hmm. Just recently passed as well.
Yep. Yes. Teachers wise, I mean, Deborah Chapman, Carolyn Hendricks, Boyd Rice.
What about a wild card here?
Boyd Rice, wow.
And it's current, and I
almost went Woody Golson because he was my neighbor.
Well, I think he's got to be in the conversation. Mike Simpson with all the bond issues and the turnaround, and now he's going to say a lot of people were responsible, which is true.
Will he say that? I'm just playing Mike.
Well, is there a microphone? I think if you had a microphone, he would say. If there was a camera and a microphone.
He'd say, well, I've assembled a great team here.
And go home. I work with a bunch of idiots. Luckily, I overcome that.
I want to tell you, I met him at Jeff Herzl's house his first year.
Success.
Well, they had a little mixer for him, and I shook his hand, and I was like, he's here for 2 years. I mean, we're just a rung in the ladder, and he got a little too much Logan County on him, I think, and now he's going to die with us. I
don't know if that's it. I'm saying I think he deserves a mention there for sure. So.
We were stagnated terrible in terms of our appearance statewide, our buildings. I mean, there were businesses, there were people who simply would not relocate their business and things like that here due to the condition of our school buildings.
Yeah.
Right? And so, he has, since he's been here, we've passed 4 bonds in a row? 3?
3
in a row. And
now over $80 million.
If you check on Facebook, he closes school when he's not supposed to, and he opens it when he's not supposed to, so he doesn't win there. But no, I mean, is he our longest tenured soup ever?
No, there's one 60s or 70s, I think, but he's getting close. He's near the top now. I'd have to look. I have it on my other computer.
And Mike knows if we didn't love him, we wouldn't be making fun of him.
Oh, he knows, absolutely.
Just like we do Jeff, just like we do John.
Oh yeah.
Just like we do each other.
Walked away. I don't think we need to go to the fourth green after the walk away, but we'll be fair and balanced for him.
Well, that was fun. That was fun. And I mean, think about the diversity of the groups we talked about. Men, women, black, white. I mean,
yeah.
Yep. I think that's part of the reason why Guthrie's been successful like it has as a community, is because of our diversity. Everybody's willingness to accept each other and the camaraderie. And
well, I tell you, another one who has had a lot of success.
Is that going to get across the bridge? It did not. That's swimming with the fishes, Mike Canning.
I tell you another one, and we're nowhere near musically inclined, but Bill Perring has had a huge impact.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
in the music and art.
You know what all this makes me think of?
What's that?
I know that you are a classic country fan.
Oh yeah.
Chris, who's going to fill their shoes?
Oh, exactly. Redheaded stranger.
Who's going to stand that tall? Who's going to play the Opry or the Wabash Cannonball? No, it's sad.
Yeah, we're old now.
It is sad, and I think we get there again. But man, you talk about eras ending. Earl Sykes passing.
Yep.
John at some point's going to retire. Rick's trying to retire, but
he did once.
Like Al Pacino in Godfather 3.
We need Sue to go to
every time he tries to get out, they pull him right back in.
We need Sue to go get that master so we can keep Michoud around for a little bit longer.
Right.
Well, what else do you got to do? Come on.
Rick Michoud is too cheap to pay health insurance premiums. He's never retiring.
What else would you be doing?
There's a lot of truth to that.
But you lose all these people, and you hope that Guthrie doesn't become real transitory with coaches and teachers and stuff, because man, some of these people were here forever, man. And you have generationals, like you mentioned Bobby Cofield. My wife had Bobby Cofield, our children had Bobby Cofield.
Yep.
I had, the
Sam.
Crookses. Everybody, some of these teachers, everybody had Miss Green, Miss Baker, Miss Crooks, Miss Ireton, Lori Allen, for the love of Pete, just around forever.
Claire Gatewood was around forever.
Yes, Miss Gatewood, our principal at Favor. I always like to tell people all the time that you and I were the last class at Favor, because we were.
Yeah.
We were supposed to get guests. Coach, they brought this.
Because I think Amy Sykes-Engel was one of the first ones to go in there. I think it was during their time, her class, 91-ish.
That went to Favor?
That had to go to Favor because of the fire.
Right. We ended up going
in the portables.
We ended up. They told us when we were in 4th grade at Fogarty, you're going to be the first class to go to guests, and it was going to be the first new building in Guthrie in forever.
Oh yeah.
And then they're like, oh wait a minute, construction delays. Have fun at Favor.
Yeah, because Sam's class, that was in '89 when guests opened up.
Right.
That was Sam's. I think Sam was the first. Her class was. She was class of '99, so I think they were the first one to go in.
Yeah, we were supposed to, and we didn't. So we ended up going to. We were going to catch 6th grade there, and we didn't. So we stayed at Favor, and I love Favor.
Miss Coleman was my 6th grade teacher.
The gym / lawn cat / wrestling room / lunch
it's like Central Cafe Gymatorium.
Right.
Cafe Gymatorium, huh?
That's what they have at Central.
That's what we had there at Favor.
That's the next school that needs to go away or turn into an admin building.
What's a school on the west side that was actually still usable when I first came here?
Banner,
yeah.
Banner.
I went to Banner. We got the
Miss Biggs was my kindergarten teacher there.
I had Miss Doak or Dokes. This is the Luke Morgan team here. This is Bobby West bringing up his putt. He's going to come into the frame here and get over there by Luke Morgan. I don't see a tremendous amount of body language in this group.
This was the intriguing group here just because it was Luke Morgan, and could Luke carry, how far can you carry him?
Right. Because as we know, the stronger A-men, they're not going to get, a tremendously powerful team by handicap.
But that's the thing about golf. I know he's probably the best player out here, but I'm not picking this team to win.
Right.
No.
When I saw the release of the names on Facebook by the country club, I said, "Oh, this would be intriguing." I'm not picking them to win though.
This team would have gone into this knowing that the other 4 guys are going to have to make pars together. The other 4, if they could.
And Glenn's
an accomplished player.
Yes.
But if they could best ball to pars, then they would be there, because his ball, the young man in the frame, his ball should be, 3-4 under par every time out.
Yep.
And so, but that's a big ask. It's a big ask. So as Luke comes in here for his putt, he knocks it in, and not a lot of celebrations going on there.
Yeah.
In that group.
Is that the 12th million guys shot you guys seen him put into the cup?
Many. Here comes Bobby West with the lab putter, the JJ Spawn special.
Learned all about this yesterday.
Backing through. Oh. This is just, that was
shit.
almost a false stroke.
See that?
He was just getting it set.
Just getting it set. But yeah, you don't see a lot of fist bumps. Carson Ireton, if anything positive was going on, Carson Ireton would be hopping around.
Earlier you said you need to get TBJ out here on the microphone. He says, my air conditioning's feeling great. I can tell you, last night's shower is in the top 20 I took. I
just hope TBJ
never got ridiculous, but it was a good shower.
I hope TBJ has some brisket over the Kingsfords right now. Nobody can make TBJ can make just a plain Jane charcoal grill brisket like nobody I've ever had in my life. When he used to play golf with me, back when I guess we were friends and we're not anymore, he would always bring
on a break
a little clamshell of brisket. He'd say, "Try this out, battery mate," and it was always good. Coach, we got a Bo Robbins sighting coming up.
Right.
3 here. Looks like he's got a pretty long club. He's laid back pretty good. That looks like a hybrid club of some sort. Boom.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty tough shot from back there.
He's holding this pose.
He is.
It's going to go right. Oh, he's a little short.
Right for the green.
Short. Yep. Nice leave. No, TBJ, Joyce Allen, not Lori Allen. Terry.
Yeah.
I get my I'm getting old, Coach. I got a lot of highway miles on me. A lot of highway miles.
You're not going to get any sympathy over here on that one.
No, just because you got 14 artificial joints, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I tell everybody all the time now that my knees are just little kids now. One of them's in the 4th grade and one of them's in the 1st grade.
Let's watch the poetry here, the poetry in motion of the probably 7-iron from Luke Morgan here. Boom. Looks like he got a little late there and got right shouldery. Like he's left it a little bit short and right. Oh, he's talking about the wind. He's getting animated. That, no matter how hard you try, that's how you can tell they're not doing so hot.
Yeah. Not a lot of good vibes coming from that group right now.
No, here's Damian Bledsoe. Damian's going to be teeing off there from the gold tees here, and this is hole number 13 now. It was 4 for him. Now It's different tee box, hole number 13. You know what they say about the country club? If you love the front nine, wait till you see the back.
Yeah.
Damian plays a lot of golf. He looked away.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody on the dance floor quite yet. Here's Brian Slappy Jenkins. He's got the hybrid club out. Coach, what do you think that is, a 7-wood?
Yeah, that'd be a good guess, I would think. It launched kind of like a 7-wood.
Oh, he's staring at it. I don't see it.
I've seen that look, because I know that look goes, why do I hit it there every single time? I do this and I do that, and it still goes there.
And Bobby West Coast is coming up here.
I'm the proud owner of a 7-wood now.
So is Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 player in the world.
Yeah.
That's a 4-iron replacement,
mm-hmm.
what they say.
Yep.
This looks like to be about a 4 hybrid here out of Bobby West. Cedar Valley fame. Oh, he said I popped it up.
Yep.
Did he say he topped it?
It looked like he.
I thought topped it or popped it. Here's Hank Hudson coming up 3 here. He's playing his 3rd, trying to play the bump and run right there.
Joins Bo Robbins golf ball.
Yeah, boy, that 3 is a lonely, lonely golf hole. Ty Ramsey's back in the fairway. He likely punched to there, but hopefully maybe it was his drive. He's riding with Elijah Morris. We're so glad that Elijah's up on both feet. We're so glad the closing agency helped pay the bills for this broadcast, Chris, and that John Vance does as well. Here comes Ty. I don't see anything.
No, I couldn't find it.
I couldn't find it either.
So was Sam.
There's something else short down there. We can barely see the top of
three
his head.
short.
Yeah.
They're fighting the wind. This is a bear from the Gold Tees, Coach.
Oh, yeah.
Hole number 12.
I wouldn't even want to think about it.
It's 3/12. So this bunch right here is going to be on their 9. This is their 12th hole.
Right.
So we're 2/3 of the way through. You want me to look at any scores, Chris? You just hand it over, bud.
Jules is wanting a daddy update.
A Drew update, okay.
A Drew update.
Okay, Precious.
I'm trying to switch here, make sure 3 green. Roll up there. There it goes.
Oh, and rolled off.
Rolls off.
That was J.R. Caton, the E player. Hank Hudson walking into frame. He's got a button open and the shirt untucked. Everybody's untucked in this group. That's either a good sign or a really bad sign.
Yeah.
Scorekeeper's walking to the other side of the green. Something tells me that things aren't going so hot for this group. We watch Bobo. Bobo eats like he weighs 300, and it doesn't go anywhere. There he goes, playing the low checker, Coach.
Yep.
Oh, it's kind of getting beneath the line on him just a little.
I don't think he liked it.
I don't think he liked it either. I think it peeled off on him.
Yeah.
Good action, though.
It was.
Elijah Hammer Time Morris back on 2 legs finally. That's going to have to sit down, and it did. Nice chip by Elijah.
Honeywell Hammer?
Honey Holmes.
Honey Holmes.
The Honey Can Hammer is the social media handle.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the social
Elijah
media.
Morris will live a pitching wedge from this hole very shortly. He's got a house being built just there behind the trees. Right.
Yeah, I think I saw that when I drove by today.
And he'll be a demon on this hole next year because he'll be out here every night. Hank Hudson throwing one up, lands a little softly. But Elijah, you'll see the little hitch in his giddy up. Elijah suffered a catastrophic
leg injury. And he's the one that's bending down right now.
Really?
In February, yes. He got his leg hung
Please
up
don't even tell. Gosh,
on a ladder?
Oh.
Coming off a roof.
I'm turning the headphones off.
And
one more reason I don't get on ladders.
But he's good. He had a big-time surgery, and he is well ahead of recovery. He wasn't supposed to be doing anything for 6 to 9 months, and he is just in about month 5 now.
Wow.
And he decided to play. He's so ate up with this tournament.
Yeah.
Against better wisdom, he decided to play, and he's playing. And I want to tell you, you will not find somebody who can build better than Elijah.
Is that right?
There's some good.
No doubt.
And when I say build, I don't mean general contract. I mean hands to the hammer and the nail.
Right.
My little Airbnb cottage, he basically built it ground up. And
Yeah.
everybody that goes there is just like, God, the craftsmanship's incredible.
Yeah.
He does a concrete countertop like you've never seen before.
Really?
It's unbelievable. Ty Ramsey racing it by. Bo Robbins is doing the aim point, Chris. He's straddling the line of his putt to feel in his feet which way the green's breaking. He learned that from a guy named Tracy Phillips, who is a incredible senior player over in the Tulsa area. That's called Aim Point Express when you do it with your feet. Tracy didn't pioneer it, but Tracy can teach it. Hank Hudson rolling his putt towards the hole. Misses. Rylan Wells is begging for something to go in the hole there as the scorekeeper. She wants to grab a putter and putt one of these so bad she can't stand it, I promise.
Can tell.
She's standing behind the line of Bo. This is something they're definitely needing because he's giving this the full treatment, Coach.
Yep.
He's got some snazzy new shoes on that he got for his birthday. I wonder who got those for him.
I don't want
Job Malin.
Bo's got the even roll, slant neck, crosshand putter. Gives it one more look. Took a mental snapshot of the hole, back and through, and he pulled it. He expected it to go right, and he pulled it. Going to use the back of the putter to tap it in. Bogey for Bo Robbins. He is not going to be happy about that.
And this is Elijah, the one we've been talking about here.
Hammer Morris. In and through. Nice putt. Hope that was a par. He gave a nice look at Rylan like I feel like it was a par. Ty's going to pick up. I bet you they went 4-5 right there.
That's what it seemed like. Yeah.
So next up, we will have the Jeff Westphalen, Steve Waddell, Justin Green, also a former Blue Jay, SR Hunter and Rocky Zollinger coming up, but I don't see anybody in sight, Chris, coming up 3.
No, they're heading to the tee box now, looks like.
Okay, so we'll get some number 4 green action. I see Luke Morgan's putting for par, and he just knocked in his par over there.
Now, Micah Morris is the bad birdie guy, right?
Micah Morris is the he's a Titleist representative. Micah Morris, Elijah's brother, affectionately known as Tig, no affiliation with TIG, and I don't understand why, but whatever. I can't hang with Titleist, for our sponsor dollars. But his brother Micah became famous with Garrett Clark of the Good group.
Right.
Micah and Garrett were the original Good members. They were teammates at Kansas City Community College.
Right.
And I believe maybe some cousins, some sort of family relationship.
Yeah.
And they were trick shot artists on YouTube.
Right.
And kind of became a bit of a sensation. And Micah left Good and went out on his own to pursue more of a traditional golf track.
Right.
Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, 2, 4. Okay. So if I go here, I'm here. Okay. So we got Bo Robbins on 4T or 13T, as it were, from the Golds. This is going to probably be a 6-iron for him. Back into the breeze. Got his classic narrow setup. Oh.
Did not like that one.
Did not like that one. We'll move away.
I think that might have been right.
Yeah, that had a right feel.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to Elijah. But anyway, Micah left out of Good and went on his own, and he started out with TaylorMade and made content with Rory McIlroy, made content with a lot of them, and now he's moved over to Titleist, and he just made content the other day with Justin Thomas.
Okay.
Micah Morris Golf is that account.
Really?
Yep. So Elijah hits, and Elijah does not hate this. So let's see. Don't see it on the green. We'll see Ty Ramsey come in and hit his shot. But Mike has played in this a couple of times, and he's provided you guys with Bad Birdie merchandise, which is kind of cool.
He took us on a couple of years ago, and it's been really good.
So we'll see Ty Ramsey hit his tee shot here. Looking at some score updates from the afternoon wave. Ty absolutely hates that. We may be in danger. And Hank Hudson's going to step in. Chris will take the controls. Yep. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. The Bo Robbins group, they actually turned at +4. So they went par on 5, bogey on 6, par bogey on 7, par bogey on 8, par on 9. So they're sitting +4 for the tournament. I'm not sure what else is going on, but they're not loving life at the moment, for obvious reasons. The Luke Morgan group, they were +6.
Wow.
Through their first 9. So they're officially on the high side of par now.
+6.
And, okay, the Clint Gagnon group, they shot even par on their first 9.
That's impressive.
Even par on the front 9. Sam trying to bring J.R. Caton into frame.
Got a grounds crew question real quick.
Hold on 1 minute. The Chris Herzl group, 9 over on the front 9 to make them 8 over for the tournament. JR hitting the fairway metal. The Mike Stewart group is even par for the afternoon. That's on their 9. That's indicative of their quality of yesterday.
Right.
Bryant Circle, Casey Gates, Josh Ball, they're +3 in their first 9, making them +1 for the tournament.
Real quick, we got to. We have a golf ball right in front of the camera. Do we need to move the camera, or what's the?
Protocol indicates that he moves the ball if we can't get to that. My thinking is we're playing it up a grip anyway due to the conditions, so he just needs to move his ball away from the man-made obstruction, I'll walk over and give him some advice here.
All right. Let's see. I was trying to. Oh, he's going to pick. Oh.
Made that easy, didn't it?
That made that easy. Ty's just going to go ahead and run up the white flag and be done with it. And so that's that. We had Ty's ball was right there.
I was ready to move the camera if need be. I don't know.
Near our equipment here as Bo and them's group come up here to number 4. I was going to say the Bryant Circle, Casey Gates, Josh Ball group is +3 through their first 9, making them even for the tournament. Adam Miller's group is +3 for their first 9, making them +1 for the tournament. Jeff Hurst's team was even on the front. Drew Brody and Jeff making them 2 under for the tournament. So an interesting mix of scores. We have everything from 2 under. Let's see, in the afternoon we have let's see, there's a +1, a +4, a +6, an even, a +9, a +3, an even, and a +3. So even is the mark to beat on the front 9 so far today in this morning wave. Well, you're looking at green number 4, which doubles as green number 13 for the Bo Robbins, Hank Hudson, Elijah Morris group. We're going to see Hank try and get one up and in. As you see, closing agencies logo scroll by. John Bensberg. And Luke Morgan has just jumped into the group and says that the course is playing significantly tougher today. Luke, I'm going to give you the mic. I'm not going to change the camera, but well, maybe I'm not. I'll just ask you.
I can scoot up for a second.
Well, I don't know how to turn that mic on. But so, are you saying it's tougher because of the wind or tougher because of the greens, the pin placements, tee boxes? What is it?
The pins. It's basically the pins are in the hardest spot on every single green, and so you can hit a fairway. Oh, here we go.
So he said, recapping, he said the greens are on. The pins are on the toughest spot on every green.
Yeah. And
so you can hit a good shot, but
yeah, it's almost turning the fairways into half of the fairway because you can be in the fairway but basically blocked out. Like if you're on the right side of the fairway on 7,
right,
you have no chance of getting it inside 20 feet probably.
What about on 2? I saw that was tucked.
Yeah, 2 is just hard no matter where you are because it's so far over that bunker. But if you can get to the left side of the fairway on 2, there's a little bit of that backstop.
Right.
But you have to trust that you have to carry it past the backstop and get it to stop as quick as possible.
Right.
Because if you land it short, it hits on that downslope and it'll go farther than if it would have just landed. So those of us
that can't spin the golf ball are screwed.
I don't know. I'm kind of screwed out here, so I don't know.
Well, if you are, we all are.
Yeah.
So significantly harder. I was just reading off. Even is the best number on the board through 9 holes for the morning wave, and there's a 9 over out there as well.
Yeah.
So anywhere between even and 9 is our spread through 27 holes.
Yeah. And I think I'm 2 over for the day. I'm not
personally or your team.
Me personally, I'm not sure what our team is, but I'm not swinging as well. I think there's a big difference in playing in the morning because even though you hit the same amount of range balls, like I haven't gotten fully loose like I have. If I had just had the whole day, I was still looser going into the warm up than I was this morning.
Right. So kind of the luck of the draw kind of a deal. So
yeah.
When you play in the morning, especially after you played so late last night.
Right.
It's taking you a while to get loosened up. Well,
yeah.
Thanks for stopping by and giving us the commentary on the course, and go finish strong, my man.
Yeah, that's the plan. See y'all later.
You bet.
See Luke.
Luke Morgan, Baylor alum, and
I don't know how to mute that.
I got it. Current, future PGA Tour Canada participant starting July 3rd. We watch Hank Hudson try and roll one towards the cup, and he has missed it. And this group right here, it looks like things aren't going great for them. Just kind of scuffling and shuffling right now. Trying to get things in, get things done. Bo's reading this like it's a par putt, so I'm assuming that it is. he'd really like to see one drop after not getting up and down on 12. Get a little shift of the weight right before he takes it back. Oh, it is not gone. That's back-to-back bogeys for the A. And he's not going to be very impressed. I would be willing to bet that his drive on 5 gets every ounce of red ass it can get.
All 111 or whatever pounds it was.
Yeah, probably 131 now.
131 now.
He's growing up. JR knocks it in. Not sure what that was for, but the way the team's walking away, I would assume we just saw 4-4 there.
Not a lot of celebration.
No. Sunday afternoon's kind of a race to the bottom for a lot of the teams. If you get it going bad, it just stays bad. So, Coach, I don't know if you've heard anything about this golf cart raffle we had out here this weekend.
Only what I've heard this morning.
So Ernesto Pena.
Sounded like it was rigged to me.
Ernesto Pena.
Yeah.
That's what. Great. Here
Did
we go.
you see who
Here we go.
you see, it doesn't count. Did you hear who the runner-up was?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like when I go to Remington. If you bet on 9 out of the 10 horses, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna win. You're not gonna make money, but you can always say you won.
You were the runner-up.
That's right. So
Tell us about the champion.
Ernesto decided Ernesto's gotten into building carts.
Right.
And he built this beautiful blue electric cart.
We'll
Blue
see it
Jay
today.
Blue,
Yeah.
and put a badge on it that says Fife Life, and just really cool cart.
Right.
He's got about $5,000 in it when it's all said and done, and he said, I'm going to raffle this $25 a ticket or 5 for $100. Anything over what my initial investment, I'm going to give to the club, which we're thankful to Ernie for that.
Right.
So we're talking about it all day. People are buying tickets, everything. Greg Ireton and I bought a big old mess of tickets together and said we'd split the card if either one of us won it.
Right.
We'd sell it, we'd wrap it for our companies, whatever.
Right.
We're sitting here, and as we're going off the air, Ryan Crockett texts me and says, Dad, will you buy me a ticket or some tickets before you leave? So as I was leaving, I saw Ernie and Jamie, and they were just about to draw, and I said, will you still sell me some tickets? They said yes, so I gave them $100, and I said, give me 5 more tickets and put them under the name of Ryan Crockett. Then I drove to Burger King, and I was no farther out of the Burger King parking lot than Ernie called me and said, Ryan won that golf cart.
Wow.
And I was like, you sure it was Ryan? Or was it
Ryan
me?
and Corbin won.
Ryan won it. Corbin can use it if Ryan lets him. And but I will say, looky here, Corbin just Venmo'd me for the tickets. Stop the clocks. Corbin Crockett paid me back.
Oh yeah, you just got a $5, $6, $7, I don't know what $1,000 machine. Yeah, he's
That's
gonna give you $100.
yeah.
Sure.
Shit ball.
So it's actually not Ryan's cart. It's actually not Corbin's cart. It's Camp's cart.
Oh.
It's the grandson's
Is
cart.
he even a year yet?
Oh, he's 2, baby.
Oh, Camp's 2?
Camp's
Two?
2.
Wow.
He turned 2 in May.
Wow.
Camp Crockett is 2 years old. The reincarnation of Rusty Crockett.
Yes.
We'll see. We'll see if he can live up to those genetics.
Yeah.
Now, if you were going to
Steve,
do,
oh, you look back.
if you were going to do a Heisman Park at Crescent,
Oh.
you would
Well,
lead with Rusty
No,
Crockett.
you would not. No.
He would be in the conversation. However, if you talk about Rusty Crockett to anybody that's about 60 years old,
I'm going to lead with Geese Osby.
Okay.
Harlem Globetrotter. I'm going to go with that one.
If you bring up Rusty Crockett around any 50 to 60 year old man
time, but yeah.
in the Kingfisher County area, it's like on Lion King when they say Mufasa. It's like, Rusty Crockett. Rusty was a wrestler, baseball player, all that. We'll see how much he passed on to Corbin, but Camp Crockett, little known fact, Camp Crockett also has athletic genes from his mother's side as well. Mama was a pretty good tennis player.
Yeah.
And she was quick. She was always taking down the elementary track meets.
Yep.
The Catholic track meets. And
I've done a few tennis articles on her.
So we're thinking
That needs to sit.
many people will say that
Nice
was
shot.
sporty action
Good shot.
by Jeff Westphalen. Many people say Corbin Crockett, this is what they say, the fastest white boy I ever seen.
It was good. And he's also one of the few, it sounds easy, but it's not. I think he's standing on the first base line. I don't think he gets a running start, but he can throw it over the left field wall. It sounds easy, but it's not. And very few people can do that. Corbin can do it.
So, here's hoping that Camp Crockett is my A-man in about 18 more years out here in this Ernie Pena produced golf cart. And it just fits for them, you know, because it's kind of Cubbies colors.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure you're proud of that. Cam's got lots of Cubs gear.
My first question is, do they have room for storage?
That's an ongoing conversation.
Okay, all right.
We're going to have to figure that out.
Does Diana Waddell have any extra space?
Diana Waddell may evict me for that.
Oh, okay. Well, that gives some space then. Get you out of the way and get Rye taken care of.
No, that's all I do.
Speaking of the Globetrotters, right? So we know that State Fair Arena is going down.
Yes.
Officially closed.
Really close, right? So you know what my all-time favorite memory of State Fair Arena is?
What's that?
You know, I've refereed several basketball games in there, whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was a small child, the Globetrotters were in there one night, and I actually jumped over that. I mean, I was like 7, 8 years old. I jumped over that wall and chased the Globetrotters.
Oh, nice shot.
To their dressing room, and I got Osby, Curly Neal, and Meadowlark Lemon autograph. Still have it, too.
That's awesome.
Best State Fair Arena memory ever for me.
I remember the Shrine Circus. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
My best memories of State Fair Arena is
another
Steve
nice
Waddell
shot.
buries his bogey. Would be the Oklahoma City Blazers playing hockey in there.
Yeah.
We're also going to lose the incomparable
it's
Myriad.
down. Yeah, it came down. That's where I met Sam Evans for the first time.
You guys at Mid-South Wrestling?
No, Guthrie versus John Marshall basketball. Then the Cavs played after us.
Oh, the Cavs.
OKC Cavs.
Really?
December 12th, 1995.
Little known fact also, the A-man did not get that up and down.
Let's look at these back-to-back shots here real quick. We got time. Here it is. We'll go 75% speed. Well, that's not good. 2. We will come back to that. I apologize. I forgot they're on camera 3. We got too many cameras now, so.
Well, we actually had a little chip in here earlier. We haven't had too many fireworks here since then, huh?
No, this thing is not producing much of anything right now.
Nobody here has really made any kind of long putt or anything.
Nobody seems like they're high stepping.
Okay, so it's on 4.
Survival, man. It's survival right now, it feels like.
4th, camera 4.
Which group is my boy Justin Green in?
Justin Green, I think he's in. He just played.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention. Where's he at over there?
Yeah, he is right there walking behind Steve Waddell.
Okay, yep.
So that's Jeff Westphalen, the A player, running hot after the failed up and down attempt on 12, teeing off on 13 from the Golds, +5 handicap from Twin Hills. Nice swing. Oh, he mini club twirl. Maybe that was just an instinctual club twirl. Here comes Justin Green, coach, your most recent grad that's in the tournament.
Yeah. Justin was a nice player for the Blue Jays.
He's got great action.
Yeah, he does. He really does. He is a good striker of the golf ball. Not showing up anywhere, is it?
I'm not seeing it. Now you got Steve Waddell stepping in. Steve swings left hard. He's going to play a low fade into this. He's closing up shop on the stance. Boom. He's trying to flight it under the wind. He said, dang it, so he don't like it. It's a tough tee shot today, boys.
Yep.
Back into the teeth.
Yeah, 3 and 4 here back to back. Pretty tough.
All right, let's take a look back-to-back shots here on the number 3 green.
So this is in Rocky Zollinger. He gave Hank the business. He probably made a par. And then Steve center of the cup, walked her in. So there's Rocky Zollinger over on the tee. He's on the white tees. Coach, that means he's more than 65 but less than 70.
Right.
And there's S.R. Hunter walking into frame. Same situation. Where they're under 75, I should say. 75 plus gets you black.
Right.
Pretty background.
Nice big magnolia tree right there. SR, he's begging for it to do something. And his bags went wishing. Everybody's walking a little slower today,
Yeah,
Chris. There were pep in everybody's step. It's amazing how the old compass can start pointing down in this game.
It is not far from the penthouse to the outhouse in this game.
Here's Pat Bryant, up TB player, coming up middle of the fairway here on 12. It's like Pat tugged that one a hair. Gotta have tugged it.
I got to ask you, Seth, this is our second year for the production of it.
Yep, there
over
he
here
is in the woods.
Over here to our right.
Search and rescue.
After last year's event and day one in the books yesterday, you know, professional college, they kind of get used to the cameras. But what are the golfers saying about the cameras? Do they look at their forms, or are we?
It's that you hear people say. You hear a lot more praise from the general population than you do the golfers, unless they've done something great.
Okay.
Nobody wants to see themselves on camera fail. And we're not used to it. And you don't see your swing and you go, oh my God, I look terrible.
And I bring that up because today's student athletes, high school student athletes, most of their games are now streamed. So we see when they're successful and we see when they're not successful on video camera. Used to, you have to read. When a kid did bad, you never read about it because they never published anything negative like that.
Right.
Still don't. But everything's on camera now, so everything is scrutinized for the better or for the worse.
Right. Yeah, it cuts both ways. There's
This
a good shot right there. It cuts both ways. You know, your glory gets caught on camera, but so does your gore, your gruesomeness gets caught on camera too.
Yeah. Sound like a movie, Seth. Gore and Glory.
Gore and Glory, Guts,
Yeah.
Glory, Guthrie, something like that.
Yeah.
I still got my Guts and Glory TIG shirt and a sweatshirt.
It's great. Coined off the Damon. Why do I draw blank on names? Damon Cochran, field goal at Altus.
Yep.
In the playoffs. Guts, Glory, Guthrie. In the sports page.
That's got to be one of the biggest upsets in Guthrie football history there.
I would think so.
Undefeated Altus playing a Guthrie team that had just been beaten handily by Carl Albert the week before.
So we got Pat Bryant over here in the woods left. He's trying to get something going up on the surface.
He is on the green, just off the camera. I think camera one might have it. There it is.
One thing, Chris, that you as an infrequent golf watcher, the faster someone's moving in this game, in between shots, is typically an indication of their desire to get the day over with.
Get over with, yeah.
Ricky Fowler says it best. He says, when you're playing bad, slow down, and when you're playing good, really slow down.
Yeah.
Don't hurry on either. Yeah, we've got a little chip there. Yeah. Another Sunday is a brute. I'm beginning to lean like Jason Canning. 3 balls might be a bridge too far.
Earlier he said there's not enough daylight.
Well, this is the longest day of the year right now, Bud, or yesterday was.
Yesterday was.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call that, the summer solstice?
That's correct.
Most daylight of the year?
Yes, that's correct.
And now we start losing like 30 seconds a day for a while? I've never been a big fan of the 9 o'clock and the sun's still up.
Really?
No. I
actually love that.
I do too.
No.
You can get your yard mowed when it's not as hot.
It messes with my circadian rhythms. I want to get in bed. I need like 2 hours of dark before I can go to sleep.
You and your cucumbers
over
the eyelids.
I want to go to bed. I like it in January when it's socially acceptable to be in bed at 7:40. I
You
feel
actually
bad.
had the desire one time. At one time there were 99 holes of golf in Guthrie from here to Highway 74.
That's correct.
And I wanted to try it on the longest day of the year to try to play all 99 in one day.
Chris Poulan coming up, the A-man. One of the biggest shames in Guthrie golf history was the loss of the par 3.
Oh, it was.
The executive course. You put $5 in the honor
that
box
was-
and
that
just
was
play,
tragic.
play. Now, I know that was a DEQ issue with the RV park. Nobody could help it. But,
Yep.
man, I would have loved to have seen him save 9.
Yep, me too.
Because that was, as a young guy that didn't have very much resources to be able to go out and pay $5 for every 18 holes I played.
Let me tell you the saddest part about that story.
What's that?
So I'm the owner of One Hole in One, right?
And it's there?
That's happened to be at number 1 at the place you're talking
know,
about,
there's
and now the hole doesn't even exist, so I can't even prove it. But
I-
I did have a witness, though.
I had I was witness to a raging virtual debate one time.
Really,
And if you
Yeah.
could be surprised,
I might know where this is
it
going.
was
Maybe.
between a couple of Chapel/Crockett's.
Really,
You wouldn't know them to argue, would you?
No.
My son-in-law Corbin, there is a par 3 course that Rick Michaud turned me on to called JR's.
JR's,
It's basically
baby.
like the bar from Roadhouse if it had
Exactly.
a sweet par 3 golf course behind it.
Exactly.
And they have lights, and it's so rough there, you have to leave your driver's license with them to rent a cart because people steal their carts.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's a little.
They need a Diana Waddell email. Is
That's
what they
right.
need.
They're down by the airport. But
Yeah.
last winter or two, a bunch of us go down there, and we can, in the middle of winter when the weather's crap, we'll go down there and we'll play our money game on a par 3 course there at JR's. Watch this putt. The Scotty Cameron putter there. They're asking it to go right. And it does not do it.
Courtney Poplin, the scorekeeper you see right there on your screen, shoeless for the second day in a row. Can you go shoeless on a golf course?
Absolutely.
I can't go shoeless out my front porch.
I mentioned Jan Goodyear a little bit ago, played a lot of golf with him. He used to play the entire round shoeless.
Wow.
Stepping on broken tees.
Oh my goodness. Cement,
All of it.
sticks.
All of it. Said he played better. He couldn't play in shoes.
There's a golf legend said that was the best way to learn how to hit a ball. That would be Seve.
Feel it in your feet.
Seve said should always practice barefoot.
Severino Ballesteros.
That's right.
Seve.
Spain. Anyway, this debate. Rusty Corbin and I were down there, and most of the holes, Chris, are between 90 and 110 yards, right? Little par 3
Yep.
course.
Yep.
And Corbin hits this 54-degree wedge over the top of number 7 down there. And it lands and spins back into the cup for a hole-in-one. I congratulated him on Instagram. Got a Justin Chappell comment and said, if it's at a par 3 course, does it count? Corbin was like, my first hole-in-one, and Justin said, not so fast, my friend.
Ooh, there's a good putt.
Oh, great putt.
And I think the debate still rages on whether it's a legitimate hole-in-one or not. I, for one, my single hole-in-one is at Guthrie Golf Country Club, hole number 9 in a men's game with Bobby Hinkle.
Really?
Knocked down 5-iron. We couldn't see it for the sun rising from the east.
Mm-hmm.
Hitting the fairway, which it wouldn't work now because that fairway stays wet all the time. Bounced up and went in. I have the ball, I have the card, and I have rest in peace Bobby Hinkle's signature on my card.
Yep.
I would, to answer your question, does it count?
Don't say you did it something at Lions Fun Park and does it count?
If Justin Chappell had made that shot, would it have counted as a hole-in-one?
You know, I'm going to just leave that.
Okay, all right.
I'm feeling like leaving that.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
But, yeah, no love lost and lack of competition between the Chappell cousins.
Yeah, it was funny that day I made that. I was actually with my older daughter that's in Mississippi, right? And I told her that day going out there, I said, one of us really need to make a hole-in-one today. Just talking, just talking. One hopped it in the jar on the first hole.
First hole?
Never made, number one. Never made another birdie
That would
the
be
rest
like
of the day,
you to
by the
do
way.
that.
You
Yeah.
asked me about going to the casino. He calls a hole-in-one last year. He has a
Yeah,
hole-in-one.
he does. He's always around that kind of stuff every time.
Speaking of the Chappell family, hearts go out. Rest in peace. The matriarch of the whole crew,
Mary Lou.
Mary
Yep.
Lou. Their
Yep.
service was last week. I know that it was a glorious homecoming for her, and she's out of pain and suffering. But to Jeff, Joe, Jan, John, and the many kids, grandkids, in-laws, outlaws, we're in our prayers, and hopefully life is getting back somewhat to normal for them now as they carry on without her. And all of her 30-something great-grandkids or high 20s great-grandkids she had. We're looking at Jeff Westphalen, the A player, 5'5", plus 5'5". Chris, do you understand when we say +5 handicap, how that relates to the golf course? You know it means he's good.
Yeah, I mean.
But would you like me to break that down for you?
Yeah, I think I understand what it is, but it'd probably be good to make sure.
So this is not exactly scientific, so stow it on the comments, ladies and gents. But the bottom line is golf courses have ratings, right? And they're rated based on what a scratch golfer would shoot, okay? So if you were at a neutrally rated golf course where a scratch golfer is expected to shoot even par on his best day,
okay,
the +5 handicap would be expected to shoot -5 on his or her best day. The handicap is an expression of your potential on your best golf.
Potential.
Yes, you know, you can shoot better than your handicap, but it's your potential. Statistically speaking, and handicaps are very, very finicky. There are people, you hear the term, he's a sandbagger. A sandbagger won't enter his best scores to artificially keep his handicap high, which means he would get more strokes from a scratch golfer or be rated worse in a tournament like this.
Gotcha.
So if you're putting all your scores in correctly, statistically speaking.
That's a line drive, watch out.
Oh, man, that was pulled towards the cameras. Cameras are safe.
Wow.
But let me give you an example. So right now I am a 1.5 handicap at the Guthrie Golf and Country Club. That's
you're a what?
I'm a 1.5 handicap.
1.5.
So the expectation is round up to 2. So the expectation is if I played to my full potential, I would shoot 72 because we're a par 70. Okay? Statistically speaking, if your handicap has integrity, you should only do that about 1 out of every 8 times. So if you, that's kind of how the handicap works. And flip side
that's
of
why
that, Luke Morgan is a +6 on his best day. On a good day, he should shoot 64 out here.
That's why golf is such an honest sport. I can just, my mind went to someone not putting their score in so they can have another advantage.
So the handicap system is in place so a player like myself and Luke Morgan can come play a match even. Right now, I'm a 2. He's a +4. So we have 6 shots between us. So that means if he and I played, he would have to basically give me what amounts to a 6-shot head start.
Yep.
And I promise you, he's going to win that 8 out of 10 times anyway. So, because he's going to shoot his handicap a lot more than I'm going to shoot mine.
Well, let's show Coach Michoud what it was a few days before this golf tournament got started with all the
That's
water.
Down in 6. You get that? There's the bridge on 6. You can't see it.
Wow.
That's 6 fairway. That was Wednesday morning after it had receded somewhat. That's coming straight out of the lake, straight into Bird Creek, straight into the Cottonwood.
Wow.
So there's 6. In a minute you're going to see 7, and 7 is wild.
Oh my gosh.
That's just beneath the dam. That's where you go right back there is where you drive over 7 to get to the fairway.
Yeah.
But that's why we had to get the Gates family to come in clutch and build us some bridges at the last minute.
Last minute bridge
We probably
building,
didn't 100% need them to have the tournament, but the fear was if we had some pop-up storm.
Yep.
If we had some pop-up storm and it pushed the lake right back out of its banks.
Love can build a bridge, and Gates can build a bridge.
That's right.
Between your heart and mine.
Over troubled waters.
Yes.
Yes. And those waters were troubled.
And I asked you this morning, and we maybe get a view a little bit later on of the bridge, but bridges are staying, right?
The bridges are permanent fixtures. We need one more at 7.
It looks natural.
No, they are legit.
Yeah.
They did a great job.
They did a tremendous job.
We actually were able to use, there's a secretive project that's wanting to be done out here. We want to build a deck off the restaurant between the restaurant and the lake.
I've heard about that.
So unfortunately, we sacrificed the materials to build the bridges. I'm getting a text from Jeannie Martin, one of the godmothers of the Cedar Valley crew. She said, correction, Seth, to get a cart at JR's, you have to leave your car keys, not your driver's license.
Wow.
And she's right. I went in there and said, I need a cart and 9 holes. They said that'd be $16 in your car keys.
Wow.
That tells you about the clientele. but you would be shocked at how nice it is.
Oh yeah, we drive by it all the time. Going to Lawton and Duncan, and I tell my guys about it. That's the site of Sue's first ever real birdie was right there.
You can play that course 8 times in a day.
Yeah.
And you can get drunk, you can get a pizza, you can get in a knife fight.
Yeah.
You can get initiated into a biker gang.
Get about anything you want there.
Anything you want.
No, where's this? I apologize. Where's this
It's
at?
like at 144th and I-44.
Yeah.
Like it's basically Newcastle.
Okay.
It's right in the flight path of like the cargo planes.
Yep.
Oh, is it right off the highway?
Right off the highway.
By the tree nursery?
Right there.
Oh, what's that place called?
JR's.
Yes, JR's. I
It's a
drive by that all
little
the
piece of
time.
heaven.
It is there's a bunch of us here that if JR's ever comes
$16 in your car keys.
if JR's ever comes available for sale,
Yep.
I have a consortium of buyers. We're going to buy that sucker.
Yep.
Because it is so fun.
Starting to make their way to the 4th green.
Yeah, you're looking there.
I did see a tragedy on Thursday though.
What was that?
Turkey Creek. I don't know
Yeah,
how many times
Hennessy.
you've been there.
Hennessy, Turkey Creek.
Dude, it's in really bad shape now. Really bad. Never would have believed it.
That's no good.
Yeah. They're obviously having some issues there.
No.
It looks like
good.
they're still trying, but whatever they're trying is not working.
love the little small town rural
Yep.
golf courses, much like ours.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Much like ours here.
125 years.
Perry
Yeah.
has a very similar club and setup to us here.
It doesn't Guthrie and Perry kind of compete?
We do. They have some great little tournaments over there that the Crockett's, of course, go over and beat up on them and win their purses all the time. I'm surprised they let the Crockett's continue to play. Rusty and Corbin just took down the A flight they call it the I-35. The Dog Days is one of my favorite tournaments coming up the first week of August. We'll be playing in that. Generally speaking, that's a Bo Robbins, Jay Hensley, Seth Robbins trifecta. But Perry has a great course, and we do play them in interclubs. We play them straight up. And Kingfisher is another small town, great little golf course.
That course is wide open.
You can hit it 4 fairways over and make a birdie.
It'd still be okay.
Trees can't grow in Kingfisher County, Chris. You know
Apparently
that.
not.
The 2 9s are completely different, though.
But they are
Got
different.
the old 9, the new 9.
They are different.
As far as style of golf, it's completely different.
Now, is the old 9 on the other side of the road where the
old
clubhouse
9 is up close to the road. That's
Up
the
to-
that's
okay.
the
The old
original
9 is by 33, and then there's a residential street, and the new 9 is on the back
Okay.
side. But they are totally separate golf courses, basically. Paul's Valley.
They're 2 separate courses?
Well, they feel
just the
like
style.
Okay, style.
That's
Okay,
right.
yeah. Sorry.
Paul's Valley has a couple of cool little community golf courses.
Yeah.
Coach Michou's neck of the woods, Prairie West, Elk City Country Club.
Elk City Country Club's a nice little track. They do a really good job.
Elk City Baseball
New
Complex, softball
Got
complex.
a new clubhouse there at Elk
They
City
got
now.
that long money in Elk City.
Yep.
Long
Yep.
pockets.
In fact,
Plus, they got all that insurance money.
I'm going to Prairie West on Friday, actually.
Really?
Yeah, we're having the officials versus cancer annual golf tournament there on
I'm
Friday.
guessing Leland will be there.
He will be. Yep.
Jeff Murray?
Never have seen Jeff Murray play in that one.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing.
I'll tell him you said that.
Yeah. He's a Lindsay Leopard. He can take it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's on Friday.
Morning?
Yeah. 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Good.
Get out there before it gets too hot, maybe. Yeah, me and Sue will be playing in that one with a couple of buddies of mine.
Sue Michou,
Sue
OBU
Michou.
Bison.
Kevin Durant has a new basketball team, boys.
Uh-oh, breaking. Shams, or is this
Shams.
Is it because it's not a Woj anymore? It's a
It's
Shams.
Sham-
it's
Sham
a Shams
bomb.
bomb, not
Sham
a Woj
bomb.
bomb. Drop it. Please,
Kevin-
should we guess?
Sure, yeah, it'd be best.
Is he a Spur or is he a Sun? Coach, I'm going to say he's a Spur.
Yeah, I'd probably say that too. Except, I don't know. Without
He's not a Buck, is he?
Not a buck.
Is it West or East?
You're in the same state.
Dallas,
No,
He's a Rocket.
he's a Rocket.
really?
Who did they give up?
Rockets acquiring Kevin Durant from Suns for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, number 10 pick, and 5 second-round picks.
What?
They gave up everything
That's
for
a haul.
36, 37-year-old.
37.
37.
They say he's going to command about $70 million a year for 38 and 39. I don't know.
Rockets were good as a young team, but
5 second-round picks.
Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 5 pick,
number 10 pick.
number 10 pick, and 5 second-rounders.
Wow.
Whew.
Wow.
Grief. Well, you heard it here. An Evans bomb just dropped on the broadcast.
Jules is wanting the scoring update. Jules, we don't
know anything yet, sweetheart.
Don't know how that quite yet. We will work on that next year for sure. The scores you see at the bottom of your screen, a good reminder that it is scores from yesterday coming into today.
Kevin Durant is a rocket. We are in it.
He's a rocket man.
Something has occurred, as typically does on Sunday. You are looking at 4. You're looking at 3. You're looking at 2. You're looking at 4 green. You're at 3 green. You're looking at us.
Hey.
Nothing going on here. What's the best view? Let's just wait up 3. Maybe
yeah,
we'll get,
that's where the next action.
That's where the next action will be coming from.
And I see him on the tee box down there.
Somebody is grinding.
Kind of hit a little lull here, didn't we?
Yes, we did. We always do, and that's where we got to chop it up here. Kevin Durant, a rocket. So, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about.
We can talk over our sponsors real quick.
Sponsors, yes. Air It Out LLC. Luke Roach donated 2 $500 HVAC certificates that were given away yesterday. Colin Duell sponsors our putting green. Cottage Floral, the centerpieces and the tee sheets. The closing agency paid half the bills for the broadcast, split that with Custom Dental, Nate Brown, Haley Hensley, Nate Brown, Jay Hensley, Casey Brown. Interbank, Guthrie, Brian Sturkle sponsors the watering hole. EMI, Terry Bobo, Crystal Flurry, and the rest. The Range Balls. Golden Chick, Scorekeeper gift cards. Skeleton Creek Outfitters. Listen to this. Skeleton Creek Outfitters, Austin Ferguson, new member at the club. He donated 2 $8,000 apiece guided waterfowl all-inclusive weekends at Skeleton Creek Outfitters in Enid. Those will both be awarded today on hole number 4.
Wow.
13. Drew's Wine and Good Spirits, 2 baskets of premium liquor for yesterday's closest to the pins. Body billboards, Jack Reinhart, all of our banners, all of our signage. Lowe's, Steve Melton. DeWalt sets, cordless blowers and weed eaters, and all kinds of fun for the closest to the pin. 3 Tree Homes, Bo Martin, Greg Ireton sponsored the Calcutta and the banquet. John Vance Motors is our title sponsor. And myself and my crew at TIG and my partner Jason Herzl. I don't know all what we sponsored until the credit card bills come in, but I'm sure it was a lot. But we desperately want this event to run smooth, and we cannot do it without the sponsors, obviously. And if you own a business out there and you want to be a part of this next year, the more sponsor dollars we get, the better we can arrange this tournament and this broadcast. We could maybe bring in some more cameras and operators and things like that. But this is definitely something that we've enjoyed and that we very well received. There was over 2,700 unique devices viewed the feed yesterday at one time or another throughout the day. So we are certainly thankful for our sponsors. Coach, as Chris and Sam are working it out in the background there, trying to figure it out. Hey, Sam, good work today. She's going to punch me in the face. What do we think is going to happen in Game 7 tonight? I mean, tell me what your heart tells you and tells you what your brain tells you.
It's going to be the worst day of the world or the best day of the world or the absolute the worst. There's nothing in the middle. It's the best of the world.
So what do you – we all know what your heart says, but what does your brain say is going to happen? Analytically, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
I think going away, Rick Carlisle, I'm walking away from this series how good Rick Carlisle is.
Yeah, I think
he's super annoying, but he's one of the best coaches.
The X's and O's. Mm-hmm. And it worked. They picked up full court against SGA, did a great job. Thunder react to that, do a great job, and so he backs off of it.
Right.
And then packs the paint, inviting everyone in, and Thunder can't make a shot on the road. Yep. However, Game 7 is in Oklahoma City tonight, right, Seth?
It is in Oklahoma
City. They make
City.
those outside shots.
So Chris Evans.
We're headed to the
predicts
parade. We're headed to the parade.
The Thunder will make the shots tonight when the Pacers pack the paint, and there will be a victory parade. My thought process is this: this young core is going to be around the most raucous crowd in Oklahoma sports history tonight. I believe that they're going to come out and press, and they're going to look sloppy early. But I think the crowd will also cause Indiana to look sloppy early. Somewhere around the middle of the second quarter, the Thunder's going to calm down, and like Chris said, they're going to start hitting shots, and I think they're going to win in an absolute rout tonight.
Really?
That's what I believe.
What's the number tonight? I haven't heard.
Let me see. If Drew Sterkel was by here, we could ask him.
I would guess it's probably 8-ish.
Thunder. Point spread. So, game 7 tonight. ChatGPT or Google Gemini says they are 7.5 point favorites tonight.
I got pretty close on that, didn't I?
You did.
I said 8-ish.
So Vegas, what's Vegas trying to do there? Are they trying to invite bets on the Pacers?
I believe they are.
Or are they trying to get us all to unload on the Thunder?
I think they're trying to bait the Pacer fans myself.
So basically, if I understand handicapping correctly, the point being is you're trying to get an equal amount of money on both sides of the argument so you can make
You get the juice. Yep.
and be done with it.
Yep.
So at a 7.5 point favorites, it opened at 8-5, and it's dropped by 1.
Right.
So that
Which
tells
means Pacer money.
Pacer money's coming in.
Yep.
So the Thunder money line is minus 278. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the money line is minus 278, you would have to bet $278 on
To
the
win
Thunder
100.
to collect 378.
Correct.
Your bet plus
Yep.
your money.
I was able to place. I'm not in the category Drew Sterkel. I say that ahead of time, but I was in Nashville where you can actually place a bet on your phone, and I got minus 700 for the Thunder to win. So basically, I'm getting a little bit. Hopefully tonight, we'll see.
So here we are. We finally have a group
Yes, we
coming
can
up
get away from
three
my betting habits.
from our gambling talk here. We got Pat Bryant in 3 fairway playing up 5. And the other bunch coming down here as we start to we got to be winding it down, partner.
Yeah, I was
For the
seeing how many
morning
4
teams.
hours in, huh?
Yeah, about 12:30 is generally when this part ends, and then we come back out at 2. The feed will stay, but the commentary will be off. The camera angle will be fixed. Chris will be in getting some Stacy's chicken and honey mustard.
Probably I had the chicken strips yesterday.
Are you a honey mustard or barbecue guy?
Barbecue.
Me as well.
Yep.
Congratulations.
That sounds real. What are y'all going with?
Chicken strips,
Chicken
fries,
strips.
Yeah,
barbecue.
that sounds really good.
They got a burger in there as well.
We
We're
got
gonna have
several
time for
baskets.
that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Great.
We will make time for that.
We'll make time
We
for
got
that.
carts out here. This is Dustin and Tuna.
Yeah, we're gonna need a ride. We didn't. Our cart went away. Disappeared.
Looky here.
Yeah, we're riding that one.
That's Papa's cart.
Unless someone brought this cart for us.
I think they did. Tuna trying to carve one. He doesn't like it. He's got it going left. But, it would be quite the deal to be a world champion in Oklahoma City tonight.
Huge deal. Hey, on this number 3, on the second shot, I guess a lot of people can drive this green on the second shot.
Yeah. Typically speaking, you should be able to access
Right.
this green in 2, but with the wind today, if you're not in prime time spot, if you're left or right, you have to flight something down, so it's really hard to get it on the green. The only real chance, unless you're a Luke Morgan, a Dom Stevens, or one of those types, is to be in the fairway.
Yeah.
I know that yesterday I had 199 on 12 when you play it the second time through. I had 199 and hit a 5 hybrid just a little bit long. So, I mean, to have to take a head cover off a club on a
Right.
par 4 is kind of demoralizing. This is TC Bolding racing one through. We're going to get to see him chip and putt from back there.
Yeah, this is number 3 out here is a really tough, really good golf hole in my opinion. I think it's a really good hole,
It's our signature hole
Yeah.
for a reason.
but it's definitely difficult.
It's very difficult. Very difficult.
Boys, what would you like to drink?
I'm okay.
You're okay.
I've brought my own supply today.
Dr. Pepper. Okay, so
Yeah, Seth, step off to the side for a second, and he'll join us in a second. I can't think. Actually, I need Seth here to help me with some memory here, but I just the hospitality of the group. I mean, Scott Pickle, Steve Melton, Brent Daniel Engel, Davis, Seth. I mean, this cannot express how much gracious.
They don't treat you like this on the high school Friday night, do they?
No, they. Some places try to do a good job with pregame dinner, but I can't say enough about the crew here at the Guthrie Golf Country Club helping us out with the broadcast, and we're happy to be here again this year. And
well, I can tell you,
Brian Wells is another one I want to get mentioned on here because they have done so much to make this easy on everybody. Scott Pickle was cutting down the trees because our camera angle had, and I think it did a golf course. I think it did it justice as well, cutting some of that down. But he was on top of a. I don't know if OSHA's listening or not, but
right.
He was cutting down trees.
Official employee.
Okay. He was on top of a golf cart with a pole saw cutting down tree limbs, so our camera angle can have the best angles.
Well,
there.
that's because a board member saw it and said, "Hey, we need to get that tree limb cut. We don't have a good angle."
Yeah.
We want to showcase our little piece of land here, and this is our weekend to do it. As Nathan Covington gets ready to hit his tee shot here, him and Dustin Antuna. He's talking to it.
He is talking to it. Just shy of the green, in front of it.
Common miss today.
Yep, a lot of them over there.
I don't mean to eat in your ear, buddy, but I got to start loading calories for the afternoon. Had to go get my own Gatorade. I don't want any more of that G2 swill they tried to bring me yesterday.
Oh,
I'm an original Gatorade guy.
me too. So I'm not getting original Gatorade here.
I hope you do.
I packed some. I need to put them in some ice.
I don't need any, ice, white ice. I just want red. I
Right.
want red dye 40, old Gatorade. Grow
Yes.
a tumor on me, but fire me up.
Thank you, Scotty Pick. Appreciate you.
This is the Braden Berryman, TC Bolding, Dustin Antuna, Bo Dale, Nathan Covington group. Coming up here, Sam's got Bo Dale in frame. He's left of the green here,
It's gonna
trying
be
to
challenging.
punch through.
You threw that camera on. Did you see how fast Sam got out?
Settle.
Gonna roll off past the flag.
Racing by. Tuna is over there looking for his shot. TC's grinding away, getting ready, always moving your cable.
What are we doing?
He's going to hit that shot and rip your headphones off.
TC, not to call you out, but Sam and I were moving the mic cable. Said, we'll move it far enough. No one should be back this far.
Well, TC's just too strong.
It's the gun show. The sun's out. The guns are out.
Braden Berryman with his third shot plays a high softy. Coach, that was sporty.
That was.
The camera.
Oh! Braden Berryman!
It's beyond sporty.
From the cypress tree or whatever the heck that is, right of three, you know which one we're talking about. Braden Berryman just cashed that in.
Sweet.
Lightning in a bottle. Ladies and gentlemen, Brado walking up, picks it out of the cup. Nothing better than that.
And I got to tell you, the shot was great, but the camera work was just equally as good.
That was rock solid.
It was.
I'm here to tell you. We got the replay coming up here in a minute, whenever you guys are ready for it.
Let's see if TC can follow it up.
He may be inspired now. We may get back to back here.
He moved my cable. This one's going off the green.
That's how you get your team fired up right there as an A player. What a good son-in-law, right? Braden just chipped in for birdie. Here, camera us. Sit down.
Camera us. This is yours. You were talking about Cali. I thought you were eating healthy now here.
He's trying to take care of me. I want him that golf cart.
I asked. Yeah, you did.
Corbin Crockett, A-man from this afternoon, checking in with us. Corbin, what are you setting out? +1?
+1.
What are you going to have to do today as an A player to hold that right around 1 or be around even? Because we know even par is going to be in the chips.
Right. I think that I need to kind of play my game. I tried to be somebody I kind of wasn't yesterday. Kind of a vibe guy, and that's not really who I am.
No, Corbin, I would definitely say Corbin's not a vibe guy.
Just kind of put my head down and make a bunch of pars and
do what you
hopefully
do when
run
you play
in.
with me. Just make fun of them all day.
Yeah, seriously.
And then you'll really heat up.
Yeah.
Nice
We
try,
have a
clown.
good
Nice
group.
try, clown would be a good one to start with.
Right. Yeah, no, we have a good group of all Guthrie guys, so it
Yeah,
kind of
he's
feels
playing
like.
with Ernesto, golf cart master builder.
Oh yeah.
Now that may be a conspiracy.
Hey, does Ernesto deliver?
Does he deliver the
Your
golf
golf cart?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I get to drive it today.
Why not? I have the title. No, I'm just kidding. I will, for the record, Corbin did reimburse me for the tickets, so it is officially their cart
If
now.
we didn't win, I don't know how that would have gone.
Yeah.
It's still in the balance.
I got a theory.
I can tell you how it would have went.
Come on, Nate. Just short.
Corbin is living the daily fun of marrying my princess.
Oh, yeah.
And she doesn't pay people
She's a
back, does
sweetheart.
she? She won
She
the
is.
cart, but you paid me back.
Yeah. She said that I could rent it from her if I want to play golf.
Oh, I love it.
I love a good side hustle.
Oh,
man.
that's her daddy's
Rich
girl.
I thought it was camps, not right.
It's nobody. It's Camp's.
Yeah, it's Camp's.
It's Camp's cart. It's Camp's cart, and that's just the way it is.
Can rent
We are in
this cart from me.
negotiations of putting seatbelts in. So,
Oh, Big Earn can do it.
so
can
we
do it.
think it is camps, probably.
Big Earn can do it. Let's show Corbin that replay.
Yeah, my
Corbin?
first question. Congratulations to the Crockett's on winning the cart.
Yeah, the Crockett's never win anything.
Yeah, I know. I was like,
Ask Sean.
my first thing was like, we're storage. We got to find storage.
We have a garage.
Okay,
that we can
okay.
clean
All right,
out
good.
A little bit,
He's
so
gonna have to
I
clean
think
it out a
it'll
bit.
fit right in there.
It's always easy to clean the garage when something like that's going inside.
Absolutely. And I hope when he cnes it up, he finds all my tape measures, hammers, and screwdrivers.
Now, wait a minute. Your dad says the same thing about you.
Oh, as Bo Dale tries to clean up his bogey here.
Oh, this is Bo.
Yep. Corbin, even par is about the best that's on the course right now.
Oh,
Nice
maybe.
shot.
I mean,
baby.
even par in this wind and heat and
There's a
just kind
plus
of a
9.
grind.
There's a plus 9
Yeah.
out there today.
Yeah,
And
even
so-
par is a good round.
TC's trying to clean up. Was this his par?
I believe so.
This would be huge because we're going to show you a replay of why this is huge for this team.
Still see it.
Oh, frustration. So they didn't. This is Braden from right over there under this little cypress tree or whatever that is. Watch this action. Watch the camera action by Sam Evans. Plop.
Oh wow!
Clang.
Bird dog for Brado. Isn't
I
Braden
had that
smooth?
same chip yesterday, and I hit it to about that spot, but the pin was over here. That was the problem.
Oh, well, Corbin, we thank you for the golden chip delivery,
Yeah.
and
We?
Well, some of us.
I
some
Where's
of
this
us
we
did.
at?
I
got that
offered
mouse in your pocket you were talking about
everyone.
earlier?
He looked out for
oh,
himself.
the text didn't send.
Oh,
The
my
text said
gosh.
everyone.
Wow.
Listen, Corbin, I hope you play really good today. Just one shot
gonna
worse
try.
than me. That's
Yeah,
all
well,
I
I'll
need.
take it.
That's
I'll
all
take
I
it.
need from
I'll
you.
take it.
Corbin
Good looking. I was
ladies
just
and
glad to
gentlemen.
see you playing a full weekend this year.
Yes, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
he did recover. He did recover.
Rounds, that's
Yeah, I mean, he spent 6 months in an iron lung, but he's making a comeback. His brother-in-law's leg fell off, and he's playing.
Poor Corbin.
Oh.
Poor Corbin.
Hey, listen, Corbin does it. Corbin wins at everything in life,
Sure.
so
sure.
he needs to be given a hard
He
time.
hangs out with the Chapels all the time.
Well, I mean, he married the prettiest girl in town with the best in-laws in town. He's got beautiful children. He plays dodgeball for a living, for God's sakes. He needs a hard time.
Well, he's got some viral videos out there.
Oh, yeah, well, let's not talk about that. We got a restraining order.
In my mind, it's still some of those videos are pretty cool.
Absolutely, they're pretty cool.
Nathan Covington on the 4T.
Swinging it from the golds. Looks like he's got probably a tailor-made hybrid coach, probably a sim.
Yep.
Hit it in the center of the face. He puts it in the holster like Chi-Chi.
Talking to it, though.
Looked like a pretty good pass at the ball.
It did.
Yeah, he had it in the... He holstered it quick. Coach, I heard you order a Dr. Pepper a minute ago and they denied
tried.
you.
Didn't work out.
What's the best Dr. Pepper in town?
I'll tell you what, day to day, as far as consistently good Dr. Pepper, it's hard to beat Brahms.
Wow. That's not even Dr. Pepper. That's like Brahms Cola.
I see a lot of Brahms cups these days.
I think they get sued over that or something. They had to start calling it Coke. It was actually Brahms Cola.
It still says Dr. Pepper on the fountain, you know.
Yeah, this one's not looking good either. Well, just in case, but don't see anything on the green. So
Brahms having the best Dr. Pepper. That's an interesting
Floyd
take.
Kaufman, he's a big Floyd, Robert's brother, and Kel Kaufman's uncle who are playing in the tournament. Floyd, he's always got a Brahms cup with him too.
Okay, so here's the rest of that story, okay? This has to be factored
Two
in.
shots in a row?
This has to be factored in. What does a large Dr. Pepper at Sonic cost you other than happy hour?
$3.44, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Guess
How
what?
did I know
guess
that?
what the I don't know. But guess what the
$2.89 plus
Brahms
tax.
Dr. Pepper cost you early in the morning, like my coffee, right? When I drive through the one by my
Okay,
house.
so I didn't say the cheapest Dr. Pepper in town.
108.
Well, that's and
345, 108.
and to be fair to our Brahms or our Sonic folks, they have $1.08, 99 cents, $1.08 until 11 a.m.
Yeah.
and then you got to go through the app.
Right.
Gee. Well, for my money, before they went to the Coca-Cola robot, Taco Mayo had the best Dr. Pepper everywhere.
Really?
The robot.
Their fountain drinks were great, and then they got the Mix Master,
Yeah.
where you got a little taste of everything in every drink.
Well, I got just wasteful information, but I can tell you Taco Mayo signed a 10-year franchise agreement to stay at that location.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, we just break it. Kevin Durant's getting traded. Taco Mayo redid their lease.
People are moving here.
Adam Miller bought some land here. Maury Reeves was at the Calcutta. I mean, this is like Entertainment Tonight.
Yeah. Maury Reeves, class of 95, moved away, I think, down in Texas.
Yeah.
She bought Doug Ogle, who's the superintendent at Perkins.
What'd she do?
Like a teacher.
She moving back to Guthrie, yep.
And she has a guest here in the tournament, a Casey Shedd from North Fort Worth.
Right.
Keller playing in the tournament. But yeah,
Looked like you didn't hate that.
we've been breaking all kinds of news here. But no, Dr. Pepper drinkers are very, very finicky.
Yep.
I want to tell you who makes a mean Dr. Pepper.
Who's that?
This is kind of coming in from left field. The Missies on Wentz, not the one on 33, but the Missies on Wentz has a
Right.
dang good Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
Never was a Dr. Pepper guy.
Don't tell me you were a Pepsi guy.
Very little Pepsi, but the majority of my life has been Coca-Cola. But now I don't drink much as Coke. I've seen videos as Coach Mashu's drinking a Coke now. Sprite, sweet tea are my probably 1-2 that I go to most of the time. Gatorade today. Oh, by the way, thanks to Brittany Timmons yesterday. She helped me out with some beverages over behind number 4. I want to be sure to give her a shout out.
Yeah, she's pulling double duty. She's a Cedar Valley girl working at the
That's right.
country club.
I guess we were talking about the Thunder earlier. I'm looking at some of the comments, getting caught up on those. Terry Bennett says, it will hurt me as much as the 88 Sooners versus Kansas.
Oh, Danny and the Miracles.
Danny and the
I don't want to
Miracles.
hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, I do not want to hear it.
Are you seeing how many teams we have left here?
Yes, so
We don't want to miss lunch.
the Berryman group came through. They started on 8, so they would be finishing on 7. So they just played 3, so they have 4, 5, 6, 7. They have about 3 holes to go. So we're about 3 holes left, and yes, it's grinding today. It will. It's just the way that it is on Sunday. You can't just pick up your ball indiscriminately today.
Right.
If you've got a par in, because you need a second score on the board.
Well, I'm not necessarily. I'm a little bit worried about lunch, but I'm really worried about the end time to break down and get to the Thunder game to watch. That's my my biggest.
Where are your priorities?
What's that, 7 o'clock tonight?
7:37. Is it 7?
I think it's 7 tonight.
I'm
serious.
I thought I saw 8 Eastern. I think, well, maybe that's their pregame show. If it's 7, I'm toast. I'm toast till halftime.
I think they're actually calling it 7 o'clock tonight. Yep, there it is.
It won't tip.
It's more like 7:16.
Until like 7:16, 7:17. But we were still on the course last night at 7, about that time.
I got home about 8.
Just leave the setup and come get it Monday.
Yeah.
Sam will be fine with it.
Yeah.
See, those cameras cost what?
Does anybody else dislike TJ McConnell as much as I do?
Thunder can't stop
He's
him.
that guy, though. He's that guy.
Oh, I'd love him if he's on our team.
On your
Sure.
team.
Yeah.
You love him.
Okay.
Because he's
over under 214 and a half.
214 and a half. I'm going over.
What's the point spread?
6-5 is what it's down to. Money's coming in late on the
down.
Pacers. Started at 8-5, push it down to 6-5. Pacers are plus 195. Thunder are now minus 240.
I know this is dumb, but I will feel ill if they lose. It will not.
Well, I'm not that way with the Thunder. I mean, I like them. I hope they win and everything. I'm not a huge NBA fan, so I don't live and die with the Thunder.
I think of it as for Oklahoma City, for Oklahoma.
Right.
People are talking
Sure.
about Oklahoma, and they've been building up the Thunder, rightfully so, the most wins in the race, building them up. And if they don't win, it'll be like, I wouldn't be, as far as being perceived like a failure. And it's just on the on the world stage.
Right.
And so I'm seeing it as an Okie wanting the best for Oklahoma.
Right, yeah.
And Indiana is very similar to Oklahoma City. I mean, they're saying the same thing.
Yep.
And you don't know if you'll ever get here again.
Yeah, Indiana
but
Indiana actually views himself as a basketball state. You know what I mean? That's a
they
basketball state.
Absolutely.
I could see it going down about any way tonight. I mean, I can see the Thunder winning big, but it's not shocking if Indiana wins the game. It's not shocking.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'd like to think it would be, but I don't think it is shocking if they were to win.
And you kind of went, when I told you before we went on the air today, I think the Thunder is the best team. I think they're the best team overall from top to bottom. But as I also told you, and that's debatable, but I also told you best team don't always win. That's for sure. And thank goodness that's what makes sports fun.
We're down to where you just have to be the best team tonight. Just tonight.
Game 7, which I think you put all the finals together, there's only been 25% of the games that have gone to a 7th game.
Mm-hmm.
As we take a look at the third fairway here, see if we can get one here on the green from Luke Roach. Air it out. Get compact. Doesn't like it though. We have 2 in the fairway, about 50 yards from the green, or to the hole. And I didn't see that one down for Luke.
Guys, we haven't seen a whole lot of balls on this green in regulation.
We haven't.
It's tough right now.
That's why I maybe asked the question a little bit earlier, because I hadn't seen very many land on here. We've seen a few go flying by.
It takes a high
Lifted
quality.
that one. Might
There
have
it
pulled
is.
it too.
Right down there under the tree.
Yep.
I've noticed as the mornings went along, those approach shots are from further back. Wind getting up.
I want to thank all the viewers. Looked at it last night. Over 2,500 devices tuned into this event yesterday, and the numbers already looked very, very similar to yesterday. So appreciate all that viewership and all the great comments as well. As we continue to look here at the third fairway.
This is Joe Suki.
Yeah, Joe Suki. Right in the middle of the fairway, so he's had a couple good shots to get here. One good shot to get here, I should say.
Yeah, that's a really good tee shot right there.
Right. Oh.
Knocked it on the green.
Oops. 4 green. And just a reminder, we will be here till this one ends up here for the 8 a.m. We will take a quick break. We'll keep the stream up, so don't worry about that. The stream will be here. If you have to go away as well, just keep coming back. And then next tee time will be around 2 o'clock, a little after 2 o'clock. And we will be ready to go and see how the afternoon shift goes. Of course, this group here that are on the course right now started off yesterday morning, or yesterday afternoon. That's why they're here in the morning. And then golfers like Seth went Saturday morning, so they'll go Sunday afternoon. This is Adam Miller here in the fairway. This one's definitely going to be on the green.
Really good shot.
Great shot right up there. Great shot there by Adam, the A-man on this crew. We've got a couple other shots to get up on the green. We got 2 on the green right now. We got 3 more to go. Mr. Shed trying to snug it up there as well. Had a good hole earlier on this one. Trying to repeat that one. That one's on the green as well. Snug up just outside of the camera. Actually, Sam's got it. Good shot there. We'll go underneath the tree. In the shade. That's not a bad shot if you're hitting the shade. That one will roll up nicely. We'll have a little uphill putt. Yeah, it's night and day difference weather-wise from last year. It was so hot last year.
Oh, it was.
Keep waiting to see the gallery show up there on four green. Haven't, as we mentioned.
I still think a lot of people are up at the clubhouse watching it on the screen. No, it's kind of, you got more shade up there. You're close to the drinks and the food and the pool.
It's probably real easy for the mothers.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Kids can run and
go swim. Got great lifeguard staff. Luke Roach from underneath a tree. Got it to the precipice of the hill. He's left himself about 18 feet for par there. Adam Miller, Luke Roach, Casey Shedd, Joe Suki, Tate Sprecher. Rod Poplin is the scorekeeper. Rod always screws me up because I think he's one of the players. He's dressed like a golfer.
He plays a lot of golf.
Yeah,
not as much as he would like.
This
but
is a 6-man team.
Yeah.
Rod's another one that fights a bulky back. Keeps him from playing as much as he would like. But shoot, we appreciate him and Courtney stepping in and scorekeeping. I tried to tag Sue Michoud in a Facebook post about coming out.
Right.
And I was hoping she'd bite and say, hey, you come out and make a couple $100 tip, get some free golden chick, work on your suntan, be around golf a little bit. Couldn't get her. Probably should have called her old man.
Yeah, you probably should have.
Yeah, she could contribute, huh?
I'd have twisted her arm on that one.
Next year.
Yeah. She's probably actually working today.
Joe Suki.
But.
Oh, ran it by a bit. What's Sue Michoud doing? How's she gainfully employed?
Well, this summer she's gainfully employed by Ball Golf.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if you know. I mean, she's been working there since she was a senior.
Huh.
Yeah. So when she comes back in the summer,
she get credit. You get new clubs for her credit.
Well, I do supposedly get the friends and family discount when I buy something. You know.
So you get 2% off.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe 1.5, I think.
Tate Sprecher.
Yeah, Stan treats her real good over there. He lets her work as much or as little as she wants to. You know.
Nope.
So she pretty much runs that place now, I think.
Well, they'll be needing somebody to take it over soon.
Yeah, I've tried to talk her into dropping out of school and just living at home until I die and working for ball golf, but she seems to not be quite as inspired about that as I am.
Kids have no motivation.
I'm telling you.
None.
I'm like, I can't really live that much longer,
No priorities. Luke Roach stepping in.
She's headed to her senior year at OBU now. Hard to believe.
That's
Wow,
Clicking off,
senior
boy.
year.
Clicking off.
Luke Roach for par here on number 12. We call it 3, we call it 12 because it's a 9-hole golf course. This is number 12 for them.
117 years of putting.
That's right. Oh,
Yeah,
and he
baby.
bangs it home for the par. Class of 2020, 2-time state champ. Luke Roach with the long par putt for his amen cousin Adam Miller, who's also stepping in, seeing if he can save it. Oh, bang. Clutch.
Mike Breen bang.
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 That's the Ray Allen call.
Couple of fours is a pretty good score on this hole right now, boys.
From the gold, from 12, from the gold, you dang right it is.
And there's a chance that could be driver for me, from back there.
Stop lying. It's going to be driver wedge.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's always good when Sam points that camera after they go on the green. We see someone in the fairway ready to go.
You don't have to get me to know who the brains of the operation is. I've been knowing that. It's Brody Jarnigan deep in the fairway there. Coming up.
Dude, that's 200 yards at least. isn't it?
And Brody hits the golf ball hard.
Yeah.
So he's probably got a 5 hybrid in his hands coming in.
So I guess all 3 gates are one session like the Crockett's?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of makes it easy on the mom.
It does?
Yeah. Here comes Brody Jarnigan in the middle of the fairway. He's going to puff a smoke this.
Oh, that went right.
That's not Brody.
That's not Brody, no.
Who is that?
I
Dad,
can't
are my glasses foggy?
Yeah, they are.
It was the big white feet that I thought it was Brody, and it's not.
It's definitely not Brody.
It's John Byers. That's John Byers cutting across the fairway. Let's see. Team-wise, where you at,
I
John
got a tree
Byers?
right in the way.
John Byers, where are you?
I see a beard.
Mike Stewart, Jarrett Gates, Cale Kaufman, John Byers, Cody
I
Fontenot.
thought I saw Jarrett Gates, and I thought, wait, it's not. So there was one Gates.
Drew and Brody are behind them. Yeah, you weren't here earlier. You were tending to the cables, but we had to run a retraction from something that got said yesterday. It's a pretty big deal.
Oh, nice shot on the green.
Pretty big deal. That was by Casey Shedigan. Yesterday, Ireton mentioned that he thought Jarrett Gates was smoking a black and mild.
Oh, that's right. I did step away at that time.
Yeah, and
But
Jarrett
I
caught
don't-
me
I
in the
don't-
parking lot.
I don't remember hearing black and mild.
Oh, we said black and mild.
I heard Stogie.
He
Maybe
said
that was
both.
you. You said both.
And anyway, Jarrett quickly corrected me. Trader Jack is his smoke of choice. So I told him we will not make that mistake today, and we would run a retraction.
That's another one that just grown up fast. Ugh.
Luke Roach with a mighty lash. You remember that swing, don't you, Coach?
I do.
He wants it to go right. Okay. He was a menace. I'm sorry, Chris. He was a menace on that high school golf team. He was Luke Roach was the guy that would make Coach Michoud question whether he wanted to spend the night places or not.
Absolutely.
I'd say, hey, you want me to get you all a book of rooms in Enid? And he'd be like, You know, he had a couple
Meadow Lake, is that what that up there?
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Meadow Lake, there's
Oakwood.
Oakwood.
Yep.
He had two guys at the top of the bag on that team that felt like they were going to be professionals, and they tried to conduct themselves as such. You know, they were serious business. Then right behind them was Luke Roach, and he's not had a serious day in his life. He just wanted to go out and, you know, kick some butt and drink a soda and play golf, and it didn't matter what order you did that in. Adam Miller
4T.
from the Golds, back into the wind. Boom. Good looking golf swing. He's got it going left of the surface, I believe. Yeah, we don't see it.
Ernesto Pena behind us. Corbin wants to know if you deliver.
I'm getting ready to take it to my house, and the cart's going to look different.
Oh, that's right.
Breaking news. What?
Mama wants a rear seat and seat belts. And
get,
mirrors. And
we got to get Ernie on here. So Ernesto of cart building fame we've been talking about with the raffle cart just told us, and this is an insight into Corbin's life now and my life prior to 2016 when she was in my care, custody, and control. She wins.
Care, custody, control.
Oh yeah, it's an insurance term. She's in my care, custody, and control. I'm responsible for her. Now she's not. He's responsible for her. She wins the golf cart.
You have no say in it. No say whatsoever.
She wins the golf cart.
Right.
She rode that high for about 34 seconds. And now Ernie has to already modify it.
Already making.
She wants a rear seat. She wants seat belts. I mean, is she going to make you paint it?
no.
Okay. I'm figuring you're going to put a Cubs logo on it probably.
And it's got to get mirrors.
And it's got to get mirrors.
And she has declared that she will rent the cart.
Oh, and she's going to rent the cart to her husband when he wants to play golf.
Yes,
she'll rent it
exactly.
to him.
He's not allowed to.
If you don't mind divulging, how high did the raffle get?
$6,600.
Right on. Right on. Well, Ernesto put a lot of hours, money, and sweat into that golf cart and had a total investment of about $5,000, and he just wanted his money back. And anything that the raffle brought in over $5,000 goes to the club. So Guthrie Golf Country Club, from Ernie's benevolence, going to have $1,600, and that'll help pay for one of these bridges we had to build.
And Terry Bennett Jr. and a lot of people are watching. If we wanted one of your golf carts, how would we go about getting that?
You would have to tell me what all you want on it.
Get a hold of you, contact you.
Yes.
Ernie buys them wrecked, buys them old, and refurbishes them.
Awesome.
And to go buy a new Yamaha right now with decent options on it, gas, is $10,000-$11,000, Chris.
Wow.
And so Ernie finds them cheap, spit shines them, puts a restoration on them, and that's one of the most economical ways. So you can find a golf cart if you want one.
Take it to him.
And find a cheap deal on Facebook Marketplace, something like that. Let Ernie refurbish it for you. Ernie is an airplane mechanic, so he's pretty crafty.
Yep.
So, or if you own a cart like I did, Ernie took my cart in, he detailed it, he changed it out for modern headlights, modern taillights, blinkers, horn, mirrors, detailed it, changed my oil, sent me packing. Get this.
Well, that's why Rye Crockett sees what you got. That's what she needs.
My man says, this is how much I trust Ernie. I give him my credit card to buy all the parts.
Uh-huh.
He gets it all done, brings it up to the club. I say, what do I owe you, Ernie? He goes, oh, how about $40? I was like, what is it, 1953? So I Venmo'd
Can you
him.
buy bananas for $40?
I Venmo'd him slightly more than that, but I am super happy with my cart. And if you need work done on your cart, Ernie's your guy. Congrats on the successful raffle, Ernie.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Well, back to action here. We got Cody Fontenot chipping in here to their the hole number 12, 3/12 at our 9-hole track here. And this bunch they have 2 more holes after this. So we're down to 2 holes basically.
So we're looking at 1 o'clock-ish.
Should be looking at about 1 o'clock-ish for a final. And then we will break.
Oh, is that a black and mild? I can't tell from here,
Oh,
Seth.
Don't start it. Don't start it. Trader
Is that-
Jack's.
Is that Gator right there?
That's Gator.
Sweet.
Another ulcer giver to Coach Michoud.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this action.
Nice
bad.
shot.
He's got the lime green Under Armour
Oh,
on
yeah.
today.
Oh,
That-
yeah.
You know what that means? That is like the hat turned backwards and over the top.
Oh.
When he wears the lime green
There it is.
Under Armour, he means business today.
You didn't mean business yesterday?
He didn't. No, Saturday nothing. He
Oh.
knew. Mike Stewart had him yesterday, but he's the B-man, and he's needed today. So he broke out the neon green. He's got the Trader Jack stogie. And Jarrett hits it a mile. I'm not joking in the least. It's a great play there by the A-man, Mike Stewart. Same spot he was last time.
Them Gates guys can hit it a mile.
Dude,
You know what?
well, first off, they have hands that are like concrete blocks, for one.
Yeah.
And what blows me away about Jarrett and his dad, they will come out here and play golf full on with like these giant like Harley Davidson rings and stuff and not even take them off. I have to tape every blister I have, you know.
Yeah.
But they, they got sheetrock dust and paint on in their repertoire. I'm sitting behind a soft desk. But no, Jarrett can move the golf ball, brother. I'm telling you. He's one of the longest hitters we've got.
I know Jules always wanting scores over that. I can tell you. They've gone par, 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 par.
Okay. Recently,
yeah, the last six
Drew
holes. The
back
last six
9,
holes.
First hole. What hole they start on, does we know?
They started on 6, 7, 8,
Okay.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1, 2.
Okay. So just cruising along even par. Drew, Brody, and Jeff Herzl at the top of that ticket. That's a tough team. We'll see them coming up here in just a second. Mike Stewart for the par.
Boom.
That's Luke Morgan's last 3 holes will be.
Did he just make that?
Yes.
What? Did he?
I think so.
What's he doing?
I think he just made that.
No celebration, no getting the
Yeah.
ball out of the hole?
Yeah, no. I'm almost sure he made it.
Yeah, he definitely made it.
What's it? I'm the Twilight Zone?
I mean, no reaction.
Green ball, green shirt in the hole.
Boom.
I'm telling you.
Here's the proof for the next shot. I think it went in, right?
No, it didn't. No, he's walking into it. Somebody else's ball.
I'm saying
went in.
that was from earlier.
Are these two different people? Those two guys look. I don't know what happened. I think maybe the other guy.
I think the
Made
guy
it.
on the right
Made it.
made that.
Yeah.
I'm an amateur, apparently.
I wasn't looking, so I had to depend on the replay.
I guarantee you they got the hardest working scorekeeper in the business over there with Daryl Covington. He does not play. So Ryan Crockett is already having the raffle cart modified. What a first world spoiled brat problem to
Boy.
have.
I will defend Ryan Crockett every single time.
I know, Uncle Chris, here he comes.
Everything that she asked for, except for the seatbelts, I look over at your golf cart and it has everything that you just asked for,
I
plus
don't have
more.
a back seat.
Well, because you don't need a back seat. She needs a back seat. I see
Wow.
the mirrors. I see everything else that she requested.
I'm kind of on the lookout for a golf cart myself.
Well, you just missed the guy to buy one
Oh,
for him.
no, you got
He's
me
got
thinking.
one. You could buy his. He's got his own right now.
So that one's for sale.
Ernie's cart. Ernie lives on Midwest Boulevard by Spencer and Tandy.
Okay, yep.
Yep.
Ernie drives his cart here to golf. You want to know why he drives his cart here?
Because he can.
Because he has it to where it'll run 40.
Really?
That's what happens when an airplane mechanic starts building golf carts. It has Bombay doors. Ernie may have been over Iran last night. I don't know. We don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know. He's a man of many talents.
I do. They
40
let
in a golf cart is not necessarily a good thing.
No, like he can pop the wheels off the ground.
there was that military mission last night. They left Missouri in
Whiteman Air Force Base is where
30
the
hours.
B2s are. Yeah.
Yeah.
They went west. And what's crazy is somebody tweeted like the B2s have left Whiteman Air Force Base just heading out over the Pacific.
Yes, Colin, the guy who breaks all the
Are you
news.
going to say Colin Ray?
No, not Colin Ray. Colin Rugg is his name, Colin Rugg. But yeah, I saw that.
Shams that breaks all the news.
Yeah, this guy doesn't like news stuff.
Woj. Okay. Well, yeah, that was prayers up for our men and women in uniform.
Gosh.
Don't know what's going to happen right now. Wasn't sure if we were going to have the second round today after reading all that stuff. Can I ask you a question, though? A political question, a quasi-political question. Coach Michoud, you can chime in here. How do you feel about the updates directly from the president that says we just bombed X, Y, and Z, and then thank you for your attention to this matter? I don't feel like that we need to know everything.
And we don't.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we need to know everything.
Yeah. Mike Stewart.
That's why they have that
pass.
word called classified.
Well, there's some politicians that think they need to know everything before something happens, but
Yeah.
I've learned 12 chapters, Section 2, Article 2, whatever gives the president the power to do what he did.
Well, I promise you.
But if you tell the entire Congress the secret's out, you just can't tell everybody.
Yeah. So I guess he just bypasses them and goes straight to the people.
Probably leadership and
Man.
mostly your military people.
I
right?
don't understand the constant use of "thank you for your attention to this matter," though. At the end of all the tweets, are those tweets?
Yeah, I'd say that's interesting.
Are they posts?
Nope.
I don't know the difference.
I don't know. Yeah.
What do they call something that's on Truth Social? It's not a tweet.
Post.
A post?
I think it's a post.
We got a gallery coming up 3.
Yeah.
Dude,
We got it.
The cavalry.
whose crew is this?
That's Sturkle's. That is Mama and Daddy Sturkle. That is like
Really?
That is like Elizabeth and Philip. That's royalty walking the fairways.
So,
Mike and Liz.
Jeff Herzl getting a read.
wonder what Ernie could do with this.
You need to ask him. He'll make it. Look at mine. Look at the blue bomber over there.
So I'm not sure what kind of golf cart this is.
Is it a Tesla?
This
If it is, I'm gonna
one's sitting in my sister's garage in Elk City.
I'm gonna key it. If it is, I'm just kidding.
Key the
I'm gonna
Tesla.
vandalize it on camera.
Key it and Molotov cocktail it.
I don't know what's going on with the Sturkle. Okay, so this group, interesting. Liz Sturkle, Jeff Herzl, brother sister, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Hold on, we'll get there in just a second.
John Byers teeing off. John Byers, Cedar Valley ace. Got the knee braced up today. Got the bucket hat on. John came to play.
Okay,
So yeah, we got Jeff Herzl, and that's his sister and brother-in-law, and Drew Sturkle's parents and Brian Sturkle's parents walking the fairways with him. Jeff's 80 years old, and he's going to make this swing. Boom. Looks better than mine. Here it comes. Here comes Yella.
we'll not quite make
right
it.
up to
Yep.
the edge of the green.
Yeah.
So hold on. So Sturkle and Herzl, brother sister?
Liz Sturkle.
Yeah.
And Jeff Herzl. Jules, can you speak to that? Jeff
I'm
Herzl.
almost sure.
Jeff Herzl, Liz Sturkle. I'm like 99 and 9/10 sure they're brother and sister.
I would have never known that.
We break it all here.
My goodness.
And they're out.
I've known him
gallery.
forever.
Adam Schuster. Here he comes.
Purple Heart.
Purple Heart pursuing
I'd be
you.
wearing purple today.
Oh, we got two guys going at once
Oh,
apparently.
we've done that before. We've seen that once.
There goes Schuster. Oh, Schuster's got. Oh boy,
Okay, here.
Schuster's running it on. He's a gamer. Schuster's been as high as a C player in this tournament before. He's an E this year. He's fighting the terrible back injuries, all service related, I'm sure.
Right.
Interesting story, man. Interesting story. Crazy story. You know, took sniper fire and struck, and has endured dozens upon dozens of surgeries, and still out here playing golf. Got a great attitude, doing it all. Here's a yellow ball through the green. Not exactly sure who that was. And we got Brody Jarnigan. Now, Brody Jarnigan, stock in the fairway. Brody Jarnigan is a huge proponent of the Texas wedge. What do you think he's out there? 60 yards? 50?
Yeah.
A 50-yard shot? 40?
See, I'm gonna go 40 plus.
Now, see, is he walking a track that he wants the ball to go in? What's he doing? He's coming up looking to see how's it going to break from here, how's it going to break from there.
So you're telling me he's got the Texas wedge in his
Brody
hands?
has the Texas wedge in his hand, and those fairways aren't short with all this rain.
Right.
But I promise you, he plays this shot most of the time. I'm not going to vouch for what he's going to do now, but he typically plays this shot to perfection. Brody steps in.
I tell my guys, especially in the springtime, unless you're really good with that wedge.
Oh, see, that grass is just too long for that shot, Coach.
Yeah. That's a reach for me out there.
I've seen him make those too. So you have Drew Sturkle and his uncle Jeff on the same squad. Drew's gonna, I promise you, I'd be willing to bet Drew gets this up and down. He's got great hands around the greens.
Always has.
There it is.
Jules confirms you're 99%.
Thank you, Jules.
You can make that 100% now.
Yes, bro. I knew that was the case, but sometimes you know something so directly that you almost question yourself.
Wow, I never knew that.
Oh yeah, man. These are multi-generational Guthrie people, man. I'm a transplant. Rick's a transplant.
Yep.
I don't know. Let's see.
You guys have been here so long. I don't even think of you as a transplant.
Yeah, but we're not related to half the phone book like some of these folks
that's
are.
true.
So Jeff and Drew walk up. They're both.
She looks like a Herzl.
Yeah, we got.
I'm breaking it down now with the binoculars.
We got 3 yellow ballers.
How do I not know this?
In this group, this is Tony Benier using the Texas wedge. He killed that.
What ball are you putting on a peg these days?
I just recently retired from the yellow Pro V1.
Yeah.
And have gone to the new Pro V that has the track on it.
Oh yeah.
Like the little putting alignment. Brody sends his par putt up near the hole, and great effort by Brody. He'll finish up his 5. This team is in the hunt.
I'm mostly a Bridgestone guy now.
Yeah, still on that Freddie Couples B-Stone?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, you didn't play it because Tiger played it.
No.
Coach Michoud is what you'd call a Tiger hater, Chris.
That's not true.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
No, I'm not a Tiger hater.
It's not so much he's a Tiger hater, but he's a Jack Nicklaus.
Him and Traver.
See, all I have to do on Tiger and Jack, though, is just go scoreboard. That's all I have to do.
Listen,
I'm seeing it now. I'm hearing
18.
I'm not a hater. Here we go.
So
Jack's up a field goal.
Coach Michoud and I had to coexist for 3 years as Booster Club president and golf coach, and we spent a lot of time at Applebee's at tournaments watching Coach Michoud take down that Bourbon Street chicken that he liked so much.
I'm still doing that, by the way.
And we would have this debate, and this is what we finally came up with, Chris. Tiger Woods is the greatest golfer to have ever played, and Jack Nicklaus is the greatest champion that's ever played.
Yeah.
And we left it at that.
Yeah.
And I think that's a fair statement.
I can live with that. Yeah.
Good golf on good golf, I think Tiger beats him.
Yeah.
Career, Jack's the winner.
Yeah. You know, if Tiger hadn't had the misfortunes that he had, he probably would have got
Can you call
Jack.
it misfortunes when you do it to yourself?
I'm being nice.
Now, I think we're finding out, you can draw a clear line on Tiger, though. The minute he started hanging out with Barkley and Jordan, it all went to heck.
Yeah.
Well, he started eating at Perkins, too.
Well, timeout. They don't call Tiger King of the 7 for nothing.
Let's go, Brody.
Brody Jarnigan trying to finish up his bogey. He's got the Scotty Cameron. Boom. Tapped it in. He's not happy with it, guys. He's not happy with it.
Give it one look.
Nobody puts more pressure on themselves out here than Brody, and he typically can pay it off. Let's see if Jeff Herzl can get his par in. He's got that big old grip.
Liz's brother, if you will.
Liz's brother.
Oh, my gosh. Is he left hand low over there?
He's left hand low. Got the yellow ball. Going to draw back to Scotty Cameron. Couldn't make the putt in front of his sister. Jeff says, forget it. I'm not even going to finish the hole. You turkeys got it. So now we have Drew giving it the full treatment.
About to be in your screen. There he is.
He's got the Arnie hat on today.
Does.
He's got the umbrella logo. He knocks it in for par, gets a little fist pump from his B player, and off they go. So
Drew was
they
pretty
started on
stinking
6.
good.
They will have to play 4 and 5, and they're done. So 2 holes left for that bunch.
I think Drew
Is
was on
that
a
TC's group up next?
Actually, no. Brian Sturkle, Casey Gates, Josh Ball, Brian Cook, Gavin Sealanders.
Okay.
Drew was on the Guthrie Golf team. Probably had the second best run ever, from 98 through 99. Got a first and 2 runner-ups.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Because Luke Morgan went what? 3. He went 3-3-1, 3-2-1,
3-2-1.
and he would have been 3-2-1-1.
Right. Yep.
I mean, he might have had some. Only person that was going to push him was the guy in the seat next to him.
That's right.
And
That's right.
you know, he moved over here from Stillwater, and you wonder what his arc or trajectory would look like if he hadn't come here.
Yeah.
I like to think that the team pushed him.
Yeah.
I like to think that he elevated the team.
Yep.
And it just one of the great regrets of life, of sport, you know, it's keep it in perspective, was it the fact that they didn't get to finish off 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll always be a thorn in my side there, that they didn't get a chance to do that.
My man Brody took care of that skull. He put the hard shave on it. It's looking good. Getting a little pat on the back from Schuster. I want to tell you, you wouldn't want to see them on the other side of the ring in a tag team match, would you, Chris? Bruiser Brody.
Much like Demolition. Just get some face paint on them.
I was seeing Brody more of as a sheep herders guy.
Yeah. Well, with the hair, it might be a bushwhacker.
That's right. He's checking with Drew. Do I got the right club? Drew's like, I don't know. I got the right club. I do got a white belt on. I'm still tucked in.
Yeah.
Drew's got white hat, white shirt, white shoes. That was not an accident.
White glove.
There's a few of these guys that they care about the drip. They care about
absolutely.
The look.
Absolutely.
Here comes Schuster.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Don't turn the mic on.
Yeah. We won't even go to the 4th green.
Don't turn it on. Coach, I want you to see the puff of smoke that's going to happen when this guy hits the ball. Brody compresses it. He hits it down on it like nobody you've ever seen. And he's got a little bit of a Trevino step through.
Yeah.
Little bit of a Merrimack step through.
Trevino was my second favorite guy growing up.
You'll see what I'm talking about. He's going to come down and through, and he gets off that right side by stepping through.
Yeah.
Watch this. Boom. See him step through it?
Yeah.
He's probably
looking
going a little left.
Looking a little left, isn't he?
Greg likes it. It's on the green.
It's on the green. Cinderella story.
Happy Gilmore coming out, man.
Happy Gilmore, too.
Yeah.
And that is right here, if you can't see that.
Fun fact, Caddyshack.
Here's Jeff's nephew, Jeff Herschel's nephew.
Bill Murray, the Carl Spackler character.
Yeah.
Was supposed to have no lines of dialogue until Murray got out there.
Yeah.
And they were like, wait a minute.
All right. Here's Drew.
The A player. Still got a good move.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the hand to the hip.
Uh-oh.
Looking right.
He doesn't like it. But Bruiser Brody has one in the middle of the green. Here comes Brian Sturkle. They're right up behind him. My goodness. That tells me that Brian's team's been waiting. Been a-waiting. Brian Sturkle, Casey Gates, Josh Ball, Brian Cook. Can't remember the E-man. Gavin Sealanders. This team is hunting right now. You've got Josh Ball in the woods right. You've got Brian circled just short of the bunker. Let's see. You've got Gates and Cooks, beer in hand, all nowhere to be seen. But I mentioned that about him yesterday. If he's not in the hole, he's done. He's just going to come up and be the caddy now. But Mike and Liz look on. They've got 2 boys and a brother, all in a set right here.
Yep.
We're going to catch your Jeff Herzel's tee shot here in a minute.
Right now we got Josh Ball coming in from the right, or coming in from left of the green to our right.
That's
check.
Hard first bounce. Just
that was
shot
a pretty
over.
tough shot.
Got a Jeff Herzel's tee shot here.
Had to hit it under the tree and over the bunker.
We do
try
have
to stop it.
Do have a microphone right there. Pick up the contact. Just to the right, I heard.
Okay, well, we get over to this green. We've got Brian Cook, the D player, holding the flag. You got Gavin Salanders in the middle of the green. You got Casey Gates, who's given this the full work here. Would this be a birdie putt for Casey, we think?
I'm thinking so.
You know, Gavin had a sneaky good little football career as a lineman.
Who?
Gavin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
Gavin in the green shirt on the right side. Oh, heck, there's 2 Gates playing this morning. I was way off.
Yeah.
Samsonite. You were way off.
Swammy, Sammy.
Slippy. Gavin's giving it the look. Brian's giving it the look. Casey's giving it the look. They're going to let Josh go ahead and try and get cleaned up here maybe. I don't know. Maybe hit him with a chip in a pot.
Josh just took the shades off, so
he's giving it the full work.
I think they're feeling good about themselves. They need to finish strong.
Class of 96.
96 kicks.
96 kicks, 96 proof.
That's right.
We had 7 T-shirts. Josh is going to have to give this one the soft.
None of them were any good.
The soft hands. He's got himself short-sided. Downhill, downwind, down grain.
Back in the
chip.
stance.
Will it stop? Oh, and he gets it to get near it. That's about as good as you're going to do from there.
Yeah, that was very well played there.
See that stump in the background, Chris, over there by that silver
Yeah,
cart?
yeah. I've been seeing that.
The March 14th winds that drove the wildfires.
Right there to the left, right there.
That did that tree in. That provided shade and protection for that tee box. And it is no longer. So Gavin Salanders draws back. He's about to putt.
Get in the hole.
It's going for the mark.
Corey Timmons, the scorekeeper for this group. Former mayor of Cedar Valley.
I'm ready for Cedar Valley to get a volunteer fire department. I know I say this all the time.
Oh, yeah.
But they need a VFD. We need help with those insurance rates out there.
Has that been discussed? That's a good idea.
Oh, yeah. I've been dealing with Ireton and Martin.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
KC. Let's see. Let's see the reaction to the group here.
Linda Miller's on the Guthrie EMS board. I mean, she has experience.
We're building bridges right now.
Phil Nichols is on it too, so anybody can be on that board.
Well.
That would make sense. Cedar Valley, little CV FD.
Yeah, CVVFD, CVVFD. '50th anniversary of their course today.
Today's the day.
50th
Really?
anniversary,
Congratulations.
1975.
Is that right?
Correct. 50 years.
So I'm trying to remember what the state of the situation was when I got here in '88
Oh, nice shots.
at Cimarron National.
Brian Sturkle with a big putt.
Boy, Sturk.
Cimarron National opened, I think, about 94, 93. Because I was working there
Right.
when it opened. And so I worked there like in 93 and 4.
I'm trying to remember, did they open all 36 at the same time?
That I can't remember.
So I can't remember.
I would think no, but I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember for sure.
Gavin.
Gavin knocked it in.
Fun little group right here. Brian, Josh, Gates, Gavin,
Brian Cook holding the
Brian
flag.
Cook,
Good dude, man.
Corey Timmons, the scorekeeper.
It's a good vibes bunch.
Yeah.
Josh Ball to finish up his bogey. From where his second shot was played from, that was always going to be a bogey.
Yep.
He fought hard, but it was always going to be a bogey. This must be a par putt.
Yeah.
That must be a birdie because everybody's waiting. Wow. 4-4 there. I'm telling you, don't be surprised if they don't get a pretty sizable gift card this evening, fellas.
Seth, we got one more group?
Let me see.
I think we might have one more group.
They started on...
We can go to the fourth green in the meantime.
They started on 5, so this is their last hole. No, that was it.
I was going to say, I think we're done.
That's it, because Chris Herzl
Oh,
played.
they're going to finish up there on the 2 green that I'm looking at.
Yep.
Okay.
So that is it, except for this hole right here.
Yep.
This number 4 for number 13 for Brian, Casey, Josh, Brian, Gavin, and Corey. And I wasn't even looking at anything when I said that.
Liz's brother getting his golf ball out of the way. That's what I'm taking away from the weekend.
It's Liz's brother?
Yeah.
So that means it's Chris's aunt. And Zach's
I
aunt.
haven't been able to go past. Wow.
Your mind's still blown?
Yeah, it really is.
You know what? How often do we know something that Chris doesn't?
Not
about
very.
like local lineages and
Yep.
scuttlebutt.
It's always been a cool story for me that I used to pick Chris and Zach up, at the end of the cul-de-sac, and then a few years later, I'm picking up Brady and Jackson just right down the street.
Yeah.
Brody just cashed in a birdie, guys.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Brody Jarnigan, birdie in 13. That's another team that's going to be right there. So this will be our final hole of the morning wave. About 2:15 probably is about when the second bunch fires up, right?
A little after 2.
Okay.
Yesterday was just a little after 2.
Well, I'm going to put my shoes on and start warming up here in a minute because, as you well know, I've got to go out there and try and lead a squad myself this afternoon.
Yes. What's the mindset? Do you talk to your team before or after? You just...
I'm not real good at the pep talk because I'm really just trying to pep myself up. But realistically, it'll just be to have fun and don't quit until we've played the last hole, Just never know what's going to happen. Casey Gates with a twirl. Oh, he's up on the back deck and just rolled off. Doesn't look like anybody's challenged that closest to the pin all afternoon.
Nope.
That is for a 4-person, all-inclusive waterfowl weekend at Skeleton Creek Outfitters, donated by Austin Ferguson.
And is it one per round? Because Callan Crockett was AM's winner.
Yes.
Not sure who the PM winner was.
That is that we do it for both flights. So someone will win that hunt this morning, and they'll win a whole nother hunt this afternoon. When Austin said, "Hey, I can,"
4.
Right.
4 total.
Yeah. Well, 2.
Each flight. Okay.
Yeah. You get 2 shots at it since we're a 9-hole course.
Gotcha.
And Austin was like, "Hey, I can do that," and I said, "Hey, can you do double that?"
Hey, while you're giving things away, can you?
Josh Ball's giving this the work, guys.
Oh, just right.
Short.
I'll show you on the telestrator. If you couldn't see that on your screen, we're going to go right
Telestrate us, Chris. Telestrate us.
there. It is.
Okay, Josh Ball's
There,
right
you see
there.
it?
Casey Gates is up top. Now Brian Sturkle, the A player, is going to go. Brian Sturkle's been playing really well lately. Really well. He played well with Jeff Stevens down at Broken
Oh,
Bow.
he had a huge birdie
Yeah.
just moments ago.
And then the Dogwood.
See if Jeff Herzl's nephew can do anything here.
B. Stark, president of the Guthrie and Edmond market for Interbank. Class of 95.
Yep. We used to be on the same board.
Leaning left, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was a look of disgust.
Yeah, I can kind of tell. I think he tried to put a little bit more behind
A little bit of extra
yeah,
cheddar on that
yeah.
one. Well, that's what
it's your last hole. Yeah.
Well, and the wind's in your face, and the tendency is to get a little too sparky. So here's Brian Cook. He's an Oak Tree member. Him and his wife are, I believe, both Keller Williams realtors. Met them through the closing agency, who you see on the screen right there.
That's left.
Okay. So we've got one well short, one just long, and the E player, Gavin Slanders. Grandson of Billy Wayne Stumbaugh, one of the first people I played with out here when I joined 22 years ago.
Billy Wayne.
His daughter and Gavin's mom, Shelly.
Yep.
One Jeff Stumbaugh played for me back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, class of 95.
Runner-up Blue Jay golf team in 93.
Well, it looks like the gallery on 4 is out. Chris, you got a few more chairs down. I know that bugged you yesterday, but it's a whole different group of them today that are down.
Yeah, Coach Mashusi, what you got here is this chair never had a chance. That chair never had a chance. That one's gone. But you got this group over here that's hanging in there pretty good.
Intact.
Did the ex-receiver run a post or a dig right there?
Well, Coach Mashu, this is the part where debuting the Telestrator for the first time. I had it ready for basketball season, but I didn't learn it quite yet and didn't want to debut it. But come football season.
He's real excited about his ability to count the players on the field. Watch this. Oh, yeah.
Are we on there? Okay, here we go. Got 1, 2. Got 4 linemen here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not enough guys on the line of scrimmage.
9, 10, 11. Oh, we got too many men on the field.
Have to flag that.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
This one's a pretty cool. Look, like watch this one, Seth. The ball's right there.
Where's that been all my life? That like some kind of like Halo respawn ring or something.
Ain't that cool?
Wow.
What's your volleyball? You still reffing any volleyball?
I am.
Really?
Yep.
Like if you go to any Guthrie thing, he's there for quite a bit of them.
It's the easiest thing you've ever seen.
Fun fact.
He did like 2 hours. And he made him a state tournament official.
Malin, it's not big here. We know this.
Yeah.
It's working on it though.
Malin,
it's a process.
Malin has what we consider a niece. Her cousin, who she grew up with like a sister, her niece plays volleyball for Colgate University. Her name is Taya Bosanak.
And we have one more group coming up here, Seth, on the one fairway.
She's about 6'4". That's right. Chris Herzl will be finishing here.
Yeah.
I had it wrong. But she plays for Colgate.
Someone's trash talking Seth.
What? Okay.
We have 5 times already.
Getting heckled.
Yeah.
Drink another beer.
You're trying to work here.
I'm trying to work here. I'm walking here. No, Malin's got this niece named Taya that plays for Colgate, and then she has a nephew. Their dad was a center for Georgetown on one of John Thompson's team. He was the backup to Alonzo Mourning.
Really?
He said, which means they paid for his college for 4 years to get beat up every day.
Great guarantry to interrupt us. Who are we talking about here?
Malin, her cousin that she grew up with like a sister. She married a 6'10" Eastern European guy who played basketball at Georgetown. Their daughter, Taya, is a volleyball player at Colgate University.
Okay.
And their son, Luke, who is 14, is on the U.S. National Olympic Development Squad. He is 14 years old and about 6'6".
Wow.
And can jump out of the gym. And we're excited. We're going to go watch Colgate play in Fort Collins at the end of August.
Really?
Cool.
Yeah. I've never been to a competitive volleyball match. Well, I have.
They're fun, Seth.
It's been a long time. I did at UCO.
Yep.
Way back in the day, but I can't wait. I follow Colgate Volleyball on Instagram, and I'll watch some of their highlights. And man, they get it on.
And Coach Michoud can talk about it way more than I can. But with what I get to do with state championship production-wise, I only get to see the state tournament and do the production of it. And those girls are absolutely amazing. And I'll say this before Coach Michoud goes on it, but how there's not 4 or 5 broken noses every night, the way those girls hit that ball, amazes me.
Yep, it's a really fun sport.
It is a fun sport. Yeah.
And I knew almost nothing about it when I started. The only thing I really knew was I wondered how come that other girl had a different color shirt. I'm like, did they,
like soccer?
The Olympic team, we run out of money. I mean, somebody buy that shirt, girl matching shirt.
Is that like the
that's
placeholder?
the libero?
Libero, yes.
Yeah, she's a player that has certain restrictions on what she can and can't do. So she wears a different shirt so everybody can identify her.
Restricted from what?
Well, like she can never be on the front row.
Yep.
Okay, you have front row players and back row players.
Never Miss Novi.
And the
Side
girl with another shirt
rotate.
can never be on the
Look
front
through
row.
the triangle, explode for the set.
Yep,
That's right.
She's basically a setter.
That's another one.
That's one we missed big time on the Educator Heisman Park.
Yeah.
Miss Novi. Everybody had Miss Novi.
Anitra Novi. Not Anitra
Novi's mom.
Yes.
Miss Novi. I mean, we couldn't touch a piece of a sports equipment until we could quote the rules like the Bible.
That's right.
I mean,
that's a great concept too.
Oh man, I still know how to score bowling because of her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I learned too.
Yeah, I know how to set. I know how to do the thumbs side by side, to dig. I know to look through the triangle and explode upward for the set. I mean, dude.
And rotation. I can still see her in my mind right now. Rotate. Side out. Rotate.
Yeah. Dude, old school. Who's going to fill their shoes, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I misspoke a little bit. Malin's nephew that's on the U.S. developmental Olympic team, he's for beach.
For beach volleyball?
He's a sand player. And
that's another
a whole
level.
Another level.
Yeah.
Strong. Yes.
Yes. I talked to him, and he was like, you can't understand, like, your calves and your feet. And but it's so cool, the 2-man, 2-on-2.
Oh, you see it a lot in the Olympics.
Oh, man. But volleyball is becoming a thing. I mean, it's definitely growing.
It's definitely growing in Oklahoma.
It's not looked at as a male sport yet.
Yeah,
so you have to
that's coming also, though. I believe.
Is that coming?
I think it's
you
coming.
Think so?
I think it is coming. It's going to be slow, but I wouldn't be surprised, say, 5 years from now, that we're playing quite a bit of male volleyball.
Look at the rise in fast-pitch softball.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm going to admit something to you right now. You put a fast-pitch softball game, split screen with a Major League Baseball game, I'm turning the baseball game off.
That's a no-brainer for me.
That's a no-brainer for me nowadays. Now, our family watched a ton of college baseball.
Yeah.
Now, Major League Baseball, I can tell you the 86 Mets starting lineup right now, and I couldn't tell you one player on the Mets. Alfonso, never mind. I can name one player on the Mets right now, just because he's in a home run derby.
Gary Carter.
Oh, I mean, you
Doc
had
Gooden, Darryl Strawberry, Lenny Dykstra, Howard Johnson, Keith Mitchell.
Yeah.
If you told me to write down 25 Major League players today, I don't think I could do it. Now, you could name players, and I would say, yeah, I've heard of that guy. But I couldn't write him down.
When I knew I was done with Major League Baseball, or I didn't know what I was talking about anymore, I get on my phone, and somebody signs a 10-year, $300 million, and I didn't know who it was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fast-pitch softball is so condensed. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And about the time you start getting tired of it, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball, I watch it, and I'm like, well, the bottom half of the fourth, I'm like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
I mean, the pitch clock's helping, right? But
it's just, you don't have that childhood guy that they just stays there.
Coach, 1986 World Series, Zach Robbins.
Mets, Red Sox.
Roger Clemens guy, Seth Robbins, Darryl Strawberry guy. We scored it in a scorebook.
Yeah.
On TV.
Yeah.
We got checked out of school by mom and dad for the afternoon games. Can you imagine today playing a World Series
game? Lenny Dykstra.
Doing an afternoon World Series game during the week.
Yeah.
They weren't thinking about ratings.
No.
You know, but that's how baseball centric everybody used to be.
Yeah. How about those like Dodgers A's games?
Yeah. Where do you think that? What do you think did that in? Do you think the NBA did it in? I feel
NFL.
Like the NFL, yes, has had its impact, but I think the rise of the NBA has, like when you and I were kids, we were all about Michael Jordan, and from then on, it just sort of, I felt like NBA cut into baseball, especially now that they go into June.
And I think it's good for the game of baseball. I know it is for a game of baseball, but you know, a lot of good players from other countries have come in, and so now you just don't have those players that you grew up watching your Ryan Sandbergs and just
Your Pete Roses
Pete,
and Johnny
all that.
Bench.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can still tell you the Big Red Machine from the 70s. I can get you every position. Easy.
Oh,
I grew up a huge baseball fan. Like, I never watch baseball now.
Yeah, I don't either.
Me neither.
Do you think, we mentioned him earlier.
Liz's nephew's getting ready.
Oh, yeah. We're watching Chris chip in to hit his third here on 3 for 12. You know, we talked about Earl Sykes earlier.
Right.
Rest his soul and prayers for his family. But do you think somewhere in the great beyond of life that somehow Earl has sought out Pete Rose to tell him what he thought about him?
Yeah. It's pretty good.
This is why you're not in the Hall,
yeah.
boy. Oh, I had a spirited debate one time with Earl Sykes on Hall of Fame committee, and I said, we started talking about Pete Rose, and he was so adamant, and I said, Earl, it's the Hall of Fame, not the Hall of Morality. And he said, I don't see them as they're interchangeable. The one goes with the other. And man, you couldn't argue him off of nothing.
No
way. He was sick. We were talking about specific people to put in the Hall of Fame that maybe had some, gray areas, morally or ethically or whatever. And Earl, if you didn't get his seal of approval from a behavior standpoint, you weren't going in any Hall of Fame.
And one more thing on the Hall of Fame real quick. One that did not make our unofficial list was, but we had other players who followed him, was DeMarco Jones, who set the stage for Cantrell brothers, Dante Foster, Keaton Callens.
But when you think about that
Elliot
team,
Curry's.
in hindsight, that team, I mean, DeMarco, Webb, who was
Keenan.
Golly. I mean, and the team
Kyle
they beat,
Smith.
they basically beat the Dallas Cowboys minor league team.
Dietrich Laws.
John
Kobe Wagner.
Rush.
Russell Rush.
150-pound center, John Farrow.
Chad Sanders.
Levi Van Houten.
Yep.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if it's arguable, but
I love
best
the two-
offensive and defensive lines, Guthrie history.
Could be.
I love the 2-7 debate always that rages.
07 wins it, but yeah, but the
Right.
02 lines were spectacular.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
07 wins that.
Yeah, I mean, 02. Okay, you stop Kai Staley. We're going to bring in Keaton Callens and throw it to Dante. I mean, that's what we're going to do.
But 02 is the Pioneers.
They are absolutely.
They are the first ones to do it.
I still argue that the last 5 games that year on the 02 team is the best 5-game run in Guthrie history.
I mean,
those 5 teams.
The Ardmore, East Central, Chickasha.
Well, yeah, Carl Albert, week 10.
Week 10, starting with the
Ardmore,
Rush. Yeah.
Ardmore.
At home.
East Central.
On the road.
Chickasha.
OU.
And Booker T. I mean,
OSU, yeah.
Yeah, those 3, the last 3 games we played, those teams were 35-1 the night we played them.
Yeah.
East Central's one loss was to Booker T.
And I remember Ardmore getting off the bus at Jelisman. I was like, man, hey, we had a great year. That team was loaded. That Ardmore team was good.
Oh yeah.
Roy Roberts, was that Roy Roberts? Was that 02-ish?
I think so. Yeah.
McAdoo? No, that was later on. But man, they were so good.
Yeah, that was especially. Because Guthrie never done anything like that before.
Oh, no.
I mean, not even close.
No.
Oh, Jack with a little 3-putt there. And here comes Chris Herzl.
And the Booker T. I mean, Felix Jones.
Yeah. Quentin Chaney.
We haven't got to the player of the year for Oklahoma that year was Robert Meacham.
Yeah. I think they had 9 or 10 D1 kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
Herzl misses his par putt here on their 12th hole. Looks like he just missed him on the pro side. He just threw somebody back a quarter.
Call someone who cares.
Yeah, when I came to Guthrie, when I came to Guthrie in '88, the vibe was that Guthrie was a baseball town to me.
Yep.
And in the early '90s, it got pretty thin here for football, and I would have never believed Guthrie could have been a football town.
Never would have thought.
Hey, Chris, I have some finals for some teams.
Well, let me pull up my list because that will definitely. Let me grab it over here. That will. I will hope to have it after lunch as well, but I'm going to go ahead and get a head start on it here.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Jeff Westphalen.
Jeff.
Their team
Started the day, or came in at even.
They started the day at even, and they finished today at 6 over.
So there's.
I'm sorry. Yes, 6 over.
So they're +6 for the
So they're
tournament.
+6 for the tournament.
Okay.
Bo Robbins. Their team.
They came in even.
Their team struggled mightily. They finished the tournament at 13 over. Ran out of gas today.
Okay.
Luke Morgan's team is in.
Started the day at -4.
Started the day at -4. They did the exact same thing Bo Robbins' team did, +13. So now they're +9.
Okay.
Clint Gagnon's team, they finished yesterday at 2 under.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
They shot 8 over today. They are +6. And that's all that's... Nope, here's another final. Chris Poulon. Pat Bryant, Gary Higginbotham, Gene Ritz, and Braxton Nottingham started the day at 2 over.
They came in even.
Yes. And they laid down a +15 today.
So they're +15 for the tournament?
So they're +15 for the tournament.
All right.
It's been a long time since scores have been this high.
So do we have? So that's 1, 2, 3. Is that 4 finals? Am I missing? Is that what we have right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 finals.
Okay. So
Clint Gagnon, Luke Morgan, Bo Robbins, Jeff Westphalen, and Chris Poulon.
So we got 11 teams in each wave, right?
11 teams in each wave, and we just saw the last team on this hole.
Help me out, Seth. I'm going to make sure. Jeff Westphalen, I got that as a final. I got Clint Gagnon as a final. Chris Poulon as a final. Bo Robbins as a final. Luke Morgan. Where's Luke Morgan? Oh, I forgot to put final in front of Luke. Okay, found it.
There we go. And there will be more added to it.
Yep.
The stream will stay up on 3 green. And the stream brought to you by the closing agency, Haley Hensley, Jay Hensley, Custom Dental, Guthrie, Nate Brown, Casey Brown will be back at approximately 2 to 2:15. The stream will stay running, but there will not be action until the afternoon wave.
Seth, we appreciate you, man. Your wealth of information. You know every single body on this course.
I have a note on every player in the field.
Yeah,
they don't ask me to MC for nothing, Podge.
Well, you do a great job. You do a great job on. I mean, you do a great job on this commentary. It makes
old preacher's kid knows how to talk a little.
Yeah, you do a good job of that. So we appreciate you. Best of luck today.
Had fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Don't heckle me too bad when you see me later.
That was your son yesterday.
Oh, well, he can heckle me all he wants because I heckle him. He didn't have his best stuff today. He's fighting the reality that a lot of 24, 25-year-olds do is they just don't have time to practice like they used to. So, but it's a good time anyway, and I'll see you out here twice.
All right. We will take a short break here and get some scores and put them into the base on the bottom of your screen there, and we will back. Next tee time will be around 2 o'clock, a little bit after 2 o'clock, and we'll come back and join you here and see who wins the 54th Annual Howard Fife Invitational back after this. Dangerous if I left it on the 4th green? No. Okay. That's the best view or
Basically, somebody gives somebody their phone number or something. That's okay. You guys have a card here, Mike? Yeah, I think they brought us one. Yeah. I'm gonna go up in the unofficial driving range and try and get loose. Can you remember? It was a year ago. We saw Luke Morgan and that scenario. I kept going. What's he staring at? And then I saw that. Oh, he said, timeouts. Coach said, "Hey, Chris,
set this over here actually.
Get the roll. Yeah, there. Now, it's kind of the right stick, but that's a hood. Yeah.
And we are underway here in the final flight of the 54th Annual Howard Fife Invitational. Chris Evans along with Rick Mashu. We are set for the final 18 holes. For the final 11 teams here, we will be adding in some final scores here in just a few moments. So the scores that you see that are not final are the numbers going into today's field, and I will update those here in just a few seconds as we had another tee shot here. We will. That one's just off to the right of the green. And you can see the gallery starting to add up on the 4th hole. We await the 3 fairway, and I think we got 5 of the 11 teams in the book here, so we're going to try to go with the final scores here. Add them in here. So if you can, Coach, if you would give me like the A guy and then the final score, the final score +6, and I can add them into our bottom. Let me see if I can find the sheet.
Okay, let's see here. What am I looking at exactly here?
Okay, so we're gonna go the easy, like Jeff Wapham. He was +6, which I have him down already. So if you can go down that list, I can tell you if I have him yet or not.
Talk about Bo Robbins.
Yep. Okay, I think I got Bo.
What do you got him at?
We final at +13.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Luke Morgan. I think you have him already.
I think I got
+9.
Luke. Of course, these are probably going to be more official than Luke Morgan final. Yes, got not +9 there.
Clint Gagnon.
Clint.
+6.
Correct, got that.
Okay, and then what we got over here? Chris Herzl. +14.
Chris Herzl. Let me get that. They were even day one, and so now they are +14. Okay.
Brian Sturkle. +3.
They start at -3. Now they are +3. Okay.
Mike Stewart at even.
Let me find Mike Stewart. Okay. They were -3, so they lost 3 shots today.
Drew Sturkle.
Okay.
Let's see here. Drew Sturkle is -2.
Wow. So they started they played even today.
Yep.
And I can tell you ahead of time, -2 is the clubhouse leader.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Adam Miller +3.
Entered today -2. They are now +3. Okay. Oh, I got to put final on there.
I think that's everybody, isn't it?
Brian Sturkle was +3. Make that a final. What about Braden Berryman?
Braden Berryman. How did I miss him?
This team was -2 coming in.
How come I'm not finding Braden Berryman? Is he the A player?
Yes.
Wait a minute, is there another page? Yeah, there we go. I got you. All right, so they are +5.
Braden Berryman +5.
And then do you have Chris Poulin?
Yes, they finished +15, correct?
Right. Yep.
All right. I think that is everybody.
That should be everybody.
That should be everybody. So
Yep.
let me hit save. So now you will see on the bottom of your screen all the scores that you see, like right there with Blake Nelson -1. That is going into this afternoon's flight. So when you see the final, it is a final. That is how their tournament ends. And right now, -2 is in the lead. As we're now joined by Luke Morgan.
A couple of local celebs here.
Yes.
Yeah, that -2 is a good score.
How was it today?
A lot harder.
Yeah.
For sure.
What?
For sure.
More wind?
Wind.
Pin location?
Pins are, I mean, I was kind of going through it. There's not really a pin that you can go at without, I mean, honestly, it all starts from the tee. You have to be on the right side of the fairways to have any kind of shot into some of these flags. And like number 7, for instance, you can hit the left side of the fairway, but you don't have any shot to get it within 20 feet. And even 20 feet's a good shot sometimes. But yeah, plus I think the afternoon wave has an advantage, just being able to loosen up a little bit better out here.
Yeah.
I mean, for me personally, it took me probably 5 or 6 holes to really feel like I was hitting the ball as far as I'm used to. I came up short a lot early. But yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. You got 3 holes you can take advantage of. Other than that, it's see what you can do to make par.
Did it feel like it was longer today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's even a little breezier now than it was when you guys
Yeah.
played this morning. So I think it's going to be tough out here.
Well, that's a golf shot in there right there on that green.
Well, that is.
And then there's 2 really good ones on 4.
Oh yeah, we'll get to. I think we got the 3 green. What Luke is talking about. Our camera just off. We'll have to get that fixed here in a second.
Still, two threes on number 4. You're not losing anything on the field.
No. 3 and 4 both playing pretty tough right now.
Yeah. Number 6, even though it's a par 5, being into the wind, I mean, you got to hit three hard golf shots.
Yeah.
It's not the birdie hole it usually is.
Yeah, 6 feels really hard from right here.
Yeah, and that
Thinking about
pin,
playing that hole.
That pin is really, really close to the front.
So, Bobo.
Looks like we're going to watch the Dom Stevens group tee off on number 4 here. I think he's coming off a birdie.
Hard to tell. From the fist bumps and things, it seemed to be that way.
So how long is
Be a
number
great
3 today
shot
from
there.
the gold tee from way back there? How long
Probably
is
playing
it?
about 425, 430.
Wow.
I went driver 6 iron to just short.
Yeah.
Second round.
I'd say it's probably
180.
I went driver 9 iron, but it was like I hit a perfect tee ball, and I mean I had to hit a pretty hard low 9 iron. I had a terrible 9 iron in here, but
Dom teeing off here. Does not look to like it.
It's a one-hand finish, huh?
it
That's
usually means left.
Usually not good.
The old Olay.
No clubby looks like it's in pretty good shape overall, though, huh?
It's crisp, Coach.
Yeah.
It is
It's
crisp.
crisp.
It's good.
Yeah, those greens are looking pretty crispy, too. They're starting to almost not be green.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to yellow out for sure.
They almost on like the kind of the like I was noticing a little bit of a skid off the face before
Big
they
time
really
skid.
start rolling.
Big
but it was
time
weird
skid,
because
and
the chips were checking a lot.
it makes it makes the hole so small
Yeah.
when they're as sparky as they are right now, just because there's so many little tiny breaks in these greens.
Yeah, it was weird. I was leaving every chip about 3 feet short.
I teed it up down at Jimmy Austin here a couple of weeks ago, first time in a long time.
Yeah, that place is good, huh?
It is, it's really
Yeah,
good.
it's good.
Watching the shot from our up tee player here. He wants it to turn. You can hear him asking for it. You can see it coming in there on the right side of your screen.
Stay on.
Just over the back there. You know, Coach, I hit that little chip shot right next to that microphone earlier this morning.
Yep.
Did you get up and down?
I did.
Nice.
I did get up and down.
Nice. It's a good up and down.
It was quality. It was the third par of 3 to start the morning. Always love to start the day with 3 pars at the G.
Yeah, not me.
I took that pin on 2, first thing in the morning. Hit iron off the tee to have a full shot in, full 52 to like 10 feet. Didn't even sniff the hole. Didn't even sniff the hole.
Right behind the bunker, isn't it?
Yeah, I hit 2.
Is there
I
any-
hit
is there-
both times, and I shouldn't have.
It was not the play.
Went 2
Is there
bogeys.
any way to get a ball close to that hole?
You gotta have a full wedge in.
Yeah.
And play like a little, almost like a little high draw wedge with the wind off the left.
Yep.
Get it to stand up for you. So we've got a search party left at number 3 here for the Robbins and Blackwell group. Looks like we've got some signs behind number 4 green
Oh, yeah.
for old Stephen Ely, D-man of the Dominic Stevens team, leading the tournament right now. He's got some support. Love to see it.
Should have brought our state championship banners out here then, I guess.
I guess so.
all three
Wrapped 'em-
of them.
Wrapped him around a tree out here, huh?
Now we're just going to have a 9 over and a 13 over Howard Fife banner for me and Luke.
Yeah, you guys certainly should have had 3 of those for sure. Bad deal. So, Luke, I guess you got your first PGA Canada tournament coming up, what, July the 3rd?
Yep. Yeah.
Where's that at?
I don't know.
You don't know yet?
Yeah, somewhere in Canada.
That's all you know so far?
Yeah, I got
Really?
it. I got it somewhere, but I'm trying to figure out the non-golf side of things,
Yeah.
of travel and where I'm gonna stay,
Right.
all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to.
Well, once
really
you
figure
once
that
you make
kind
a
of
whole
stuff out.
bunch of money, you need a personal assistant to take
Yes.
care of all that for you. I'll be a person of interest
I got
to,
you.
to handle all those kinds of
Absolutely.
things.
Absolutely.
I've done a lot of organizing like that through the years.
That's true.
Coach Michoud would be like the Ari Gold to
Yeah.
Luke's Vincent Chase.
Yes.
In Entourage.
Yes.
There you go.
You know,
I love
he's
it.
got 4 Blackberries on him at all time. Make sure the bat phone ringer's on.
Bat line.
Maybe
Yep.
it's the bat line. I can't let this one go.
We got to take this call.
Especially at noon on a Wednesday.
Yeah. So who y'all got tonight?
Man.
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm nervous.
I think we should be nervous.
I'm as nervous as it gets. I actually felt a little bit less nervous on the first tee this morning because I was thinking about how nervous I was for the Thunder game tonight.
I think the Thunder could win by double digits tonight, and they couldn't get beat. I think it could go either way.
You know,
I don't want it to be close.
I do. I liked the mentality of our players after the Game 5 win.
Yeah.
That the job wasn't done, and I liked their mentality after the Game 6 win. That all of the work of this regular season, the reason you go,
right?
You know what they go 68-14. The reason you win 68 regular season games is so you get Game 7 in the NBA Finals on your home floor. Because guys like Wiggins, Wallace, Dort, you know, they're probably going to shoot the ball better than they would in Indiana.
Yeah, the role players almost always play better at home.
Yeah.
You know, the stars, they got to play good all the time, you know, but the role players generally almost always play better on their home
Series
floor.
is delivered, though.
Yeah.
I'll say that much.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see us win it in 4.
All the local media were talking a lot like the Thunder was going to sweep them, you know, and I'm like,
Well,
I
and
don't know
you know,
about that one.
It's tough.
These
Indiana's
guys are
been
pretty
proving
good.
people wrong
It's
all year
tough,
long.
you know, when Vegas is as heavily on one side, you know, you tend to believe what they believe. And,
Yeah.
you know, I think the Thunder were minus 800 going into it to win the finals, minus 700, something like that.
Yep.
You know, and so smart money was on Indy.
Yep.
I did just get a text update from Jose Martinez on hole number 6. I can't say what he said, but he said it's hard, basically.
Hole 6 is
hole
tough.
6 is
hole
not
6
fun.
is a, and I'll
And,
insert tough golf hole.
I'll throw this out there as well. Jose Martinez was in the group that teed off on hole 6.
Okay,
So he's
that's
one
our
hole.
starter.
He's one hole in.
That's a tough start, but he's got 2 downwind holes.
Yeah.
I just hope he club twirls another one on number 4 right here for us.
Jose had a club twirl.
Coach.
Oh, did you not see
He
this?
club
No.
twirled it and it was short of the green.
He
Really?
He
Me
looked at us, club twirled, and was 20 yards short.
Me and Luke gave him the announcer's reaction he wanted to.
I mean, he hit it good. Seemed like it was a good swing.
He hits it solid. Look at that contact, Coach. Look at that
See
pose.
him look at us,
Twirl.
it, and then it lands right here.
Oh, got quick karma, didn't he?
Yeah, there's too much wind to be doing all that kind of stuff.
Hey, he got it up and down though. He made
He
par.
did.
He
He
made
did.
par. He made par.
Hey, I still remember the day that you and Jose came by my house and we were hitting balls out of my backyard. And
He was barely getting them airborne.
Jose kept hitting that fence in front of me.
Looks like a good shot in here on 3 from somebody. Team looks like they're needing it.
I guess Jose plays quite a bit of golf now, though.
Yeah,
Gotten a
he
lot
plays
better?
A lot. Yeah, absolutely. He's got a good swing.
He's a solid C man. I
Yeah.
feel like it's a good
Biggest-
spot for him.
Biggest thing in his swing is he picks up, his whole body raises in the backswing.
Yeah,
So then it's hard to find that low point again and hit it solid every time.
right.
Seth over here in the right trees.
Putt for Dom going in. Doc Heller warming
this-
up in the fairway.
Is this Seth over here?
Yeah, Seth's over in
Yeah,
the trees.
Looks like this is probably for 3.
I was going to say, that can't be a tee shot there, can it?
No.
No.
There's no way,
No.
right?
No, sir.
Looks all right. Needs to miss that tree.
Scrappy cat. Oh, just short.
And that died fast.
If there's one thing I know about him is he's going to do his best to try to save bogey.
Day like today, bogeys don't kill you.
They do not.
Whenever you take the 6s.
A wise man once told me that you can win a golf tournament with bogeys, but you're going to have a hard time to win them with doubles. Pretty sure he's won a lot of golf tournaments.
Yeah. Same person told me there's no spot on the scorecard for how, just how many.
No
There's
pictures.
No place for Hal.
I had a par in Indiana that you would have really appreciated.
Topped our tee shot.
Topped our tee shot, skipped across the water, hacked out a 54-degree to 200 yards, hit it to 20 feet, and drained it for a par.
routine
Yep.
par, huh?
And then
Yeah, there's different kinds of pars, you know.
Yep. There's only about 2 ways to write a 4 on the scorecard, though. Whether you connect those top 2 lines or not.
Exactly.
Zante was the one with that good shot in there.
Hopefully that's for birdie. That would be a nice.
For how long we were looking for golf balls,
That's tough.
I'm gonna say maybe birdie putt's a stretch, but
Could be for par. Seems like the team's gonna need it right now. Sean Blackwell getting ready to go. Tough little chip here.
yeah, he likes to play these low little checkers though.
He does. Looks like he's doing it here. Needs to sit.
He just didn't get the check.
Didn't get the check,
Didn't
did
get
he?
the check,
Get the
even into the
check.
wind.
Oh,
Drops off the back.
I was gonna say that go off the green.
That's what I'm talking about. You get it on the wrong side of a break here. You got to make sure you stay on the high side of the hole on these greens today.
With the putts, you want the ball to, you want to be putting from below the hole for sure.
Correct.
But your read, you want to play about
Play some extra break. Less speed.
just a touch more break than you would think, and try and just kind of creep them in there.
It's definitely a drip it in kind of day out
Especially
here.
with it being windy, can affect your stroke on the short ones.
Doc Heller.
Doc Heller with the Texas wedge needs to go a little.
You can hear the wind start to
I know it.
gust out here at the G. If I know anything about Pop, I have a feeling he's trying to look at making this. He loves him a chip in par.
So we're thinking this is for 4, right?
Loves a chip in par.
As long as this isn't a club with more than 45 degrees of loft, I think it'll be a good shot.
Needs to sit. Oh,
No, that's a good shot.
quality shot. Quality short game.
Yeah. He's been playing some really good golf lately.
He's been playing some good golf. See if it's Podgy here.
It's a shame that he wasted his high school years playing that silly game called baseball.
It is
Yeah.
a shame. It is a shame.
It's all right. You've had some success over there too.
Yeah, that's true. Sean's ex-Blue Jay golfer too. Sean was a pretty good high school player.
Looks like they're spending some extra time with Zante on this putt here, so that can only
It's gonna
mean
matter.
that it matters, whether that's birdie or par. I think we've established that they'd take either right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of triple teaming this one, aren't they? Looking this putt over pretty good.
Probably a good couple guys to look over a putt for you.
Yeah.
Seems like with this much wind and this tough of pins, today's just a lot slower, more methodical round of golf.
Putt looks like it's carrying some pace.
Oh!
Got it!
He poured it in there.
Look at him celebrate.
Wow.
You know, I'd say that with a celebration that big, it's a birdie, but that looks like
That had to feel like a birdie.
desperation par to me.
Yeah, that felt like a birdie to that crew. I'll bet you that.
Let's see if I can get somebody's attention. Confirm the score.
Is it replay material?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
dripped it in there. Plus it's Zante. You got to replay everything.
Another
one.
Wow. Yeah, Zante's the E player on that team, isn't he?
Zante is the
He
E
is,
player
yeah.
on that team.
So for him to run that in,
Big putt out of the E player to keep this team in it. They shot 2 under yesterday. You know, in the thick of it as we speak.
Look at this team just
easy
filling it
game
up.
this golf.
You know, even if the putts don't necessarily matter, to get you know
Yeah.
players on your team some confidence, it's very big. in a tournament
Mhm.
like this.
I think
talking
that was
about-
the fastest I've ever seen Seth Robbins run.
He got it on.
Yeah, he gave it 3 or 4 high steps over there on the.
Let's see if his
backside
heart
of the
rate
screen.
slowed down here. It
Very
has.
nice.
Yeah, we need to see that replay just to see Seth behind the
Yeah.
green.
Wow, they just made 100 feet of putts on that hole.
Yeah, they had five total putts on that hole for the whole group.
Wow.
Here comes the replay.
Oh, that one's not Zante, but that's another good putt. You got
One
the-
just before
if
that.
You got the
Yeah,
one
Chris.
before it, Zante.
Quality replay though. Good putt. Here's a replay of Doc Heller's. Oh,
Up.
Oop.
One more back, I believe.
here it comes. There it is. Yep, keep it going. Couple more. Oh, we didn't get the run. We didn't get the run around. Here's a cleaned up
here we go.
replay for y'all. Good pace.
Seth Robbins take off here.
It's on a good line, and he's gone.
That's good stuff.
You gotta love it. Life at the 5, huh?
Live at the 5. As the gallery blossoms back there.
Slowly but surely, seems to be blossoming. I see some gates back there. I see some roach. Expect to see some Crockett back there this
Yep.
afternoon.
Yep.
I gave him some golf balls, so he might have a little better chance today.
Yeah, it's Corbin's first time ever playing a new golf ball.
Yeah.
Straight
Really?
straight out of the box. You know,
Really?
typically he comes out in his scuba gear right before tea time.
Fishing balls out and then putting one on a peg.
It's one of the luxuries of here is if you make each birdie, John Vance is giving out a sleeve of brand new Pro V1, so
Yeah.
Really?
I made enough that I figure I'd give Corbin a few.
You have
Since
to
he was
give me
playing
some.
with
'Cause,
There you go.
I missed out on a lot of those birdie balls this weekend. Didn't have very many chances at birdie balls this weekend. If they gave out balls for 8-footers for par,
Yeah.
I'd have a lot of golf balls.
So what golf ball you guys playing with these days? Still
Coach.
Pro V1
Coach.
guy? Both
Yeah.
of them?
Coach.
I see a lot of other stuff on the tour now, guys. I'm seeing lots of different kinds of balls out there.
TaylorMade has a good ball.
Yeah.
Callaway's got a good ball. It's I don't know, the Pro V1.
Tell you
just
what ball,
looks-
and don't laugh at me.
Did you say Kirkland?
No,
No. Okay.
Max Fly makes a quality golf ball.
Hey,
wish you
I
would've
saw
said
somebody the other day
Max
that had
Fly
a Max Fly
has a
and play. I was
5-layer
like, I hadn't seen that in a while.
Golf ball similar to the TP5X by TaylorMade. That is
Doesn't
quality.
Titleist own Max Fly though?
They do. Old Seth here,
Abbreviated
watching
fall, if you're trying to
intently.
turn it in there. It's a little left.
A
but
little
that's
bit
good
left
spot.
in a
That's
great
good
spot.
It's a good shot.
Sure he'll be able to pop one up there pretty close. The lanky Sean Blackwell next to tee off,
Lanky. 6'5" probably.
I'd say. Fast player. They
Seth
seem to
likes
like it. Seth likes it. Back of the green.
Good spot.
So we're seeing some positives out of the first couple of groups through
Yeah.
3. You know, 3 is an interesting hole. I feel like if you play it well as a team, it kind of
can build
launches
some
you
momentum.
into easier stretch of holes, 4 through 8. But if you struggle on 3 and then you struggle on 4, it makes 5 feel even bigger.
Yep. 3 is a difficult, but it's a quality golf hole.
It's a good hole.
Yeah.
It is.
Makes you shape the ball,
Yep.
flight the ball.
Next group coming in on 3 is the Jeff Stevens group. Garrett Billen, Phil Smart. Watching it. A little short and left as well. Zante. Rounding out the blue tee players of this group.
Zante may be one of the most underrated football players to come through Guthrie, I think.
I shared the story yesterday about the great Roberts, the Elliott Curry was a great play and a memorable play, and none of that happens without Zante
That's right. Yeah, he set that play up. He made that play possible.
He had a lot of big plays in that playoff run, if I can remember right.
Did.
Was that pick six in that same year against Shawnee?
It was.
Yeah, so that pick six got us into the state championship game.
That was a game that we could have lost easily.
I remember sitting in the.
We probably actually got outplayed that day.
We did,
but we made a couple
cold
big
day,
plays.
Saturday morning game.
It was.
Rare Saturday morning high school playoff game.
Punter foolishly lost his mind and tried to do something stupid. We tackled him at the 10-yard line. We had Zonte's pick six. Did we have a punt return too, maybe?
I think Kai Collins may have taken a punt back.
May have, but they probably outplayed us overall. We were lucky to get out of there with that one.
Seems like in any sport, to win a state title, you need some luck.
Absolutely.
Especially this one.
Unless you're just far better than somebody, far better, which doesn't happen very often.
Seems like it happens fairly often about middle of Del City, down there South OKC.
Yeah.
Seems like they have some quality football teams.
We had to count that as a dub this year, the fact that we scored on them. We actually did score points on them, which not very many people did this year. I think their varsity defense gave up 3 touchdowns last year. 3 total.
Some good football.
Yeah.
What is it that they say about defense, Coach?
Wins championship.
Defense travels, baby.
It does.
It travels.
Hopefully Indiana's defense doesn't, though, today.
Stays home.
Yes, you guys stay home, take a day off.
Yeah, Thunder's got to make a few shots tonight.
Yeah.
Let's listen in to this.
4 threes in the last 4 games, I believe.
Tee shot by Doc Keller.
I heard the F word, didn't I?
I think you could hear them tell you how the shot was.
Yeah.
Fat.
I don't think he meant P-H-A-T, did he?
I don't think he did either.
That was the one that starts with F, I think.
Any hot mics this morning like we had yesterday? We had one good one yesterday, but...
We did?
Yeah, I don't think... Did we have any today?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah,
we got a good shot on 3 from the Jeff Stevens group. Looks to be about 15, 18 feet below the hole.
Wonder how many golf balls have been in that hazard through the years.
Whew. You think it's in the 6 figures?
I've contributed for sure.
You think there's 100,000 golf balls in there?
I think there could be.
I think there could be. Probably bet the over.
I think so.
Surveying going on the 4th green.
Good little crowds back there behind 4.
Yeah, it's building.
It is blossoming. I'm sure they can feel the tension.
Hopefully my girlfriend from San Antonio made the trip up for the 5. Is making some friends back there. Good thing about around here is everybody kind of knows everybody, so I'm sure she'll have just fun.
Who are you referring to?
Her name's Anna. We met at
Your
Baylor.
girlfriend?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you believe it?
Yeah.
Coach never thought it happened. He didn't think he'd ever see the day.
Well, there's 8
when you
billion.
said girlfriend, you just kind of figured you were referring to your 8 iron.
What are you saying?
Right.
You just figured, he's referring to the 8 iron.
Right.
Actually talking about a female companion, huh?
Yeah.
I like it.
I think she actually likes me. She might be in it because of the PGA Tour thing. She may think I have a chance.
Yeah.
I'm cool with either, though.
Yeah, way back in the day when I was in high school, I had the coolest car in the school. Okay, I had a 75 Trans Am.
Yeah, not even
so
close.
I'd ask some girl out, and the first thing I'd do is I'd pick her up in my mom's Caprice to see if she was legit or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
She wasn't getting to ride in the Trans Am right off the bat.
Smart.
So.
Just talking about Mrs. Michoud, I imagine.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, y'all know Miss Gayla G Money. She's a Titan, by the way. Y'all know that, right? Y'all do remember that?
I do remember that Miss Gayla is a Titan.
She's a Titan.
I've
back
forgiven
in the day.
her for it.
Yeah, me too. We got past it.
Maybe you guys.
I'm trying to think when you guys were coming through, the Titans weren't even any good in golf, were they?
They were miserable.
Yeah, they're back a little bit now.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Well, with John Conrad getting how good it is and challenging,
Yeah.
you're bound to get better out there.
Yeah, let me think. I think they tied third this year. Yeah, they tied third at state this year.
How'd the Blue Jays do?
We finished 8th out of 13.
Okay.
Like I said, we just played with 4 guys all year. You know that, right? Never had a 5-bag.
That's
a
crazy.
tough spot to be.
We lost our 5-bag after the first tournament, so we just played with 4 dudes the rest of the way. They scratched and clawed, made state tournament.
It's impressive.
And like I said, there was 13 at state this year because the other regional had 2 teams tied for 6, so we had 13. We finished 8th, so that was probably about how they were, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody beat us that should have, and I don't think we beat anybody that we shouldn't have. Finished about where I thought we would.
Hey man, of this team, Jeff Stevens lining up a little pitch shot. Clipped it nice. Needs some spin. Got it.
Got it.
Looks good. Real good.
Wow. Nice shot.
About 2 feet just left of the hole. For you
Nice
viewers
I
back
think that's
home.
the big thing that separates each A-man, B-man, C-man, all that is about 100 yards and in.
Yeah, the ability to hit it into the trees, knock it out to 50 yards, and hit something to inside 10 feet and just have a chance.
Yeah.
Well, I tell my high school guys all the time, I said, to me, if you're a high school golfer and you don't have all day to practice golf, if you just practice from 100 yards in and be able to get off the tee, you got to be able to get off the tee. But other than that, if you can score from 100 yards in, you can play golf.
How was the team's wedge game at state after we went and practiced?
It was better.
Good.
Definitely better.
Were they not hitting full shots into the wind?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I was really pleased with how that went. That wedge game is some stuff that not a lot of guys completely understand,
Yeah. I think they didn't quite understand it until we went and played them 4 best ball versus me, and they lost. And so I think they've realized maybe we should listen a little bit.
Yeah, when you're really young like that, you kind of get caught up in this thing on how far I can hit something. And I told them, I said, nobody cares how far you can hit a lob wedge, okay?
No.
Nobody really cares about that.
Zonte just missing on 4.
Tiger Woods' full swing lob wedge doesn't even go 100 yards.
Right.
Tiger Woods doesn't full swing lob wedge.
That's my point. Tiger Woods can hit a lob wedge 120 yards if he wants to.
Sure. Yeah, I tell them, I said, when you watch the guys on TV, I said, watch their action.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want to look at is what kind of action are they using when they're hitting these shots.
Nobody's off balance hitting a wedge.
Yeah.
Looks like Phil Smart with the putt on 3. Couldn't tell what they were doing on 4, but
Doc Heller lets it slip away on the 4th. Phil Smart tapping in on the 3rd. Just 2 putt. Looks like Garrett Billen had a good shot in here under the 3rd.
So, Bo, you getting plenty golf over there around Tulsa, man?
I play here and there.
Where you playing over there?
Of course, play La Fortune.
Yeah.
Got to go out to the Patriot a couple times.
Right.
Played Meadowbrook here and there.
Right.
Let's see.
Meadowbrook's not bad.
Meadowbrook's not too bad. It's
Yeah.
Press Maxwell. It's in the Maxwell family. Gotta love that.
Yep.
the Patriot's so good.
Patriot is quality.
Yeah, I haven't had that pleasure yet.
I think it's my favorite course in the
Really?
state. And I haven't played Karsten since the redo, but
Right.
I've heard that's pretty insane.
Yeah.
But the Patriot's my favorite.
I haven't played Carson since the guest fees went to like $500.
Hey, I don't even know
if there is, I don't think there
there is a guest fee.
I don't think there is one now. At one time when that place first opened, they were $60.
That's
then they went to
insane.
100, and it just kept going from there. They're trying to make sure they keep guys like me out of there. That's what they're going for.
I'd pay
And
$100 to go
working.
play it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 105 to play Jimmy the other day, but I felt like it was well worth it.
Yeah, no, I think this is a par putt.
I believe this is for par for Bill.
He's got that thunder-themed spider. Good.
I wonder if that's a tell as to how tonight's
Hopefully,
going to go.
yes.
Looks like that's 2 pars for the Jeff Stevens group, and on to 4. Playing the 3rd hole, quality. You can see the wind whipping straight into us on the 3rd and the 4th here.
Who's rolling up here next, Bo?
This is, let's see. This is the team that A-Man was formerly Blake Trimble. It's now Blake Nelson, I believe.
Okay.
AJ Noose, Stephen Gellenbeck, John Carpenter, Marquette. So we get to see some carp.
JC's in this group, huh?
JC
John Carpenter.
is in this.
All right.
Is in this group, and I'm sure he'd love to sell you a truck too.
I bet he would. I wish I could let him sell me a truck.
Yeah,
Trucks are really expensive these days, man.
that's what they say. Tariffs or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like there's something going on with the government or something. I don't know.
Either one of you guys been up to Shangri-La anytime recently?
Played an event there fall of my senior year.
Okay.
Fall of 23.
Right.
It's the last time I was up there. Played that Battlefield par 3 course.
You did?
Yeah, pretty sweet. Pretty sweet place.
Yeah, Sue and I played there last spring break. It's the first time she'd ever actually beat me for 18 holes, and she spanked me that day.
She give you the work?
She beat me by like 8. She beat me so bad that she couldn't even really talk smack because it wasn't even competitive that day.
Yeah.
She beat me by like 8 shots.
Oof.
Lipped out for a hole in one.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What
Yeah,
hole?
It's like 14 or 15. I've
That's
just
always
been there
hard
once.
to remember
I've
what the
just
holes
been there
are.
once, but I know it was pretty late in the round. It was one of the par 3s late in the round. Oh, wait a minute. They're all par 3s. Yeah. I thought it was a really nice track, though. It was fun.
Love Shangri-La. It's always in good shape.
I
Yeah.
haven't been out there in a long time.
I think you'd like it.
They just played the Oklahoma stroke play out there this year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually were supposed to have played the 5A state tournament this year, and then they had to switch it, so 5A state will be there next year.
That's cool.
For sure.
That's a lot of fun.
Yep.
That will be a lot of fun.
Now, the Blue Jays will have to really work to be at that state tournament next year.
We know you can work them.
Y'all too old to remember, or too old to know Jack Todd. I don't know if y'all know Jack or not.
I don't think so.
Jack will be a junior for me next year. Jack's turned into a good player.
It's good. It's good.
I think we're going to go hang out over at the watering hole for a while, but
Give this mic back to Chris.
Sounds good.
Good to see you, Coach.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys always.
All right. See
Two
ya.
of my all-time favorite Blue Jays. All right, brother. You too, man.
Little memory lane.
Yes, sir.
I
Had
didn't
some
want to get.
good times with those guys right there.
Yeah, I got to spend yesterday with them, and
Good players and good kids.
yep.
I really hope that Luke gets it going up there in Canada.
And I had a fun interview with him yesterday, and Bo as well. Actually, going to make that a podcast sometime this week because
Right.
I know a lot of people who were able to listen to that live really took a lot from Luke saying took it so serious he had to back off of it from being so serious and have a little bit of fun with it.
Right.
And it's amazing how much that makes you better.
Yep.
So I think that's a good memo or message for young people in all sports
Absolutely.
to understand and accept.
Yeah, it's gotta be fun. Because it's too difficult if it's not fun.
Exactly right.
You know, the line for success is so thin where he's trying to be. You know,
Oh, yeah.
it's really difficult.
Yeah, one of the questions I asked him yesterday was, in high school, you were able to dominate the field, kids your age in college. You had some injuries and some other things at Baylor you had to deal with.
Right.
He's a freshman. He's going up against 4 or 5 year players.
Yep.
But now at the beginning, at the qualifier and moving forward, you're playing not only your age, but 35, 40-year-olds, even younger than Luke Morgan now, 18, 17-year-olds.
Yep. Yeah, and you're playing professional against professional level players all the time.
Everyone, this is our job.
Yep. Yeah, and people don't really dive into it. The PGA Tour, it looks really lucrative to all the players and everything. And it definitely is for a lot of them.
Yeah.
But those guys in that 100 to 200 world ranking, they're scratching and clawing every week.
Yeah.
They're trying to make cuts, and they're trying to hang on. If you don't make cuts in the PGA Tour, you don't get paid.
Right.
But the bills keep coming.
How many times have we seen Tony Romo fight that?
Yep.
Quite make it up there.
So have you got that list of groups?
I do. If you want to, I can pull up on the screen right there.
Okay.
Let me find my mouse here. This is the Sunday 2 p.m. crew here. Nope.
Sunday 8.
So we need to go back to the top.
Yeah, there's a Sunday 2 right there. Yeah.
Let's see here. I wasn't having to pay attention earlier.
Right. So they just came through here.
Okay, this is John Carpenter's group.
Right, so that's these guys.
There it is.
Where?
Blake Trimble. No, I think Blake's the one that had a drop. AJ 1B, bottom left corner. Mark Head, John Carpenter, Stephen Gillebeck, AJ Noose.
Yep.
I think the wind has picked up more this afternoon than this morning.
I think it definitely has.
That one a chance, goes a little past the cup a little bit of work still to do on that one. If I said it 1,000 times, that wind, I don't know if the golfers like it, but I know the broadcast tent loves the wind.
We're enjoying it way more than they are, I can tell you that for sure.
This is our second one to do here, and I can tell you last year was fun, but it was it was miserable.
Yeah, we had to do lots of adjustments during the day to try to keep that sun off of us.
Yeah, we had to move the tent 20 times, and I think yesterday we've only had to move it once.
Yeah.
Today, all we had to do was lower the back.
Yeah.
So far, we haven't had to move it quite yet, so. putt to send it home before they head to the fourth tee box. Ooh, looked out
Dreaded
there.
lip out. And still rolling.
Marquez.
And
John Carpenter will take his time after seeing that one. Get in there. That boy, John Carp.
all right.
Head over to the fourth green. This would be a healthy putt here.
Yeah, the gallery back there is definitely growing.
Yeah, the chairs are still struggling a little bit, but nice shade tree to be underneath there.
Yeah, we're gonna enjoy the shade and the breeze.
Oh yeah, no, this is. They asked us, what do you think about a different location? And Seth and I came out here a few weeks ago and kind of planned this out. I go, you know what? Yes, not only can we see more of the golf course, but we got big trees, and if we can get that canopy and that fan, we'll be in good shape. And like I've said many times before, they've just done everything to make this the best possible setup here for the broadcast. And I know last year a lot of other golf courses saw this and thought, man, this would be kind of cool at our golf course. And I think more golf courses are talking about it today. Went up to lunch, and I know a couple courses reached out to some folks too. So I like to bring more and more. We're kind of limited. We love to cover all 18 or all 9 holes, but that would be quite a bit more work.
Right.
So we try to bring as much as we can here on the number 3, number 4. Four green is cleared, so the tee box is ready to go. Well, in golf, coach, is there advantage to being right-handed or left-handed over one another?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
There've been a lot of good left-handed players through the years.
Well,
wasn't happy with that one.
Left-handed one's not good. Well,
I will say this though about that. The one thing that to me is a disadvantage of that is when you're trying to find a teacher, and they typically are teaching right-handed players. And now they kind of have to do things kind of backwards. That can probably make that part of it a little more challenging.
And you coach many receivers. Is it a big difference in a right-handed quarterback and a left-handed quarterback?
I don't think so at all.
Don't think so?
No, I don't think so at all. No, I've heard that kind of talk before, and I don't put much into that really.
The spin being different? No,
I don't think so. Especially if you practice with those guys all the time. Just the ball is spinning one way or the other. And I don't think it's any more difficult to catch it one way or the other myself. I've heard varying theories on that.
If you have a,
but we've had plenty of left-handed quarterbacks that did fine.
I was like, if you have a right-handed quarterback,
Steve Young,
if the right-handed quarterback gets hurt and the left-handed quarterback comes in, is there? You always see it like a drop, and I don't know if the announcer's trying to help the receiver out and say, the rotation's a little bit different. It comes in a little different.
I think it's more about that than it is actually catching the ball. Yeah, I personally don't think there's too much to that.
And I don't know if it's because we don't see a whole, like Adam Miller comes to mind.
Yeah.
When you see him swing or Tony Gwynn swing, it just looks different, prettier is what I'm trying to I think say.
Yeah. Along those lines a little bit, I've heard people through the years, that say that baseball players shouldn't play golf. They mess up your swing. I've never really bought into that too. I remind everybody
okay,
that
yeah.
I remind everybody that Major League Baseball players, when they go on 2-week road trips, guess what they do during the day?
Especially the pitchers.
Especially the pitchers. But
Yeah.
a lot of the other guys do too. They play a lot of golf. That's what they do with a lot of their time.
John Smoltz being one of those. I know he was a big.
Yeah. Golf can be frustrating to athletes from other sports, because they've always been good at everything. And I've seen I've seen guys that I thought were really good athletes, but they weren't good at golf. And that's really frustrating to them sometimes, because sports have generally come easy to them.
Mm-hmm.
But golf is so difficult from the standpoint there's so many different elements to being good at golf. As far as different kinds of shots and all this and that goes with it. It's a challenging game. It's one of those games, the coach can't take you out.
No, yeah.
It's you and that little ball all day long.
From my vantage point, I'm not seeing any golf balls on the green here on the fourth one from our latest tee shots, as our next group is coming up here on the 3 fairway. This is Callan Crockett. Pull up my sheet here.
This crew?
Maybe. Got some trees in the way. It looks like Callan Crockett. Yeah, I think this is Callan Crockett's crew here. Should be hitting their second shot.
That was a good looking pass at the ball there.
It did look like a good swing. It went on the other tee box, on the 4 tee box, over by the gold side. So that flew the flag stick there.
Wow.
And I do believe that is Callan Crockett's team. So Callan Crockett, Tyler Ingerston, Kelly Brown, Mike Buchanan, and Gerald Langwell.
Assuming that's Kelly Brown as in Nate's dad, I guess?
That would be correct, yes.
Yeah. I got to play a few holes with Kelly last summer.
Remember, he had a pretty big, nice shot yesterday, if I recall correctly. You got them all good golf cart golf, because they're all together over here. There's Callan Crockett there.
Yeah, this is a hole here. If you're going to hit it in the trees, it's got to be the ones on the left, because you can at least still be playing there. Those ones on the other side, you're done.
And that's what's frustrating is I've played this a few times, and I know I always hit it over there in the Copperhead area, is what Seth calls it.
Yeah.
So I turn my body, I swing differently, and I still end up hitting it there. Need to put the hole over there.
Yeah.
This is Callan Crockett, the A man for his team here. 3 Crockett's, all 3 A team guys. It's always fun to watch Crockett's and Chappells compete against each other.
Little knockdown looking shot right there.
That's going to be
there it is.
On to the green. Let's see if it gets into our static camera shot or not. It is not.
Not quite.
But just to the right of our camera angle. Nice shot there by Callan. This looks like Dr. Kelly
that's
Brown.
Kelly right there.
Yep.
Kelly can still play.
Yes, he can. Low line drive.
That one a little bit.
It's going to roll up there, though.
Sure is.
Oops, 3 green.
Hang on, ball.
Rolls just off.
Right into the gur. Look at take a drop from that.
Just inside the circle.
Yeah.
So we got some action on the 4th green. We'll look at that until we can get our next. Well, we do have our number 1 fairway. Make sure we're not putting yet. We've got time to get this one in. That one goes on the green, and it will roll off the back of the green as well. So they will make their way to the number 3 green as we make our way over to the 4th green. Were you able to check out the big LED display board up front? Yeah, pretty cool.
Sweet.
And they said it's like 14 panels, but I think they can. I know it's 14 panels. I was I was holding lights so they could put it together Friday night in the dark. But man, I think they can go 30, 40, 50 panels. So
Really?
you imagine how huge that would be.
Wow. Yeah, that was pretty sweet up there.
Looks sharp.
Yep.
John Carpenter
over this putt, huh?
I think it's a little uphill, correct?
Yep.
From that location.
Yes. John probably take a 2-putt from right here, I guarantee it.
Stay on the green. We got
that number 4 green's pretty tough.
Shot over here in the woods. Got it punched out. Didn't see it.
I did
down.
not pick that one up. We'll hope he didn't hit a tree and come back to him.
Well, we do know LSU Tigers trying to win a national championship in baseball today.
Oh, yeah?
They won 1-0 last night. The starting left-handed pitcher threw like, I think, 130 pitches, complete game. And then today, Coast Carolina's got to win today to send it to an if game on Monday. But the coach and the head coach and the first base coach got ejected in the first inning, which for a coach to get ejected and assistant coach in the first inning of a World Series game must have deserved it, because the last thing an umpire wants to do is get rid of somebody in a game like that.
Yep.
And so I'm sure the coach, for them to get ejected, had to be something big. But right now, LSU
had to have gotten personal, probably.
Something, yeah. LSU leads Coast Carolina right now 5-1 in the 6th inning. So LSU possibly 3 innings away from a national championship. Yeah, didn't see it out. It went back. I think it hit a tree and went backwards.
Yeah. I was afraid that was what happened since we didn't see it come out of there. They tell me those trees are 90% air, but I hit that other 10% a lot.
Right. I think that one went to the right.
Not sure I buy that.
-2. You see the scores. If you see that without the final, that's their score going into Sunday. I can tell you right now, that's a good shot there. -2 is the clubhouse leader right now. Has a little bit of a U.S. Open scoring feel to it.
It does.
-2 is the leader.
It certainly does. Yeah, I think the USGA, if they could get the U.S. Open winner every year to finish at about even par, that'd make them happy, I think.
They definitely work at it, that's for sure, to get it to those type of scores. Looks like we're going to have to be on the right side of the green. A couple of shots on the left side of the green, and one on the back of the green. Go past and likely off. Nope, it'll stay on.
Barely stayed up there.
We'll have a couple more shots just off the green. There you see the ball in the no-no zone, so what's the drop? What?
What are we talking about?
Well, Sam's going to the
right here?
Yeah, we're going just off the tee box.
Yeah, that's they've got that marked as ground under repair because of that sand or whatever that is right there. So they get a club length there, no closer to the hole.
Yeah, I think it was Seth was telling the story, but I don't know if it's today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It might have been today about the gates had it, something like that, or was it Luke Roach? There was like a same situation there. So it was a club link which led to the golf cart. So then you got another club link.
Yeah, the relief took you to the cart path. And you got relief from the cart path.
Correct. Yes.
Was able to use that to their advantage, I guess, which is within the rules, you know.
Chip and go. Gonna be.
I think he caught that one just a little bit heavy.
So I think all the putters are out now. Callan will have a good look here for birdie opportunity. Just off your screen to our right. He's going to let the other guys get in position. Now, you know, with all your coaching, also you've had to run many golf tournaments. What is maybe one or two examples of the toughest call that you've had? People come running in mad, hot, tempered, needed to lower something happened on a rule.
Right.
What was one of those ones that you had to make the ultimate decision in somebody's biggest tournament?
Yeah, I don't think that I've ever had to make a call like that was just really crazy.
Yeah.
Typically, what you do on those deals, you know, you'll have a tournament committee for those, and you know that will be made up of 2 or 3 coaches that you feel like are really rules knowledgeable, you know. But then ultimately, the golf pro at that facility will always have the leeway to make the final call on that. Now we did have a weird deal in
at Perkins. It seems like you had one at Perkins one year.
The crazy one was in 2018 when we ended up winning state.
Yes.
At the regional tournament that year, there was a lot of really good teams that year, and we're down at the Lawton Country Club playing in the regional. You know, the top 6 teams make it, and we weren't. You know, it was a long way from the 6 team to the 7 team, so we were about to finish 5th in the regional. Now, keep in mind, we ended up winning state that year, but the top 5 teams were really closely bunched, right? But Duncan's about to win the tournament.
Okay.
They had a really good team, but earlier in the day, one of their players drops out sick. Well, you can still play with 4, right? So they were still going to be okay. Well, then it got to number 16, though, and one of their players, it was a situation, Luke Morgan was in the group, actually. It was a deal where Luke Morgan, the other guy, was in a little bit of trouble to the trees on the right, and this kid from Duncan had actually hit his ball into a small water hazard that a lot of people, I mean, just a little bitty water hazard.
Yeah.
And those other 2 guys over there working on their own problems, well, they don't realize that he actually hit the ball in the water, took a drop, and should have made a 6 on the hole. And they thought he made a 5. They write down a 5.
Oh.
So we get to the end of the round, and you know, in the number 1 groups in high school, there's lots of patrons around that are watching, right?
Sure.
And most of those guys know how to watch golf.
Yeah.
Not so much so with the 5 bags always, but with the 1 bags, you know, those are mostly knowledgeable golf people.
Right.
Well, it came to light that he signed for a 5 when he should have made a 6.
Mm.
So in golf, you know, if you sign for too many, you know, you're disqualified.
Yeah.
So now he gets disqualified. The other kid didn't. They couldn't post a score, so they're done. They went from they're going to be the regional champions, and they're out. Now, you know, they had 3 of their kids that got to go as individuals, but they were no longer a factor for the state championship, and we ended up winning it.
Wow, I did not know that story.
Yeah. That's one of the craziest ones that I've been a part of. Was that right there? Which is why I always tell, you know, my guys, if you think your score's not going to count today, you don't know.
Yeah.
You have to keep playing. In fact, we had another deal kind of like that with Chris Herzl one time over at Stone Creek at Tulsa. It was a deal where he wasn't playing well and didn't think he was going to, and we had a weird deal on the green. One of our guys gets disqualified, and we ended up counting his score, you know, because, you got to just keep playing because you never know. There's some crazy things that can happen.
This Callan Crockett had a great approach, just missed it here. Now he's going to try to finish it off for a par. And that will not fall down for Callan Crockett.
what we always tell our high school players, since we don't actually have rules officials on the course, the way high school guys have to proceed is that any time there's a question, sometimes things will be going on and another kid in the group will say, no, you can't do that. And what we always advise them is you always play 2 balls, okay? And then when you get to the clubhouse, then we'll decide what the proper way to proceed was. And they get mixed up occasionally because when you play 2 balls, you don't get to take your best score.
Right.
Take the correct score.
Correct score.
Yeah. So that's how you protect yourself in high school.
Nice tap there. So that's the in high school, when those situations happen, like on the 6th, you might not have an interpretation until 2 or 3 hours later after your hole's done.
Yep. That's exactly right. Now with the Wanamaker app that we have in high school golf now.
Brand new this year.
The second year.
Okay.
Second year.
Yeah, I know it was press release sent out to the media members to follow that. So.
Yeah. So on that, there's a place there where a kid can ask as soon as it happens on the course, he can request a ruling.
I think that would be a really great way to approach it. I mean,
it is.
One stroke can be a big difference mentally how to approach a hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was one of those old school guys that was kind of against the new technology with the Wanamaker app, but it's been really good as far as just a lot of different aspects of high school golf. It's been really good. It's been good for parents too because they can track their kids all the time.
Yep.
You can see live scoring.
That's how I was able to track golf this year. It was nice.
Yep. So I was the guy when it first came out. I'm not doing any of that. And then the OSSA said, yes, you are doing that. Everybody's doing this. So we got used to it pretty quick.
Brittany Timmons says it's nice and shady at the watering hole behind hole number 4.
Yeah.
Just to the left.
Uh-huh.
I think that the watering hole is brought to you by Interbank this year. Brittany Timmons, Chamber CEO, President, hanging out at the golf course on the weekend. Always good to go when we have the intermission to go up and see all the golfers.
Yep. It's always a lot of fun.
So we got 2 on the upper box and looks like 3 on the lower box for this one here. Not sure who goes first.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do that either.
I don't know if they just jump up there and make your own rule who goes first, but
I think there may be quite a bit of that. It kind of probably falls in the category of who's ready.
Yeah.
If you're ready, let's go.
I know the 4th green is ready to go right now for anybody to step up there. And I always like to, when they tee off here, because we have a microphone right there, so we're going to amp that microphone up. Those were 2 good cuts right there. Now it's the 3rd one, though.
I'm taking a lot of good practice swings.
Kelly Brown says, good shot, Mike. We'll see. That is pretty good. Just off the green there.
2 balls just off the green, don't we? Nice and handy. Have a chance to make 3 from there.
Dr. Kelly Brown up next. Got 2 teammates on top as well. Change of heart on the club.
Decided to dig deeper probably. Most time when somebody goes back, they go for more, not usually less.
Had a discussion yesterday with Luke and Seth. White belt, you like? Luke Morgan did not like the white belt. I think Baylor has a no white belt policy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My high school guys this year, they like the white belt.
Wants it to go down.
They like the white belt, black slacks, and white shoes. They like that, which is fairly prominent on the tour.
The white belt does pop.
Yeah.
It pops.
I don't mind the white belt.
I don't mind it either. My wife would say no.
She would veto that, huh?
She would veto that.
Yeah, I actually own a couple of them. Yeah, we were talking about how guys liking how they look. Some guys I've always told people, if you're playing golf, if you look like you can play, you can trick people.
That's
for a
the
while.
most important thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you have a bad day and you look like a golfer, they say, well, he just didn't play good today. But if you don't look good and you play bad,
that's my motto.
You got nothing then.
If you look good 2 or 3 holes away, that's all that people need to know.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. 5 golf shots are surrounding the green. We got our next crew coming up on the number 1 fairway.
Got a ball on the green already down in front.
Sure do. Let's see what group we got coming here. This is Jason Canning's group. Pull up our list here.
These trees to the left here are getting lots of business, aren't they?
They are.
Lots of business. Everybody's avoiding that red line over there to the right. Who we got here now?
I see Jason Canning. There they are. Corbin Crockett, Ernesto Pena, Randy Gates, Jason Canning, and Robert Coffin. There's 5 Guthrians right there, Coach.
Yep.
This will be a fun group to be a part of. Trying to see who's on the green of all this crew here. I think Corbin Crockett is driving the brand new cart that they won.
Or is that the blue one over there?
It is the blue. I know it was blue. Right there, right in the middle.
It'd be kind of cool to win a golf cart.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Ryan asked her dad to put some money in at the last second. I think within 30 minutes of the drawing, and they pulled it out.
Wow.
Camp Crockett's scooter, I should say.
Yeah, I've never got the opportunity yet, but I've always kind of wanted to be the guy in the neighborhood with the obnoxious golf cart that you ride around. Yeah, I've always kind of
music a little too loud than it should be,
exactly.
a little faster than it should be.
Yeah. But I haven't reached that status yet.
There's Robert Kaufman. We're going to zoom in on him. Robert Kaufman on the back side. He lives about 75 yards from here. So he probably knows every spot there is as this one is rolling toward the... Oh, and that will be just a few feet out. Nice shot there by Robert. Spoke to Corbin a little bit earlier. Right now, we'll have Jason Canning here. Throw it in there, JC. Got it up, and it will stay. Hurry up and mark that, right?
Yes, sir.
JC will do that. Looks like Randy Gates here in the orange. Corbin Crockett was the one that got it on the green.
Right.
Before any of that happens, this is Ernesto. We talked to Ernesto earlier today. He's worked his way up here at the Howard Five. Oh, gave it a shot. Now it's going to run past there, so he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Aggressive at it, but now you got a
tough shot from right there.
Yeah, it will be a tough.
Short-sided, downhill, downwind.
I think with the other players in their spot, I think Ernesto could have been. It looked like he could be aggressive with that shot just because of the other shots before him.
Yeah, sometimes like that, if you're sure people are going to get in with a 4 or whatever, you can actually try to make the shot.
Randy Gates now in your frame. Long uphill putt.
That might be carrying a little too much speed.
That's a lot of. His golf ball's half yellow, half white. We were talking about yellow golf balls. We hadn't had a chance to talk about the multicolored golf ball.
I think Jarrett was playing one of those same balls earlier today.
Here's Corbin Crockett. His dad, Rusty, birdied this one yesterday. Corbin trying to be the second Crockett to do it. And it'll be just shy of that one. Gave it a good run, though.
Yep.
Got on the green. Gave it a good putt. Mark it and get out of the way. Ernesto will be up next.
Mr. Kaufman and this group did me a solid a few years ago. You remember the night we were playing at Ponca City and we got lightning delayed and had a bad storm?
And ended up stopping the game.
That night back in Guthrie, a tree fell on my house.
Oh, my.
And I had to rush home.
Yeah.
Broke one of the windows in my house, and Mr. Kaufman come out and took care of that tree for me the next day. You don't realize how big trees are until they're laying on the ground.
Exactly right. I had one a few years ago in my front yard. Ernesto.
Oh, that was pretty close. So that's the winning cart right there, huh?
Yep, that blue one. That's one Ernesto put together. Now, I believe that's the one. Does it have a back seat?
I don't think
No,
so.
I think that's Ernesto's regular one. So, no, I don't think that is the winning one. Because I know Seth was talking about having a back seat already on that one. So,
I thought they
similar.
said they wanted to install a back seat.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
maybe
think that's what it was. Is she wanted to modify it with a back seat.
It looks brand new.
Yeah, because I think Ernesto's rolling in that red one.
He's in the red one for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Robert can get that one to fall. I know Corbin will have a power tint here. That's the one I know for sure.
Yep.
See if JC can roll one in here. See if we can get Corbin out of the daggum way. That's not going to happen. Nope. This is a big putt for Corbin Crock.
Yep.
As soon as JC finishes his tap.
You would think that putting would be the most simplistic part of golf. You would think,
Right.
I mean, a little kid can do it, But the longer you play and the older you get all these putting demons in your head. And then
The power of thought.
Yeah. There's a.
Oh, Ernesto would not like that.
There's a famous golf teacher named Dave Pells. I don't know if you probably never heard of him.
I have not.
You have to be pretty hardcore golf to know who he is. But anyway, he wrote a book one time on putting, right?
Mm-hmm.
396 pages
on putting.
On something that looks like this. 396 pages. I was like, I can't imagine having that much in your brain about putting.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
something that takes that long to do, That's where that paralysis by analysis comes in.
Yep.
Where you have way too much to think about. And oftentimes, you'll see young kids that are good golfers and they're really good putters because they have no fear. They don't ever worry about
Don't
missing.
worry about,
They don't worry
yeah.
about- me, I worry about where's this ball going when I miss.
Right.
They don't have any of that kind of fear, and they can putt really good like that.
Downhill, uphill, ridge.
Yep.
If I miss, is it off the green?
Yeah.
Slow.
Yeah. I tell my guys all the time, if you want to be really good at something in golf, be really good at putting, especially from 6 feet in. If you can make those, most people don't realize the PGA Tour average from 6 feet is about 60%.
Well, Luke was talking yesterday, Luke or Seth, you never like a bogey, but a bogey, when you get starting to get double bogeys, that's
Right.
when your
Yeah,
score.
the guys on tour, they make bogeys.
Yeah.
They seldom make anything bigger than that. They turn doubles and triples into bogeys. I had a situation this year with my high school team. We were playing in a tournament. I was talking to him in the meeting room the next day. I told him, I said, all right, you guys write down your 9 best scores from yesterday. Not in a row, right? Just your 9 best holes. So my 4 guys were -4, -2, even and even. That was their 9 best holes combined, right?
Okay.
The other 9 holes, they were +41. I'm like, how can the same guys that played that well play that poorly on the same day on the same golf course? That shows you how crazy golf is.
Well, I was just thinking, like, Robert Kaufman was about 35 yards where he's at. There's from that tee box, and you come out and play this hole every day, and it's probably going to be different every day.
Absolutely.
Wind.
Yep.
Maybe the grass is a little bit taller than it should have been. Maybe it's too wet. It's not wet. It's too dry.
Yeah, it's always changing. You know, you go in the gym every day, and the goal is always in the same place, and the wind's never blowing.
The free throw line is 10
lines
feet.
are always the same.
Yep.
The floor is always the same. Completely different in golf. It's different every day. You know, a lot of golf courses are built with what are the prevailing winds in mind, you know, when they build a golf course. Then you get a day with the wind blowing out of the north and everything's completely backwards.
Jason Kenning turns away before anything comes down.
Is this Randy here?
This is Randy Gates.
He didn't mess around.
Sure didn't. I was checking scores. There it is up on the green.
Yep. It's a good shot. I'd say anything on that green today is a good shot.
We'll see Corbin Crockett come through. They thank you to Davis Drury. He's been sending us scores. Hasn't yet, as these groups are just now going through the first 3 holes. Corbin can put this on the green.
Ooh.
No. A little dirt come back. It'll probably hit a bumper and come right back to the green. It's a Crockett, so you never know.
He's charmed?
He is charmed. All right, Ernesto will give it a whirl. We have this beautiful canopy with 8 stakes, and all 8 stakes are working hard with the wind today.
They are.
Oh, he doesn't like it either. This group's got a lot of work to do on 4.
They do.
You got 1 on the green, but remember you're playing your 2 best scores today, so.
We got 3 balls on this green already. This shot right here is going to be pretty challenging. Pretty much impossible, I would say. Under the tree, over the bunker, and try to get it to stop.
So we're getting some scores coming in here.
Let's see this shot coming in from over here. Yeah, he just had to play down to the front of the green. Yeah.
Right now, we can tell you best score through 3 is Dom Stevens' team. I don't know if Fire Chief Dean Lawson is listening or not. I'll text him just in case. Shot right in front of the bunker here in front of us.
That's going to need to check.
And it will not.
It gets fast on the other side of that hole.
That was Carson Nell.
That's Carson right there?
That is Carson right there that just had that shot. Well, This team, Tanner Underwood, Howard Aaron, Jerry Woods, Tracy Brown, and Carson Nell. This team yesterday was 2 under. Yesterday's leaders was Dom Stevens and his team at -5. Right now, Dom Stevens at -3. Clubhouse leader is -2. I got the same message yesterday.
Really?
Yep. I was so tired I forgot to call him back. All right, pin is out. We are ready for some putter action here. This is Linda Miller's team. Scorekeeper, you see her in the background there, in the shade. First of maybe 5 shots here. Going to need a little bit more than 5. Coming in the screen here is Howard.
Not sure where Howard is these days. I don't know if he's still over around Cashin or what.
I believe that's to be true.
Howard's a pretty good player.
Yep. Little uphill, maybe left to right. Uphill, left to right. Had the read.
Yep.
That's the other frustrating part. Read everything right, and it still doesn't go in.
Yeah.
He'll tap that one in. Nice job, Howard. This one's uphill. This should be right to left as well. Or this one should be right to left.
Yep.
Big thank you to our broadcast sponsors, Custom Dental and the Closing Agency, along with John Vance Motors.
Oh. I did everything except go in. Wow.
Tap. Carson Nell might be up next, just to our left. Will not be Carson. You can hear that wind howling into our course mics. That one to fall. We'll check in on 4th green here real quick. We'll come back to Carson Nell's.
Looks like a birdie putt coming up for Randy, I think.
Go back to 3. That one to go, and looks like the pin is back in on the 4th green. Now they pull it. Kaufman just off the green. Corbin Crockett is on the green, and yep, you can see him on your monitor. We have to look over our left shoulder to look at the 4th green. Looks like Ernesto, Corbin, and Robert are all in the same area. I think that was Randy's birdie attempt. Looks like a true par for Randy. That's one score.
Yep.
believe this will be Corbin's birdie attempt when it comes to Corbin.
Oh.
No, that will not make Robert happy on his home green. Here comes Corbin. Oh, he's leaning already. Little tap.
I think they probably got a couple of pars there, though.
Yeah,
From
one for sure.
Corbin and Randy.
I think that's right. With the 4 green cleared, gives way to the 4 tee box. Looks like we have the 3 fairway coming up. Trying to figure out what team that might be. Coach, I look over to my right shoulder, and this tree line is ever so popular once again.
Is.
I think all 5 of them might be over there.
It's getting lots of action.
Making their way up the fairway. As they get in position, we'll go back to the 4 tee box. Doesn't look happy with it.
Looking a little high right, I think.
Always hear in golf, think long, think wrong.
Think long, think wrong.
Any truth to that?
I think so.
Just sitting there looking at it thinking.
Yeah, I think for the most part, guy could probably only have a couple of swing thoughts in his mind before he hits a ball. Anything more than that, probably too much. I think you can talk yourself into a lot of bad things. What a lot of good golfers typically try to do when they're over a ball, they try to remember a shot they had that was similar to that, you know, that was good. They try to have that mindset when they hit the ball. Try not to dwell on the ones that were bad.
Body language tells you everything. Howard's looking
does.
right, isn't he?
Yep.
We don't have a camera angle to go right, so we'll keep it here.
Yeah, body language will tell you a lot.
If you lean in left, that usually means you need to go right? Or is it? Yeah.
I don't know why we think that lean's got anything to do with it, because it has absolutely no effect whatsoever. You know, with a lot of players with their body language and stuff, you can tell how they're playing, you know.
It's Jose Martinez in the 1 fairway. Or excuse me, 3 fairway. Go back to the tee box here real quick. That's good body reaction, looks like.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's go back to the just missed Jose's shot.
I don't see it on the green, do you?
I do not.
It's probably not a good thing there. Yeah, I've had a player or two that were really good that come through Guthrie that you could very rarely tell what was going on with them. Shannon Friday being the first one that I remember. Shannon was that guy. He might have just made a triple, or he might have made a birdie, and you wouldn't be able to know the difference watching him on the next hole. And he might have made a triple, and he's probably going to birdie the next hole. He did that a lot too. He was pretty good at bouncing back.
This team here is Shane Sims, Jerry Hayes, Jose Martinez, Dylan Harmon, and John Whimsy.
Yep.
This green is completely surrounded right now.
It is.
Kind of get a, well, we can't get everybody in the frame.
Got the rally hat on here already, don't we? There's plenty of tough shots around this green here as far as trying to get up and down.
Back to Jose. We didn't see it on the green. It was just off the back of the green when
Yep.
we saw him last. Checked up nicely.
Yep.
I believe this would be Dylan Harmon. Oh,
That's a pretty good shot.
Hank Hinkle.
Yep.
Getting ready to be a new uncle. His brother and his brother's getting ready to have a baby, and his sister, of course, his brother's significant other. But his sister, Caitlin, getting ready to have a baby as well.
Yep.
You'll have two. I know one's a niece for sure.
Right.
Not sure on the other one. You see Hank there in the white. Arms folded.
That one got away.
Yep. Jerry shot short of the cup. Finish that one off. Jose will come in, try to finish his off before they head off to the fourth tee box. I think we go to the fourth green right after this shot by Jose. Shot there.
Putt. I think Jose played a little baseball at Guthrie, I think,
He did.
before he took up golf.
Yep. I believe I'm pretty sure he was an outfielder, and I think he batted near the top of the lineup as well.
Yeah.
So, three green boys will head up to the fourth tee box. Meant to ask Seth earlier. I know the answer is no this year, but no females in the field.
I thought about that a little bit ago. Pretty sure that's not like a rule or anything.
No,
right?
I'm pretty sure that's not a rule.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it probably wasn't.
I think that'd be in a district court somewhere in America if
think probably so.
that was a rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we haven't seen any females at all, have we?
I know a couple of not good female players that would fit right in with these
Yeah.
these guys. I know a few that would hold their own against these guys as
yeah.
well.
I'll tell you what, and it wouldn't apply to this event, but you get these scramble tournaments that people have. For instance, the one we're playing on Friday, the officials versus children's cancer, you know. We're going to take Sue with us. They get to hit from that red tee when you can hit it like she can.
Yep.
It's about like hitting it 350 off the tee on every hole.
Mm-hmm.
Female that can hit the ball is a big advantage in those tournaments. They can get you way down there. Sam, how you holding up, girl? Doing all right?
It is a long day. Sam helping us out on the cameras today.
She need to get her a medal or something, you know?
Yeah, we had Aaron out here yesterday. Aaron Ryburn helping us, and he had some church duties, and Sam said
stepped up, huh?
Stepped up. She got in from Wichita last night around 12:30. Heard the alarm go off at 6:30.
I thought maybe you might have your boys on the crew today.
Well,
they're probably busy, aren't they?
I had the family text message, and I said, Kel or Lance, I need one of you to come in and help me out till at least 1. And Mama stepped up for them and
really
said, I'll take care of this. And
okay.
Aaron was thought about coming up here, and Sam said, if you got other things to do, I can hang out with.
So what's Kale up to now?
Kale is 20 years. He'll be 21 in August, so
wow.
He's 2 years. A few months. August 23rd.
Really? I'm the 12th.
August 23rd.
I will be a little older than 21.
Hold on. August 12th. I think that's one day after. Okay, August 12th. I knew that. That's Tanya Nichols' birthday.
Yeah, that's right. Me and Tanya do share a birthday.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember that.
Because Phil's is on August 9th.
Yeah.
So Kel just graduated from Meridian Technology Center.
Yeah.
Got automotive technology degree there.
Okay.
And he's been at John Vance Motors in the Ford department for
you know what? I remember
year and a half, somewhere in that range.
I saw him out there the other day. I went out there.
Yep, he loves it.
Yeah.
Gets that from his grandpa, Sam's dad, for sure.
Right. That's awesome.
Yeah, I can tell you. You know, it's all who you're around in your field. And he got paired up with I think he's called a master mechanic.
Yeah.
And it was so of a blessing for Kel to learn from a master mechanic instead of just being thrown in somewhere and learning as you, just like anything. I mean, if Michael Jordan's showing you how to shoot a jump shot, you're going to be in good shape. So got real happy with that, lucky with that.
And Lance is going to be what, a junior?
Going to be a junior. That's why Lance and Sam were in Wichita last night, because Lance was playing baseball there. And
playing baseball in Wichita, huh?
Wichita, yeah. I think that's when we decided baseball teams, we don't mind. You know, we've had 2 weekends at UCO, a weekend in Tulsa. So we you know, if we have to throw in a Wichita or Dallas every now and then, that's fine. But we're not going to San Francisco and Williamsport and Tallahassee. There's plenty of good baseball in a 2-hour radius.
Yeah, you don't have to go across the country to find some good baseball. Yeah.
You know, we always hear about Texas high school football. How's Texas golf? High school golf?
It's good.
Yeah,
it's good.
It almost would have to be with all the masses up there. I mean, there's no excuse.
Good. They've been playing. You know, we just got fall golf this last year, which didn't go exactly like everybody thought it was going to.
Fall golf? I did not know there was fall golf.
Yeah, you can actually compete in the fall now. Yep. You can play up to. Well, the deal was though that didn't help the situation is they didn't increase the total number of events that you can play. I told everybody, for me myself, if you're still only going to give me 7 events, well, I'm not going to play 3 in the fall, and then I can only play 4 in the spring. Because
so you get 7 events in the school calendar year.
Yes.
Oh.
And when we have our next advisory meeting, I'm going to suggest that if we're going to do this, we need to at least increase the total number of events by at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, I was thinking 10.
Because when I first started coaching high school golf, we could play 12 events, and then it went to 10, and then it went to 9, and then it went to 7. And you can play 9 now, but you can only miss 7 days of school. So you have to find a Saturday tournament, which there's not very many of those.
So school being the primary reason why that number is dwindling, or is dollars a factor?
Well, when they first did it several years ago, it was supposed to be a financial deal. People didn't have the money to be, and then. You know how it is. Once you cut that back, it's hard to ever go back.
Right.
But what I found in the fall was not very many people were willing to give up. As for me personally, it doesn't really matter to me how my guys are playing in October.
Right.
That's got no effect on what we're going to be doing the end of April. So I don't really want to use an event in October, you know.
And
now, if you give me 3 more events to play, then I'll play 2 or 3 in the fall, you know. But so far that hasn't happened.
I think this came up with volleyball. But each year, the schools tell the O's to say, we're going to play in this events this year. So, you know, like therefore, I thought, man, it's great to have girls volleyball, but if we don't have enough next year, but they said, if you know, tell them in advance. So same thing with fall golf. You let them know we are not competing this year, right?
Right.
When would that is it just before the start of the year? Or is there deadlines for that? You know?
We'll have an advisory meeting in July.
Okay.
Where some
Coaches
of those things will be talked about again. Yep. But I think when it first, we've been trying to get fall golf for a long time, but then once it finally happened, when everybody realized, well, you know, I can't really play that much in the fall because I won't be able to play as much in the spring. So it didn't affect things near as much as everybody thought it would. I had one tournament in the fall. I had a JV tournament in the fall. That's all I did.
When you look at golf, and you guys do a lot of fundraising, what's most of your dollars go toward? Travel, food?
Yeah, travel, food. You know, any and all. You know, golf bags are expensive. You know, every aspect of golf is expensive.
Correct.
You know, practice rounds. You know. Sounded good. Occasionally, I'll load my guys up and I'll take them to ball golf to get a chipping lesson for all of them. You know.
Yeah.
And then, you know, any of the apparel and the equipment, like I said, every aspect, golf balls, you know. I try not to ask Coach Chap for
that was my question.
For almost anything, you know. We're obviously not a revenue sport, you know. So we're not able to generate any revenue through ticket sales or anything like that.
Right.
You know? So I try not to ask him for anything that you know, for the most part, I try not to ask him for anything really.
When you guys host all these tournaments, do you make any money off of those tournaments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, we do.
Good.
Yep. That's where we make the majority of our dollars is with our tournaments.
Blue Jay Bash, how many teams are up to on that now these days?
Gosh.
Yeah.
It was right at 50 this year, biggest ever.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was borderline too big this year. I got so many people that want to play in it now that and I have a hard time telling people no. So if I can make it happen, I usually let them in, you know. Yeah, it was right at 50 teams this year. When ideally 36
2 courses
teams
helps too.
Yeah,
that helps.
You know, I can't do it.
That's
in
36
any other
holes.
way, yeah. And what we do now is we basically have 2 tournaments. I usually do all the 2A, 4As on one side and the 5A, 6As on the other side.
Nice.
And then at the end, whoever wins this and whoever wins this, they play a sudden death playoff for our version of the Claret Jug.
Yep.
Which high school golf playoffs are pretty cool. The way we do them. They don't happen very often. We got a little lull here, huh?
Yeah, a little bit of one.
We're making our way now. More action over there in the trees over there again.
I would certainly think each town is different, but I think Guthrie, with the golf that we have in Guthrie, fundraising through individual needs or business needs probably becomes not as easy as maybe a Jinx or whoever it is, but I certainly think Guthrie supports its golf through its businesses and supporters.
Definitely, yeah. We've had a lot of really loyal people that have been whole sponsors.
Yeah.
And this, that, and the other for us through all the years.
I mean, Nate Brown and his dad have obviously been very. Their business has been highly successful. He played for you, so
right.
You gave a lot to him, and I think now on the other side, he's given a lot back to you in the golf program.
Definitely.
As one example.
Yep. Oh, and I have several guys that played for me in the past, that are in business now, whatever, like Brian Sturkle at the bank.
Good example.
you already mentioned Nate and Drew Sterkel, you know, Chris Herzl.
Yep.
All those guys have been.
Seth Robbins.
Yep. Yep.
Probably shouldn't go down the list when we started.
I don't know that I've ever been told no by any of them.
Yeah.
You know.
Which, with what I do as well, with the news page and Guthrie football and the other sports, you try not to go to them unless you really, unless it's. I'm not coming to you for just anything. This is kind of a big deal,
right?
And I wouldn't just come to you just to do this or that. This is.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Shot just off the camera. Still rolling. And there it goes.
Down the hill. That's one of those deals where you tell it to stop and you know it's just not going to.
And you look at the other four guys and go, best luck, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jose's in tight. Or he's getting something out of the way, maybe. I'm almost settled in my mind it's going to be halftime when I get to the Thunder game.
You think? Before you get everything all loaded,
packed up and everything.
You got a lot of stuff, dude.
Yeah.
This is quite a production. I'm impressed.
This is the small setup, too.
This is
You've
small.
seen the basketball setup.
I have. Yeah. I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how you do it.
Well, the thing makes this a little interesting is we can't just bring the truck up here.
Right.
It's a transport type deal, which Brent Eagles helped us out. I think if he brings that big flatbed gator, we might make it one, maybe two trips. So
right.
I'm hoping he didn't forget me because I told him that about 8 a.m. this morning.
Was he awake?
I think he says he has to be up here at 5:30 in the morning, and we were at Friday night at the banquet. I don't know if I left around 10 or 11, but he didn't have much of sleep.
Right.
I was like, you know what? Me getting here at 7:15 is not too bad.
Yep.
And I was thinking about you when I'm driving over here or yesterday. I say, we got this figured out because most of the time we do a lot of basketball indoors with the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Not very much because we're outdoors today.
Right.
And we don't have any control on the pace of the game.
Right. Yep.
They say indoor sports with the clock is the way to, as far as officiating and
no doubt.
Getting in and getting out. Now wrestling is kind of a different deal.
It's like what little bit of umpiring baseball I did, I never did like bad weather, bad pitching, and no clock.
Yes. Yes. And no time limit.
Yeah. Yeah, there was always plenty of bad weather and bad pitching in the spring, so I never did care for that as much.
When I was really heavy into umpiring, I would get my college schedule, and college started in February, and high school started in March.
Right.
And we get in February, you're like, man, this is going to be a great weather season.
Mm-hmm.
March hit, and then it's like middle of winter again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing about basketball. There's always a clock running, and you're inside. Now, people can get a little more crazy inside.
You hear a little bit more. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They can get a little more crazy.
No, they do get a little bit more crazy.
No doubt.
Jose with the putt here. I think this is a big putt for him.
Maybe.
Hey, he likes it. Attaboy.
Attaboy there.
Seemed like there's a little bit more attention to detail there by Jose.
Yep.
I think some of our gallery lost the shade.
Yeah, they did.
Took off.
I think you're right. Well, got a few carts over there to the right this time, huh?
Yeah, this tree line's wide open over here. Let's see what group is up next.
I got 2 more days of summer basketball.
Oh, that's right. It is basketball.
Yep. 2 more days of girls over at Cashin.
Cashin?
Yep. I will be done with it.
Guthrie basketball. Are they still playing the Edmond
I think so.
League area?
Yep. Actually ran into our girls the other day over at Hennessy. They were playing over there on Wednesday.
Coach Smith, I'll say this out loud on unofficial broadcast. As Guthrie volleyball, have we got a head coach yet?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of either. Okay.
I have not heard of anything.
And give a lot of credit to Coach Smith to do last year volleyball. You can't do that long term. I mean, you can get it by 1 year, but you can't coach volleyball and girls volleyball and girls basketball.
Yeah, back to back.
You can, but you miss so much valuable time practice wise, which
you do.
Preseason practice is where a bunch of championships are won.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really challenging to have to do that.
All right, I think this is Nate Brown's crew here on the three fairway, camera 1. Did not see it. I heard it, but I didn't see it.
Is there a ball on the? No. I think that's Nate right there, isn't it?
Yes, Nate in the orange. No, Nate's in the orange shorts.
Yeah. Kind of.
Just off the camera.
What is that color scheme for Nate today? Is that a start?
It looks. I'm thinking Thunder.
Yeah, I guess he may be going Thunder look today, huh?
Nate Brown, Darren Rice, Jackson Waddell, Brian Wells, and Byron Gates.
Yeah, I think you're onto something with the Thunder look, huh?
I think he'll be hitting next. I think Brian just went. Now we have. I got a tree right my way. I can't tell who that is. Has some good loft to it though.
Yep. It's right down short right. I think I saw it down.
Yep. There it is. I think Sam's going to pan to the left, and it should be Thunder Nate. Nope, not yet. Oh, Nate must already hit. I missed it.
He must have. I didn't see it.
They might be driving up to his ball, perhaps too, maybe.
Yeah, I actually revisited one of the best high school shots that I ever saw as a coach. I was at Jimmy Austin the other day, and I believe it's number 16 there, maybe 15, 16 I think though. Nate was in a hazard there, 208 yards away in a hazard. That back then you couldn't ground your club in a hazard, so it was really difficult, and he holed it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's probably still the very best shot that I've ever had.
208 out of the hazard.
A rocky hazard, yeah. Yeah, it was one of those deals where it looked like he might be headed for triple for sure. He decided to hit it, knocked it in the hole.
It's Jackson Waddell, former quarterback for the Blue Jays.
Yep. Tough kid.
His dad played this morning. That one will crawl onto the green.
Quite release on up there like you wanted it to, maybe.
To the right.
I think he's up in Ponca City up there, I think. Doing something with golf up there.
Okay.
With either the Ponca City Country Club or maybe the public up there. I'm not sure which, but yeah, he's in the golf world now.
You know, Jackson diehard OU family.
Oh yeah.
attended college at Oklahoma State University. I asked Mama Waddell, Diana, the other day.
Nice shot.
Well, my other day means 6 months ago.
Right.
If he's got orange and black OSU gear other place, nope, he's still a Sooner. Now that's her word, so
Right.
we'll see. There's Nate Brown. It's not 208 yards. It's not in the bunker, so.
No, this one looks really easy compared to that one that day.
I can get behind that setup right there. That blue shirt, white belt.
Hey, you got to be pretty good to wear those orange shirts.
Yeah.
Those orange shorts.
Keep rolling.
Did he almost make that?
He almost made that.
Wow.
That close.
Yeah, those orange shorts are a good look. That's a bold move, though.
I bet Nate knows.
Yeah.
I bet Nate knows the wardrobes. What
he does.
Yeah, I usually have to. Hey, that's my. Does this go together?
Yeah.
I think Nate has that down. There's Brian Wells' shot. Just missed it on the camera. Apologize. We'll see Brian come in here soon. Gave it a good run there, just off the back of the green, near the 4 tee box. Ryan Wells out here playing golf. Melissa Wells out here scorekeeping. Ryan Wells out here scorekeeping. Melissa and Ryan, those are, and Melissa's mom, Linda, Ryland's grandma, there's 3 females that come out here and play.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I was really surprised that we didn't have any females in the field. Figured we would have a couple at least.
I think we still have one just off the green here to the left.
Coming in right now.
Should pan to the left. I think Sam sees it now. Good view of this
Pretty good
hole.
looking shot.
Right up there. Right where Nate Brown, a little outside where Nate Brown's
Yep,
at, so.
yep. Very nice. Well, I think we're about to get to the turn, aren't we?
Feels like we should be at the turn.
I think this might be our last group, maybe. I was just looking at that sheet, and I think we've seen most of those groups come through here.
Pushed the wrong button. Let me just pull this up here real quick. We haven't seen Rusty Crockett yet, right?
Yeah, that's right. We have not seen Rusty.
And I don't know if we've seen Jeff Stevens or not.
I think we did.
Did we?
Well,
Okay.
I'm not sure about
But I
him.
think you're right on there. One for sure. I know we have not seen Rusty Crockett.
Yeah.
So we've seen
Yeah, I'm not sure about
one,
Jeff
maybe
Stevens'
2.
crew.
Yeah. Just because it's a short distance doesn't mean it's a simple tap.
No.
That was
No,
a
it
good
doesn't.
process there, of taking every shot serious.
Yeah.
The one thing I have to concentrate on.
Oh.
That stinks.
Oh. Power lip out.
Is on a putt, on a drive, or any iron. Keep your head down and not look up too
Yeah.
soon. That's my deal. Brian Wells, now off camera.
Yeah, I think there's actually a better way to say keep my head down. Keep your head behind the ball.
Head behind the ball.
Keep your
Okay.
head behind the ball.
Okay. This is Brian Wells. This is a feel-good moment right here for Brian Wells. Get it in there. Oh, came up. I
Oh.
did not like it.
Yep. I think Nate's in there pretty tight, I think.
Sure did look like it.
The left hand low for Nate. I wish I'd learned that way when I was a kid.
Thunder Nate.
I tried to teach Sue that way, but she never did like it, though. She went back the other way. You know what a Scotty Cameron putter is?
I do.
Top of the line, right? Did I ever
Yeah.
tell you Sue's Scotty Cameron story?
You-
So Scotty Cameron
you got-
putters
you got a buddy
are
coming
really,
over.
That a baby. That's a nice little tidy up and down. We're going to interview this guy right here.
Well, we're going to talk to him. What's up, Nate?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How's it playing today?
It is hard out there. It is super hard out there. There is not much given to you. It is. I've been hitting it close and working the lips over, but.
So we were
it's
trying
fun.
to decide, is this a Thunder look today?
is
I
Thunder
knew it.
out,
That a
baby.
boy.
That's what I thought.
Thunder
That's what I
Nate.
hear.
Thunder
Sunday
Nate.
Thunder.
I told
So-
Chris that you were the architect of the single best high school golf shot I ever saw, and I revisited it the other day. I was at Jimmy Austin.
Yep.
Is that 17?
It is now. I think it was like 8.
It was
when we
8 then,
played
but it's 17 now,
Yeah.
right? When you were in that hazard.
Yeah.
Have you been down there lately?
Maybe a year ago.
Okay, that hazard that you made that shot out of, you ain't making that shot now. That hazard is different now. Okay, it's much
We
more.
live in the
different.
past, Coach.
We do, but I was
You
like,
guys,
yeah, that
you
was
guys
that
were
was
talking about the Heisman
yeah,
thing earlier, and who's
Yeah.
the Heisman's?
yeah.
This guy
Yep.
is my Heisman.
It was-
I played college, I played national championships, and he is. There's a reason he's a Hall of Famer, Chris.
He was the number one. I got him right off the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say,
Yes.
you're a Heisman.
Oh.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, the thing I would say about Guthrie News Page is that it has brought Guthrie together.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that
Absolutely.
we have, I mean, there's so many communities that don't have this
Right.
kind of gel, and it's because of you.
I
and stuff
appreciate
like
that.
this.
We
I
really
appreciate
are,
that.
we really,
It really
are
is.
blessed to have you.
It
Yeah.
is.
Unfortunately, there's some bad stuff on that has to be reported, but this is stuff is rewarding because
Yeah.
moments like this, talking to Nate and everybody around.
But good, bad, or ugly, every
Yeah.
community has that, and,
Right.
and the fact that we're here, we're together, and we can
Yep.
and we can talk about it. You
Yeah.
know?
Sure.
And I think that's what you do so great.
Appreciate you. Stick the
Yeah.
screen for me, would you?
Yeah, I need a hole in one. I might need 2.
Love you, dude.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Nate. Nate Brown, boy, you talk about good golfer. How about the person?
Yeah. Outstanding. Whole family.
Yeah, absolutely.
The whole family.
Got some pretty girls too.
Yep.
And Custom Dental, a broadcast sponsor here, and the closing agency, and John Vance Motors. And Seth's playing right now, but a huge thank you to Seth because Seth does all this. He says, here's a little bit of check to cover everything. Go get it. So,
Yep.
it's all given to me. I just got to show up and plug stuff in and
Yep.
go from there. So a big thank you to Seth for helping it go smooth as possible. Uh-oh. There he is. He was one of
Just Buddha?
that is Buddha. One of the big shots yesterday came from Buddha.
Oh, knocked it over the back a little bit.
It's going to have to really good shot on that next one. We can show you the highlight of Buddha yesterday. We did it this morning, but there's Rusty Crockett. Rusty in good position here.
Yeah. Got to be laying 2 there, though.
I think that's right.
No way anybody's hitting a tee shot to there.
No.
Not even the guys on TV.
No pressure, but Corbin Crockett had a great shot from around this area
Yep.
earlier.
Yep.
Did you know that the Crockett's are related to the Forsyths?
I did not.
Yes. I'm not sure
Say the ball.
exactly how it is. But yes, the Crockett's and Forsyths are related, and I found that out at the state basketball tournament during Dayton's senior year.
Right.
And like, hey, what are you guys doing here? Oh, watching my, I think it was Corbin, my cousin.
Yep.
Dayton. Now, obviously, playing for the Oklahoma Sooners.
Right.
Denton, the younger brother, got one more year at Dale High School.
Yep. Yeah, I was actually refereeing a Squirtle event yesterday and got to see the Dale girls. The boys were not playing, though. Yeah, Denton, he's pretty good, too.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
He is.
I was glad to see Dayton decide to stay at OU. I think there were some rumblings there for a little while that he might be leaving, but I guess he's decided to stay, hasn't he?
He has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he was at a signing deal the other day, and
yeah,
he's just. I know with the transfer portal, but if Dayton Forsyth does not finish as an OU player, that's just gross. I mean, and there's other circumstances that might be out of his control, but Oklahoma kid growing up as an OU Sooner,
right?
You have to play all 4 years there, man.
You just do. Yeah. Like, you know, the landscape in college sports has changed so much now, though, you know.
Yeah.
And so much of it not for the good for me.
Even for me, you know, I'm 47, but my favorite OU player of all time, it will never change unless my kid goes there and does something awesome. But my favorite OU athlete of all time, it's not even close, is Ryan Miner.
Yeah.
And played at OU all the way through.
I was just thinking about him a while ago in the context you were talking about. Grew up just like that and played at OU the whole time, you know,
And now he's, you know, here's Nate on the tee box. He's supposed to hit the screen for me. I'll get to my Ryan Miner thought here. Looking at it, does he like it?
I think he mostly likes it, I think.
Oh, just off to the right in front of the chair.
Yeah.
Get my telestroke out and show our folks if they didn't see that. It's going to be right in this area here. So just off the green.
Yep.
But a player like Ryan Miner, nowadays, if he has a good year, he's gone.
Yep.
1 year and done. Or Bryant Reeves went through OSU all 4 years, and you follow him closely all the time. Now you can't grow that,
right?
Because they're gone.
I was fortunate enough back then that I got to referee and umpire some of Ryan and Damon's games when they were in Hammond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was right there at Elk City then, you know.
The Warriors.
Yep.
And it's not just the Miners. They've been good ever since they have left as well.
Yep.
Boys and girls.
Yep. What do you think about an extra class in basketball now?
I was ready for that one. I wasn't for the extra class in baseball. That one threw me off because it was all football and basketball. Then baseball, I was like, oh, because that's another production thing that you have to worry about. I get it. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't think I do either.
Yeah.
I don't think I do either. Yeah, we got a few changes coming. Shot clock's coming, you know.
Shot clock. Not this coming year, but the following year.
Everybody asks me about that all the time, and I tell them I'm fairly indifferent about that. I don't ever leave the gym very often thinking, man, we sure needed a shot clock tonight. I don't have those thoughts very often, you know.
Rusty Crockett here on the 3 green. Team can use this shot.
So that's a bogey for Rusty there, I believe.
2, 3. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, he had to be laying 2 there, 3 to the back, and then he missed that putt, so that's got to be a 5.
There's Buddha. We'll show you after he puts this in yesterday's shot, just off the green.
Right. Buddha's getting a little coaching him up right here on this putt.
This is Eddie Hinkey.
I was going to say, isn't that Eddie?
Yep.
Another former Blue Jay golfer.
Yep. My classmate.
Yep.
Atta boy.
Nice putt.
Good job, Eddie Hinkey. I know this crew started on number 5. So they have definitely made their way through.
Yeah, so they've got one more hole, then right, they still have to play 4 to be at the turn.
Go back over here to Nate's crew. Brian Wells with the practice swing there. Let's get this Brian Wells shot in real quick, then we can show you what Dustin did Buddha did yesterday here on the 3 green. I asked Buddha, did you go back and watch? He goes, oh, yeah. Much like I would.
Absolutely.
That'll be just left. Here's what happened yesterday with Buddha. 100% speed, so it's like we saw it live. Felt it right there. Boom. Camera person gets a little excited right here, and then we readjust. Yep.
All right. It's not very often that a golfer in these situations has a great shot on video.
Right, right. Yeah.
The guys on TV all the time, but not the rest of us. It's like that guy that made the hole-in-one last year. The chances of that guy making a hole-in-one and it be on film, astronomical.
This for birdie.
Come on, Nate, knock her in there.
Oh. We'll have the rest of that for par.
Yeah.
Try to roll that one in. Yeah. Sadly enough, Seth informed me yesterday. Not the guy who hit the hole in, but his buddy.
Right.
That was with him last year passed away.
Really?
So none of the Oak Tree guys made it back this year.
Right.
Nate taps that one in for par.
3's a good score on number 4 today.
Coach, that little camera in front of us here, that one right there, it doesn't have much of a tilt to it, so it kind of is what it is. But that's what I used at Fair Arena this year for those behind the backboard shots.
Cool.
Angles. It fits in the palm of your hand, a little bitty thing.
Yeah. That's awesome.
If you were, you don't know anything about the production side or camera, but how much that look, and that's not the top of the line, it's not the bottom of the line, it's just kind of a middle of the road. But how much do you think that little bitty camera right there costs?
I think it's probably more expensive than I think it would be.
$500.
I was going to say $1,000.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
Now you probably get for the 4K. You can easily spend $1,000 on that, but it's HD, and so that's all I need is 1080 HD. It serves the purpose for behind the backboard, or it's just a cutaway type shot.
Right.
But it was a happy purchase to have those behind the backboard.
Yeah, that was a nice little touch there.
Up to the tee box here for Rusty Crockett and his crew.
I can't wait to see the new State Fair Arena.
Me too. I've seen the inside. Actually, I got invited to a tour, but Van Shea and I were setting up for the state basketball tournament. So I know David Jackson, the OSA members, got to take a tour, but we were working.
Right.
So we couldn't break away. So I actually have not been able to go inside there and check it out yet.
Well, I get the big house lore and everything, and it's been a really cool place, but it was time.
It was time. Especially with all the delays, with the high winds knocking out the power.
Hey, 3 years ago, I refereed a game in there with no scoreboard the entire game. We had no scoreboard.
Even on the backboards?
We had
nothing.
And then this year, when I worked in there, we lost the scoreboard halfway through the third quarter.
Yep. So does someone get on the microphone and go 10, 9, 8?
We would just have to roll by the table every now and then and get updates on what the score, what the time was, and everything. It was challenging. Yeah, in fact, Barry came and interviewed us the next morning about how we did that. I'm like, well, one thing about sports people and officials, I said, we are resilient, and we'll usually find a way to get it done.
Right.
Yeah, how many times did they lose the lights this year? A bunch, wasn't it?
I've lost count. I know. I think the Weatherford Douglas 4A final was 10 times.
Golly.
Which I learned a lesson and I haven't bought it yet, so I guess I haven't learned the lesson yet, but I will get a battery backup. So a battery backup is basically the middle piece between equipment and electric.
Right.
So if I had a battery backup and the power goes off at the fairgrounds, well, I have 5-10 minutes to shut down my computer properly.
Right.
But at the state fairgrounds, without a battery backup, if the power went out 20 times that tournament, my computer shut down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, please
Just
start
like-
back.
just
Please
like you
start
don't
back
want it
up.
to,
Yeah.
huh?
Please start
Yeah.
back up. Please start back up, and it did, luckily.
Wow. Yeah, that had to cause problems for a bunch of y'all.
Well, we ended up playing 8.5 or 7.5 games one day, and had to come back and play 8.5 games the next day.
Yeah.
So we didn't get a lunch break in between. We played basketball between. When you have 8 games, that's a long 9 games. That's a long day.
Yeah, I was surprised that the OSSA didn't empty the gym, which typically they do between
Right.
sessions.
Right. Over to the
I
3
think,
fairway.
I think everybody will get used to that new arena really, really quick.
Yeah.
They'll get used to that.
For multiple reasons: bathrooms, concessions,
Yeah.
locker rooms.
As I say, have you ever actually been in any of those team locker rooms?
I have.
It's awful.
It's not very good.
It's awful.
Especially the one that you come up the ramp and go in. It's the first one right there on your way out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the officials' dressing room there, you go all season, and if you got lucky enough to go there as a referee, it's going to be the worst facility ever.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a lot better now, but
Mr. Chamberlain on the tee.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
there it was.
Well, we got the F-bomb yesterday from him, so he's very consistent on this tee box.
Okay.
And as he threw those 2 bombs the last 2 days, I'm comfortable. And we're on YouTube. There's no FCC. We're fine today. But I was thinking, if this was a high school event, I couldn't even begin to count the emails that would be coming my way, and John Chappell's and Mike Simpson's way for something.
Oh, yeah.
In the big scheme of things, really not a big deal, but,
Right.
Sounds so good.
There it
Nice.
is. Nice shot. Very nice.
Nice shot there by Mike. Teammates. Hey, it's part of the game, right? We're capturing everything.
Yep. Live and in color. I don't think I see a ball on this screen yet, do we?
I don't see one. No. Oh, yeah, we got one over here on the far right side.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't think either of our camera angles will see that quite yet. Look at the comments. Terry Benson said, look up to see a bad shot, Evans. We were talking about keeping the head down. I mean, head behind the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you look up to see a bad shot, you're going to see a bad shot.
You will. Yeah, when that head comes up, usually that right shoulder goes down, and it's not a good turnout.
All right. This is Jay Hensley here in the green. His team. Jay Hensley, Terry Hickson, Joe Rule, Willie Higgins, and Brad Jenkins.
Brad Jenkins.
Looks like good cart. 1, 2. 2 shots in this general area right here. Actually, I think it might be 3. Got the putter here.
That's a little bit of an ask for the putter from right there, I think. And I love the Texas wedge, but that might be a little bit much to ask from back there. I'll be surprised if this doesn't turn out pretty good.
Bump and run. Stay up. It will.
Got a little bit past the hole, didn't it? Be one of those knee knockers we were talking about earlier today.
Gave it a chance.
Yep.
Got a little work to do. Very capable shot, though, for Jay Hensley.
Yeah. I got Jay out for golf just a tiny bit, and I actually remember telling him, because he was a baseball player too, you know. I told him, I said, Jay, I said, when you get a little older, you'll be a pretty good golfer if you keep playing. And it turned out he did.
Really good.
I just didn't have him for very long.
Got some great viewers. Appreciate this. Rusty's first cousin is Josh Forsythe, which is the father of Dayton and Denton. So
Now he's what to Rusty?
Rusty's first cousin. So I guess Corbin and the Forsythe boys would be second cousins.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And also, breaking news for you and I at least, thank you for Brittany Timmons letting me know that Rachel Gibson is the head volleyball coach. So Guthrie does now have a volleyball coach after Coach Smith.
Cool.
The girls basketball coach was able to help him out. Now he can give his full attention to the girls basketball program like Coach Gibson will be able to give to the volleyball program.
Right.
So congratulations to her, and we get that article out here hopefully this week. I want to say Dom Stevens' team, who was -3 at one point, the last 3 holes were even, I believe.
Oh, yeah? Oh,
good run at that one.
Good putt.
I checked my message after talking about Coach Gibson. And my next message, don't make it public news yet, but it was something else. I was, oh, my goodness, I didn't.
Yeah. Right.
I'm pretty good at keeping secrets and other stuff. In fact, I'm probably the perfect person to tell because I usually forget and go, oh, yeah, I forgot about it. I heard that from somebody.
Yeah.
I will say this. Looks like we do have maybe an updated scoreboard here. The report I'm getting from the scores is that most of these teams are falling back, and there's just a couple teams hanging in.
Mm-hmm. That was kind of the trend this morning.
Would you know how to read that score?
Yeah, I think what they're saying is that's their 2 low balls. So that means they had eight total for the 2 balls. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, and that.
So that's that's like bogey's what that is. That's like bogey par. That's par. That's par. That's par. There's par birdie on 6 because it's 9.
And this is Jeff Stevens' team.
Yeah.
The defending champion from a year ago. Those are his scores.
Yeah. So they're, let's see, they're +2, +3. So that makes them +2 for today.
+2 for today, and yesterday they were even.
Yeah, that's what they've done on the score. See, this is their 1 low ball yesterday.
Right.
And this is their 2 low balls today.
So that's a +2, right?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, because par on that hole would be 6.
Gotcha.
So that means they had 2 bogeys on that hole.
So our buddy Seth Robbins and his crew, look, they had birdie on 2, bogey on 3, bogey on 4. Ooh, a 12 on 2, 4, 6 on number 6.
That means they had 2 bogeys on 6.
Yeah.
That would be 6-6. Yeah, which number 6 is probably playing as tough as any hole out here today. It's that long par 5 up the hill right into the wind.
Coach, what kind of drink would you like to be sent your way?
How about just a Gatorade? How about that?
Gatorade?
Yeah, that'd be great. Since we don't have Dr. Pepper products out here.
That's right.
Can't imagine
Wrong
that.
sponsor. Got to get the right sponsors in
I
here.
guess so.
Sounds like 3 Gatorades. Do we care on colors?
No, not really.
All right.
If I get a choice, I'd take a red one, but it's no big deal either way.
Let's go all red. Most important thing for me would be cold.
Yes. Do you ever remember one Bucky Hill from El Reno?
Bucky Hill.
Be a little bit older than. See, when did you graduate? No,
96.
No, he's a lot older than you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You wouldn't remember Bucky.
I remember Bucky Buckles for OU baseball.
No.
The closer.
Bucky Hill was a legend in El Reno. He was really, really one of the fastest humans I've ever known. Played wishbone quarterback at El Reno.
All right, we're on the 4th tee box. Jay Hensley in the green looks on. And we take a look at the 4th green. Don't see it down in our shot. Doesn't mean it's not a good shot, but we just can't see it right now. Jay Hensley, we'll see what he's got here. Of course, his wife Haley with the closing agency, the broadcast sponsor. Appreciate that. Jay Hensley does a lot out here for the golf club, golf course as well, so appreciate him. He is a good little player on the gridiron as well for you, Coach.
He was. Yeah, he was also the architect of one of my favorite special teams plays ever at Guthrie. In fact, I think we were playing the Shawnee Wolves one night, and I've been watching them on their punt plays, and we'll wait for this shot here.
He had a great shot on this hole a year ago. He's leaning, Coach.
I don't see it anywhere, do you?
Not in our screen, no.
So anyway, I've been watching a lot of film on Shawnee, and I noticed their punt return team every time that they're just running this hold-up punt return where they just come off the ball and they just take off and run.
Yeah.
So during the course of the game, and one time I told I was in the box that night. I said, give me Jay on the headset right quick. I said, Jay, the next time we punt with somewhat fast, we're not going to do this off our own 10 or anything. Okay, I said, if we have favorable field position, we're going to snap it to you, and you're going to take your punt steps, and you're just going to take off chasing. And they never even saw him. He ran about 50 yards. And the whole time, the punt return team, they don't even know what's going on behind him, you know. It was, and didn't even tell Coach Watkins. He didn't even know what was going on.
Oh, no.
All I did was I said, hey, watch this. It was a fun play, though. Jay's a good little athlete.
He was. Great athlete. Shortstop for the Blue Jays as well.
Yeah. Nice little receiver and kicker and punter for us. Do a little bit of everything. Played a little golf his senior year, but between that and baseball, he did a little bit of both. Mostly baseball, though.
Did not like the shot. We'll cut away to it just in case, but
yeah, I've coached a lot of kickers through the years, you know, and I tell everybody the mechanics and dynamics of kicking a football are very much like hitting a golf ball. They're very similar.
head behind the ball.
Head behind the ball for sure, both of them, yep. These kickers in the NFL these days and in college
Oh
are
my
just
goodness
like
gracious.
insane now.
It's creeping into the high school world
I
too.
know. I think they've got the footballs juiced for these kickers now.
Well, they do have their own footballs.
Yeah.
They have their own.
There was a nice little tidy shot. It's unreal how far they're kicking it. It's like a 60-yarder in the NFL is not a big deal anymore.
It's not.
No, you almost expect them to make it.
Holding it a little bit.
Yeah, one of my favorite kickers ever, David Vargas, sent me a text the other day. He said he was ready to get serious about learning to play golf. So he wants me to go help him buy some clubs and get him started.
There's that shot you were talking about.
Yep.
On the green, on the 3 green.
Yep.
While we're away, I'm trying to see who that is. Walking away. This is why we like having Seth, because he knows every player, their handicap, their average.
Yeah, he knows something about all of them.
I know this is Canis Carlson, scorekeepers
This
group.
was our first group that came through. I think that's Dominic Stevens in this group now, so they're on their second 9 now.
So
Kid over there under the tree green shirt over there, that's Dom Stevens.
Okay, yep. And just off our cameras. Oh, there's Sam.
He was a high school state champion over at Crescent.
You can see him over there behind the tree.
Yep, here it comes. He's a really good player.
Now this was our team. This was the team that. Oh, look at that.
Yep.
They got 2 within the nice putt. That shot there. So
yep.
This is the leader team after yesterday. They were -5, and then
we see they were +2 today so far.
Yeah, I think they're minus. Last we heard they were -3.
I think the leader from the morning round is -2.
Correct.
I think.
Yep.
So they're going to have to scratch and claw to hang on. You know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pick. Coach, it's red, and it's cold.
Perfect. It is perfect.
And I will let all of our viewers know right now that we may go off the air without knowing who the winner is. A few reasons. Although they might be done playing on our location here, they still might be playing. The Thunder are playing tonight, and my goal is to get to that Thunder game as soon as possible. So if we don't have the winning team on our broadcast, I can promise you the Guthrie Golf Country Club will have that on their social media. Word of mouth will be on there, and I'm sure there will be a Guthrie newspaper article sometime this week. But I'm just giving you a heads up right now. You might not have the winner on this broadcast. So find a friend that might know, and we'll try to share if we find out on social media. But the goal is to pack up and get to that Thunder game broadcast as soon as possible.
I'm pretty sure everybody's going to understand that, right?
Well,
I mean, this is a big deal, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
But we're talking about the Thunder.
We're talking about Game 7.
Game 7, right?
2 biggest words in
for all the marbles, as Shay said the other day. One game for all the marbles.
You need to go out and win by 30 and just let me cruise for the rest of the night.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I really don't foresee that happening.
No.
I wish I did, but I don't.
That's wishful thinking. Here comes Dom. Player out of Crescent, huh? Crescent High School?
Yep. State champion there. I don't know if I can say this out loud, but I tried to get him to come to Guthrie.
No, it's 2025. You absolutely can say
it's
that.
Okay now?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Yeah,
if you don't play the game, you're going to get behind.
Yeah, in fact, Sue was working out at Cedar Valley, and he played out there a lot, and she played with him some when she was working there. I said, I know you're working on Dom for me, aren't you? So we were indirectly, wasn't me directly.
Right.
Well,
Well,
it was Sue.
His dad
Yeah.
won this contest a year ago, Jeff Stevens. We spoke to him yesterday, just a great guy, just talking to him just a few minutes, and you just understand where Jeff comes from and where Dom gets it.
Yep.
There's Candace. Another barefoot. So I think, Candace barefoot, Courtney Poplin's barefoot, Sam Evans is barefoot. I cannot walk out the front way. If I feel a little pebble, I'm going to the ER.
My feet are not tough at all.
No. I like my soft feet.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I'm just like you. I don't want to step on anything that hurts at all on my feet.
A twig.
Yeah.
It's a challenge. And you have to take out the trash and you know what? I'm going to be mentally tough. I'm going to try. And you know what? That was a mistake.
Didn't think that one all the way
That was a
through.
mistake. Well, it's usually after I mow the yard and I blow the driveway off. There shouldn't be anything here.
Right. I get caught in the early mornings of the day, early hours of the morning sometimes, because I have 2 dogs that are 99% inside, and they'll a dog treat or something might end up on the floor, and sure enough, I'm going to step on it. That's all there is to it. And the first thing I want to do is yell at my wife. Why are you giving this dog this treat right here? She says, because they wanted it. Okay. They carry a lot more weight than I do.
Trust me, I get it.
My for real story, my wife definitely cooks for my dogs more than she does for the rest of us.
We have 5 cameras with nothing to show you. We do
as we head into the back 9 now, huh?
Yeah.
Down the stretch.
I thought they were done on the 4th green, but it looks like they might have a little bit more work over there. Maybe they're just now getting there.
Maybe so.
Looks like they are. Okay.
Maybe they hit the watering hole over there for a minute. That's probably what happened.
I know. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dom Stevens' team in the shade. They're waiting on the 4 tee box. And now we got the 3 fairways. Someone's down that way. We'll try to figure it out here in a second, but right now we got action on the 4th green. Oh, we got Seth Robbins' crew in the fairway.
I think that's Seth's card, isn't it?
Why is Seth parked right in the middle of the fairway? What's he doing there?
I don't know. That's no fun.
Seth is just to the left of that big old tree. Got a couple buddies. Not too bad. Just off the. That might be the fairway. It looks like it is. Maybe just the first cut. Maybe.
Sun sneaking up on Sam up there. See it?
It is. Told her the most important thing is to keep moving the camera into the shade.
Yeah.
Now she can send all she wants. I gotta keep the camera. Keep them both in the shade.
Yeah.
All right, Coach. Go back to the guessing game. You were in the ballpark on that little bitty camera right there. Now take a look at that camera right there, which there's 4 matching cameras right there.
So you have 4 of those, huh?
4 of those.
And that one's 500, right?
That little one right there is 500. That one right there, Coach. It's a Canon XF605,
which doesn't mean much to me, except it sounds expensive. I know this when I'm in gyms a lot of times, and I'll have guys in there taking pictures.
Right.
One of the first things I'll ask them is, "How much your camera cost?" And I'm floored sometimes.
It's not necessarily the camera; it's the lens.
The lens,
yes. And there's some. Here comes Dom.
There's Dom. What's up, brother? How are you, sir?
Nice polo.
Thank you.
Come over, join us real quick,
too,
Dom.
Man. Yeah. Come on in here, man.
How's it going, fellas?
How's it playing today?
Brutal. Very, very hard. Winds howling. Greens are firm and fast. Well, firm-ish.
Tough pins.
Very tough pins. They're all on slopes, but we're having a blast. We're having a lot of fun.
Came in, the leaders -5 coming in today, and I think you're around -3 right now, last we heard.
We're 1 over as a team for today, so we're 4 under.
Okay,
total.
there you go.
So I thought I had y'all +2 on this at one time. Y'all may have made a birdie since then. That was a while back.
Well, I birdied this one. This was our first hole. I birdied this one, and we had a bogey, so it canceled out.
Okay.
Gosh, I'm trying to think of all of our scores. All I know is that we're 1 over on the day.
There you go. Well, and you played in some big tournaments under some pressure situation.
Mm-hmm.
Now here you guys are leading it right now. What's the mindset to finish this out and try to do what your dad did last year?
Just kind of hang in there. Just know that it's tough. just keep your head on right, really. Try and have a good attitude, and just, this tournament's just for fun, and sure, there's a little bit of money on the line, but you just try and have.
We won't speak of that.
Yeah. Just try and have fun, keep it lighthearted, and just try and execute some golf shots, especially on the watering hole. It's really cool that they have some people come out, and it's a lot of fun. This tournament's great. It's my first year playing in it, and I'm going to return for quite a while, I think. So
the good news about it being tough is that it's tough for everybody, though.
Exactly. That's what I keep telling them. I mean, everyone's playing same conditions, same pins. It's hard for everybody. So
now that you left, is Crescent still playing golf over there?
I think so. I hope so. Hope we left a good enough legacy. So.
Well, congratulations on a great start, and congratulations with your career at high school as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. Appreciate Dom stopping by. State champion, right?
Yep. That's right.
Pretty darn.
Really solid player. What's this guy right here going to bring us now?
Sether, how's it playing?
It's tough, boys.
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying.
It's really tough. I hit driver off the deck right there, Coach, from the Golds.
Is that right? Driver off the deck.
No, that's kind of my new go-to.
We saw you in the middle of the fairway.
Oh, and I stood on it.
Yeah.
I mean, hard as I could hit it, and I still had 175.
See, the guys I play with that are my age now, we don't hit driver off the deck anymore. We hit driver from the fairway off a small tee. We'll let you do that.
Gotcha.
The group I play with. So.
No, driver off the deck is what I hit there. Had 175 from the center of the fairway. Stood on a 5-iron.
Wow.
Hard as I can hit it. I'm just there in the sand patch.
Yep.
We're scuffling and shuffling, boys, I tell you.
Where you at score-wise?
I think we're 4, 5, or 6 over today. We were 2 under yesterday, so we're in that 3-4 mark.
Right.
It sounds like Davis telling me many teams are in that situation right now.
Yeah, I'm fighting and scrapping and clawing. We're getting a little help today from the bottom half. You guys saw Zonte Veasley's big par putt here the last time we came through.
Yep.
How'd you like that read he got there, Coach?
Yeah.
We saw you.
We had a little
grind working on.
We had a little grind talk, a little stop it here talk.
You actually had 2 great putts in a row.
Yeah.
As we see Dom on the 4 tee box.
Yeah. But no, we're getting it done. I was yelling for you guys right there. My C player here to your right about hit you
for insurance purposes, not for our
D player,
not for our well-being.
Yeah.
But we're 11 holes in, and just got to keep plugging.
So what's your read right there? We'll see you in a minute, but what's your read right now?
I am going to be real tentative with that. I'm going to try and just get it to the top of the hill.
You're just to the left of our shot here.
I'm going to get it to just try and pop a 58 degree up to the top of that hill, and then let it trundle towards the hole and hope I can get up and down for par.
Yep.
But I'm fighting, Coach. I think I'm 3 over 211, and I have 1 tweeter today.
What about the weather?
The weather is much more difficult than yesterday. The wind's up around the clubhouse. I could barely stand up on 9 green. It's white capping.
Wow.
And they've got the pins in some really tricky spots.
Yeah.
So, whoever wins today is going to have earned it. I think Dominic Stevens' team over there, John Whedon and Bucky Denham went 2-2 on 9. They got a 2 from their E player.
Wow.
Bucky Denham,
serious?
class of 95 right there.
Wow.
Later, boys.
See ya. Good luck, Sether.
Keep grinding, brother. Next shot.
This is Bucky Denham, class of 95 for the Jays. Looked like a home run derby swing right there.
It did.
Staring it down. Got 1 on the green already. It looks like we'll stay with 1 right now. Go back to the 3 here. And this is Seth Robbins' crew. Seth Robbins, Sean Blackwell, Doc
That's
Heller.
Sean over there to the right under the tree, isn't it?
Travers Blair, Zonte Veasley. Yep. That one just goes past the...
Coming in a little hot.
This is Doc Heller here in the bunker. He gets it out successfully.
Chunk and run there that's going to turn out
Stick on that hill. A little
Still
stick.
got
Go
about
ahead.
20 feet probably.
We'll put a quarter behind that real quick.
Yep.
You and Terry Bennett have some good conversations between when your Packers and the Niners play?
Yeah. We kind of do. The Packers and the Niners, though, are not really like hated rivals because the both of us are too busy hating the Cowboys because we both hate the Cowboys. If you're a Niners or a Packers fan, you hate the Dallas Cowboys. So we kind of have that in common.
Yes.
So when we play each other, it's more kind of a respect kind of thing and not really a hated rival, you know. I think you might know Richard Pyatt, right? The guy that I read.
Yes, I do.
Big tall guy.
Yep.
We're actually going to go watch the Packers and the Steelers play this year. He's a big Steelers fan.
Sounds cold.
Yeah.
I don't even know where the game's at. It sounds cold.
It's in Pittsburgh. I'm trying to remember. I think it's right around spring break or fall break. I think it's right in there, I believe.
Here's Seth.
Yep.
He's going to use that 58, flop it up there. Oh, to go in.
That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
That would be outstanding. Oh, you heard. Did a bird chirp wrong?
I don't know.
Something happened.
I don't know what just happened.
Is he still out? Yeah, he's still out. Something got his attention.
Settle. That's about 6 feet. That's acceptable, I would say. Got one of those 6-foot knee knockers we've been talking about today a little bit.
Yep. Looks like Sean Blackwell and the purple here to the left will. Looks like I think he's next up. Maybe Zonte on the back green might be up. Sean getting a read from the other side. Seth showing him his thoughts. It'll break right here, so. It will be Sean here. Him and Seth were the MC Master of Ceremonies for the Friday night banquet. Both did a good job.
I think Sam may have a future with the PGA camera person.
That's what, Seth said the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's her first time.
She's doing a pretty good job.
I got to tell you, the camera, all the, getting to do all this production stuff, and I watch all sporting events a little bit different than most people probably, but
right.
I can tell you, we get a lot of props for our productions. For football and basketball, and now this golf deal. Sam has never obviously been to a golf tournament, much less with a camera.
Right.
And she's doing a great job.
She is.
And then my two boys, and I have some other people as well for our football broadcast. Anytime we want to see a knee down, did he grab the face mask or something, they're always in the right spots. And it's just,
I don't know how much time you spend watching other people's broadcasts like yours. I don't know if you look at any of that stuff or not.
All the time, yeah.
Like for instance, my my daughter lives in Gulfport, Mississippi, and they're really attached. She actually teaches at D'Iberville High School down there, which is a big 7A school in Mississippi. And football down there is pretty big. I mean, they've got some athletes down there.
Absolutely.
I've been down to watch them play a couple of times, and they do their football games on Facebook, and the difference between what they produce down there and what you produce is beyond night and day.
Yeah,
yours is so much better.
We work at it just like the football team, the coaches and the officials.
Yep.
We all work hard at it, and we want to be just as good as they are.
Right.
And you look at good broadcasts, you learn from them. You look at bad broadcasts, you learn from them.
Yep.
And we do everything we possibly can not to put anything on Facebook, because that's where all the negative Nancy's are. Not that YouTube doesn't have them, but you can control those a little bit easier.
Yep. Like I hope the people don't take what you guys do for granted, because you guys do a great job compared with most of the other stuff I've seen. You know, it's not even comparable.
See if Seth can finish this off. That boy. Nice job, Seth. Nice. So they will head to the 4th tee box, and right now we'll go to the 4th green. Dom Stevens and his crew trying to hold on to that lead.
Yep. What do you say? They're -4, right?
-4, correct, yeah.
So they're 2 shots ahead of the leaders in the clubhouse. Atta baby.
He sure did. Boy, it's got to help. You know, Dom Stevens, a state champion high school golfer, has been in these situations to take a team down the stretch.
Yep.
Been there, done that before.
Yep.
Experience. Doesn't mean you'll win it, but the experience certainly would help.
Gives you a chance.
Yep. I need about 6 shots from Lou Dort that you think are going to hit the scoreboard but go into the net. I need 6 of those tonight.
Yeah.
I need Caruso to score 20 off the bench again.
And they didn't have anybody that played good the other night. You know, not really.
It's like they did it on purpose almost. I know they didn't. That's stupid to say, but
I mean, it was like I'm watching. I'm like,
they can't even inbound the basketball.
Who
They
are
throw
these
it to the other
guys?
team. I'm like,
Yeah.
what are we doing? And it sucks that the other team's trying to win too. That's the other part that gets in the way.
Yeah, I remind people all the time when you hear people say, "Well, we didn't play good, we didn't do this." I'm like, yeah, well, oftentimes the other guys you're playing has a lot to do with what you did.
They're
They
trying to
could
do
make
the same
you look
thing.
bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in series and games throughout the year, the Thunder have been able to wear down other teams. Where this
Right.
Pacers, they're a young team, so they're
Right.
just as equally young and obviously
the young thing is kind of a good news, bad news. You know
Exactly.
The good news is you're young. The bad news is you're young, but a lot of times when you're young like that, you have short memory. You don't have a lot of scar tissue yet.
See what a state champion golfer does here.
Get in there. Yeah, you haven't had those years and years of scar tissue built up.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching a Thunder game, and they inbound the basketball right to the other guy who lays it up. I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe that's to help them in 3 years from now to inbound it to the other team.
Yeah.
Maybe they're learning here to not do that.
Yeah. Man,
I don't know why. It's weird. I haven't been this way sports wise in a long, long time. And I don't pay for the FanDuel or whatever that.
Right.
So I only get to see their national broadcast. Of course, I've seen all the playoff games, but
yeah,
not only for the team, but it's just the Oklahoma part that we talked about earlier. Good putt there.
Yeah, I really don't watch a lot of NBA during the regular season. I'll see some highlights on SportsCenter or whatever, but I hardly ever sit down and watch a game. I'm like you. I don't have FanDuel, so I'm just a casual NBA fan.
I think it's like $20 a month. I just can't.
It's not cheap.
Can't do that. When you're already spending $80 on YouTube TV, and
right.
I do have the ESPN Plus. I do have that.
Yeah, I got that too. So you're YouTube TV?
TV, yep.
That's what I am.
Yep. And don't see a lot of high-fiving. Not sure how they finished up. That'll get the boys on the 4T ready to go. Seth and his crew, Sean Blackwell to his left. Zonte Beasley in the red over there on the golf cart. Zonte, he's easy to cheer for.
Yep.
Easy to cheer for. Nice
Definitely.
young family.
Yep.
Contagious smile.
Absolutely.
We have the 3 fairway coming up here. We've seen everybody at least once now.
Yep. Yeah, if you ever want to see anything in golf, we talk about the scar tissue, right?
Right.
If you watch when Rory won the Masters, I don't think I've ever seen a professional athlete look more, show more emotion from finally accomplishing something,
Yeah.
Because he was getting to where he was having a lot of scar tissue. He hadn't won a major since 2014.
It's a long time in the golf world.
That's a long time.
That's 44 events,
especially
44
for a guy,
majors.
Yeah, especially for a guy of his talent, But it's not easy. It is not easy. I tell everybody it's a remarkable accomplishment to win a PGA Tour event, and it's even way more remarkable to win a major. And if you ever win 2 majors, that's like incredible. Because the majority of guys never win one.
Well, the run that Scotty Scheffler's on right now.
Yeah. I think Scotty got caught up the other day. I think he got to a point where, now he was still playing, but I think he got to a point where he thought he couldn't win, And then all of a sudden everybody was coming back to him, and he probably could have had a better chance of winning than he thought he did.
Seth's tee shot, walking toward the right. Don't see it down in our camera shot. I know there were some folks during the lunch break was rooting for some cloud cover. I don't think they're going to get any cloud cover today.
I don't think so either.
A lot of blue skies. There's a few clouds, but not much. Good shot, looking shot there. Walks away. Zonte's getting ready to tee off next. Not in our camera angle. See if Zonte can knock it up there. After the 4 tee box, we'll go to the 3 green.
Wow, Keegan Bradley won on the P. He won the Travelers today. Came back and beat Tommy Fleetwood. Scotty finished 6th, tied with Rory.
What was the red score today on the
What's
PGA?
that?
What was the red score on the PGA Tour? The
What's the
winning score?
Yeah.
Zonte, look at that. Nice job right there.
Wow.
They'll roll off that ridge, but stay on there. Green and regulation. Good job, Zonte.
Yeah, these red numbers are just what their final scores were. Keegan Bradley won at -15.
-15.
-15. Shot 200 today.
I'll read Terry Bennett Jr. He says something nice. I watch an insane amount of live streaming during football season. It's not even close. Terry Bennett does watch a ton of game film.
Oh, yeah.
Ton of game film.
Yeah, a lot.
If I get him comfortable talking on the microphone, he'd be a great person during the high school football season. We do a little high school huddle football show. He'd be perfect for that show.
Yep.
Another tee shot off the green. See if this one lands on the 4 green before we go back to the 3 green. Not seeing it there. Zonte still sitting on the green as we go to the 3, just offside the green. That one will roll up nicely.
Pretty good.
Good job.
Good shot.
Oh. Looks like group has headed to the 4th green. Head back to the 3 green as the 4th green boys try to figure out what their attack will be.
Yeah, this is a lot more pleasant than it was last year.
Not even close.
Wow.
And today's a lot better than yesterday with the wind.
Yep.
But, they're complaining about the wind. I'm not complaining about the wind.
Oh.
Here Here on the 3 green, trying to figure out what team this might be. Oh, this is Jeff Stevens' team. Last year's winner.
Right.
Pull up there. Jeff Stevens, Garrett Billen, Phil Smart, Austin Ferguson, and John Works. I was with Linda Miller on Friday night's banquet, talking her ear off. And they were introducing the teams and mentioned Jeff Stevens. And I asked her, has there ever been a back-to-back champion in the Howard Fife? And she could not think of anyone right off, but if she were to guess somebody as far as the A-man, I think Dustin Chamberlain was on a couple of back-to-back winning teams, I think. But she thinks her best guess, if anyone did it as an A-man, would be Chris Herzl.
Yeah.
Some years ago, but
right.
That's the best answer someone has given me so far. See Jeff just walk out of your picture. He'll walk right back in. When you see the knees buckle like that, you just missed it. Sue Marie, she got you on the golf course yet? Sue Michu?
Has she what?
She got you on the golf course yet, scoring?
Has she beat me?
Yeah.
Yes, she did. Let's see, a year ago, spring break, we were actually up at Shangri-La playing their par 3 course, the Battlefield up there. And she spanked me.
It was going to happen. It was going
to happen.
Yeah.
And she beat me by 8 shots that day. And it was such a whooping that she couldn't even talk trash because it wasn't like she beat me on the last hole or something. She just dominated me. She almost made a hole-in-one that day. She lipped out for a hole-in-one. And these days, if she catches her driver good and I miss mine at all, she can hit it right up there with me. Now I can't, that's about 230. That's about as far as I can hit it anymore. But 230 for a 105-pound little girl is pretty good.
Real good.
But yeah, that's the only time that she's beat me. She's been close on some 9s before. That's the only time she beat me for 18 holes. And like I said, that was domination that day.
Well, I tell you, our viewers are awesome. Callan Crockett won back-to-back.
Oh, okay.
Now that is some bragging rights in the Crockett family.
That is.
I don't think any chapel has done that.
I don't think so either.
Anytime I can throw a Crockett Chapel reference together, I'd love to do it.
Yeah, you got to like that.
Callan Crockett, back-to-back. Zante, a little up the hill, not quite there.
That was a birdie putt, wasn't it? He knocked it on the green.
Okay, so the Callan Crockett thing is not confirmed, but we think it might have been.
Oh, okay. I think the wind's laying a little bit, doesn't it?
A little bit, feels like it. It's always good when you look at the fairway and there's a team waiting to fire off.
Yep. This is Bo putting, isn't it? Seth.
Yep.
I don't know if that was for a 3 or a 4. I think Zante's been there pretty good, I think.
Try not to 3-putt. He will not.
That's another par for him, I believe.
Yeah.
There you go.
Seth will give him a high five for that.
Yep.
4 tee box, waiting for the green to clear. They're getting ready to hit their tee shots. Meanwhile, we got the 3 fairway making their way toward the 3rd green. I'm glad I have unlimited text messaging because every scorekeeper is sending in their scores to me.
Really?
The last 3 holes, yeah. It's a little harder to keep up with trying to switch buttons and talk, so can't keep up as much as I would like to, but
right.
Appreciate all the scorekeepers keeping us all updated. But we do know right now Dom Stevens' team is leading the way. And I can also tell you, it is confirmed that Kellen Crockett did win back-to-back titles.
All right.
I think we can go to the 3 fairway here. Trying to see what group this is. It's going to be John Carpenter's group behind us here. There's AJ News, Stephen Gellenbeck, John Carpenter, Mark Head. And I think Blank Trimble is the one who had to drop out, and I'm trying to remember the name that we received. And going through my, not coming to my mind right now.
Nice shot.
Really nice shot. Look on the 3 green, how close that one was. And I think we're set for the 4th tee box. Oh, see this, that notification kind of hits me. I don't know why I'm a mess right now. The Thunder have walked into the Paycom Center for the final time this season.
Wow,
man.
Wow.
You would think Guthrie was in a state championship game right now. I got all the feels going right now.
Yeah.
This might be the way to get me off social media for a couple months. If I didn't need it for work, I would definitely do it.
Yeah. There comes a pretty good shot in here.
On a 3 there. Back to the tee box. That was a knock him over shot. We'll see if it goes anywhere on our screen. Just because it doesn't on our screen doesn't mean it's not a good shot, but
right.
It's a pretty great shot if it's on our screen. Go back to the 3 green. I think this is Stephen Gillenbeck. I can't quite tell. Yeah, there's
a pretty good shot. Got it up there pretty snug.
Yep, that was Stephen Gillenbeck. Got to visit with Stephen on Friday. Got to see his pretty baby girl. Likely he got his mama's looks. Melissa Miller, the scorekeeper for this group, wearing her Thunder blue and white.
Yeah. So I guess the Thunder getting a new arena, is that a done deal?
Yeah, the Marriott is officially down. Come John Carpenter, trying to kiss the cup here. Oh, checked on him.
That was kind of weird.
That was weird. Little lefty putt. There's Melissa. Linda and Johnny's daughter.
Yep.
Brian Wells, his wife. Ryland's mama. Custom Dental 8R golf ball. Going off of the reaction, did not go in, but I think it's close. There it is. Carper's going to try it one more time here.
He's got the Texas wedge now.
Give it a run. Keep looking at that countdown to tip off.
What is it, about an hour and a half?
5:48.
Hour and a half would be close, wouldn't it?
Yeah. See, if this was an indoor event, this equipment would stay and I'd come back Monday, but it's an outdoor.
Right.
That would not be smart to do.
Yeah. You'd have trouble sleeping on that one.
Yeah. I lost an hour of sleep. Let's see, Friday night or Saturday morning. Amazon delivered my rechargeable batteries at 4:30 in the morning.
What?
The doorbell picked it up, and I sleep kind of light, and I heard that. And I could not go back to sleep because I'm thinking about the Thunder, I'm thinking about the production, and I lost an hour, almost an hour and a half of sleep.
Wow.
Carpenter surely won't lose any sleep on that missed putt. Pops it in, though. As we head back to the fourth green. You're talking about your El Reno guy. They had some Carters that went through there, some Allisons on the basketball court went through there.
Yep.
Their 09 football team come in, snuck one on us on homecoming.
Yep.
I think that might have been Rafe Watkins' only homecoming loss.
I think that's probably right.
To El Reno, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Everhart was the quarterback, and they had the two wrestlers. Their names.
Yeah.
Nikhil Everhart was a quarterback. Dolphins? I think that's their names.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think they were state champion wrestlers as well.
Yep.
I think they shut us out 19-0 or something along those lines.
I think that's exactly right.
I don't know why I had that in the memory bank.
Yeah. Funny how we can remember certain things like that, huh? And you wonder, why can't I remember that?
Yeah.
Be more like something you want to block out.
Yeah,
you know?
no doubt. Melissa and John talking strategy. That would be an interesting microphone conversation to pick up on.
That definitely would be.
Waiting on 4 greens. Let's go to the 4th green. Three fairway is making their way toward the 3 green, so we'll have them here in just a few moments.
I don't think we ever decided how much I thought that was.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Yeah. So we got the Canon XF605 camera. We got 4 of them on the course today.
I'm guessing those are top end?
No. Top end for productions like this. I mean,
Right.
if you go to the Dodgers and the Thunder, they're
a little different.
They're using those for some extra stuff, but those aren't your game time cameras. But
I got a number in my mind, but I can make myself think it's low.
okay,
I'm thinking $2,000 to $3,000.
4,200.
4,200. Wow.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah. 4,200.
Now, like when you go watch the Thunder or you go and watch any professional event,
yeah,
it's all about the lens.
Yeah.
And the lens, most of those are around about $60,000 to $70,000 each
Oh my
a pop.
gosh. Really?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, I'm always fascinated by things like that, about who the first person was that figured that out.
Yeah, I know.
And the one that blows my mind? How did the first person figure out taking a picture? Because there's no baseline, because you didn't even know what one was because there wasn't one yet.
Right,
How'd they figure that out? How'd they figure out you could take a picture of something?
And it's old technology. They still use it, but the one that always throws me is how they figured out a fax machine.
Yeah.
You can throw it through the fax machine and send it through lines, and it prints out the other side exactly. That's the one that just throws me for a loop.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some amazing things out there.
And there's another thing that throws me off. Is when they're flying.
We're filling in a little air time.
Yeah. when you're in an airplane and you're up in the air, and they turn left or right.
Yeah.
If you turn your wheel left, what makes you go left? This is why I don't get any sleep at night.
The giant airplane thing blows me away to start with. I'm like, how can you have something that big? How can you get it to 35,000 feet and land it softly under control? And they do it all day, every day.
All day, every day.
I don't know how. I always wonder how they don't blow out the tires every time it lands.
It leaves all the tread marks, and you hear it.
Yeah. That and the giant ship floating. Like I went on my first cruise a year and a half ago, and that giant, that boat is a giant.
It is.
And you're like.
Floating hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do they keep that thing on top of the water? It weighs hundreds of thousands of pounds. Amazing.
John Carpenter, how do you hit a hole-in-one? It's amazing if you can do this, John Carpenter. That'll keep me up at night, too. How did you do that, John Carpenter?
Yeah.
How did you hit this hole-in-one? Well, I sit there and pose. I'm laughing at myself. It hit a bumper off a chair into the hole. Happy Gilmore. I'm not sure what happened, but John will bring humor to his team. There's no doubt that.
Yeah.
His smile, is just awesome. Laughter.
I'm pretty sure, and I don't think we even do it anymore, but we used to have a faculty golf tournament at the end of every year. We have 2 or 4 person teams, and I'm pretty sure that Mr. Bill Paring made a hole-in-one at Kicking Bird one day.
I guess
off a rake, hit a scud missile that hit a rake and ricocheted and went in the hole. Pretty sure that happened.
I got to play in one of those before at Kicking Bird.
Yeah. I heard a 4.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I
was going to say, who's worried
there?
About hitting?
Yeah.
Because the gallery chairs there look to be about empty now.
But as we learned, Seth Robbins, the insurance guy, always says yell 4 just for any permit.
Just to cover yourself.
I said 4.
I yelled.
You took the risk of walking the golf course.
Yeah. Did you hear me ask Seth earlier today what shot was harder to hit, to be the next guy to hit after somebody's hit a car or after they've hit someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, both of those are pretty tough.
Or a house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Play Cedar Valley, there's a chance of a couple of houses.
Yep.
And one of your golf wise tales. I'm here to tell you, Jeff Ball confirms your Bill Perring
Did he?
story. Yes, he confirms it for you.
Okay. I was pretty sure that's how I remembered that.
Now,
Yeah,
I've
how
seen
crazy is that? Most people go through, even most good golfers never make a hole in one, And Mr. Perrin gets one off a rake.
I've seen Josh Ball. I've seen Jerry Ball this weekend. I've not seen a Jeff Ball this weekend.
Yeah, I have not seen Jeff either. Yeah, funny little near hole in one story when my older daughter, Lori, she's probably 9 or 10 years old, and there used to be Lions Fun Park there on Memorial Road. There was a little 9-hole par 3.
No, I'm looking at John Carpenter, who
he must have hit this tree off the tee, then knocked it down.
Now, I'm not. We're going to get a camera on Carp here. So there's one nice camera. Go to the left. Oh, there's Carpenter. Okay. Now there's another nice camera right in front of him.
Yeah.
I will run interference if I have to. Not that. Hold on. I got to glass.
Yeah, I can't tell if that's on his line or not, but it looks fairly close. Wow. Outstanding. The production manager looked a little nervous on that shot. That little shot that John just hit right there has got to go on the highlight reel.
That was a good shot.
That was more than a good shot.
Yeah.
That was tour good.
Now, you did see it hit the car path, but that still counts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for him to be right there and where he is now, quite remarkable.
Yeah.
I had a guy tell me one time that I was pretty good at punch shots like that, and I said, well, I've had a lot of practice because I've been in the trees a lot.
Looked at the 3 fairway, and they're a long ways down there, so we'll concentrate here on the 4th green. We're talking about Melissa Wells. I almost said Melissa Miller. I got to get used to. She's been married for decades, but
yeah.
Melissa Wells and Carpenter were talking in the box. Jillian Sykes says you probably wouldn't want a mic on that conversation on the 4th box. I think you're right. I guarantee it ends with a Carpenter laugh. That's the only thing I can guarantee on that one there.
Yeah.
Jeff Ball trying to butter me up. He says no need to show up when I can watch top-notch coverage. Yes, that's not an excuse, J Ball.
Looks like LSU won the baseball.
Oh, they won it.
I just saw some headline.
Yep. Coastal Carolina had won 26 games in a row until last night.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's something in Division I baseball.
I would say so. 26 in a row, huh?
Yep. When you start comparing NIL budgets and conferences and all that stuff, and for Coastal Carolina, and they won a national championship before a few years back.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on the SEC with the Oklahoma Sooners in all the sports? It's definitely a different conference, physicality-wise, and
yeah, I've never bought into the SEC thing as much as some people.
Okay.
Just from the standpoint of, especially in recent years, they've been really good at the top. You talk about Alabama and Georgia.
Yep.
But if you look at the rest of the conference, I actually did a 10-year deal of it.
Are we talking football?
Football. I'm talking football now.
Okay.
And it wasn't near as good as what ESPN wants you to think.
Sure. Well, who has the contract
right
for them? Yes.
Right. And I totally get ESPN pumping the SEC. Don't get me wrong. They're obviously good and everything, but I don't think the conference as a whole has been as dominant as ESPN would like for everybody to believe. There's a lot of average, mediocre football in there too with a lot of the schools. LSU won a national championship 4 years ago, 5.
One of the better teams I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was possibly the best offensive college team ever.
Yeah.
When you look at who played on that team and what they did, but since then they've been fairly mediocre. Got a national championship coach fired.
Yeah.
2 seasons later.
That's right.
A lot of the other schools. To me, a lot of the other ones have just been kind of up and down. Not that much different than the Big 12 to me.
I think it's gotten a little bit better, 1 through 16 teams, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's better. Obviously, Kentucky.
Right.
Some teams that you go through.
Right. Yeah.
Those teams are way better. Have gotten better.
Yeah.
With Vanderbilt winning some big games.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. If you look at the Big 12 2 years ago when OU was in there, you still got teams like OSU and Kansas State.
Yeah.
And even Texas Tech and some of the others that up and down are very competitive, which I don't think it's as different as maybe the ESPN would allow you to believe.
Yeah, watching a lot of college baseball, SEC was extremely good in
I
college
don't
baseball.
The
yeah,
part of it
and SEC basketball, they said basketball was SEC was probably the best.
Right.
It's been. I think it was probably the Big 12 last year, the year before.
Right. Exactly.
So.
Yeah, I think so.
There's definitely it's kind of
softball.
SEC heavy on that one. Yep.
Even though
OU in Texas,
still dominate there.
Yeah. OSU was down a little bit this year, so that doesn't help the Big 12. But
right.
But overall,
I think it's definitely. It's definitely tougher overall.
Yeah. You see Coastal Carolina. The gap, you see it all, especially in NCAA basketball tournament.
Yeah.
The 16 seed might have a chance going into it.
Right. Yep.
Wichita State was winning a lot of basketball games in years past.
Now, I think the days of Nick Saban, Alabama, are over. I think Saban's a guy that Alabama's still going to be good, but they're not going to be Saban good.
Right.
I don't think. And, it's looking that way to me. 6-7 OU team beat them last year,
Yeah, and so the way I I think about OU and the SEC is kind of like Auburn. You get the right quarterback, you can win. You have 2 or 3 good years. You lose that good quarterback, and you're going to be mediocre for 2 or 3 years, and then it's a fight to get back. And that's not just OU. That's all I think. But OU, Auburn, very similar.
In football, to be really good, you have to be really good on defense.
Up
you
front.
have to be really good at quarterback.
Yep.
If you're average, either one of those, you're going to struggle.
Looks like Dr. Kelly Brown in our shot. Callan Crockett's crew coming through here.
Yeah, and I personally think OU made a catastrophic mistake when they traded Dylan Gabriel for
Jackson Arnold, the Auburn quarterback now.
Yeah, when you had a guy that was a proven commodity.
Proven.
Against a guy that had started one game. That was that was hard for me to understand. And I went to the Alamo Bowl 2 years ago, when Jackson started that game that night, and they lose. And if Dylan Gabriel had played in that game, they would have won by 3 touchdowns.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
But it was, I'm using bunny ears, better for both quarterbacks to. It was better for Dylan to go on to Oregon to get more NIL money, but
But,
if I'm Brent Venables,
everybody said, well, if Dylan stays, then Jackson Arnold is going to leave. And
well, that's going to happen that's going to be
I said, there's this thing called the portal, and there'll be somebody else.
Somebody else, yeah.
Yeah. So I definitely would not have done that if I was OU. I would have done whatever it took to keep Dylan Gabriel around. And the OU offensive line took a lot of heat, and I tell people, a really good quarterback can make an average offensive line look a lot better.
Yep.
When he knows how and when to make decisions. And Jackson Arnold got really happy feet pretty early in the season last year and took off running a lot of times when it wasn't time to run.
I can say the school. I can say Edmond Santa Fe, and I know a football coach at Edmond Santa Fe, and quarterback was struggling, and the mom went to the. I don't know if it's the offensive coordinator or the quarterback's coach. Santa Fe goes, "Is my son really that bad?" And the coach says, "Your son's going to be okay. He's doing good. Instead of watching your son every play, watch the offensive line. There's a reason why he's running for his life.
Right.
Quit watching your son for a few plays. Watch the offensive line."
Yeah.
But that's what when fans watch the recruiting and watch the games, they're not interested in the offensive and defensive line until it matters. Until it matters.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the most disappointing thing to me with OU last year was the receiver room.
Yeah, of course they had some big injuries in that room.
But I was still like, every receiver at OU was a highly recruited kid. And so those guys should have been able to develop better. You know what I mean? They should have been more productive than they were, because it wasn't like they were some walk-on scrubs,
Right.
They were all highly recruited players. But
there was a few times they were probably open, but the quarterback was so nervous about the line or thinking about the line, he takes off. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's more complicated than people think.
Well, then the playbook gets a little bit smaller.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It'll be interesting this season. I hope Mateer is as good as everybody thinks he is.
Yeah. Well, the number one quarterback in the portal, they got him, right?
Yeah. You saw where O'Neal just decommitted, right? And Bo Bentley committed.
I saw that, yeah.
I figured that was coming.
Now, the Bo Bentley I remember is at Bixby High School, the linebacker.
Yeah.
Back when Bixby couldn't beat Guthrie. Guthrie was the last team that had control of Bixby.
Exactly. that is a true story. Man. Yeah, I told somebody this one time about Bixby. I said, and you can't do this, okay? But when the OU job came open, I would have had to at least brought the Bixby guy in and talked.
Lauren, just to pick his mind and see
he's
what
killing people.
Yeah.
I would have had to have the interview at least.
Yeah.
But if you're OU, you can't hire that guy, because if it goes bad,
oh my
like,
goodness,
what are you doing hiring a high school coach? Are you crazy?
North Texas can do it. OU cannot do that.
That's exactly right. I was like, well, this guy obviously knows what he's doing at a fairly high level.
Mm-hmm. Especially offensively.
They weren't just winning. They were killing people.
Well, and this year they just weren't they played 2 quarterbacks.
Right, yeah.
And they're not going to sign any of the Division I offers, but that doesn't matter. It's all about those formations and different looks out of those formations.
Yep.
We're starting to get in some Terry Bennett conversations now on offensive mind thoughts here, but
TBJ knows some football. I enjoy our conversations that we have.
A lot of staying around right here for
Yeah.
Callan's crew trying to figure it out here. imagine the Paycom Arena is very loud right now.
I'm betting it is. What do you think those tickets ran for tonight?
Yeah, I looked it up and hit the X to get out of that screen real fast. Not that I was going to be able to purchase them, but just out of
curiosity.
Yeah, there's people on there that want to pay for their season tickets for the next 7 years.
Wow.
With those prices.
Wow.
I like seeing articles griping about the lowest ratings of all time or whatever they are. And you know what? I can care less about your ratings.
Yeah.
If you're into good basketball, which the Thunder Pacers has been pretty good basketball. There's been a couple blowouts, but
it's been mostly pretty good, though.
The coaching, I said it earlier, though. Kelly Brown.
Oh.
Can't quite get the fall. Shot just out of screen. Callan Crockett squatting, looking at his lay. This will help him give a pretty good read. Oh, that was halfway down.
It was.
We'll get Callan Crockett in here. Former back-to-back champion of the Howard Fife. He's leaning. Yep.
Slid it by.
Gonna mark it. Yep. He's got the right wrist taped up. We saw Seth with the black tape as well.
Yep.
Drives it home. Flag in. Look to the right. There is a 3 fairway, so that's always a good sign. We were talking about earlier about the tree line, and a lot of players in the golf. That's the tree line we're talking about right there. Tee box is to the left.
Yeah.
Yesterday, everybody was in the woods on the left side of the screen. Today, a good part of the golf balls have landed in the right and along these tree lines here.
Yeah. Is that Randy Gates down there in the middle?
Orange shirt?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's Randy.
That is Randy. Going back to our Bixby conversation, Terry Bennison, if he can dominate Carl Everett the way they did, you did something right. And that was I think during the COVID or shortly after COVID. I know me, Phil, and Chubbo went down, took the sidelines to watch that, and we left before the game was over. Carl Everett had dominated, or Bixby had that game dominated. And that was during that was the height of Carl Everett. You know, they've won many state championships. They were really, really good when that Bixby team went
42-7 or something like that.
If it was that close, yeah, it was domination.
Wow.
It was a quick reminder there is a difference.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we're about a month away from the coaches' clinic, about a month and a week from all that, and
be here before we know it.
I think I saw what coach put it. Oh, Coach Jake Hayes, the Post-Ho Pirates.
Yep.
I think I saw the post yesterday. Said we're 60 days away from football, so right around the corner. Of course, the Blue Jays made the state championship game in 5A. They knew they'd be a pretty good team. I don't know if they were 5A championship good at the beginning of the year, but I think they're scheduled, which will be the same exact schedule this year, just flip-flop the home and away.
Mm-hmm.
Got them ready for that. Carl Everett's just on a different level. There's nothing.
Yeah.
And no matter what 5A school made it, It was just a huge accomplishment for Kelly Beebe and those Jays to make the final game of the year. And
yep, it definitely
we can
was.
almost predict the score
Yep.
if it was Newcastle in that game.
Yeah.
But for Guthrie to have those 3 wins in the postseason.
Yep. Yeah, I probably didn't think that I saw that, as we were going through the season.
It'll be another fun schedule this year. Blanchard coming to Guthrie.
Yep.
Guthrie will begin the year at Tuttle this year. Get to see the $18 million facility in Tuttle. We were there a couple years ago when they were remodeling everything. It was likely a nice night for football. We broadcast outdoors, but they passed a $9 million $9 million bond for the football program, and Chad Richardson, the Paycom, matched the $9 million for $18 million.
Yep.
And Tuttle is a spot that a lot of portal transfers like to go into. They have a quarterback, a wide receiver. Last year.
Seems to be a popular landing spot like that. Here's a great shot right here. Wow. Hang on, ball.
Is that Corbin Crockett?
I think it might have been.
I think that was Corbin Crockett.
Very nice shot.
I see the blue card. It has to be one Corbin Crockett. Yep, it was Corbin. Nice shot, Corbin. Well, he's had a couple good shots onto the green here today. Dr. Kelly Brown's going to tee off on the 4-tee box. This number 4 green has been hard to hit today. We haven't seen very many.
Only a few balls.
That one will crawl up close, but roll back down.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough to knock one on there.
I think where Corbin is at, which is the top left corner. Let's go telestrator here. Let's go with the circle. Corbin is right here. And I think that's a good spot for a putt. I think he stays up on. You can't miss right, or it's going to be a nightmare. But go right at her to the left. I think you'll have a great opportunity.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot there.
Actually, I should probably use this graphic here. This one's pretty cool. Let's go back to telestrator. Kind of has a golf look to it.
It does. I like that.
That'd be like a spot like the wide receiver. That'd be a good little.
Yep.
This is Robert Kaufman. That is a bunch of grass.
Yep.
Got out here yesterday, Coach, at 7 a.m. Brent doesn't want to hear this sour story because his hours are much longer than mine, but Brent Ingle behind me. But I got here at 7:15 and got home at 8 and slept like a baby last night.
Really?
Yeah. And depending on how this Thunder game goes.
I slept pretty good myself last night. I worked 12 basketball games yesterday.
Ooh.
Now they're not full on games like
Sure,
during the regular season. But I got in 17 miles.
17 miles.
17 miles yesterday.
Well, Sam and I went to Nashville and hung out for a few days. We walked 20 miles in a period of Thursday, Friday, 3 days. So you did 12 miles in one day on a basketball. In fact, I saw the other day, I can't remember what game it was, but they did a thing where they said someone the NBA players ran 31 miles in that game.
Wow. There was me yesterday, 16.8
steps.
That was this week.
No, I want to know what happened on June 15th, Father's Day weekend. What was that? A lot of couch, a lot of recliner action.
Yeah, that's a U.S. Open.
Okay, U.S. Open.
I'm watching golf.
Yeah, that's 872 steps. So that's.
Look at this 3-dayer here. There's 35 miles in 3 days.
Robert Coppin has 25 steps to go home, and he just missed that shot there.
Yeah, I think I tracked it since May 20th. I think I've got about 150 basketball miles.
Ain't that something? You show me you go 20 miles, and I'm more concerned about 872 steps on the U.S. Open day. That's more spectacular.
Yeah, that was from my couch.
870. That's hard to do.
It is.
See, there's 60 to the refrigerator times 5 per hour. There's 300 steps.
Yeah, that's just about right. Yeah, I definitely took that next day off, for sure.
Chrissy Davis, KD5 as I like to call him, Coach from Shoes, asking about scores. And the system we have right now is going to be kind of hard to do it with Coach and I trying to commentate and push buttons and talk about OU football and his 872 steps on the U.S. Open Sunday. So we can tell you, last we heard was Dom Stevens' team was in the lead at -4. The best score in the morning session, clubhouse leader going into the afternoon session, was -2. And last we heard, Dom Stevens and his team was -4 with about 8 holes to go.
Yep.
And I mentioned it earlier, try to kick that one in. Mentioned this one earlier. I'll mention it one more time here for everybody. We might not have the winners on this broadcast by the time we get off, simply because we're way over here and away, but I would definitely stay tuned to Guthrie Golf Country Club Facebook. They will definitely have it. News page will have it as well. Oh, nice putt there, Robert Kaufman. Nice job.
All right.
Obviously have an article as well, but our goal is to get the coverage here completed and to pack up and watch Game 7. So just a heads up. Corbin, there you go.
Wow.
Good job, Corbin Croc. Sounds like that group's having fun. I'll head over to that tee box here in just a few moments. But the fourth green's got to get out of the way first. Callan Crockett, Rylan Wells right behind him. There's Callan. There's Dr. Brown getting ready to putt uphill. But first, he'll give way. I don't see anybody in our 3 fairway. I do see 3 green right now. Or excuse me, 2 green right now. Help me out, TVJ. Evans was just incredibly petty. I don't know if I've ever been petty.
What's that?
TVJ, Evans was just incredibly petty, and I don't think you even know it. I'm trying to think of what.
Petty about what?
I'm trying to remember. I'm sure he's 100% right. I can be. My friends tell me I can be passive aggressive. I'd be petty sometimes. That's I'm always kind.
Yeah.
But I guess I can be petty and I can be passive aggressive according to the people who know me.
Yeah.
I need to know what I was petty about. There's good petty. I think there's good petty.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
As a basketball referee, I try to take on the Roadhouse mentality. You ever seen the movie Roadhouse?
Yes.
So, when Patrick Swayze was recruiting his new bouncers, how he told them, if this happens, then do this, but be nice. He tells them about 3 or 4 different times until you can't be nice anymore. So I try to be nice as long as I can.
Yes, and I got some great advice one day when Casey Porter, and I won't use the exact language, he goes, sometimes people just make you be a butthead.
They can inspire that behavior for sure. Yeah. All right, we got some action back here now.
Oh, Ben was talking about, mentioned Jake Hayes, Guthrie making it to the finals of Newcastle football in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can't believe how many times I've had to talk about that one.
Oh, yeah.
I got a referee buddy of mine that's an assistant coach for Carl Albert. after that happened.
I got to talk a whole lot about it as well.
I
Yeah.
bet you did.
To be honest with you, I didn't know if it was legal or illegal, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is not good. But then it turned out it's okay. I was like, all right, well, I guarantee you Guthrie's not inventing the wheel here. So this
No.
and after it had happened, I had more time to think about it. You know what? That happens a lot.
It does.
It happens a lot.
We've had that same thing happen. We've had the Lawton coaches on our sideline before.
Yes. And that
Randy Breeze or Young Breeze.
And a lot of coaches talked about that. Well, we've had this guy on our sideline before, but
yeah.
I think it was just an emotional loss, and they were just and it turns out, as I had to cover the event now, I had to go to the board meetings and write stories and all that, but Newcastle wasn't even asking for a forfeit.
Yeah.
I was like, I was at the OSA board meeting, like, you know, we're not trying to say we need to be in the game. I'm like, what? Why else are we here? Why are we here?
Why are we here?
Why are we here?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's any specific rules about who you can and cannot have on your sideline.
That is correct.
That I know of.
And then a few weeks later, getting ready for the state basketball tournament, Jake Hayes, who was a teacher at Deer Creek before, there's Randy Gates.
Right.
So on Twitter, see if it reaches the green. Pop will not reach the green. Just in front of us there. Jake Hayes wearing, once again, Guthrie Wrestling sweaty pants, giving a pep speech to the Deer Creek girls basketball team as the head football coach for Poto. I said that, boy, Jake. I hope everybody in Newcastle retweeted it.
Yeah.
Jake Hayes, another good offensive-minded football coach.
Absolutely.
It helps that he has
I wasn't really around him my whole year. I was pretty much out of it by then.
Yeah.
But I got to sit in, and he knows his stuff.
He had a pretty good quarterback.
Hope he does well over there.
Yeah, I do too. You know, Poto has won a lot of football games over the years with multiple coaches, so he can definitely do it over there.
Yeah. Yeah, he is a good young football mind for sure.
And young family as well. Lived in Guthrie, even as a Deer Creek coach. Lived in Guthrie, and his best friends are some of your football assistant coaches, and so it wasn't like he was around. You know, he's buddies with Jason Rice, and Jason Rice is the offensive coordinator. His son's the quarterback, and so when you can get somebody to help you out, you know, some X's and O's. He was not wearing a headset. I can multi-confirm that.
Yeah.
I just need one person to confirm that with. I was not get Corbin Crockett, see if we can get him on the green. He's got a grimace like he doesn't like it. That's on the green. That'll work. Good job, Corbin Crock.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I wish him best of luck. He's a good coach, good young family. His dad, of course, was a head football coach as well.
Yeah. Yep.
So the interesting move in the offseason, get your thoughts on this in high school football. Dale Condit, head football coach at Wagner.
Right.
They named a stadium after him before the start of the season. It's Dale Condit Field or Dale Condit Stadium at Wagner, where they won multiple state championships there.
Yeah, they've been really good over there.
He takes the head job at Muskogee.
Wow.
Takes the head job at Muskogee, and the name is on the field. Maybe a year now. Maybe it's been a year. Maybe a year in September. I don't know what it was. Your name's on the stadium, and then after that, you take the Muskogee job, and because Travis Hill took the Broken Arrow job, and it's like, man, they had the field named after you, but have you seen the Muskogee facilities?
Yeah,
unbelievable. They always have athletes, and so now that's
in fact, I just drove by those facilities because that's where we played the 5A state golf tournament this year.
Okay, yeah.
So I got to see their facilities.
Yes.
And we drove by it in the van, and my guys were like, "Wow, coach, look at that!" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?"
So it makes me think, the Potos and Wagners, in the new world of the transfer portal, if they will fall off a little bit just because facility-wise, like Muskogee, Carl Albert here locally because of the winning tradition.
Right.
The Kevin Sperry deal throws me away. He wants to be closer to OU. Well, if you want to be closer to OU, then go to Norman North, and show how good you are against Bixby and Jinx and Union.
Right.
I don't need to see you go against Western Heights and Southeast.
Right.
And Noble. I don't need to see that.
Yep.
So that Kevin Sperry thing, and then he's going to be at 25 colleges by the time he's done too. He's already had so many high school.
It's got that feel to it, doesn't it?
It does have that feel. I better stop talking. That's going to get on my nerves real fast. July's right around the corner. That's when you have to fill out the paperwork if you want to transfer in high school athletics.
So it's July 1. Is that the date?
July 1, 2, and 3, I think. Or it's a 3-day period in July. I'm not sure with the holiday, but.
Right. And where is the Sperry kid committed to now? Did he commit to Florida State?
I had Florida in my mind, but it might be Florida State. TBJ will let us know. I think it's
Florida State.
Is it Florida State?
I think so.
Okay. I know his brother's gonna be a freshman wherever he's playing at. Who knows?
Yeah.
Probably wants to be close to Florida State, so he's probably in Tallahassee High School. I don't know, but he Terry Bennett knows very well. He saw him in junior high football. I can't remember what parent came to me. He goes, "Man, I was at the Guthrie Carl Albert game, and that quarterback is something." I go, "Yeah, that's Kevin Sperry's younger brother."
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, committed to OU and decommits from OU.
Oh yeah.
I think that was a favor for Brent Venables.
Yeah.
If you go and transfer 2 or 3 times, and that goes through, that's not Brent Venables.
Right.
He's signing you thinking he's going to be there for 3 years.
Yep.
Oops, wrong one again. See if he gets up on the green. It is up on the green. Nice little shot there.
Yeah, I guess this college football thing is about to undergo another transformation.
Yes.
Wonder what that's going to look like.
We got the NIL kind of figured out, max money, and
yeah.
It sounds like the next big move will be the football maybe going to its own little area.
Yeah.
Its own, get rid of the NCAA, and they kind of do their own thing, and then all the other sports kind of follow suit. Ooh. Nice shot there.
Yeah.
Because right now, like in baseball, for example, you have like USC and UCLA going to Indiana for baseball and basketball.
Yeah.
If you kind of regionalize it a little bit, separating themselves completely from football.
Right.
I think that's the next big thing. It is Florida State. You're right, Coach. Thank you, TBJ, for the confirmation. Young Sperry says with throwing dimes in a 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind. Okay, I got to ask you. You've been around football. Casey Porter always tells me it's easier to throw into the wind. You always hear people say it's easier to throw with the wind behind you. And
well, I mean, if you're just trying to throw it far, if that's all if you're the punt, pass, and kick contest, and you're just seeing how far you can throw it,
Nice try there on
that
shot. But I can't remember the reasoning, but he stands behind it.
So TBJ says it's easier to throw into.
No, Casey Porter.
Oh, Casey says it's easier to throw into. Yeah. I don't know. I have to think about that one, man. I don't remember thinking very many times that I was glad we were throwing
into the wind. Yeah. Something about more control, I think he said.
Yeah. I remember the day we played McAllister in the semis at Sepulpa, right?
2011.
Remember that day?
I remember Brian Dutton receiving one from Keaton Collins. Is that what you're referring?
Well, right before that, right?
Right.
So me and Scotty are on the headset, right? And if you'll remember, the wind was blowing out of the north about 30 that day.
Minimum 30.
When we were punting into the wind, Luke Davis was punting at about 14 yards.
Yeah.
I think we had like 3rd and 8 from our own 22 or something. And they had a good kicker. And I mean, if we don't get this, we're going to give them the ball, and they're going to be in field goal range right now. And it's a 3-point game.
Yeah.
We're up 28-25. And me and Scott are on the headset, and he goes, "Hey, Shue, what do you think about this one?" And he throws the quarterback throwback at me. And my first response was, "Well, I can guarantee you this: ain't nobody expecting that
No,
one.
no, they weren't.
I said nobody.
Bryant Dunn receiving
in this
one?
building
No.
is expecting that play. I think it's one of the best play calls in the history of Guthrie football, because we get that wrapped up the game.
It did wrap up the game.
Yeah. He said, "What do you think about this one?"
I thought Dutton.
Ain't nobody expecting that. I promise you.
I thought Dutton maybe cut it off the turf. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so perfect! Don't say it bounced."
Yeah.
It was that close, but.
And it was one of those deals. You talk about throwing into the wind. If you really watch the play, when he tries to get out, he gets checked a little bit.
Yep.
Which probably was good, because we didn't have to throw it as far.
Well, yeah, I think Dutton actually had to come back to it a
Yeah, I
little
think
bit,
he
if I
did.
remember right.
Yeah, that's one of the great players in Guthrie football history for
Oh my
me.
gosh, yeah. We see him every now and then. He officiates wrestling.
Yeah.
His wife's a Kingfisher teacher. He works in Edmond, but yeah.
Yeah.
State champion wrestler. State champion quarterback.
Yep.
Threw a pick 6 against Durant, but I think that might have been
Like
on
on the
purpose.
second or third play
Yes.
of the game.
It was suspended, so we were playing Saturday afternoon.
Right.
And we're like, oh no, surely this is not how it is to
I think we ended up
Durant.
winning like 55 to 6 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did throw a pick 6 right off the bat. Yeah. Yeah, he was a good football player for us.
TBJ says the best play call ever.
What, the throwback?
Yeah.
It's up there, I'm telling you.
I had to go back to that broadcast and listen to it. I'm sure I sound like a 13-year-old girl on that call.
Hey, that's all right. It was wild. I remember, though, that's exactly what I told him. I said, I guarantee you, nobody's going to expect that one. It just might work.
Wow.
And I was thinking, what do we got to lose? Because we don't have very many other third and 8 plays
No.
that do a 35-mile-an-hour win. We're fixing to have to punt it 14 yards.
That was the old Sepulpa press box, too. You can hear every blowing through the press box.
Yeah, I still remember that day. We both teams scored 4 touchdowns, and we made all 4 of our extra points, and they only made 1.
Is that what it was?
We won by 3 points. Yep. It was quite a game, though. One of their best receivers that game had tore his ACL playing Thanksgiving football in the yard. Tore his ACL.
Makes me think when I hear that Guthrie connection, Blake Belcher playing basketball at the Family Life Center.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, TBJ reminds us almost didn't happen because of the forfeit stuff that went through with the move in from Prague, who had maybe 4 touchdown receptions on the entire season.
No, just 1.
Just one. Okay, just 1. That's right.
Clint had 9 catches, 1 touchdown that year.
That's the time that my brother was living in Ohio. And of course, that was big news because Guthrie was dominating that year.
Yep.
And was getting ready to host football, and that comes out, and my brother, I still remember it to this. I'll never forget it. Comes to me, he text message me and says, "Does Guthrie recruit?" And my response was, "If we do, we're the worst recruiting team in the state.
Yeah, we're really bad at it.
We're bringing a tight end who has 1 touchdown reception all
9
year.
catches and 1 touchdown.
9 catches, yeah, no.
He was our number 4 receiver. Don't get me wrong. He was a nice
No, he
football
was.
player,
Yeah, Clint Schmidt. Yeah,
but he wasn't
correct.
a difference maker for us.
No doubt. Not taking, but
the problem was he was a difference maker at Prague because he would have been their quarterback.
Yep,
that was the problem.
His mama was already his mama was teaching here, and and he goes back to a couch in a house or what all that. We don't need to revisit all of it, but
yeah. I mean they bought a house here. They legitimately lived in Guthrie.
Yep,
they lived right out there by Rafe.
Sure did.
Yeah.
East Oaks.
Yeah. Who we got working up this way now?
Let's see here. Oh, they're in the tree line. There they are. Can't quite tell yet. Get the shot here. I can maybe look at the 3 fairway real quick for us.
I can read lips. He said, come on, come on. Is that it back there? Maybe. It's a pretty good shot right there if it was.
Okay, I think this is Jerry Hayes in the pink there. Take a look on our sheet. Jerry Hayes, there it is. Shane Sims, Jerry Hayes, Jose Martinez, Dylan Harmon, and John Whimsy. Yeah, Guthrie's doing an OSA meeting every 14 years or so.
Yeah.
13, 14. Here is Jose Martinez.
Probably hitting at least his third, probably. Yeah, that one's not going to quite get where it needs to be.
Swept it nice.
Yep.
The mystery man behind the tree. It is out. Did not see it on the green though. 2 clubs walking up. There's Mr. Jerry Hayes.
This is a shot right here that not very many people are good at.
50 yards out.
Yep. And a lot of golfers have this mindset that the closer I am to the hole, you know, the better it is. I'm like, well, that's only true if you're good from closer to the hole. If you're not good from 50 yards, you don't want to hit a ball to there.
Right.
Because, you know, even the guys on TV, they have yardages that they like and don't like, and when they're laying up or whatever, they're hitting to those numbers. They're not necessarily just trying to get it as close as they can.
Speaking of close, I think that was Dylan. It was Dylan Harmon.
Mm-hmm. Nice shot.
Oops, 3 green. Excuse me.
There's the Texas wedge. Pretty good up.
See if I can get a scoring update on Dom's team. See if we get an answer on Dom, who last we heard Dom Stevens' team was leading -4 with about 8 holes to play. The clubhouse leader going into the afternoon was at -2. Many scores on the positive side, so it's going to take a negative number to win it. -2 is the leader right now going in, but Dom trying to hold on to a 4 under lead, 2-stroke lead, but we're looking for an update real quick, trying to hope to get that here pretty soon.
Got some shade sneaking on the screen, huh?
A little bit.
We got some sun sneaking up on us.
Yeah, that's what you were going with. We were about, well, I think we got done around 7:15 yesterday.
Right. Nice putt. Is that our boy Hank keeping score?
It is Hank, yes.
Oh.
Ah. Here's Dylan who had that great shot up to this point right here. Get 2 shots in a row, call it good. On the 3 green. Oh. Oh, that stings.
That does. You won't be happy with that one.
Man. I don't see anybody on the 3. So is this our? Do you remember our first group here?
I don't. I think Dom was our first group.
Dom was our first group.
I think Dom was our first group. And was Rusty our last one?
Yeah.
I think Rusty might have been our last group through here. Either him or that Stevens. It was one of those two. But I think Rusty might have been our last group through here.
So when we see Rusty again.
Yep.
Sam's had enough.
I can tell that Sam has had enough. I know what that look looks like.
Imagine doing this every single day of the state basketball tournament. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Go home Sunday, put in all the new rosters, all the new all that stuff, and then go back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they're going to do it this year. We have a new class now, so we have 4 classes. I think somebody told me though that they put the 5A, 6A state tournament out for bid as far as the site.
They did. Yep.
So I don't know how that'll land.
I think if ORU can figure out the ticket pricing situation,
yeah,
I think that's probably the sweet spot for 6A, 5A.
Yeah.
It was fun having them though in the big house this year.
Yeah.
It's fun to see. I've been doing a lot of the smaller schools over the last several years. Last time I did the large school before was the Boones at Tulsa Memorial at ORU. So that's last 18, I think, might have been.
Yep. I think that might be right.
Jose on the 4 tee box, hit it to the 4th green, posing. I wonder, now that I look over at the 4th green, this tree, so I've always been looking to the left of the tree. I haven't been looking to the right of the tree, but you think your vehicle has been okay today? Yeah, a tree line to protect it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, when I pulled it there, I thought that it was probably safe. It would, not impossible, but it would have taken a pretty bad long. Usually if you hit it that bad, it doesn't go that far.
Yeah, and it's against the wind too.
It's against the wind.
It's against the wind.
I was thinking, I was pretty sure. I was trying to make sure I finished in the shade though. See, that was my plan.
I started off in the shade.
Yeah, I wanted to finish in the shade.
I was trying to.
Still nobody coming?
And
we'll have to stroke them for slow play.
Yes.
They can't be slow playing today.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if they're. I think I still see them trying to get onto the 2 green.
We haven't seen Nate Brown's crew come through here again either. Have we? We just saw Nate through
just
here
that one time.
Did we?
Nate? I think it's twice. I think that's right. I knew I'd get this antsy about this time right now, so they better. Yeah. If I saw like waiting, that's one thing. When you don't see them, like, come on. Real quickly, we got time with those after those tee shots. The Howard Five. Our broadcast sponsors are brought to you by the closing agency, John Vance Motors and Custom Dental. On your screen, you're seeing the sponsors for the entire Howard Fife Invitational. Big thank you to all of them. There's some folks that you've seen for many, many years. Some new faces on there as well. So thank you to all those great sponsors on there. But especially for us today, big thank you to the closing agency, John Vance Motors and Custom Dental. We'll turn the microphone up for this shot on the tee box.
That sounded good. I believe he's looking right.
Not sure if that's him, but there is one to the left of the car, or right of the car path.
Yep.
Bottom screen. Oh, might as well use the telestrator maybe one last time to show where this golf ball is at. It's like that was almost made for golf.
It does. It's a really nice little feature there.
That will be that's how we'll spotlight the wide receiver after a touchdown. We'll spotlight him there. That's great. We have 8 people working on the broadcast minimum, and now we need 9 or 10 people to do all this stuff.
Well,
if no one wants to play golf with us, we can go home, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Can you even see anybody on number 2 down there?
Last time I looked, I thought I saw him like in the trees hitting to the 2 green. I still see him trying to hit to the 2 green.
See, we're like 4.5 hours.
That's Nate Brown's crew.
Is it?
Yep.
This round is approaching the 4.5 hour mark.
Well, today 8 to 1. Now, they took 5 hours today.
Yeah.
So 2 to 7.
Yeah, it was probably almost 2:20 before they put a ball on this afternoon. Oh, down here anyway.
Yeah. Dom, right now. See, this is last reported. So here's the scoring update. Dom seems +1 today.
So
and
that makes them -4 then.
They're still -4 overall today.
So they're still getting it done. They are still getting it done.
Just got a text message. Sam is doing an awesome job.
Absolutely. I think she's ready for the tour. She says no. So I haven't been paying attention. We got any rain coming this week? Or is it just hot?
I think it's just hot. I can pull that up right now. Let's see here. Right now we're at 87 degrees. Tomorrow 91, Tuesday 92, Wednesday 91, Thursday 92, Friday 91. Friday's our first chance of rain with a 35% chance.
I'm actually playing golf Thursday and Friday.
Well,
but I'm playing early in the morning both times.
Well, I can tell you I've been outdoors for Saturday and Sunday. But Sam Evans has me in a tennis league on Monday nights. It's a fundraiser for the Guthrie High School tennis team.
Really, a tennis league?
Tennis program. And I got to play against some whippersnappers, junior high whippersnappers.
Really?
Tennis program is going to be, I think they'll have a chance, but in the coming years. Good to see for Mary Hudson and in that program. But got to play, she's going to be a senior. I forgot her name. Senior. And then Shelton. Drake Shelton.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of the tennis players.
Yeah, I'm learning as well, but so I'll be back in the heat tomorrow night. It's one of those deals like you get mad at yourself because you hit it too hard, and you see it on TV. Like why? It's right there. Just swing through.
Yeah.
Like it's just like golf. Well, if you don't do it every day.
Yeah. Yeah, we watch the stuff on TV, and those guys make it look easy.
Yeah.
You know, and we're like, surely I can do that. That doesn't look too hard. I'm more intrigued these days by pickleball.
Yes.
Which is restricted flight tennis.
Correct.
You don't have to run or do anything near as far.
Yeah. So we've had one Monday night in the books.
Oh, yeah?
The amateurs play on Monday. The pros play on Tuesday. But that's my way of exercising. Had fun. And Drake Shelton, Heath Shelton's boy, and Tracy Shelton's boy, and he gave me a lesson on my swing, and it worked.
Really?
Yeah, he says you're swinging up, which is true, and he goes, go more toward your shoulder. So I went more toward my shoulder, and here I was returning pretty well. Not consistent, but it was a good start. Now I'm coachable. Just let me know what I'm doing wrong.
Problem I always had with tennis.
Got to keep the head behind the racket. I think that's right.
When I get something in my hand to hit a ball with, I want to see how far I can hit it. And that's not good in tennis. You're not trying to hit it far.
Right.
Yeah.
Your first barrier is the net. You got to get over the net. Then you got to get it in bounds. Yeah. Likely it's doubles, so I have the whole blue area to hit it into.
Right. Yeah.
And don't let me hit in the corner because you will hear about it. I will let you know when I have a good shot. Because there's not many of them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to forfeit the rest of the teams if they don't start moving here.
Yeah. So I think we have at least 2 more groups to have to get through here.
I think I see the 3 tee box occupied.
Yeah, I didn't do much last Sunday, did I?
No, 872 steps.
And that was coming off 28,000 the day before.
Right. That's a lot of recliner right there.
That was. I got camped there watching U.S. Open that day, and I did not move much. I'm going to get about this many the next 2 days. Right there. That's going to be my next 2 days.
9 miles?
Yep.
I might have to make an executive decision here pretty soon.
I'll second it.
Okay, good.
If you need a second.
I'm about to pull a hamstring here. I won't be hurt. I'll just be injured.
There you go. Well, no. I think that's backwards, isn't it? Because you can play hurt. You can't play injured.
See, I'm already screwing this entire process up. Yes.
You are.
Okay.
See, if I'm a coach and you tell me you're hurt, I'm going to say, all right, get back in there. Let's go.
So is the other guy across from you.
Yeah, but if you're injured, then you're out. You can't play injured, but you can play hurt.
I'm losing my eyesight and my voice. Is that injured?
Close enough.
Okay, yeah.
Close enough. Yeah, this has been like a long lull here.
This is the longest we've had.
These guys
2 years.
At least 2 holes behind. At least 2 holes. That should never happen. Yeah, these guys are 2 holes behind have to know the Thunder's playing tonight, dude.
Yeah, I just sent the filler out.
Yeah, because we're probably about 15 minutes away from tip. Yeah, so other people are losing interest, huh?
I know 3 for sure. We're running the triangle offense of this right now.
Oh, my. That is exactly right. Are they even in sight yet?
No, I don't see anybody over there. That golf cart, I don't know if something's happened up the line.
Yeah, because this is a significant low.
Yeah. So we're going to put the headsets down here and try to figure something out, make sure we're not sitting here for the fun of it. So give us a few moments. We'll try to get this figured out. All right, able to get an update scoring-wise here. We can let you know that Dom Stevenson's team remains in the lead. They are -4 with 2 holes to play. They have a 2-shot lead with 2 holes to play. And as we await our final group up this fairway, Nate Brown and his team. This will be our final team to show you here tonight on our broadcast. Cannot thank you enough. We had tremendous viewership yesterday, equally as good as today. And I think as we hit the home stretch here, something crazy should happen. I think it's a very highly successful weekend once again for the Howard Fife Invitational, for the broadcast as well. We thank you guys for your viewership, your comments, and all your compliments as well. We certainly appreciate that. And Coach Michoud, if we're invited again next year, we'd be glad to be a part of the 55th Annual Howard Fife Invitational as well.
Absolutely.
So Nate Brown's
been a
crew,
great time.
It has been good. The weather's been much better this year in the low 90s and
Yep.
nice wind. And again, a big thank you to Steve Melton, Brent Engel, Scott Pickle, Brian Wells, Davis Jury, Seth Robbins for their help behind the scenes. Of course, a big thank you to Luke Morgan and Bo Robbins with some help on the broadcast yesterday and a little bit today. Did a fantastic job. Of course, Coach Rick Michoud joined me once again this year, and I mean it's to the point where I'll be happy to do all the switching, all that stuff. If we get more people to talk, people don't get tired of hearing me all the time. So I'd be more than happy to push buttons. But it's been fun. It's been a great conversation, and I really enjoyed our interview with Luke Morgan yesterday about the PGA America up in the Canada tour, and so I will definitely make that a podcast sometime this week. I think that would be good for a lot of folks to hear on his way of making it to the next level, just a step away from the PGA tour. So we wish him best of luck. Playing his first Fife. A few people I know playing the first Fife. We are on the 3 fairway with our final group. So my goal is to be home before the start of the second quarter.
Okay.
Pacers up 5 right now. 11-6, 8 to play in the first. You know, the Thunder jumped out to a 10-2 lead in Game 6.
Looked really good at the very start. And then it faded quickly.
This Nate Brown's crew has faded back quickly, too. I don't know if it's their fault or not or what's going on, but, man.
Yeah, I don't know either.
This has been 20 minutes?
At least.
Minimum?
Yeah, I think maybe more than that. Yeah, the group in front of them is almost to the 5 green.
This will be our final pairing here on hole 3. Hope Brent Engel remembers to bring us the John Deere Gator for all this equipment. There's going to be a lot of walking. Also, a big thank you to James and Amber Sanders with the LED screen up front, as you see there on your screen. So if you need an LED display for your church or your next event or anything, that's 14 panels. They can go 30, 50 panels. So that's plenty big for here. So big thank you to them. Huge thank you to our broadcast sponsors, John Vance Motors, the Closing Agency, and Custom Dental. Custom Dental, of course, Dr. Nate Brown. This is his crew here. Our final crew of the day here on hole number 3.
And a big shout out to our camera crew today.
Yes. Aaron Ryburn yesterday. Sam Evans today. I have a lot of time to think on a lot of stuff, but Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, they get these $1 million contracts. Well, if it wasn't for that camera operator who knows what to be looking at, the producer switching those buttons.
Yep.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman aren't very good without those guys, and
that's absolutely
those guys.
Right.
I don't know why the announcer. I know why. It's all about ratings, and anybody can, not anybody, but a lot of people can do a camera before they can intelligently talk about a football. So I understand it, but a lot of appreciation should go to those camera operators who are every single view, and the producer knows where to go. And
way more difficult than the average viewer thinks.
Yeah,
to get it all right.
And there's so many different camera angles that go pop to.
Yep.
I gotta talk to Nate, and that requires muting this here. Nate says he's looking for a ball in our area.
Well, nothing hit us.
Nothing hit us. It's not the one in the behind the green, is it? Hey, Nate, you checked the hole? Search and rescue. If we go out and help them, that means we get to go home faster, right? Coach Michaud, he's gone. I'm not sure where that golf ball would have gone. Nate, it's not one of these two, is it? Okay. Hey, there's a ball right under this car. Nate. I was like, man, I think it's really close to him. I yelled, but I think it could work. No. Yep. All right, grab a corner. Is this all that is live feed? Let's see here. I think that's the yeah. So Nate Brown has won every golf tournament possible, but here he is behind us right here. And now I will get out of the way. I think we have a man-made obstruction in my way. I think so. Michaud? Can you go club link this way? Or...
great shot.
Well, Seth and I a couple weeks ago, you should be okay right here, and who would have thought that
Yeah.
it would be Nate Brown putting us in jeopardy here?
Wow. That was a fantastic shot, by the way.
It really was. It went a little higher than I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to hit the tree branch.
I think it went a little higher than he intended it to. But you know, you have to be good enough to get lucky. You can't just be lucky.
Just can't be lucky, right?
You have to be good enough to get lucky, and that's what that was there. He was good enough to get a little bit lucky. Turned into a great shot.
All right, looks like we got this group and one more group on the 3 here. Nice shot. So Rusty Crockett's crew on the 3 fairway. So this group and one more group, and we will be done on this number 3. Thunder up 2, Coach. 4:55 to play in the first.
Okay.
So I'm going to alter my second quarter now to halftime. We're going back to halftime now.
Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable.
Brian Wells. Trying to figure out what that was. Nate's requesting pin in. Oh, but it was not Nate. Jumping behind the back there. I'm getting a report, Coach, that Halliburton just tore his Achilles.
What?
That's what I just got text.
Are you serious? Well, you know that
he's been battling the calf strain, not Achilles, but it's all in the same area.
I was going to say I've seen that calf strain before when you were like being careful with it.
Right.
It can turn into that.
You know what? That's perfect. The Thunder can win, and the Pacers can have an excuse. That's the perfect way.
Yeah.
Come on, Nate Brown.
This will be a highlight up and down when this goes in.
Custom Dental Shot of the Day brought to you by Nate Brown.
Getting a whole ball. It went wanting.
Rusty Crockett and his team awaits the 3 green to be opened. LSU is officially your College World Series champions. Coach Michoud, it's an officially 12-hour day for us.
You are correct, sir. We are on the grind.
Flag is in, and we got one more group here on hole number 3.
Yeah, the ultimate compliment a golfer can get, right, Chris, is to be called a grinder.
A grinder?
Grinder.
That's okay.
Nate Brown was definitely a grinder.
I can definitely see that. Yes. Yep. Nate. That's what it looks like when you miss a short putt.
Dude, I thought we was going to have a highlight up and down there for a second. That would have made the highlight reel there. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, the vernacular for a grinder, right, is a golfer that can still go get a score when they don't have their best stuff, right? But you can still count on them to get a score and to never give up. That's a grinder. My Sue is a pretty good grinder, too. Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's in a lot of pain. Thank you, Ronnie Phillips, for these.
Oh.
We're not able to be here, but.
That does not look good.
Oh my gosh.
Wait,
I've never seen him like that before. Actually pop. It's,
no way.
It's that one right, his foot right there.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh.
See it? I've never seen that before.
Oh, that looked awful, dude.
Chubbo told me he was 3 of 4 from three-pointers, too, for that injury.
Oh, my gosh.
Pacers are going to play inspired.
Wow.
You hate to see any injury, especially. And he seems like a pretty good guy. Halliburton does. Iowa State.
He has me convinced that he's a good dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyrese Halliburton.
Yep. Man.
That's what, a year?
Is
that 6, 9 months?
That's a long time is what that is.
Mm.
And then you have to get past it here.
Yes.
I don't know how long it is on that.
I think you remember Paul George's gruesome injury. He said that was a whole bunch of mental to trust it again.
Yep, that's the deal right there. Do you trust it to really turn loose after that? Wow.
Sam. It's the one closest to us.
I'm like you. I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that before.
Wow. Yeah, I've never actually seen it like you said. Like I've never seen it pop. Wow.
Right now, that is the 4-tee box. We are waiting some shots from the 3 fairway, so we will cut to those here in just a few moments. Yeah, I wonder what the holdup was. I didn't want to ask any of the parties of the last group in case they were the ones that slowed it down. So.
Yeah, that can be an awkward question.
There we see Rusty Crockett, our third Crockett of the day. Lining his shot in the fairway. About 200 yards out. A little uphill. In the fairway, though. On its way. I heard a tree. Well, I was looking through binoculars. It looked like it was coming right at me. Then I heard a tree. I never saw Nate Brown. Nate Brown's ball was literally right behind us.
Oh, no.
Sam says she heard it. Of course, we got these headsets on
Right.
that's supposed to drown out 100,000 people.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. That was crazy. Under the cart. I'd like to see him hit it through this.
Oh, I thought about it. It's probably not worth it, but I thought about it. That would be. I was just thinking for
That would've been-
capturing it on camera. That would be
would've
the.
been so cool.
Yeah. And what's crazy? What's crazy is as Nate tees off here, I would have trusted him to do it. I thought I'd been okay with it.
Yeah, I would have too.
Just off to the right of the green. Under 2 to play in the first. Thunder up 2.
Yeah, there's a really cool picture in one yearbook in the 90s when they were taking golf pictures one day, right?
Right.
So I talked to a camera person standing right there, and I actually hit a flop shot right over them, and they got the picture with the ball like right in front of me.
Yeah.
Now it was a plastic ball.
Oh.
but you can't tell that.
I won't tell anybody.
I was like, I trusted myself, but not quite that much.
Right.
But it's a really cool photo. I'm gonna have to try to look it up.
Tell you, ESPN just now reporting Tyrese Halliburton has gone down with an injury, but I got to tell you, Ronnie Phillips reported it first. So
there you go. Ronnie's all over it.
Let me put in a message to our scorekeeping folks. See if we have a final. Hopefully we can find out a winner here in the next few moments. That's the one thing about that long delay.
Everyone else
is going to be done, so that will allow us. Why can't they finish up on 7 and 8 with a delay, not 3-4?
Exactly. Oh, we got another ball over here now.
And your wife is watching. She's watching right now.
Well, Nate just hit one under our golf cart a while ago.
Yeah. Nate was right here earlier. Nate Brown.
He hit it under our golf cart.
Yeah. I heard the tree, but I don't know when it went. Jan Crockett, that's Rusty Crockett trying to find his golf ball. I heard tree. Yeah. Remember when I said I was looking through binoculars, it looked like it was coming right at me.
Yeah.
And then I heard the tree.
It's amazing how that rascally ball can get just where you can't find it. Could be in all these other places, where you could find it.
Search and rescue, here we go.
First place I'm looking is under the golf cart.
All right, we had a search and rescue for Rusty Crockett's ball. Well, we found it. Just lifted up on the green there. I think he did anyway. That one goes in. This is our last group of the day. Trying to get a confirm. Last we heard, Dom's team, Dom Stevens, held lead with 1 to play. Haven't heard the last one yet. So, 1 shot lead with 1 hole to play. 1 hole, yes. Rusty Crockett hit it into the bunker. He's hitting out of the bunker, and he sends it to the other tee box.
Where'd that go?
Past the tee box.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You did hear Dom's team has a 1-stroke lead with 1 hole to play.
Yep. High drama at the Fife. What hole are they playing? Do we know?
I do not know that. Nick Chamberlain. We have a Dustin Chamberlain highlight. Let's have a Nick Chamberlain highlight. Well, we had an F-bomb and an S-bomb by Nick.
That's some kind of light, huh?
If you're counting at home, the F-bomb was on Saturday. The S-bomb was on Sunday. I got to tell you, I thought it was funny both times. Nice job, Nick Chamberlain.
So I think Rusty has ball in hand here, since he's laying 3 on the other tee box, or 4, excuse me.
Coach, it's been fun. Once
Absolutely.
again, it's been fun.
Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely.
I always have a great time.
Put it on the calendar every year. Eddie
Alrighty.
Hickey chips it in. Dustin Chamberlain chips and puts it in, and Dustin's going to need a little boop there.
There it is.
So one last time, a big thank you to the John Vance Auto Group, also to the Closing Agency and Custom Dental, our broadcast sponsors here of the Howard Fife Invitational. There you get a look at one final time of all of our great sponsors for the Howard Fife Invitational. Thank you to all the great crew here at the Guthrie Golf and Country Club for all their great work for helping us out. Big thank you to our entire production crew and all of our announcers as well. That will do it for us here on the broadcast. Again, leading with 1 hole to play. Dom Stevens' team has a 1-stroke lead at -3, trying to hold on. And again, invite you to tune in to Guthrie Golf and Country Club Facebook, social media. Guthrie News page will have it as well. That'll do it for us. Hope you enjoy the coverage of the 54th Annual Howard Fife Invitational.